Marlowe. Philip Marlowe. Occupation, private detective. You know, somebody says, follow that guy, so I follow him. Or, find that female, so I find her. And what do I get out of it? $10 a day in expenses. Right now, you're hearing a lot about a murder. They call it The Case of the Lady in the Lake. That's a good title. It fits. But what you've heard about is one thing, and the real thing is something else again. There's only one guy who knows that. I know it. I started finding out about it a few days before Christmas. I was tired of being pushed around for nickels and dimes, so I decided I'd write about murder. I pounded out a story and sent it to the Kingsby Publications Incorporated, specialists in literary gore.
Oh, come in, Mr. Marlowe. We hear about the story you wrote.
Yeah, I got a letter from a guy named A. Fromsett.
I'm Fromsett. Adrian Fromsett, to be precise. Tell me something, Mr. Marlowe. Have you done much writing?
No.
You do very well for a beginner.
Well, it's based on an authentic case. You run this publishing business all by yourself, Miss Fromsett?
No, Mr. Kingsby runs it. Tell me, are there really detectives like the one in your story who never lie, cheat, or double-cross a client?
Yeah, there are a couple of dopes like that.
Good. Then you were writing about yourself.
Look, you don't really want to buy my story, do you?
I was about to offer you $200.
Oh, no, you won't. Why don't you quit being cute? The real reason I'm here is because you want a smooth operator who keeps his mouth shut. When you read my story, you said, that's my boy. He's dumb, he's brave, and he's cheap. Am I right?
Partly. I want you to find Mr. Kingsby's wife without his knowing you're looking for her. She's a vicious woman. A liar.
I don't want to be nosy, Miss Fromsett. But what makes that any of your business?
I handle all of Mr. Kingsby's affairs. He wants to divorce her. And I don't like your manners.
I'm not selling my manners. I'm not selling my story either. I don't like getting mixed up with a tricky female, even one as good-looking as you, who wants to dispose of the boss's wife just so she can marry him herself.
People don't talk to me like that, Mr. Marlowe.
Maybe somebody should talk to you like that more often.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, come in, Jerry. This is Philip Marlowe. He submitted a story. Mr. Marlowe, Mr. Kingsby.
Hi.
Always nice to see one of our writers, Mr. Marlowe.
But he isn't one of our writers. He just turned down an offer of $200. Rather indignantly, too. But maybe he's right, Jerry. This story has part of Mr. Marlowe's soul in it. I would say it's worth $500 as souls go these days.
Congratulations, Mr. Marlowe. A businessman as well as a writer, eh?
And a private detective.
Detective?
And that's what makes the story so authentic. It's so full of, what would you say it's full of, Mr. Marlowe?
Short sentences.
Adrian, if there's anything you want before I leave.
I don't believe so, Jerry.
Oh, good night, darling.
Good night.
Glad to have met you, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah. $500, eh?
$200 for your story, $300 for your services in finding Mrs. Kingsby.
You don't need any help there, darling. Not you.
Please don't be too difficult. I do need help.
Like I need 4 thumbs.
I wonder how it would be to discuss this over a couple of ice cubes. Would you care to try?
Imagine you needing ice cubes. Sure, Miss Fromsett. Let's try. She had a very cozy apartment, Miss Fromsett did. She left me alone while she fixed a drink. I couldn't help spotting the telegram. It lay there staring at me on top of the piano. It was addressed to Derris Kingsby. Going to Juarez, it said, to get a divorce and marrying Chris Lavery in Mexico. Your loving ex-wife-to-be, Crystal.
If you're going to take this case, Mr. Marlowe, the first person you should see is Chris Lavery.
Oh, who's he?
Crystal Kingsby ran away with him a month ago. Or so we thought.
A month ago, eh? Take him that long to get to El Paso?
Who said anything about El Paso?
A telegram on the piano. Why didn't you tie it on my ear? I might have found it quicker.
Oh.
What's the mystery if Kingsby's wife is in Mexico?
The mystery is that Chris Lavery's here in town, and she isn't. She's vanished.
And the telegram's a phony.
Must be.
If she's missing, why isn't Kingsby looking for her?
I don't know. Maybe thinks she's off on a toot. But a Mexican divorce? With no property settlement? Oh, no, that's not Crystal. Besides, she'd never marry Chris Lavery.
Why not?
You don't marry the Chris Laverys of this world. You just lend them all the money they need and forget to ask for it back.
You seem to know all about him. Where does he live?
Bay City. 676 Altair Street.
One more question, Miss Fromsett. What would happen if I kissed you?
Why don't you try and see?
You always close your eyes when you think somebody's going to kiss you?
What stopped you?
Did you close your eyes when Lavery kissed you?
Get out.
You want to marry Kingsby because Lavery jilted you, huh?
Get out.
Sure, and I'll see Lavery. But don't try to be cute anymore. Just edit my manuscript.
Yes. I plan to smash the emotion right out of it.
That's the manuscript. This is me. Good night, sweetheart.
Yes, I'm Lavery, Mr. Marlowe. Come right on in, sir. Well, I declare, business must be bad if you have to go from door to door soliciting clients.
Look, Uncle Tom, I don't need a job. I've got one. And if you tell me where Mrs. Kingsby is, I'll stop bothering you.
I haven't seen Crystal in 2 months. And I've never been to El Paso, if that's what you're about to ask.
Oh, you know about the telegram, huh?
Why, yes. Miss Adrian told me.
Miss Adrian did she? Well, I guess there's nothing to do then but go to the cops.
For some reason, Mr. Marlowe, I don't think Mr. Kingsby would allow that, sir.
He might have to protect himself in case anything's happened to his wife.
Happened, sir?
Crystal Kingsby has money. Once in a while, boys like you have to make it the hard way.
You offend me, Mr. Marlowe.
Loosen up, Lavery. You'll save yourself a lot of trouble.
I'll never speak disrespectfully of a lady. Not even one as fascinating as Mrs. Kingsby was.
Was?
Sir? Oh, just a slip of the tongue, Mr. Marlowe. No, I don't hanker for any part of Mrs. Kingsby. The little lady must have sent that telegram just to embrangle me.
Embrangle you?
Oh, yes. You're a Yankee. You wouldn't understand. But pardon me, sir. Do you have the time?
What's the matter? Your clock embrangled, too? Shorten and Bread had let me have it when I looked at my watch. Brass knuckles, Southern pride. When things came back in focus, I was in the Bay City jail. A detective opened the cell and walked me down the corridor. What's the matter? Eye hurt? Oh, no, it's fine. When you came out of your blackout, you started slugging. I had to put you to sleep again. Oh, fine. All right, wise guy, in here. Captain Kane wants to see you. Come in, Governor. This is Marlowe, Captain. He likes our jail. Everything is fine. What's the charge, Captain?
Drunk in your car, ran up over the curb and found you were out cold. This empty bottle was in your hand.
Oh, fine.
We don't think it's fine at all. The only reason I'm talking to you instead of the judge is that your papers say you're a private detective.
You're on some kind of a case, aren't you? Sure, and my client slugged me, dumped me in my car, ran it up over a curb and poured whiskey on me. Then he phoned for you boys.
Maybe it wasn't a client.
You're right. There's a Southern gentleman named Chris Lavery.
Who is your client?
I don't reveal my client's name.
You're talking to the police.
The names of my clients are confidential. If they want, I wouldn't have any clients.
Okay. But that private license doesn't give you the right to start trouble in Bay City without letting me in on what you're after.
I don't like private dicks, Captain. I never met one yet that wasn't a crook. I've heard of people that don't like cops. That seems impossible, doesn't it?
Your car's in back of the jail. Get in it, Marlowe, and get out of this town.
Good morning, Miss Fromsett.
How did you get in here without being announced?
I told the receptionist it was an emergency.
You looked like an emergency.
Well, it's an old sickness. Reoccurring black eyes.
Mr. Lavery impressed you?
His brass knuckles did.
Well?
Well, nothing. I woke up in the Bay City jail.
Well, right back where we started?
Yeah, maybe this is a good place for me to get off. What do you want for $300? A funeral?
You were hired to find Crystal Kingsby. Would it be asking too much to start working as a detective? Crystal Kingsby was last seen at Little Fawn Lake. That's a place in the mountains beyond Arrowhead. A few cabins and a private lake owned by Mr. Kingsby. Drive up there and talk to the caretaker.
Excuse me, Miss Fromsett.
Yes?
There's a man here to see Mr. Kingsby, Mr. Floyd Greer.
Greer?
He's a newspaper man. He says it's about something that's happened at the lake, Miss Fromsett.
I'll find Mr. Kingsby. Show Mr. Greer in. You'd better sit down, too, Mr. Marlowe.
So you're a reporter, Mr. Greer. What can I do for you?
We just got word about tragedy at Little Fawn Lake, Miss Kingsby.
Tragedy?
Do you have a caretaker named William Chess?
Well, yes, I do.
He's suspected of murder. His wife was found drowned in the lake.
Muriel?
That's right, Muriel Chess. How long since you've been up there, Miss Kingsby?
Oh, not since last month.
How about your wife? Would she know anything about Muriel Chess?
Of course not. Nothing more than I would.
Mr. Marlowe, would you mind stepping out in the hall with me? Excuse us, please. You'd better get right up to the lake.
You think Crystal Kingsby shoved this lady in the lake, eh?
Quite possible she hated Mrs. Chess.
You like the idea.
Yes, I do. Find out what happened and report to no one about it but me.
Little Fawn Lake. It reminded me of Adrian Fromsett. So beautiful and so cold. First she wants me to find Mrs. Kingsby, then she wants me to prove she's a murderer. She's a sweetheart, Adrian is. Well, I'm back in town at 4 in the morning, and I go straight to Adrian's apartment. If I can tramp through the mountains, she can get waked up.
You have to come here for the phones, you know.
I didn't have a nickel. You know something, Miss Thompson? You look good in this light.
What did you find at the lake?
Snow.
Who's being cute now?
You are? There'll be an item on your bill for the bribes I spent finding out that Muriel Chess had another name.
What name?
Mildred Haviland. Ever hear of her? She married your boss's caretaker because she wanted a place to hide. It seems that a cop was after her.
What's this got to do with Crystal Kingsby?
Crystal Kingsby and Muriel, or shall I call her Mildred, had a fight over a man.
What man?
The guy I was slipping the $20 bills to kept claiming he didn't know.
But I suppose you do.
Yeah. Look what I found.
An ankle bracelet.
Engraved to Mildred from Chris. It was hidden in Kingsby's cabin.
There could be any number of Chris's.
Oh, come on now, Miss Fromsett. Lavery's our boy. That ties him up with 2 women. Crystal Kingsby and Muriel.
You think he drowned Muriel Chess?
He would have drowned me if there'd been any water handy.
Oh, no. Crystal did it. Maybe you could find something else. A gun, maybe.
Oh, look. Just give me the dough I put out for expenses and I'll go on home.
Without finding Mrs. Kingsby?
Why don't you concentrate on just looking beautiful? Start being a woman. Quiet down long enough to hear your heart beat. You might wake up and find it's a different world.
I'm paying you to wake up and find Crystal Kingsby.
Okay. I'll go back and see Lavery.
No. No, you stay away from Lavery. Go back to the lake. You did fine there.
All right. But only because you're so full of persuasion. So full of, what would you say you were full of, Miss Fromsett?
My, you're being backward for a detective?
No. It's just that I'm tired playing around. As far as the next woman in my life is concerned, it's everything or nothing.
Then it better be nothing. You'd be crazy to fall in love with me. Phone me from the lake.
Let me see now. I'm not to fall in love with you, and I'm not to see Lavery.
That's it exactly. Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
I got a little sleep, and then I went straight to Lavery's house. I rang the bell. No answer. So I just walked in. He'd forgotten to lock his front door. A woman was coming down the stairs. She had a gun in her hand and for some reason didn't seem at all concerned about my presence there.
It's a disgrace. Just a disgrace. I rent this house to him and look at the way he abuses it. Well, just look.
Well, I'd be glad if you wouldn't keep pointing that thing at me.
Oh, this. Well, if you're one of Mr. Lavery's wild friends, you can get right out
I'm
of here.
not even one of Mr. Lavery's tame friends.
Cigarette burns on the furniture, carpet's all stained.
Look, lady, look.
All I want is my rent. I own this house. I'm Mrs. Holbrook.
Well, I'm truly enchanted, Mrs.
And
Holbrook.
who are you, may I ask?
Finance company, about his car.
Behind in his car payments, too. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Well, we don't like it
If
either.
he was going away, you'd think he'd leave a check under the door or something. But, oh, no. All I found was this gun. I found it on the stairs. Here, you take it. I wonder why he'd leave it on the
He
stairs.
probably had a hole in his pocket. So you've been looking for him upstairs, huh? You're a naughty girl.
Why, I only wanted my money. I think I should call the police.
On the other hand, maybe we should stop and consider. Finding a gun doesn't mean anything. Everybody keeps guns.
Oh? Oh, do they really?
And I'm sure the Bay City Police would frown upon us disturbing them over such a trifle.
Oh, you think so?
Just let the Ajax Finance Company take care of this. We'll see that you get your money.
Well, if you think that
Oh,
you
I'm
can...
sure I can, Mrs. Holbrook. You be a good girl now and run along.
Silly man. You know, you're sweet.
Thank you, Mrs. Holbrook.
Well, goodbye now.
Oh, brother. As soon as she left, I went upstairs. It looked at first as if Lavery had packed a bag and blown town. On his dresser was a woman's handkerchief. I thought of Mrs. Holbrook, but the initials on the handkerchief were A.F. Then I became aware of a muffled sound, and I knew that I'd heard it vaguely ever since I'd come up the stairs. It was the trickle of water running in the bathroom shower. But I didn't bother to turn it off. Not when I saw the 5 bullet holes neatly drilled through the glass shower door. And behind the door, crumpled on the tiles, the body of that fine Southern gentleman, Chris Lavery. I I didn't waste any time getting out of Lavery's house. I went straight to Kingsby Publications. They were having a Christmas party, but I managed to convince Adrian Fromsett that I wanted to see her alone.
Are you trying to be funny, Mr. Marlowe? Where did you get that gun?
At Lavery's house. Lavery's dead. This gun killed him. You hinted that sooner or later I'd find the gun. Were you afraid he'd talk, Miss Fromsett?
You didn't go to the lake, then?
No, and here's another little item for you. A handkerchief. Do you recognize it? The initials are A.F.
I don't have to ask the obvious question, do I?
No. And so far, nobody knows about it but me.
And whoever killed Lavery.
Yeah, whoever killed him. Or was he the type of guy who kept this sort of souvenir?
If I say no, that makes me a murderer or a good suspect. If I say yes, what does that make me?
Human, maybe. What are you trying to do? Play the bright, hard lady? You're afraid of life, Miss Fromsett, and people. You don't give yourself a real chance. You never... Come in, Mr. Kingsby. Come in.
What's going on?
Relax, Mr. Kingsby. You've seen guns before.
Maybe I lack a sense of humor, but
Chris Lavery didn't think it was funny either. He's dead.
Dead?
Did your wife own a gun, Mr. Kingsby?
What does my wife have to do with this?
Break it to him gently, Miss Fromsett.
Gary, I hired Mr. Marlowe to look for crystals.
I've told you, crystals to be left alone.
Oh, no, Derry. No, you didn't. What you said was you were tired to death of them.
Well, I did.
Oh, then you're not. Well, why didn't you say so?
I won't have you prying into my private
The
affairs.
police may be prying into your private affairs, Mr. Kingsby. Your wife was mixed up with Lavery. He's dead. The evidence points to a woman. Now, does she own a gun or doesn't she?
I don't know. Just what do you propose to do, Mr. Marlowe?
Call the police. What else can I do?
Will $1,000 make you change your mind?
So your wife did have a gun, huh?
Yes, but $1,000.
Don't think I'm too proud to take it. I'm just too smart to get stuck with it.
Very well. I'll tell the authorities anything they want to know. As for you, Adrian, if you think you're going to harm Crystal, you're very much mistaken.
Derry.
And understand this clearly. If I ever said anything endearing to you, it was because I was lonely. I don't intend to make the same mistake again.
Did he say that for my benefit or yours, Miss Fromsett?
Mine. All mine. So you lost me my $1 million. Aren't you smart? You deliberately forced a showdown with him.
Yeah.
You thought you'd make me lose Kingsby, and then I'd come flying straight to your arms. Tell me, Mr. Marlowe, do you always fall in love with your clients?
Only the ones in skirts.
Well, there's more than one Kingsby on the Christmas tree, Mr. Marlowe, and I'll shake one loose yet. Don't you worry. And as for you, you just haul yourself out of here and send me a bill for your failure.
Merry Christmas.
What?
I said Merry Christmas. I'm glad to have met you, and have a good cry.
Mr. Marlowe, wait.
Why?
Please. Step into this other room. I want to talk to you. I don't know what your arrangement is with Adrian, but
There isn't any anymore.
Oh. Well, then I'd like to make one with you. Now, I know my wife has made mistakes, but no matter how things look, Crystal couldn't have killed anyone. She must be found and kept out of this.
That'll be tough.
You can name your own price. I'm imploring you to help me.
And if we keep your wife in the clear, who do we pin the murder on, huh?
Well, what do either of us really know about Adrian?
Don't you know anything about it?
Actually, very little. Oh, I was aware she knew Lavery, just how well I don't
Just
know.
when I was beginning to like you.
You want the facts, don't you?
Sure I want the facts. She fires me, you hire me. Happy Phil Marlowe, the boy detective.
Where are you going?
Back to Lavery's house.
Oh?
A little Yuletide celebration for the Bay City cops. Say you've been handling this gun? How stupid are you, Marlowe? I'm giving you the gun, DeGamo. Maybe I should have tossed it down a sewer.
You got an alibi, Marlowe?
I told you about Mrs. Holbrook, Captain. She was here ahead of me. It could have been her.
And it could have been you. You said you'd come back and get Lavery.
Not in those words.
But in that tone. I told you not to start trouble in this town. Now, who's your client? This time you better tell me.
His name is Darris Kingsby. He runs a string of magazines. Keep talking. His wife ran out on him about a month ago from a place he has up in the mountains, Little Fawn Lake.
How did she run off with?
Well, a good guess would be Lavery. I came here the day before yesterday to ask Lavery if he knew where she was, and for my pains, I landed in the can. In case you've forgotten.
We remember, Peter.
What was Lavery's story about Kingsby's
He
wife?
said he hadn't seen her in 2 months. After you turned me loose, I went up to Little Fawn Lake.
Why?
Because something peculiar happened up there. They found a woman in the lake. A dame named Muriel Chess.
Just stick to what happened here.
I am. This Muriel Chess had an ankle bracelet. It was given to her by somebody named Chris.
Oh, what?
So she's dead, and upstairs is a corpse named Chris.
I see. So you go through this joint, take the gun, collect or steal anything you can, and finally get around to calling us. Well, I don't buy it. What do I care about a drowned dame in a lake? Man's been murdered here, and that's enough for me. Who are you trying to cover, Marlowe?
I told you all I know.
Okay, big shot. I'm going upstairs, DeGarmo. I'll see how the coroner's doing.
You ever been to Little Fawn Lake, DeGarmo? You look kind of interested.
We ask the questions, people.
And when I mentioned the lady in the lake, you look still more interested.
You heard me.
Ever hear of a girl named Mildred Haviland? There was a fellow up there a few weeks ago looking for Mildred Haviland. They tell me he acted like a cop. A tough cop with bad manners. Like you.
What's Mildred Haviland got to do with it?
She and Muriel Chess were the same girl. She changed her name because she was trying to hide from this tough cop. Does it add up?
No.
I think it does. They gave me a pretty good description of that cop. They said she... I was about to say that this female had a shady past, and I think you know something about her. That sort of confirms it, doesn't it, DeGarmo? Now we're getting somewhere. You stick your nose in my business and you'll wake up in an alley with a cat's looking at you. What did she do, this Mildred dame? Bump somebody off down here? Is that what you had on her?
All right, Marlowe. Cut it out. What's going on here, DeGarmo?
He got cute.
Put your gun away. You keep on acting smart, Marlowe, and you'll see what happens. Only reason I'm giving you another chance to talk is because of what the coroner says. He claims Lavery was killed last night. That doesn't let you out, though.
I'll say it doesn't, Peter. Come on, talk up.
You better take a walk, DeGarmo.
If you let me work him over just a little while.
Come on! Take the night off.
Yes, sir.
Now, if the coroner's right, how can you prove where you were last night?
I didn't leave Little Fawn Lake till after midnight. I stopped at Red Service Station halfway down the mountain and got gas. In San Bernardino, I got a cup of coffee at the Dinner Bell Diner. The waitress with the big eyes will remember me because it was 2 a.m. and I was the only customer in the place.
What about Mrs. Holbrook?
Oh, you'll love Mrs. Holbrook. She's charming. But I don't know where she is.
Well, my boys upstairs just checked. She's gone to Las Vegas. We'll have her back here tomorrow.
That about winds up everything, doesn't it? Do you mind if I go now?
There's still a charge of striking an officer. You funny guys kill me.
Captain, before you toss me in a cell, did you ever hear of a dame named Mildred Haviland?
No.
That's the real name of that woman drowned in the lake. Ask DeGarmo about her.
Why should I?
Because DeGarmo knew Lavery and he knew Mildred Haviland. Well, they're both dead.
That's a big statement, Marlowe.
Why do you think DeGarmo slapped me around? Look, you turn me loose and I'll do some finding out tonight. You can, too, by talking to DeGarmo.
You know what you're doing, don't you? You're practically forcing on me the rottenest job a police official can have, investigating one of his own men.
I'll work with you in any way you want.
All right. Here's what you do. Call the desk sergeant and get him to give you a nice, quiet cell.
For a minute, I thought you were on the level. But you want me out of the way, don't you? So you and DeGarmo can fix this up any way that suits you.
Why, you... This wasn't Christmas Eve, and if my kids weren't waiting for me to... All right, you didn't murder Lavery. The charge of taking a swing at DeGarmo is dismissed. Just do me a great big favor and get out of here.
I made a phone call as soon as I left. I have a friend downtown on one of the newspapers. I asked him to dig up anything he could for me on Mildred Haviland. He said he'd call me at my hotel in an hour. Come in.
Good evening.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Miss Rumsey.
I had to see you.
Why?
I didn't leave that handkerchief in Lavery's house.
You still worrying about that?
I read a story once about a killer who left clues around to point at somebody else.
That was a story.
Oh, I wouldn't kill anyone. I wouldn't.
Oh, of course not. Just a nice, sweet campfire girl.
I'm all mixed up tonight.
If it turns out that you're the little girl who held the hot and smoking pistol, you're going to be really mixed up.
You think I could do a thing like that?
Yes.
I thought you liked me.
The girl I like won't be looking for $1 million marriage or trying to hang a murder on another woman.
What will this girl do?
Take care of me. Unglamorous, isn't it?
Would you consider buying me a drink?
No. I'm expecting a call.
But there's a time and place for everything. This is Christmas Eve.
See, I wasn't kidding. Hello?
Dugan.
Go ahead, Dugan.
Here's what we have on the Mildred Haviland. She was mixed up in a suicide about 1.5 years half ago.
Just a minute, will you? Hey, Miss Thompson, would you mind leaving?
I thought you were off the case. Who's your client now?
I never reveal a client's name.
It's Kingsby, isn't it?
I have to eat, don't I? Blow me a kiss and close the door gently as you leave. I'll call you if I need you.
Drexel 33391.
I'm sorry, Dugan.
Well, this Mildred Haviland was a nurse for a doctor named Almore in Bay City.
Almore, eh?
So one night, Lawrence Almore, that's the doctor's wife, was found dead. A cop named DeGarmo investigated. Verdict suicide.
What happened to Mildred Haviland?
She disappeared right after that.
Anybody figure Florence Almore was murdered?
Just the folks. Mr. and Mrs. Grayson. Raised a big fuss at first. Since then, they've clammed up. Somebody scared them silly.
Somebody has he? Where do the Graysons live?
Bay City. Eugene Grayson. Name's in the phone book.
I'm much obliged to you, Dugan.
What names did you say?
Marlowe, I'm a private detective, Mr. Grayson. I want to talk to you about your daughter.
You leave us alone. We told the police everything.
I only want to help you, Mrs.
My daughter's dead. Can you bring her back?
We've had just about enough, Mr. Marlowe. He was here before for 1 solid hour. We don't want to talk anymore.
He was here, eh? That cop. He thinks she committed suicide, doesn't he? Well, I don't. I think your daughter was murdered. I think Mildred Haviland murdered her.
Get out.
He covered up for her. That's why he wants to keep you quiet.
My wife told you to get out, and we had trouble enough.
Leaving Grayson's house, I saw this other car down the block. 2 miles later, it was still on my tail. I stepped on the gas and cut across town, but I couldn't shake it. All right, then I'd stop. As I started to slow down, he pulled up alongside of me and turned a spotlight full in my eyes. At 40 miles an hour, you hit a ditch pretty hard. In the split second before I passed out, I saw who it was. DeGarmo. I don't really know if DeGarmo had figured on killing me in that crash or not. I don't think it much mattered. In any event, I'd be taken care of. When I came to, there I was, soaked in whiskey and an empty bottle on the floorboards. But I got one break. I didn't sleep quite as long as DeGarmo figured. I must have looked real cute crawling out of what was left of my car. I was dizzy and sick, my face all bloody and my legs so numb I couldn't walk. Across the highway was a gas station. It was closed for the night. But outside was a public telephone booth.
Hello.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, so you've changed your mind.
I'm in a phone booth in a gas station on the South Road.
You're where?
The South Road. 2 miles out. Supposed gas station.
Why are you talking like that?
Come and get me. Come and get...
Hello? Hello? Hello?
So you're awake. How do you feel?
The way I look.
You look a lot better than you did in spite of the iodine. I'm working over you for an hour.
How did I get here?
I brought you here in my car. From then on, the doorman helped me.
Does the doorman think anything of dumping bruised, unconscious men on your living room sofa?
I told him you were drunk and had fallen down. Afraid you'll call the police?
No, I love policemen. Especially one named DeGarmo.
Who's DeGarmo?
Just a hard-working cop who figured to frame me the same way Lavery did. He pulls this little stunt and then calls headquarters saying he's a public-spirited citizen reporting a drunk driver. Only you got to me first. Much obliged.
What's DeGarmo got to do with all that?
That's what I keep asking myself. How did he know I was going to visit Florence Almore's folks?
Who?
A girl who committed suicide, maybe. About a year and a half ago.
Well, why wonder? Just get off the case. Why be a private detective at all?
Why eat? You only get hungry again.
Oh, you don't have to make a living that way. You can write, remember? And I can help you. Oh, we'd be fine together. In everything, we'd be fine together. If only you'd...
If only I'd what?
Oh, you don't think you can trust me. I want you to know that you can. It's true, I've been a long time wanting things. Thinking I wanted things.
What do you want now?
I want to take care of you. Maybe it isn't glamorous, but I want to be your girl. That's what I want for Christmas, and don't you laugh at me.
I'm not laughing. Come here.
You close your eyes, too, don't you, darling? Why are you frowning? You're still not convinced I didn't kill Lavery.
Yeah.
How can you think that?
I have to think of everything.
Oh, don't. Just think of me. Quit being a detective, please.
I can't till this is over.
Oh, I wish I could tell you how I feel.
You mean you've got that, I'm scared, but it's wonderful feeling?
Yes. Scared, but it's...
Yeah. Scared.
Well, you're not scared of me.
I don't know.
I'm glad. It proves how you feel. You see, I'm glad about everything. I've never felt this way before. You go to sleep now. I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. We were eating breakfast the next morning in the kitchen. She was like a little girl. I don't know, maybe it was because it was Christmas Day. Anyway, she had our future together all figured out.
The first thing we'll do is leave here and go to New York.
Yeah, New York, sure. What'll we use for money?
Oh, we can start with the store you wrote and go on from there. We'll make lots of money. Together we'll own the world.
Sure, and if you're the guilty girl, where does that leave me? Besides, I got another worry this morning.
Oh, what other worry, darling?
Gamo. By now he knows I'm on the loose. He'll start on the prowl for me with a cold, howling heart of hate and a gun full of bullets to stop me from talking about what I don't know.
Oh, but you're safe here, at least for... I won't answer it.
You better answer it.
No.
Adrian, open the door.
Kingsby.
Let him in.
Just a minute, Derek.
What's the idea? I've been phoning you for an hour.
I've had the receiver off.
Well, I thought you might know where I could find Marlowe.
He knows.
Oh, Marlowe, I've been searching everywhere for you.
Yeah?
I even went to the police.
Oh, fine.
They're looking for you, too.
They happen to follow you here?
Yes. 2 detectives have been following me all morning.
Why didn't you invite them up?
I don't know what your troubles are, but I have my own.
All right, let's hear yours.
Well, I've been trying to find you because, well, my wife's in Bay City.
How do you know?
Well, Crystal phoned me. She's in trouble. The police are after her. She needs money.
She wants money, take it to her.
With 2 detectives following me? Oh, no. You're going to take her the money.
Oh, I am I?
Look, there's $500 in this envelope. It's all I could raise on a holiday. It's worth anything to me to get it to her.
You've used that word anything a couple of times. How much is anything?
You'll get $5,000, Marlowe.
That's a deal, Santa Claus.
What's the deal? I don't want you near her. She's trouble. 2 people have been killed already.
Maybe she has some answers. Well, what else can I do? Stay here and let the cops come after me?
Oh, we'll figure out a way for both of us.
And end up where? In a gutter with my teeth kicked in, smelling of whiskey I never drank, running down alleys? The only way out of this is to see Crystal herself.
No, let someone else
And
solve
there's
it.
the money. $5,000, just in case my typewriter breaks down and I can't write stories. It's enough to start
And
on.
more than enough to bury you with. No, I won't let you go.
If I run away and never find the answers, I'll never know for sure about you, will I?
All right, then. Go.
Where do I meet your wife, Mr. Kingsby?
In front of a cocktail bar called the Peacock Cafe. It's on the main boulevard near 14th Street. Here, take my scarf. Wear it. She'll recognize
You
me.
leave first, Kingsby. Take those detectives on a tour of Chinatown. Keep them following you while I go down to Bay City.
Good luck, Marlowe.
Thanks.
You realize, of course, it may be a trap that Kingsby set for you himself?
Yeah.
Oh, please don't go.
I told you once it's everything or nothing. I'm going to trust you. Get hold of Captain Kane and come after me.
Well, how will we know where to find
I'll make
you?
Crystal take me to wherever she's hiding out.
You'll phone me from there?
Maybe I won't be able to.
Well, then how will we...
There's a box of rice in your kitchen. Quoting a girl named Fromset, I read a story once how a detective carried rice around in his pocket. It left a very nice trail. Maybe it'll work again. Are the keys in your car?
Yes.
I'll go down the back stairs to the garage. Goodbye, Miss Fromset. You've been charming company.
Wait.
This is the payoff, isn't it?
Say that again about the... I'm scared, but it's a wonderful feeling.
I'm scared, but it's wonderful.
Goodbye.
I didn't have to wait long in front of the Peacock Cafe. The girl hardly glanced at me as she walked over to a shop window next door and stood there waiting. I tried being casual as I sauntered up.
Give me the money.
You get right to the point, don't you, Mrs. Kingsby?
Just hand it over.
Where are you staying?
What makes it your business?
An envelope in my pocket with $500.
$500.
You want it, or would you rather just crab about it?
Give it to me.
I will, but not here.
Come on.
How far is it?
Not far.
I promised I'd phone your husband as soon as I found
He
you.
can wait another 2 minutes. You can phone from my room.
You, Mrs. Kingsby?
Close the door.
Yeah. Kind of hot in here, is it?
I wouldn't think of my guest being uncomfortable.
What's out there beyond that window?
The roof? You must come again sometime. We'll take a sun bath. Now quit stalling.
It's convenient having a pair of them, isn't it?
Pair of them?
A pair of little guns that kill just the same as big guns. Why don't you take it out of your coat pocket?
Yes, I will. It is nice, isn't it? Now, if you'll hand over that envelope.
That was a good act you put on as Mrs. Holbrook, the landlady.
You weren't so bad yourself as the finance company.
The cops say Lavery was killed the night before we met. What I can't figure is what you came back for the next morning.
I was looking for money, and I still am.
I'd be crazy to carry any money with me. Think of my trading position.
Where is it? If you haven't got that money,
You of what? Shoot me?
Don't you think I will?
Sure I do, Mildred.
What?
I said, sure I do, Mildred. You don't think I really believe you're Crystal Kingsby, do you? Although Kingsby believed it when you talked to him on the phone, didn't he? No, you're Mildred Haviland. You murdered the Elmore woman.
I didn't. She was asphyxiated in the car. It was an accident.
And the lady in the lake, instead of being you, is Crystal Kingsby. Was that an accident?
Yes. Yes, it was. Crystal and I, we traded clothes one night, and she had on my things, and I had on hers, and we went across the lake to see if we could fool Bill Chess, my husband.
And Crystal fell in the lake and sank to the bottom.
Yes. Yes, she did. I didn't know what to do.
So you ran away to El Paso. You met Lavery there. His death was an accident, too, I suppose. He took a gun into the shower bath.
I don't know.
Lavery was the only man who knew the real identity of the lady in the lake, wasn't he, Mildred?
I'm through talking. And you'd better have that money on you.
You can't shoot, Mildred, not with a safety catch on. Here, let me fix it.
I'll kill you.
Get this gun out of your head. Come on. Let me give you a tip, Mildred. Never try to shoot a man when he's looking at you.
I'm frightened. Oh, I'm so frightened. Get me out of here. Please take me with you.
I'll bet that act went over big with Lavery.
Please.
It went over big with DeGarmo, too, didn't it?
DeGarmo?
He covered up for you on the Elmore case. Every time you look at a man, he falls over, doesn't he, Mildred?
I'm a nice girl. You don't understand me. I'm a nice girl.
Yeah, you're a lovely girl. I'd like to play dolls with you.
What's that?
The cops, Mildred. I invited them here to meet Crystal Kingsby. They're going to be quite surprised to see you.
No. Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Come in, Adrian, and bring the gallant Captain Kane with you. Get him up, Marlowe.
DeGarmo, honey. Hit him with that gun, honey. Kill him.
Stay just where you are, Millie.
Don't talk to me like that, sweetheart.
DeGarmo doesn't like you anymore, Mildred.
Yes, he does, don't you, honey? You weren't expecting DeGarmo, were you? He was expecting the other cops, honey, not you.
It's been a long time since he's seen you, Mildred. Ever since you double-crossed him. You ran away and changed your name from Mildred to Muriel and married that poor little guy named Chess. DeGarmo's been looking for you.
Have you, honey?
Why don't you laugh, Mildred? Like he's laughing.
Take care of him, will you? Let's get out of here.
You're not going anyplace. I thought you were dead. I wish you were. Because you're a murderer. And this time, dead's the way I'm going to leave you.
Oh, that's crazy. You're talking crazy.
I went crazy the night Florence Elmore died, and you made a clown out of me. Even after you ran away, I still loved you. You made a bad cop out of me, Millie. But this is the end of it. Don't do it, DeGarmo. She's the killer. Don't get yourself in any more trouble. Take her in if you're a good cop. Lay off, people. The Elmore case won't come up. They'll convict her for Crystal Kingsby's murder or Lavery's. You'll be clear. I'll be clear. This is her gun. If she dies by it and you die by it, I'll be clear. Because I'll be the officer who investigates. You're a fool, DeGarmo. I'm no fool. And I'll be a good cop. I'll be the best cop in the world. But she isn't going to hurt anybody again.
No. No, please. I'm done, honey. I love you. I'm your girl. I would never.
First you cover up a murder for her, and then you kill her. It doesn't make any sense, does it, DeGarmo? Some things don't. Petticoat fever, eh? Yeah. We all get it, people. We all get it. I once had petticoat fever myself. I took a chance and lost. When you walked in that door instead of Kane, a lot of things suddenly ended for me. I'm scared, but it isn't wonderful anymore. I'll say you lost. My drunk driving frame didn't stick with this one, Will. How does it feel dying in the dirty middle of somebody else's love affair?
I don't want to seem selfish, but I'm thinking of my own.
I followed your ice here, Marlowe. Thanks a lot. I followed it and I kicked it into the street so nobody else would follow it. So don't be expecting any friends or relations.
How did you know about it?
How do you suppose? Your girl, Adrian.
That's a lie.
How else do you think I know? That was a cheap gag, that Rice. But that's the way all private dicks end up. A last cheap trick. A cheap double-cross. You're in the same boat I am. But you're going to be in it dead.
Kane! I never thought you'd get here.
Gags. Still thinking of gags. You want me to turn around, huh? There's nobody out on that roof. How crazy do you think I am?
Be careful, Kane. That gun of his is pointed right at me.
Cut it out, Marlowe.
Get him with the first slug, Kane, or he'll get me.
I'm getting you right now. Gags. Nothing but gags.
Wow. You all right?
Yeah. I'm all right.
What about him?
Take a look. For his sake, I hope he's dead.
I'd have been here a lot sooner, but he messed up your trail of rice. You get the story on all this?
Yeah, I got the story.
All right, let's have it.
I'll write it. I'll see that you get the first copy, fresh out of the typewriter.
What about her, this dame?
Mildred Haviland. She murdered the Almore woman, Crystal Kingsby, and Chris Lavery.
Oh. DeGarmo killed her?
Yeah. He had a wonderful motive. He was in love with her. Well, I had promised Kane the first copy, and there it is. The grammar may not be so hot, but I'll let Oh, yeah. You're wondering about her, aren't you? About Adrian. DeGarmo had said she tipped him off. What had happened was that DeGarmo had overheard Adrian's phone call to Kane. That's how DeGarmo got to me first. Those things happen sometimes, but Adrian...
May I come in?
Come in. Have you got the ticket?
Yes, to New York. One way.
Are you scared?
Mm-hmm. But it's wonderful.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. The fear you can hear. This is the story of a natural-born loser. Within the quietest and most retiring of the genus Homo sapiens, there lurks a tiger, as indeed it lurks in all of us. It takes only the right combination of intolerable pressures, unfulfilled dreams, and the opportunity to escape the first and realize the second to make even the worm turn, which is just what happened to Henry Green.
I do a lot of dreaming. When you're married to someone like Florence, you got to do something. But I never figured any of those dreams to come true. Revenge dreams, you know, like, it is the decision of this court that you, Florence Green, be removed to a suitable place and hanged by the neck until you are dead. Maybe it's hung. I never remember, like, it's all right, Dr. Willoughby. I know you did your best to pull her through, but it's God's will that prevails in the end. Florence is gone forever. Someone yaks at you like Florence and steps on your toes everything you want to do and has to be on you every moment and won't let you out of the house alone. I'm telling you, it's simply murder. So I dream a lot about my wife just not being. But I never thought of actually causing her not to be. I never really meant to end up a murderer.
mystery drama, It's Simply Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jack Guilford. I'll be back shortly with Act One. One of the simplest and most fiendish devices to drive men mad is the Chinese water torture. The slow drip of water, second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour on the forehead. Unending, inescapable, inexorable. Henry Green's life was like that, both in his work and at home.
Did you wash up all your breakfast dishes?
Yes, Florence.
You left the spoons up so they drain?
Yes.
Put out the garbage?
Yes.
And you cleaned out the sink?
Yes, Florence.
You wrung out the sponge?
Yes. Look, I just...
Don't you move until I'm finished talking to you. Now, look, I want you right straight home here after the bank closes tonight.
Well, some of the boys...
Oh, don't give me any, some of the boys.
But just a drink to say bon voyage.
But you'll have all the bon voyage on the cruise when we leave tomorrow. Although don't think there'll be any drinking going on there either. There's enough money being spent on this vacation now.
It's the first real vacation we've taken since our honeymoon.
And we wouldn't be having it if I hadn't made you save for it.
I didn't start saving the money for the cruise.
I know. You wanted to save it for a smelly, dangerous, noisy old motorcycle. Well, I wasn't having any of that.
I always wanted one. All my life.
Oh, stop it. You're too old for one now anyway.
How do you know what?
What was that?
I said, now, do you know that I've got to leave or I'll be late for the bank?
Well, don't forget to pick up the suitcase.
What suitcase?
Your old one that Travers' luggage is repairing.
Oh, all right.
And mine to come right home after... Oh, watch out for the cat!
Ouch!
You clumsy fool, you stepped on him.
I didn't. He tried to run out of the door and he bit me.
Serves you right. He knows you don't like him.
Once I left the house, I always tried to put Florence out of my mind. And the best way to do that was to think about Sherry Woods. Not that I could do any more than think about her, because she was Mr. Mercer's day and night, if you know what I mean. But more and more, I guess I was getting to the dangerous age, because I sure did a lot of thinking about Sherry. That's 10, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 makes 50. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. See you next week.
You haven't any more customers, Henry. Close your window.
Why, Sherry, Mr. Mercer wants to see me?
I want to see you. Meet me in the conference room.
Of course, if you say so, but what's wrong?
Everything. As far as we're concerned. Unless maybe we have the nerve to try to put it right. Anyway, it's something we can't talk over here. Meet me where I said. What kept you so long?
Mr. Mercer, he stopped me.
You still think I'm attractive?
Well, Sherry, knowing how I felt for you all this time, you have to ask?
Yeah, I want to be quite sure. Come here, Henry.
Where?
Here. Right close against me. Put your arms around me.
Suppose someone should come in.
I slipped the automatic lock on the door before you came in. We're quite safe.
I don't feel that way.
I meant from being interrupted. Now kiss me.
Sherry, I'm a married man.
Oh, don't tell me you don't want to.
Sherry, you could make me do anything, but... Oh, make me do anything.
All right, that's enough.
Oh, I never kissed anyone like this.
It's a good thing you'd be arrested.
It'd be worth it. Let's do it again.
Well, we could do it forever. If you wanted to.
But I'm married.
Well, we could make a few changes. Henry, when you get back from your trip, are you still expected to be promoted?
Well, Mr. Mercer has practically promised me...
Yeah, forget Cy Mercer's promises. I ought to know how little they're worth. We, my darling, are out.
My darling?
Did you hear the other part?
What do you mean, we're out?
You know in your heart, you'll never be vice president. And I've been fired.
He can't do that to you.
Well, he already has.
You mean Mr. Mercer has, changed his affections?
I mean, that lousy, pot-bellied little two-timer has gone right off the deep end for Miss Fancy Pants.
Gosh, Sherry, I am sorry. If there's anything I can do...
Henry, love, there's plenty you can do to help. You and me are going to be rich. Together. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Look, I better get back to my cage.
Is that where you think you belong?
Well, I am head teller and...
In a cage? Oh, you're a man, not a mouse. Now's the time for you to prove it. Grab the world by the tail. How'd you like to travel the world, live like royalty, never have to punch a time clock, get away from handling other people's money, have it be your own? Both of us. Just you and me.
Us? But Sherry, I mean, even if there wasn't Florence, I don't have any money. She's got it all.
Oh, then that settles it. I'm going to remake your life.
How?
Well, why don't we have lunch together, and I'll tell you.
Where? The sandwich shop?
No. Let's make it the Gourmet. At 12:30?
But that's terribly expensive.
Oh, Henry, love, that's the way you and me are going from here on in. If you go along with me.
You know, I want to, but how?
I'll tell you that. After the second martini.
I don't think I've ever had 2 martinis in a row. Certainly not in the middle of the day.
Well, that's the whole trouble with you, Henry. You haven't really lived.
That's because I haven't wanted to.
Well, if you really want, you gotta take. I guess we both learned that today.
We sure did. The boat sailed for both of us.
Yeah, well, there's another boat sailing tomorrow that I'm more interested in. It's the one I wish I was taking with you.
Oh, but what could I do with Florence?
Yeah, well, that's what we're going to discuss.
We are?
The best way to get rid of your wife. It's what we both want, isn't it?
Florence would never give me a divorce. And even if she did, she'd want a big alimony. And I just couldn't afford you, Sherry.
Well, I won't deny I'm expensive. But you could easily afford me.
How?
Cy Mercer and his new lady love are leaving early for a weekend in Bermuda. Monday's a holiday. They won't be back till Tuesday morning. It won't be till then that they discover the money is missing.
What money?
The money in the teller's drawers. How much do you think it adds up to?
Well, it's the end of the month. Payday for most people. The deposits have been heavy, somewhere between $600,000 or $700,000. Why? What do you want to know?
I just wanted to know how much we're going to steal. Shh. It's all right, dear. No one's listening to us.
I'm not listening to you. You must be mad. Steal it for what?
For us to enjoy the rest of our life together.
Together? What about Florence?
Yeah. What about Florence?
I just can't wish her dead, you know.
Well, I don't see why not.
You mean kill her?
How many times have you wanted to?
Almost every day. But that's different. I would never do anything about it.
Not even for me?
It isn't that. I wouldn't know how. Anyway, it's all impossible.
Why?
But it takes 2 keys to close and open the teller's vault. Mine and Mr. Mercer's.
Oh, you mean this one?
How did you...
Well, I told you he was leaving early. He gave me his key to close the vault tonight with Mr. Schaefer.
But Schaefer doesn't have the other key. I have.
Yeah, but I think Schaefer's going to have it because he's instructed me to tell you to give it to Schaefer and tell him we'd be locking up while you're gone.
So we have full access to the money.
Yeah, until the outer door is closed with the time lock.
And then the vault can't be opened until Tuesday. But I'd be trapped on the ship out at sea, and then
Henry, after you've taken the money, you never get on that ship.
I've always wanted to take a cruise, and Florence wouldn't...
There isn't going to be any Florence, Henry. Remember?
But where could we hide?
With enough money, you can hide anywhere. You'd shave off your mustache, get contacts instead of those wire-rimmed glasses, a mod wig. I'd cut my hair short, dye it blonde, and get a nose bob, and put on a little weight in the right places. We'd be new people.
I always wanted to have a beard.
So, all right, grow a beard.
Florence would never let me.
Listen, Florence won't be around to object.
Would I really have to kill her?
What other way around is there?
None. The trouble is, I wouldn't know how.
Well, I've thought of that, Henry. Here.
What is it?
It's a bottle of sleeping pills. Just dissolve them in a nice hot cup of tea for Florence. What more do you want?
I think I'll have another martini. I couldn't believe it was me sitting at an expensive restaurant, drinking in the middle of the day, and planning to murder my wife. Then I started in to think about the 20 years I'd already had with Florence, and the 20 or more I still might have to spend with her, and killing Florence began to make sense. Maybe. I stole a look at Sherry, who was powdering her nose. It looked pretty good to me like it was, and I didn't see where she didn't have enough in all the right places to start with. That's when I made up my mind. Florence had to go.
Henry Green, 5'9", 148 pounds, mouse-haired, mild, 45 years old, and safely mounted on a treadmill, running day by day to stand in the same place. A man in a cage, both at work and at home, but now in the grip of the mating urge, a tiger. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. There's one thing you can say for Henry Green. Once set loose, there's nothing small about his new way of life. Within one day, he is all set to break 3 of the major commandments, the 6th, 7th, and 8th, although not necessarily in that order. Murder and adultery will have to wait their turn. At the moment, he is occupied with the 8th, and grand larceny at that.
All right, Sherry. That was the last teller. Is she gone?
Yeah.
All right. Let's open up. There. That's mine. Now yours. That does it. Now get the suitcase from behind the desk while I open the vault.
Here it is, Henry.
Put it flat on the floor and open it.
You hand me the money, and I'll pack it in.
Hope there's enough room for all of it.
Just take our big bills and leave the chicken feed.
No. Better take everything. Empty drawers are easier to handle.
What is it?
Somebody's coming. Hide the suitcase.
Get the vault door.
Give me the bag. Oh, well, all closed up, Miss Woods. Time to go. Why, Miss Burpee? Forget something?
Oh, and Mr. Green, honest, I'm just so embarrassed. I sure hate to ask you, but...
But what?
Well, there's something I want to check in my teller's drawer. Would you please open up the vault?
What?
Yeah, but we just closed up. We can't.
Oh, you gotta. I have to know if it's missing.
Is what missing?
My engagement ring. You see, I usually take it off and put it in the drawer till I go home, and tonight I forgot to take it out.
Well, can it wait till Monday?
Oh, we're off.
Well, Tuesday.
No, I got dates with Horace over the weekend, and he'd have a fit if I wasn't wearing it. Besides, I've got to be sure if it is there.
Well, maybe you put it in your handbag.
Oh, no, I looked there first thing because... Oh, now I remember. Yeah, right here in my jacket pocket. Oh, gee, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I guess I'll be getting along home. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the suitcase.
I was having the handle fixed before I packed it to go on my vacation.
Oh, gosh, you don't have to explain to me. I didn't think you were robbing the bank or nothing. Well, I gotta run. Well, one of the other girls is waiting for me.
Just let me make sure she's gone. And for God's sakes, let's pack up and get out of here. We were both shaking like we had a fever after that run-in with Bird Brain Burpee, but somehow we managed to pack the money in the bag and close the outside door with a time lock. Going home in the cab, the tension was so bad I was tempted to take one of the sleeping pills myself to calm me down, but I resisted that. One crime leads to another. I was committed. If I lost my wits now, I stood to lose everything.
Well, it's about time you got home.
I had to close up the bank.
At least I see you remember to bring the suitcase. I'll take that.
No, I mean, I'll do my own packing.
You can't even fold a bath towel.
Well, this time I'll show you. I want you to get a little rest, dear. I'll take care of myself.
No, I'm not going to argue. Go ahead. Throw everything in. Higgledy-piggledy. You've been drinking.
Well, just a sort of party because...
I hope you didn't get too giddy so you can't manage to take your dinner out of the oven.
Where are you going?
Over to Mama's to leave Pussy. She's going to take care of him until we get back.
Oh, okay. Will you be long?
I don't know. Why? I'm all packed. I have no problems.
I just thought you might be tired, Florence, dear,
And you'd better not either. We got a lot to do before tomorrow.
But don't I know it, Florence? Don't you worry. I'll be awake.
Hello?
Sherry?
Yeah? What's happened?
Oh, nothing yet. I just had dinner.
You mean to tell me you haven't got rid of Florence?
Oh, yes.
How?
Well, she just took the cat over to leave at her mother's.
Oh, you know that isn't what I meant.
I know. It's just I'm Sherry. I don't know.
Henry Green, you listen to me. It's now or never.
But I don't know how to...
Look, you take those capsules, empty the powder from them into a cup or mug or whatever, and coax Florence into having a nice relaxing drink before bed. What does she like?
A chocolate, but...
No buts, Henry. You can do it. Just put your mind to it and
I'm
finish
just sorry I ever started it.
Oh, Henry, when you know you're going to end up with me.
Oh, okay, Sherry. You can trust me. It took a couple of shots from the Christmas brandy bottle Florence kept hidden in among her foundation garments to keep me going till Florence got back from her mother's. Luckily, by that time, she seemed tired herself, and we were finally ready for bed.
Did you lock the front door and put out the lights?
Florence, how'd you like a nice cup of cocoa before you go to bed? Put you right off to sleep.
Oh, I'd love it.
I'll get it for you.
You can't. I used up the last yesterday.
But you got it. I mean, wouldn't you like something to drink?
Oh, well, I did get a little bit of a chill coming home. I'll take some hot tea.
Oh, yes. Hot tea will be just right.
Hello? Yeah, what's happened?
I just had dinner. You mean to tell me you haven't got rid of Florence? Oh, yes. I just had dinner. I hot tea will be just right. Here's your tea, Florence. Now drink it up.
In a minute, when I have my hair up. Meanwhile, I have a list of things for you to do.
Me?
Yes. I want you to put out the garbage, check all the outside door locks, bleed the hot water tank and make sure there's no rust, oil the garage doors, replace that burned-out bulb on the basement stairs. Well, here, it's all listed.
But this'll take hours.
Just do as I say.
Okay, most of this wait till we get back?
No.
Why not?
I'll tell you when you're finished. Now, on you go. Oh, don't look so pouty. It's something to keep you busy till I'm ready to go to sleep.
Yeah. Okay, Florence. Good idea. Something to keep me busy till... Goodbye, Florence.
What'd you say?
Nothing. Just goodbye. Florence?
What is it?
Oh, my God.
What is it, Henry?
Nothing. I just thought you were asleep.
No, I just can't relax somehow. Too many things on my mind.
What was it you were going to tell me?
Oh, that can wait. Oh, I wish I could sleep.
Wasn't the tea any help?
Oh, that. I poured it out. You forgot the sugar.
Poured it out?
I yelled and yelled for you, but you didn't answer.
I must have been outside.
Anyway, it tasted terrible, and it was cold, so I just poured it down the sink. Well, how'd you like to bring me another, but with sugar?
It's too late.
Why? It's only just after 10 o'clock.
Yes, I guess I'm so tired. Okay, Florence, I'll get you another cup.
All of the capsules.
Yes. Now, what do I do?
There's gotta be a way.
How? Tell me. I haven't got a gun. I wouldn't know how to use a knife. We haven't got a rope in the house. There isn't even any string. And I haven't got the courage to even consider a blunt weapon. Oh, why did I ever get into this?
Look, if you had a razor, couldn't you?
A razor? I don't even use a safety razor because blood makes me nauseous. Just electric.
That's it. Electricity. Take out a fuse and...
I wouldn't go near the fuse box. I'd probably electrocute myself.
Gas. Have you got a gas stove?
Oh, great. All I have to do is say, Florence, I just robbed the bank because I'm in love with Sherry Woods and we need you out of the way, so would you please just stick your head in the unlighted oven so I can smother you?
What's that?
The tea kettle. Blowing the whistle on me. I guess it's only the first.
Wait a minute. Smother. A pillow. Oh, Henry, that's it. A pillow.
A what?
You know, like Laurence Olivier in that picture where he had the black face and he held the pillow over his wife's face and then, it was by Shakespeare.
Yeah, Othello. Yeah. I might just be able to manage that.
The tea was too weak, but at least it had sugar. Henry, what are you doing standing there with that pillow?
Oh, nothing. Just waiting to come to bed.
Well, turn out the light, for heaven's sake. I'm almost asleep. Henry!
Yeah, sure.
Henry, what are you doing with the pillow? Come on, it's late.
Who's that?
I don't know. Turn on the light so I can answer it. I don't know what's wrong with you. You had that pillow right over my face. Hello? Oh, Mama. Yeah, what's the matter? Oh, just a minute. Henry, will you get that pillow out of the way so I can talk to my mother? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Mama. Yeah. Oh, Pussy wouldn't take his milk. Well, I can't understand. Oh, Mama, I forgot to tell you. Put a teaspoon of sugar in it. Yeah. I mean, he's used to it. Oh, no, Mama, you're not interrupting anything. I got all the time in the world. Oh, well, yes, he doesn't like his litter basket in the bathroom, unless there's a rug.
I lay there listening to the voice droning on and on, the pillow in my hands, waiting for the moment that never came. 3 martinis, 2 brandies caught up with me. And the next thing I knew...
You fell asleep.
Sherry, I was bushed. I was just knocked out. And when Florence starts talking to her mother, you just don't know.
Oh, never mind that now, Henry. What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
Is Florence still in bed?
No, she got up before me. She's in the bathroom.
Oh, I tell you, Henry, I don't know what to say. I've been up all night, half out of my mind, waiting to hear.
Hold it.
Henry, where are you?
What is it?
It's Florence. She's yelling for me. I'll have to call you back.
Henry!
Okay, Florence. I'm coming.
Henry, I declare I could shout my lungs out and be dying, and I couldn't get you to help.
I'm here, Florence. What is it?
Open the door and come in. Oh, come right over here to the end of the bathtub.
What's wrong?
I have this terrible cramp in my foot. Oh, it's killing me. Massage it quick, please.
Like that?
Not the left one, you fool, the right. That's it. Oh, grab it and rub. Oh, be careful, idiot. Don't pull it towards you. You almost had my head underwater. You want to drown me?
Suddenly, after all the trial and error, the hedging and the fudging, there it was. All I had to do was grab both feet, pull and lift up, and Florence was helpless and gone. Murder could never be made more simple.
The moment of truth at last. Does Henry have the courage to go through with it? And if he does, can Sherry and he get away with larceny and murder? And having broken the 6th and 8th commandments, will the 7th be worth it all? Those are questions to be answered shortly when I return with Act 3. I don't suppose you'd ever want to try it. But in case you do, if your bathtub has an open end, coax any obliging friend to lie in it. Seize him or her by the ankles. Repeat Henry's actions, and they are helpless. Even if they are not obliging, and no matter how strong they are. If there's water in the tub, of course, they would drown. That would be surely up to you. As it is this moment, up to Henry.
How long I stood there frozen, unable to move, scarcely able to breathe. After I took the action, I'll never know. I suppose Florence must have thrashed and twisted. There must have been a sound of choking and bubbling as her head stayed beneath the water. I'll never know. I don't remember. All I do remember is what brought me out of my trance. Who's that? Doorbell. Who? Must be Sherry. Yeah, Sherry, you gotta answer.
Hey there. Are you Mr. Green?
Why, yes, I am.
Sal Basso here. Okay to move on in?
I beg your pardon?
Well, didn't the missus tell you about me?
Why, I don't, who?
I'm your new tenant. Short term, you know? Just while you're off on a cruise. And that's my family out there in a wagon.
My wife rented you our house?
Yeah. For the 3 weeks till our house is being painted. Just got the painter started today. Hey, wait a minute. Nothing wrong, huh? I mean, I paid in advance.
Mr. Basso.
Basso.
Yes, Basso. You're sure that...
Well, just let me talk to your wife a minute, and we can get it all straightened out.
There's no need for that. It's just
Well, I wouldn't want to have to kick up no fuss, you know? I mean, I got the painter started, my whole family and clothes moved out. I mean, I wouldn't want to drag no lawyer or like that into this, but...
No, there's no question of that. I'm sure if my wife, as a matter of fact, I do recall she said she had something to tell me.
You see, I got the receipt right here. That the missus' handwriting?
Yes, that's Florence's handwriting, all right. It's just we've been a little delayed in getting out of the house, and if you could give me a couple of hours.
Oh, sure. I am a bit early. Hey, I'll tell you what. There's a horror film in the shopping center movie house. Now, I'll take the family there and give them a thrill and come back in, say, a couple hours, okay? And tell the missus to have a good time on that cruise. And she shouldn't fall overboard or get drowned or nothing like that.
Hello? Henry? Oh, I thought you'd never call. Listen, baby, I'm all packed. I'll hop in a cab and come to your house. You better be ready with the bags and money, and we'll leave for the airport in the first plane. What? Why not? She what? Rented the house? Well, so what's the difference? Why can't... All right, Henry. All right. Don't get excited. Yeah, not on the phone. I'll be right over. I won't. We'll figure out something.
After I hung up the phone, I went upstairs. There was something I had to do for Florence before Sherry got there. She was heavier than I thought, and it took me some time to dry her and get her dressed. It helped since she had all her traveling clothes lying on the bed. By the time I had her propped up in the slipper chair, I was soaking wet and shaking all over. By that time, I knew what I had to do. I opened the door to the basement, turned on the light, and went downstairs. Over in the back corner was what I was looking for. An old wardrobe trunk that used to belong to Florence's father. It was covered with dust and mildew, but I wiped it off with a rag and dragged it across the cellar and up the steps.
I can't. She's so heavy.
Just a few steps more. That's it. Now we can get her in the trunk.
I still think we should have cut and run.
Easy now. Get her so she's sitting on the stool inside. We wouldn't have had time to get away. The Basso's 6 or 7 kids, they'd have been all over this house. Nowhere to hide Florence. That's it. Now, to get it closed.
I'll hold. You push.
There.
Henry, are you sorry?
I don't know. I'm numb.
I'll try to make up to you for it.
I did it for you. The crazy things a man can do.
Well, at least you're free.
No, not yet. Florence may be dead, but we still haven't gotten rid of her.
Oh, I wish.
Yeah, so do I.
Just look at me. I'm an absolute frump.
Well, Florence was a bit bigger than you.
A bit? If I had a twin, she'd fit in here, too. I can't go out like this.
This'll cover you up.
What is it?
A raincoat. We're in luck. It started to rain. You can pull the hood over your head, and you look just like Florence.
Thanks a lot. Do we have to go through all this, Henry?
The neighbors might be looking out, and someone has got to get on the boat with me. They've got to think that Florence came aboard so she can fall overboard tonight.
And then I sneak off in my own clothes before the ship sails.
I wish I could have you with me, but I can't.
Oh, that's all right, Henry. I'll try to bear up.
There were just too many other things to think of just then. The first, getting a cab. The second, getting it loaded and away before Mr. Basso and his family returned from the horror movie. I envied him. He was just watching one. I was living it.
Okay, Mac. Now ready. Lift her, eh?
Easy. Try to keep her upright.
Who?
The trunk.
What's the diff? You got a body in there?
A what?
I'm just giving you a rip. Feels heavy enough for one. That suit you?
Yeah, sure. Yes. Fine.
You gotta be some kind of a nut to think you're gonna get some old trunk like that on any of today's cabs. Them trucks went out with Jimmy Walker.
Yeah, I'm just lucky you were nice enough to help out.
For 50 green ones, Mac, remember?
Oh, sure. Here.
Okay, climb in.
I I have to make sure my wife will follow in the taxi.
Well, I'm sorry, I ain't got no room in the truck for 3.
I'll be right back.
I ain't going nowhere without you.
Well, we're all set, Sherry. You trail us to the pier. Here, I'll take the suitcase.
It's all right. Might as well leave it with me. Goodbye, Henry.
Well, goodbye for now. Anyway. Jouncing along in that miserable little pickup truck, that last goodbye seemed somehow so final. Could Sherry possibly... But I put that out of my mind as I told myself that everything was working out for the best. Just a few more hours and we'd be home free. What's the holdup?
Search me. This is the line for the pier. Hey, you want I should go find out why it's jammed up? Nothing moving?
No,
Hey, wait a minute. Here's a cop coming along your side.
Officer? Officer?
All right, knock off the horns. Yeah, mister.
I'm trying to make a cruise ship that's sailing in about a half hour.
That's fine, citizen. And you're right where you belong. Just stay in line.
But why? What's wrong?
Nothing for you to worry about, I'm sure. Just some nut phoned in a bomb scare. Now, we got to search all baggage going aboard. You want to really help out? You can. Open up that trunk you got so the bomb squad can check you out.
But I can't open that trunk. My wife has the keys.
Okay. So where's your wife?
Was she...
she's in a taxi right behind her. There wasn't room for her.
What taxi?
Oh, be a son of a gun. That one just pulled out making a U-turn.
Stop her. Stop her.
Hold it, mister. What's going
Hey,
on
grab
here?
this little trum, officer. I should have known he was off his trolley right from the beginning.
No.
Take it easy, mister. You ain't going
out
nowhere.
of here. I bet there's a bomb in that trunk.
A bomb?
Yeah.
There isn't any bomb. Let me go. Sherry! 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 Sherry!
Henry, wake up.
What? Well, where? Florence, where am I?
Oh, I'm not surprised you don't know. Stumbling in drunk last night and waking up the first day of your vacation still calling for a drink.
A drink?
Well, you're not getting any. I hope you have a hangover big enough to make yourself properly ashamed of. Now, you get up out of bed and pull yourself together.
Oh, yes, Florence. Oh, my head. Ooh, ouch. Ooh, what's that?
Your suitcase. Right where you insisted on putting it last night, right next to the bed.
You didn't open it?
I did after you fell in the door with it when you brought it home, and I packed it for you. Now, you'll be on your feet and ready to go by the time I'm out of my bath.
My mind was reeling and splitting in two at the same time. I kneeled on the floor and opened the suitcase. It contained nothing but clothes. No money, just clothes. With a shaking hand, one ear on the rushing bath water, and an eye on the bathroom door, I dialed Sherry's number.
Yes?
Sherry?
Who's this?
Henry.
Henry who?
Henry Green.
Oh, hello, Mr. Green. I was going to call you a little later.
I should think so. What happened yesterday?
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about anything. You were kind of cute, really, when you left the party, if a bit wobbly.
Party? What party?
Well, the party that Mr. Mercer gave when you were named vice president.
I was named vice president?
You don't remember much, do you? You even went all for the vault key you were supposed to give to Mr. Schaefer. I have to arrange for you to get it to him today before you leave on the cruise.
Sherry, Miss Woods, did we have lunch together yesterday?
Why, no.
I didn't have 3 martinis with you?
Well, not at lunch. At the party. Well, I don't know how many you had, but you were pretty looped. I called you home last night, and your wife said you'd gone straight to bed without any dinner.
So, it was all a dream.
What did you say?
Nothing, Sherry. I just wish I'd been able to kiss you goodbye. I sit here hunched like a mouse, remembering the dream and facing the reality. And I wonder which is the real nightmare. I suppose I should be grateful it was only a dream. But on the other hand...
Henry! Henry! Come in here right away! I have a cramp in my foot! I need you!
Henry Green, paper tiger, as it turns out. Grand larcener, first-degree murderer, rapacious adulterer thirsting after a young woman's flesh, but all and only in the mind. And surely to have to go on living with someone like Florence is punishment enough to fit the crime. I'll be back shortly. The wish is father to the thought. The thought is father to the deed. Henry Green only got 2/3 of the way along that path. Even in dreams, he never managed to break the 7th commandment. Poor Henry. But, as I said in the beginning, this was the story of a natural-born loser. Our cast included Jack Guilford, Marion Haley, Bryna Rayburn, Dan Ocko, Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring William Holden and Colleen Gray in Appointment with Danger. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The famous Canadian Mounted Police have a reputation for always getting their man. We have the same tenacious, persistent federal agents in our own country, and one of them is the postal inspector. In tonight's drama, Paramount Pictures has presented our agent with an assignment that turns into an exciting Appointment with Danger. And as our stars, we have that popular actor, William Holden, and playing opposite him, lovely Colleen Gray. Now, Appointment with Danger, starring William Holden as Alec Goddard and Colleen Gray as Sister Augustine. The United States Post Office is the biggest business in the world. Every year it handles 45 billion pieces of mail, and enough money to pay off the personal debts of everyone in the country. Policing that activity is the job of 800 postal inspectors. This is an account of one of those jobs, and it begins in LaPorte, Indiana, where a few hours ago, the body of Inspector Harry Gruber was found in an alley. And now in the city post office...
All right, Al, what you say makes sense, I suppose. Gruber was either drunk when they strangled him or asleep. But he never drank, so he must have been asleep.
Here in LaPorte?
Well?
I don't believe it, Maury. He was killed somewhere else and brought here.
That could be any place. Gruber was on a floating assignment all over Indiana.
Yeah. Well, it's a rat race now.
Until we find that nun.
Nun? Oh, you mean one of those sisters?
That's right. She was passing that alley last night. She saw 2 men walking with Gruber, supporting him. When she asked if anything was wrong, one of the men said something about their friend being drunk, so she just kept going.
Well, don't try to blame her.
I'm not. Fortunately, she passed a policeman not long after and told him, but the cop was on a call. By the time he got back to the alley, all he found was Gruber's body.
Mm-hmm. What about that nun? Where is she?
We don't know. The police have checked every nun here in LaPorte. Not one of them was anywhere near that alley last night.
Well, did they bother to check the railroads?
Railroads, planes, and buses. Nothing.
Well, she's got to be around someplace. How many nuns are there, anyway?
I don't know, Al. I never counted them.
You're a big help.
I'll be even less help. I've got to get back to Washington tonight. From here on in, this is your case. Stay with it, Al.
Don't worry. I'll find that nun.
I hope so. But you've been chasing hoodlums for so long, you don't know how to treat ordinary people. Warm up, will you?
Oh, sure. I'll fall in love for you.
I don't think you could, because you don't know what a love affair is.
It's what goes on between a man and a .45 pistol that doesn't jam.
Al, let me tell you about you. That badge and a few law books have turned you into a nut. You don't like anybody, you don't believe anybody, you don't trust anybody. You think everybody has a pitch.
Everybody has. You, I, everybody. We're all working for ourselves. A better job, a little more dough, a round of applause. One way or another, everybody you meet is a pitch artist.
Skip it. Just keep me posted. And remember, the biggest thing on your side isn't a pair of brass knuckles. It's time and work and patience.
Thanks. Now, do you mind if I start trying to find out who killed Harry Gruber?
No, and I'm sure you will, Al, because you're a good cop. But that's about all you are.
A turn from Goddard. Have lead on nun. Railroad brakeman reports seeing 2 nuns aboard express same night Gruber was killed. Train was en route to Fort Wayne, and so am I.
Mr. Goddard, the Mother Superior said you wanted to see me. I'm Sister Augustine.
I've been looking for you for 3 days, sister. I'm a post office inspector.
Oh, how nice.
I'm here investigating a murder.
Oh. Well, I'm sure we wouldn't know anything about that. This is a school, Mr. Goddard, an academy.
Yes, I know. I followed you here from LaPorte to Fort Wayne and now back here. But that's not important. What is that last Tuesday night you saw 3 men in an alley in LaPorte.
Why, yes. Yes, I did.
But you were on a train, weren't you?
Why, that's remarkable. How did you know?
Because I checked the bus lines and the airlines and the railroads. You were on a train that doesn't even stop at LaPorte.
Well, it certainly did on Tuesday night. There was a tie-up of some kind just outside the freight yard. The train stopped, and the conductor said we'd be delayed at least a half hour, so I got off.
Why?
To get some medicine at a drugstore. Sister Paula, I was traveling with her, wasn't feeling well.
Well, neither was the guy in the alley. He was dead. A government agent named Harry Gruber.
Oh, how terrible. Did he have a family?
What's the difference, sister? He's just as dead either way.
Really, Mr. Goddard?
The point is, could you identify either of the men who were in the alley with him?
Well, one of them, perhaps. He was rather pleasant. He told me the man was intoxicated.
Look, would you mind coming with me and checking the police files? They have quite a collection of pictures.
Oh, I couldn't, Mr. Goddard. I have classes in 10 minutes.
Sister, it's your job to go down there.
Isn't there someone else you can get?
Even if there were, you should know better. Letting someone else do your job is a design of the devil.
I'll see, Mother Superior. You're right about letting someone else do your job.
That was merely a quote.
Well, whoever said it is very true.
It's from the writings of Martin Luther.
Oh? From his earlier writings, I imagine. I'll be back in a moment, Mr. Goddard. I've never seen so many pictures in my life. It's so hard to believe these men were once children. Little boys. Nice little boys, too.
I'm not so sure how nice they were, even as little boys.
They just didn't get the proper training.
This one did. It says here that he studied to be a carpenter. Then he murdered somebody with a hammer.
Mr. Goddard, I don't think that's the least... Oh!
Well?
This one. I think that's the man I saw in the alley. Yes, I'm sure it is.
George Soderquist, huh? Let me have that card. Sergeant.
Find anything?
Fellow named Soderquist. You know him?
No, afraid not. What's his record?
3 arrests, armed robbery, 1 conviction. Last known to be in Gary, Indiana.
I'll put a call through to Gary right away.
I'll give him a rundown. And also, tell him I'll bring Sister Augustine as long as an identifying witness.
Oh, I'm afraid the church authorities would frown on that, Mr. Goddard.
If we can't find Soderquist, don't worry. I'll have you back here in no time. I'll have Washington contact your bishop.
Meanwhile, Mr. Goddard, I'm returning to my classroom.
You do that, sister. I'll pick you up as soon as I get an okay.
Mother Ambrose.
My name's Goddard. I have a letter here from the bishop.
So I understand. Sit down, Sister Augustine.
Thank you, Mother Ambrose. I've come to Gary at the request of the police department.
We've been advised, Sister. You'll stay here at St. Michael's Parish House.
Thank you.
Is this Mr. Soderquist, a friend of yours, Sister?
Oh, no. I picked him out of the mug book.
Mug book?
It's just a phrase she picked up.
Oh. Will you be here long, Sister?
Until we can prefer charges against Soderquist for murder.
Are you sure he's a murderer, Mr. Goddard?
Yes, but he'll get a trial and everything the law allows.
But not one drop of charity.
Excuse me, please. There's a Lieutenant Goodman from the police. He's been here waiting for you to arrive.
You don't think very much of me, do you, Sister?
I feel sorry for you, Mr. Goddard. I don't think you have a heart.
Well, fortunately, that doesn't seem to matter so much to the people I work for, so why don't you just forget me?
Right in here, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you. Got it?
Yeah.
I'm Dave Goodman, homicide.
Come on in. This is Sister Augustine.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, we've got your boy Soderquist staked out in the downtown pool room.
That's fine. We can't move, though, until the sister here identifies him.
Would you like to come down and have a look?
But Very well, Mr. Goodman.
Mother Ambrose, we'll be back shortly.
Where will you be if the bishop or someone should inquire?
I'll be downtown, Mother Ambrose, at the pool hall.
Well, not exactly, Sister.
Oh?
There's a hock shop across the street. I've made arrangements with the proprietor. He has a fine view of the pool room.
Pool room? Hock shops?
Must I go?
With any luck, you'll be back here in an hour. Let's go, Goodman.
Better take another look across the street, Sister. We've got to be certain.
But I've told you he's the man. The one wearing the coat.
That's Soderquist, all right.
Well, whoever he is, he's the man who spoke to me in that alley in LaPorte. And now I'll go back to the Parish House if you don't mind.
Just a minute. That man with him, what about him?
I don't know. He may be the one who was with him in LaPorte, but I'm not sure.
That pool room's a known hangout for hoodlums. Got it? He may have a record.
Yeah, let's find out. Is the tail still on Soderquist?
Sure.
Is that all, then?
For now, yeah. I'll take you back to St. Michael's.
No, please. You're going to be busy. I'll just get a taxi down at the corner. It's no trouble at all.
Alone? Well, I don't think you should...
Good night, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Earl? This is Vegas.
Well?
We're in trouble, Earl. 5 minutes ago, I'm driving down to meet Soderquist at the pool room. Remember I told you about that nun in LaPorte? Well, she's here in Gary, the same nun, and a block away from the pool room. She's here for a reason, Earl.
I'll get hold of Soderquist.
No, keep him under cover.
Where'd she go, the nun?
I don't know. I was stuck with a traffic light. But I'm going to cut this town open and find her. I'm going to find her, see, before she finds me.
You might just as well stay here at headquarters, Goddard. I'll be bringing in Soderquist any minute now.
Yeah. Say, you know this town, Goodman. Tell me why a couple of gunzels would knock off Harry Gruber.
Well, robbery, say?
For dough? If you're a government cop, you have to marry money to buy a stick of gum. Why would they go to all that trouble taking his body to LaPorte? You know, when a hood kills a man, it's the hood who leaves town.
Could be because they wanted to stay here in Gary.
It'd be interesting to have Soderquist tell us.
Homicide, Goodman. Where? All right. Shake down the district and send some men over to his apartment. I want him in here.
You don't have to tell me. He jumped the tail.
Any other time, it's a cinch. This time we draw a nearsighted cop.
Well, we got to head him off. How tight can you seal this town?
Real tight.
Okay, lock it up. Without him, we haven't got a lead.
We'll have him in here tonight.
If you want me, I'll be at the post office. That is, if it hasn't been stolen.
Well, I can tell you this much, Goddard. I've been postmaster here for 10 years, and all that time I've never known Harry Gruber to do anything but hit town and make a routine check.
But this time you say he suddenly became interested in 3 of your truck drivers.
Well, yes. These are their photographs. Gruber sat here and brooded over those files all one afternoon. I don't know for sure, but I'd guess it had something to do with the transfer of money between the 2 stations.
What 2 stations?
Well, here in Gary, we have 2 railroad stations. On through shipments, we transfer from one station to the other by mail truck.
Big shipments?
The one from Cleveland's a Lulu.
And one of these three drivers always handles the run between the two stations?
Yes. And that's the last question Gruber asked me. He left here, and 6 hours later, he was dead in LaPorte.
I bet he called on this guy first, Paul Farrar.
Well, Farrar's one of the three drivers, all right.
Says here on his record sheet that he was offered a better job, but he turned it down. Now, why would he turn down a $500 a year raise to keep driving a truck?
I think he said he'd like to be out of doors.
$500 worth?
He's on duty now. I'll send for him.
No. I just want a quick glimpse. If he's the one I have in mind, that's all I'll need.
He'll be down at the loading platform. This way, got it. You see the registry board over there? Well, that's Farrar carrying the sack.
This is quite a break, Taylor. I told you that Soderquist was talking to someone in the pool room. Well, that's who he was talking to, Farrar. I think you better phone Washington. Get Ahern back in town. And meanwhile, I want a list of all your money transfers.
Well, there's nothing missing, Goddard. So Gruber wasn't killed because he found Farrar stealing money.
Look, a cheat kills his wife for one of two reasons. Either she's caught him cheating or she hasn't given him the chance. Same way with money.
You mean Gruber found out about a deal or something between Farrar and Soderquist?
Between George Soderquist and somebody else. That's the big one, Taylor. Who is the somebody else?
Now on.
Regis. Stay where you are, Earl. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
The nun, you found her, huh?
Yeah. A place called St. Michael's School.
Well?
Not yet, Earl. But I got a way to do it. Sometime early tomorrow morning.
Continue with this week's production of the Hollywood Radio Theater in just a moment. Make a friend and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Take the famous all-Negro basketball team, the Harlem Globetrotters. As unofficial ambassadors, in 1 year they played ball before more than 1 million people on 4 continents. In Rio de Janeiro, they entertained crowds of from 30,000 to 50,000. During one summer, they toured Europe and Africa, chalking up another 600,000 fans. In 1952, they celebrated their 25th anniversary as a team by circling the globe. Yes, sir, the team, organized by Abe Saperstein, really gets around. And their exhibitions have been more than just a demonstration of American basketball. They've been a lot more. The team is a living example of American fair play and sportsmanship, in and out of uniform. Abe Saperstein now carries a letter which reads in part, "The Harlem Globetrotters have proved themselves ambassadors of goodwill. On any future tours, please call on us for any help we can give." And the letter is signed by the United States State Department. In being ambassadors of fair play, the Harlem Globetrotters prove that by helping others, you help your country. Now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Appointment with Danger, starring William Holden as Al Goddard and Colleen Gray as Sister Augustine, with Dan Riss as Ahern. It's the following morning. The man called Regis has entered a third-rate hotel and gone directly into the manager's office.
Well, what about the nun? She got lucky. Makes sense, Regis. Fixing the roof of the school. Tile. Big hunks of tile. Yeah. So accidentally a big piece of tile falls down just when she's walking past. And like I said, Earl, she got lucky. Well, I'm glad she did. You get Soderquist? He's upstairs. You know, you're making too many mistakes, Regis. Killing Gruber was a mistake. It happened. Now forget about the nun. We may never hear from her again. Soderquist will hear plenty from her. If the police call out for him. You sure she can identify him? And what about you? No. But Soderquist could identify me. Well, we've got to get him out of here. Then we'll think about that nun, huh? In case she did see
I said forget about it. I'm still running things. Remember that.
Earl, if they ever get me in the back room of police headquarters, I'll remember it fine.
Come on, Regis. Let's go out and see George.
Hi, Earl. Regis. Sit down, fellas. How about a cup of coffee, huh?
I got rules in this hotel, George. No hot plates. It's a fire hazard.
What? Oh. I fixed the room up pretty good, huh?
You got to get out of here, George. You see, you've been identified by that sister.
You don't know for sure. You told me you didn't know for sure.
We can't afford to take a chance, you know that.
So you better go to St. Louis for a while.
St. Louis? I don't even know anybody in St. Louis.
You're not going there to run for office, you know, George. You're going to protect yourself and us.
Come on, let's start packing. I'll help you.
No, I'm not going. I told you I didn't want to go. You know what's coming up.
You'll be taken care of.
How do I know?
Because I say so.
Listen to me. That's the most money I ever heard of. If I'm dealt out now, I don't have a prayer.
Start packing, George.
I'm not going. I'm staying here until it... Regis, no. What did I ever do to you?
This is Mr. Ahern. Sister Augustine, Mother Ambrose.
Mother Ambrose, sister.
You see, Mr. Ahern is just as much interested in that accident this morning as I am.
That piece of tile, sister, it fell without any warning at all?
One of the workmen must have left it too near the edge of the roof.
Well, while we're looking for Soderquist, you might be able to help us with the other man in the alley. I'd like you to go through that rogues gallery again.
No. That's a waste of time. Sister, I want you to go back to Fort Wayne.
Well, why the switch, Al? I thought we were...
Well, it's a matter of common sense. Sister, while you're here in Gary, we're responsible for anything that happens to you, like this accident.
Oh, there's no need to worry about me, Mr. Goddard. I have a guardian angel.
You have a what?
A guardian angel.
It's a new idea to Mr. Goddard, sister.
Look, Maury, I've got nothing against angels. I just want her to get back to Fort Wayne before she gets hurt.
You told me once not to let anyone else do my job. It's my duty to stay, and I'm staying.
All right, stay.
Oh, there's the dinner bell. I'm afraid you must excuse us, gentlemen.
And don't worry, Mr. Goddard. I'll be all right.
What would happen, Maury, if we put the screws to Farrar?
You'd blow the whole thing, so don't try anything fancy just because you're worried about that knot.
I'm not worried about her. I just want to find some quick way to shake up Farrar and to find Soderquist.
Forget the quick ways. You just stick to straight police work. Come on, let's get out of here. Oh, by the way, Al.
Yeah?
The nun. What's her pitch?
Hello, Farrar. You want to play pool, or would you rather talk?
Get going, Mac.
Me? I'd sooner talk.
Oh, you're real friendly, huh? You don't know me.
Paul Farrar, P.O. serial number 20754.
Are you a cop?
Postal Inspector Al Goddard. I followed you here.
Oh, I see.
Now, there's a nice, quiet little table in the corner. Let's sit down, huh?
What do you got some questions or something?
Yeah, a few. How would you like to go to prison for the murder of Harry Gruber?
What's the matter with you? You're crazy? I don't even know any Harry Gruber.
I believe you. But I can rig it so a jury won't. I can break every alibi you've got, and I can prove that you know George Soderquist. That you were with him the night that Gruber was killed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's very simple, Farrar. I'm going to railroad you for Gruber's murder.
Why? Why go out and just pick a guy up out of thin air? What's the point?
The point is that I'll forget the whole thing if I can get the right price. $25,000.
Oh, this is just a nice little shakedown, huh?
Well, it's my welfare work. I wouldn't want to see you go to prison.
Now, where would I get $25,000?
Your friends. And you can tell them that I know why you turned down that $500 raise.
That doesn't mean a thing.
You can also tell them that I know why you drive that mail truck. Because if you don't, all their plans for that robbery go right out the window.
Look, I don't believe any of this. Not about Soderquist or the robbery or this shakedown. I don't even believe you're a cop.
Then check around. Meanwhile, I'm at the Park Hotel. Talk to your friends, Farrar. And get that money. If you don't, I'm going to frame you and wreck every chance they ever had to pull that robbery.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Wait. Why are you doing this?
I told you. For $25,000. And I want that money by midnight or I catch the late train for Washington. Yes?
It's me, Farrar.
Well?
Well, there's no such thing as $25,000.
Okay, beat it.
You mean you'd still frame me?
Sure I would.
Look, I know some of the men that Soderquist knows, and I've talked to them. But they haven't got that kind of money, and I'm not in whatever they're doing.
Oh, sure,
But
sure.
I'll go along with you in any way I can.
Is that why you're here?
Well, they want to meet you. They say they'll try to work out something. I think they're scared.
Yeah, scared to death.
Well?
Look, I don't want to talk to any third parties. There'll be no tape recordings and no tricks. I'm going to talk to you and you alone. But as far as I'm concerned, the talk's finished.
Now, look, give me a break, will you? I haven't anything to do with this.
I don't believe a word you've said, except there isn't any that kind of money. Okay, I'll buy my racing stable some other time. Meanwhile, I'll concentrate on being a hero.
Will you listen to me? It's not my fault.
Forget the deadline. You've met it.
I'm the one that's going to go to prison. What can I do?
That's your problem.
You still going to take that train to Washington?
Sure. Yeah, why not? Get going, Farrar. Get out of here.
Yes?
This is Goddard. I just thought I'd call you, Maury. I've checked out of the hotel, and I'm counting on somebody to beat my brains out in about 30 minutes.
Al, what are you trying to tell me?
Well, it's one of those quick plans, the kind you don't approve of. But I got a pretty fair chance of finding out who killed Harry Gruber. They've got plenty of reasons now to want me.
Oh, I've told you a dozen times not to try. Where are you? I'll be right over.
Sorry, Maury, but I'm on my way.
Well, you're waking up, huh, Mr. Goddard? How do you feel?
Oh, great.
You better keep the ice bag. It'll keep the swelling down. I'm some nursey, huh?
Do you mind telling me just where I am?
Oh, sure. 4th floor, Compton Hotel. Your friends are waiting for you.
Oh, fine. They were real glad to see me. They met me at the railroad station. Well, who are you, honey?
Me? Hotel stenographer. Drafted for the emergency. I think he feels like talking, Earl.
Get lost, Dottie.
Sure, honey, sure. Get lost.
Remember us?
Yeah, vaguely. But there were more than 2 of you, though.
You never should have tried to run, pal. Those lumps must be real painful.
Skip it, Riggers.
You know who I am?
Yeah, sure. Post office inspector.
You're not silly enough to think you might get away with this.
We can try.
Like Gruber?
We don't know Gruber.
It won't help to put me in concrete. There's too much interest left around. You look like a pretty smart guy. What are you hanging around with a gonif like this for?
Anybody ever weigh your head?
I'm talking to him.
I got 2 years of work tied up in this robbery, got it? I'm all set to go. I'm not going to give it up now.
What else can you do?
Well, that's just it. Farrar tells me you want $25,000 to keep quiet.
That was hours ago.
How do we know you're not a plant?
You don't. But I know what Gruber knew. With Farrar in your pocket, you've got a real big one on tap.
There's a law against robbing the mails, but there's nothing that says you can't talk about it. We're kidding, naturally.
Oh, sure.
No, we haven't got $25,000. But there's close to $1 million in this idea we're working on. We could cut you in.
Why don't you wake up? You can't beat the mails. They got a system.
So have we. With your help, we can make it foolproof. That's why you're still alive.
No, thanks.
You know, you're the one who's on the spot, Goddard, not us. Sure, we'd have to fold, but if we do, you won't be around to know the difference. So, think it over.
You, keeping me here?
That's right.
I'm due back at work in the morning. They'll start checking.
You can skip a day.
It'll look funny.
Look, get this straight, Goddard. Until you prove out, you're going nowhere. Nowhere we don't want you to.
There's nothing to prove out. I'm a postal inspector like Gruber was. I came across something that looked phony, just like he did. Only I see it a little differently than Gruber. You can buy me out.
We could also kill you.
And kiss off $1 million haul? Now, your friend here knows better. Like he said, with my help, it's foolproof.
You know, I don't get it. You go along one way for years, and then you pull a complete switch. Why?
Well, sooner or later, every rooster wants to lay an egg.
Any special reason you want $25,000?
Yeah, the same reasons that you'd like $1 million. Only I'm not as greedy as you are.
Look, I told you before, we haven't got it. If you want to cut to the robbery, okay. If you don't, get out.
If I walk out of here, your robbery goes out the window. And you go on running this 2-bit hotel. For the next 10 years, you'll be changing sheets and putting drunks to bed. So don't get so tough.
Are you in or out?
I'm in. Now, you run your end any way you want, but I take full charge of the post office.
Yeah? What's wrong with Farrar?
Look, someone else will pick up Farrar the same way I did. If I'm going to risk my neck, I'll do it my way. And one other thing. We got to make it look good downtown. I got to be free to move around on my job as usual.
Okay.
You sure we're giving him enough?
What does that mean, Riggers?
We're giving him his own way and a cut. Why don't we all just give him a right arm for old time's sake?
You know, sometimes you worry me, Riggers. Somewhere in your blood you got a crazy bug and it's swimming upstream night and day. You better get a cure or you'll kill us all.
All right, Earl, all right. We'll let it stand this way. But you got it. One bad move out of you and I'll put you on your back for good.
That's for tonight in the station, okay? All square and even?
Tough guy, huh, Earl? Real tough guy.
I just don't like to be shoved around. Okay, Earl. Now that I'm in, how about giving me some of the details?
But where are you, Al? Where are you phoning from?
Drugstore near the Compton Hotel, my new address.
You all right, Al?
Yeah, I'm all right. Now listen, Maury. We were right about the robbery. It's $1 million reserve stick-up.
How'd you find out about it?
Well, one thing led to another, and I agreed to help them.
Help them? You know what you're saying?
Now, don't worry, I'm not going through with the robbery. Now, look, get a rundown on these two names. Earl Bedecker and Joe Regas.
How long before the robbery?
Oh, maybe 10 days. Enough time to shop on Gruber and get out with my skin. Now, if we could only tie in Soderquist, we'd have... I'll call you back.
Hello.
Hi.
Remember me?
Ah, yes, my favorite nurse.
What are you doing out? Can't you phone from the hotel?
Can't you?
Oh, I don't want to use the phone. I'm just buying some new records. You like pop?
I think I'm starting to.
Well, I got some new ones here. Come on back to the hotel. I got a record player up in my room.
Ah, I'd like that fine, Dodie. But what about Earl? Will he be there, too?
Earl don't ever have to worry about me.
But what about me? You think Earl has to worry about me?
That's something I wonder about. Coming, Mr. Goddard? Or do you have to make another phone call?
I'm fresh out of dimes, honey. Let's go.
Act 3 of the Hollywood Radio Theater will continue in just a few moments. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. In 1864, Clara Barton gave up a successful job in the patent office in Washington and devoted the rest of her life to bringing physical and mental aid to the wounded and dying on the battlefield. At first, it was the soldiers of the American Civil War. But when the war ended, she was forced to go abroad to recuperate from nervous exhaustion. While she was in Switzerland, Napoleon declared war on Prussia. Clara Barton was urged to return to her own country, but she refused. She felt it was her duty to remain in Europe and help the wounded of this new war. It didn't make any difference to her if they were French or Prussian. She didn't ask the nationality of the sufferer when she stopped the flow of blood from a soldier's wound. In spite of many inconveniences and hardships, she traveled across the rugged German countryside to reach the Prussian front lines. But there she was told that the only way she could be allowed into a frontline camp would be as a prisoner of war. Clara Barton agreed, and as a prisoner until the end of the war, she continued to do her work with the wounded Prussian soldiers. After the war, she remained in Europe to help the defeated French. When she sailed for home in 1873, grateful Europeans bestowed on her many medals of honor, including the Gold Cross of Remembrance, the Jewel of the Red Cross, and the Iron Cross of Merit. Once again, an unselfish American had discovered that by helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
Act 3 of Appointment with Danger, starring William Holden as Al Goddard and Colleen Gray as Sister Augustine, with Dan Riss as Ahern. the following morning, and Al Goddard is once again in the visitor's room at St. Michael's School. This time with a snapshot for Sister Augustine.
You won't approve of my methods in getting this picture, sister. I stole it from a girlfriend of a gentleman named Earl Bedecker, but I doubt if she'll miss it.
Why, it's a picture of Mr. Soderquist.
That's right, Soderquist and friends. And I think one of these other men was with him that night in the alley. And this one. His name is Joe Regas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Goddard, but I just can't be certain.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything else?
Yes, I told you to stay indoors because you're in danger. And where did I find you? Out in the playground with a bunch of kids.
Now, you won't frighten me away from those children.
Here. This is for you.
A revolver? Mr. Goddard, please. Now, put it away at once.
It'll protect you. Take it as a personal favor.
I didn't know you could afford personal feelings.
All right, it's not personal. It's routine.
You know, with a little practice, you could be quite a nice man. Now, put that gun back in your pocket, and I'll show you through the back way. It may be safer for you.
You're learning fast, sister.
I think the government expects a lot from young men.
Well, it's my job. I have to take the risk.
Well, they should get some of those politicians to do it.
When I'm in trouble, sister, I'll quote you. Now, you be careful.
I will. But remember, I have that guardian angel.
I've got one, too. It's in my pocket.
Only mine never misses. Goodbye, Mr. Goddard.
You know what you're doing, Al, coming here to the post office?
Part of my deal with Bedecker is to keep acting like a cop. Relax, it's okay.
Well, what's this big news you mentioned on the phone?
Bedecker's changed his mind. He's moved the date up. They've set the robbery for tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow was going to be a week from tomorrow. If he suspects anything,
I can't figure out whether he does or not. Look, there's one thing for sure. He's set on tomorrow, and I can't stall it. And he's found a perfect flaw. The reserve shipment from Cleveland to Logansport.
A flaw?
Yeah. There's no through train from Cleveland to Logansport. The money's transferred from one train to the other right here in Gary.
Yes, but it's protected all the way by armored trucks and machine guns.
All except that 7 minutes here in Gary. It travels from one station to the other in a single mail truck. One man and a .45 pistol. It's a great scheme.
So you had to tackle the whole thing by yourself?
Well, this time I did.
Because you got soft-hearted about a nun?
Look, she's our star witness to Gruber's murder. We've got to protect her. All right, you've got a badge. Why don't you arrest me for perjury?
Okay, all right. It's the first time I've ever liked you.
Look, we've got to find Soderquist.
We have found him.
You what?
Soderquist is dead, murdered. Goodman's men found the body early this morning in the canal.
You boys keeping secrets or something?
Oh, now take it easy,
Take
Al.
it easy. The Gruber case blows up in our faces.
Look, I had to wait till I talked to Washington.
Oh, fine, yeah. Now I suppose they want us to go ahead with the robbery.
We've got nothing this way that would last 5 minutes in court. We'd get them on a charge like that, and one of them will break on Gruber. Well, can you think of any other way?
Okay, I'm going back to the hotel.
Just bail out in time, you hear me?
Yeah, sure. I hear you.
Hello?
Maury Goddard. I just got back to the hotel, and the desk said you'd been calling me.
Where are you?
I'm in a booth around the corner.
I put you in a bad hole, Al. Right after you left my office, one of the guards found Farrar. He was hiding.
Farrar?
Just outside my office. He's sure to have heard everything we were talking about. But he slugged the guard and got away. You haven't seen him yet, have you?
No, not yet. But let him alone. Don't even look for him.
He's bound to get to Bedecker and tell him, so pull out now and run. Don't walk.
I got some things up in my room. I'll get him and meet you in 20 minutes.
Oh, we've been waiting for you, Al.
How you doing, Inspector?
What's wrong?
Why, who says anything's wrong?
Nobody, but I opened my door and find you here, so...
We've been waiting for you, that's all. Now, let's get moving.
Where? What's this all about?
Just a final check of the plans. We're driving out to the shack. Cronin and Gunner will meet us out there.
Now?
Now, pal, now.
You got a face a foot long. You just lose your best friend?
I'm my best friend.
That's what he means. Come on, let's get started.
Now, what about the two sedans, Cronin?
Yeah, we borrowed them out of that parking lot. I've been casing them every day for a month. You got no worries.
All right, let's look at the map again. Now, at the end of 4 minutes, the mail truck will be right here. That's point A.
We've been through this 100 times.
We'll go through it again. It's what happens after we grab the door that bothers me.
It's simple. We turn west off the boulevard to Point B. We switch the cars, and then we... Sit down, Goddard. Sit down. Earl will answer.
Hello. All right, Doty, what is it? I don't want him out here. You what? Okay, thanks. Farrar called Doty.
Anything happen?
I don't know.
Farrar's coming here?
Yeah, that's right. He's on his way.
I told him to stay away from us. All of us.
You're jumping all over the place, Al. Settle down. It can't matter that much.
Well, if he's followed, it could matter $1 million worth.
Farrar knows what he's doing. Now, let's get back to the map. Now, after Point B, these 3 cross streets have got to be blocked off. That's Riga's job. Roadblocks, detour signs.
If anybody sees us, we're dead. Remember that, Rigas. The whole job depends on not being recognized.
If anybody slips, it won't be me. What about Pal here? Goddard?
I'll be at the mail truck. Among other things, there's a little matter of making sure we grab the right pouch. Now, what about Point C, Earl?
There's $1 million waiting for us. But if we're seen, we'll be running for the rest of our lives. Okay, about 10 minutes later, we'll be back here at the shack. We'll make another switch of the cars, and then we'll be...
Earl, I gotta talk to... Put down the gun, Goddard.
What are you doing here, Farrar?
Well, it's about tomorrow, Earl. I gotta make sure. Hey, what's he gotta go point a gun at me for?
Maybe we ought to rent you a memory. Earl told you to keep away. After this thing happens, the town's going to be flooded with federal men. We're all going to be in a spot, so the first guy who talks is going to get a headache he can't cure. You understand, Farrar?
Yeah, sure.
Anything else, Earl?
No, let's break this up.
I'll drive back to town with Farrar.
But why can't
You heard him. The next time you want to see me, phone the hotel.
Let's go, Farrar.
I don't trust him, Earl. Punk Farrar.
He's scared. He'll do what he's told.
Like Soderquist? Soderquist was scared, too.
Now, no more of that stuff. I've had enough of it.
Look, our luck's gone bad, Earl. It went bad that night in the alley.
Stop thinking about that nun.
You want to know why I think about her? Because I'm hot and you're not. And sometime years from now, maybe when the rest of you are all scattered, somebody's going to tap me on the shoulder. That's why I think about it.
Yeah, but you're clear. Soderquist is dead, and you say she never even saw you.
Yeah. And sometimes I believe that. Sometimes for as long as 2 or 3 minutes at a stretch.
Just watch how and where you drive, Farrar. There's a gun in your ribs. You behave yourself, you keep away, and you might get off with 5 to 10 years.
5 to 10? Oh, thanks. That's sure going to help with my love life.
It's more romantic than being dead. Now, drop me off at the hotel.
Come in.
Hi.
Hi. I was just going to pour one. Join me?
No, thanks, Dodie. Can we turn off that music for a minute?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Earl come back yet?
Uh-uh. Unless he's downstairs.
Dodie, what did Farrar want when he called you?
Oh, all he said was he had to talk to Earl. He sounded real nervous. What'd he lose, an ML stamp?
You know, Dodie, I'd give an awful lot to know what goes on behind that makeup.
For instance. You afraid of me, Al?
Does Earl ever get jealous?
He understands. You can put strings on good women or bad women. But you can't do anything about the lazy ones.
You can beat them.
They stay about the same. Can't make them do the right thing or the wrong thing. They're lazy. They do the easy thing.
And if Earl found me here with you now, alone?
I don't know. But it sounds real exciting.
A little too exciting, honey. Oh, if Earl asks for me...
Yeah?
Tell him I'm at the post office making a final check.
It looks like we're set, Al. Goodman's bringing his boys here tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock.
And that'll give you over an hour. Okay. Now, just tell him to be careful. I'll be riding in the hold-up car. And don't close in until we're all back at that shack. Now, what about Farrar?
Goodman's tailing him. He'll pick him up at noon tomorrow. He'll be safer in jail.
I'll keep him there. Benedict doesn't want him around either until it's all over.
Where you go now, Al?
I'll back to the hotel by way of St. Michael's School.
back to Fort Wayne. Is that it, Mr. Goddard?
That's right, sister. Police matron will stop by tomorrow afternoon and go with you.
There's nothing else that I can do?
Well, with Soderquist dead, I'm afraid you're out of it.
I haven't been of much help, have I? Goodbye, Mr. Goddard. I'll remember you in my prayers.
Thank you, sister. If you haven't anything else, at least now I've got a good lawyer.
Well, we better start. It's almost 5 o'clock. Anything from you, Al?
No. Now, look. Just don't get gun happy. You can rob Fort Knox and live, but steal a dime and kill a post office clerk, and they'll spend the rest of their lives running you down.
All right, start moving, Cronin. There's one other thing, but I'll tell you later in the car. We're changing point C.
Right. What do you mean you're changing point C?
Sounds simple, pal. We're changing it.
I found out just a couple of hours ago.
Found out what?
There's a better road to the shack. There's less traffic. So we're changing point C. Is there any reason why we shouldn't?
No. No, I guess not.
You're not driving, so don't let it worry you. Now, where's your coat?
In my room.
Well, get it, and go out through the lobby. Meet me in the back.
Inspector's office, Ahern.
I'm phoning from my room, Maury, but there's no time, so don't ask questions.
Go ahead.
They've just changed point C. I don't know the new location. That means you'll have to watch all the roads in case there's a slip-up. If there isn't, they'll wind up as scheduled at the shack. Now, I won't have a chance to...
I'd say you pulled a boner, Al.
I'd say so, too, Dodie.
I heard what you just said on the phone. Might help if I hadn't been with Earl for so long.
You gonna tell him?
If I told him, he'd have to kill you. That'd make me, what do they call it, accessory or something?
And you don't love anybody that much.
Not 25 years worth. I'm a loser either way. Suppose they get away with all that dough this afternoon. Be wearing mink coats and hideouts and hamburger joints. Living on the run till they catch up with Earl.
Well, at least you read the book. What are you going to do, Dodie?
When you walk out, I'm going to pack my bag and leave. I'm going to forget names and faces and what's going to happen to all of you in the next hour or so.
They can still get you for withholding information.
Not if I tell a government agent. So I'm telling you, they're going to hold up a mail truck. I got to pack, so goodbye.
You won't get a gold star, but thanks anyway.
Don't bother. Earl was good to me. I hope he kills you.
Calling car 73. Calling Inspector Ahern. This is Goodman calling car 73.
Come in, Goodman.
They pulled the job. Everything is scheduled except Regas.
Regas, what about him?
We followed his car from 4th Street. He's gone to the railroad station. He could be skipping town by train, but it doesn't make sense.
Forget Regas. Stick to your schedule.
Right. See you later at the shack.
Afternoon, sister.
Good afternoon.
I'm from the police department. We'd like to talk to you.
But I thought I was to go back to Fort Wayne.
Yeah, sure, later.
Well, if you think you need me. Oh, the matron. She's getting our tickets. I'd better go and tell
Now, look,
her.
there isn't any time. My partner will tell her. This way, sister. My car's just outside.
Where's Regas, Earl? Why isn't he here?
I don't know, and I don't like it. We'll wait 5 minutes if he doesn't show by
What
then.
is this place, anyway?
I told you, the new point C. It used to be a quarry or something.
Earl, he's coming. Regas.
All right, get him over here. You and Gunner stow the money in back of his car.
Hey, he's heading for the shed. He's got someone in the car with him.
What's he talking about? What shed?
There's an old tool shed back there. Come on, Gunner. We're wasting time.
Fine, boys, take a look. I found her, see? The nun.
What's he talking about?
An old friend, Al. An old friend of Regas from LaPorte.
She's been to the police. She told me. And she got a little noisy, Earl, so I stuffed her mouth.
What else did she tell you?
Nothing yet. And now that we're all here, she's going to tell plenty.
You're crazy, Regas. Do you want us to get
Stop
off?
arguing. We haven't got time.
How about it, Earl, okay?
I don't know.
She knows about the robbery. She's seen us, all of us.
Killing her isn't going to do any good. Besides, who'd touch her? She's a nun.
Regas could do it.
Real quick, pal.
Oh, what harm can she do us? She doesn't know our names or anything about us.
If we're caught, she can identify us.
If we're caught, we're through anyway.
Look, you're here on a free ride, Goddard. Don't come to the party and give away drinks.
Take her gag off, Regas. I said take the gag off.
Yeah, sure.
Now listen to me, sister. We'll take your word. You've never seen us. You can't identify us. We'll take your word.
Thank you. But I couldn't give you my word about a thing like that.
What difference does it make?
A great deal. I couldn't let my silence be used as a weapon against the law.
But you're not hired to defend the law.
I'm sorry. I cannot give you my word.
All right, Regis. Take her out back somewhere.
Come on, lady. Leave her alone.
Lie down, Rover.
You need a new mouth, Regis.
Please don't. Please, somebody stop the fight.
Come on, Frank, get up. We gotta get out of here. For this, we got time, maybe. With $1 million to split, just pray for a tie.
Mr. Goddard, he's got a gun.
I had to do it, Earl. It was Regis or me.
Yeah.
Well, what are you waiting for? If those shots were heard, we're going to be in trouble.
You're already in trouble, Mr. Goddard. Now, drop the gun. The sister knows you, huh? Well, you picked a talky partner. How far's it gone?
It's a fix all the way. The whole area's staked out for miles around.
Only we got you and we got her.
Leave her here. I'll see that you get through the police.
No, thanks.
You don't have a chance, Earl. Leave her alone. I promise to get you through.
For what? To grab 20 minutes of air and die on a back road?
Right now, 20 minutes is a lot of time.
All right, get out to the car. Sister, you're either lucky or living right. You drive, Gunner.
That's just a warning, Bedecker. We've got you surrounded. Put your hands up and start walking.
Get around to the back. There's a path through the woods.
Not the money. We got $1 million in the car.
We'll give you 5 seconds.
We got nothing. You heard what he said. It's a fix all the way. The doe's phony. Come on.
Hell, look, they're closing in. They're back there, too.
Then shut up and start shooting.
I'm Lieutenant Goodman, Bedecker. We're taking you to a hospital. If you got anything to say, you better say it now.
I'm gonna die, huh?
You asked for it, Bedecker.
Yeah. Sure. Well, where's Goddard?
I'm here, Earl.
It's too bad.
I'd walk over, but I can't. My leg. Your aim was a little low.
Just tell me one thing, will you? For the record, Al. Was the dough phony, too?
No, it was real. You'll die rich, Earl.
Take it easy, Al.
Did you get them all?
We got him.
Mr. Goddard.
It's all right, sister. I'll make it. Now, you did fine. You sure you're not hurt?
No. When the shooting started, I just threw myself down on the floor. That's what the boys do at school when they play those terrible games.
Maury, get her on that train, will you? I think she wants to get back to those kids.
I've got a car waiting anytime you're ready, sister.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Goddard. God bless you.
Well, for once you were right, Maury. Somebody who doesn't have a pitch.
Al, if you stay with it and work real hard, one of these days you're going to qualify for the human race.
Thanks. I may join at that.
In a moment, our stars will return.
The occupation of the Japanese city of Yokosuka is a good example of democracy at work. The first thing our troops had to do was clean up their own area. But then they looked at the devastation, the sickness, and the low morale of the people around them, and they set to work. To create better living conditions, they demolished rotten, rat-infested buildings. They converted unused buildings into schoolrooms, gymnasiums, and chapels. And with their own funds, they furnished much of the equipment. For health, they covered the city giving anti-tuberculosis shots, typhoid inoculations, X-ray pictures, and smallpox vaccinations. To raise the spirits of the people, they started boys' clubs, women's clubs, Red Cross groups. The occupation is over now, but the Japanese have had a taste of democracy. They like it. They've seen it work. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
William Holden and Colleen Gray, please come forward for a curtain call. Have you ever had a real appointment with danger?
Well, Irving, I tried to walk across Hollywood Boulevard again this afternoon.
Don't let him kid you, Irving. A few months ago, Bill made a trip to Japan and Korea to entertain our troops. He went to the front lines and hospitals and talked to the boys.
Well, it was a real privilege to meet them. I hope to go back soon.
How about you, Colleen? Have you had any dangerous appointments lately?
Well, I've been vanquished.
Vanquished? How awful.
No, Irving. The Vanquished is the name of my latest picture for Paramount, co-starring John Payne and Jan Sterling. It's packed with danger and excitement.
Now, really, Colleen, if you want to plug your picture, why don't you just come out and say it like I do?
All right, so go ahead.
Stalag 17.
Hey, Bill, watch your language.
You remember Stalag 17, Colleen? It was one of the funniest plays on Broadway, and it's Bill's latest for Paramount.
Of course. Now tell me, what's the latest, Irving?
A beautiful love story with a perfect setting. The romantic countryside of Italy. It's Paramount Pictures' moving and sensitive drama of September Affair. And starring in their original roles in this unforgettable romance will be Joan Fontaine and Joseph Cotton.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that one, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And you have a possible return to...
Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Kriegar in The Maltese Falcon. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some people like mystery stories because of the intellectual challenge they present. Personally, I'm seldom able to figure out who done it without skipping to the back of the book. But give me a good detective story, and like presidents, bankers, housewives, and chorus girls the country over, I find that my own troubles fold up their tents like the Arabs and silently steal away. Tonight we point with pride to a triumph of the art, the Dashiell Hammett classic, The Maltese Falcon, brought to us by three of our favorite stars, Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Kriegar. The Warner Brothers screenplay was masterfully written and directed by John Huston, who comes by his talent naturally because he's Walter Huston's son. For the next hour, we'll follow the eerie trail of this fabulous falcon, which is coveted by many people to their great ill fortune and to the great ill health of a few. I think most of us have a secret desire to be detectives. At least that seems to be very true of this audience, because you've done some good practical detective work by discovering dozens of different ways to use Lux Flakes. And that doesn't make any of us unhappy. Nowadays, many familiar materials are doing a wartime job. Nylon and silk are going into parachutes, cotton, rayon, and wool into uniforms, and many other wartime uses. That means that we on the home front must make the things we have last longer so that our boys on the fighting fronts will have what they need. You're all trying to track down ways and means to make washable fabrics last. And the clue that's giving you domestic detectives the solution is Lux Flakes. But now let's track down the Maltese Falcon, because here's the first act, starring Edward G. Robinson as Sam Spade, Gail Patrick as Bridget, and Laird Krieger as Gutman. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the city of San Francisco lies sleeping under a blanket of fog. Along a lonely street, a man walks slowly, his footsteps ringing hollowly against the wet pavement. He passes a deserted alley and stops. The man turns and peers for a long time into the shadows. Suddenly, one of the shadows moves. The man stumbles backward. His hands reach out to shield his body.
All right, Spade, open up. We know you're in there, Spade. Come on.
Who is it?
It's Dundee and Polehouse. Want to speak to you.
Come in, Lieutenant. Nice time to make a call.
Yeah.
4 in the morning. When did your watch stop?
We don't have any hours on the force, Spade. Got a couple of questions to ask you.
Sure. Hiya, Tom.
Hello, Sam. What do you know about this killing, Spade?
Very little.
Archie was your partner, wasn't he?
That's right.
Spade and Archer, private detective. I guess you'll have to change that name.
Yeah. From now on, it's just Sam Spade.
Yeah. You don't seem very broken up over this, Spade. Miles Archer gets shot dead 2 hours ago, and you toss it off like a scotch and soda.
Oh, excuse me. Will you have one, Lieutenant?
No, I won't.
Okay. Mind if I have one, Lieutenant?
No.
You don't like me, do you, Dundee?
I don't like any cops who aren't on the force. I asked you what you knew about Miles Archer getting killed.
Well, once again, very little. Your boys called me at 10 after 2. I understand they found a Webley automatic in the alley with one bullet out of it.
Yeah. Was Archer out on a job last night?
Well, sure. He was supposed to be tailing a fellow named Floyd Thursby.
Thursby? What for? Come on, Spade. What for?
We were trying to find out where he lived.
Spade, suppose you answer once without thinking so hard.
I don't like this, Dundee. What are you sucking around for? Tell me or get out.
I asked you why you were tailing Thursby.
I wasn't. Miles was. For the swell reason that we had a client who was paying good United States money to have him tailed.
Who's the client?
Well, I'm sorry. I can't tell you that.
Be reasonable, Sam. Give us a chance. How can we turn up anything on Miles' killing if you won't tell us what you've got?
Okay. It was a girl who wanted us to tail Thursby.
What girl?
She came into the office yesterday afternoon. I didn't know who she was. Effie announced her about 3 o'clock. Said there was a girl to see me, a girl named Wanda.
There's a girl to see you, Mr. Spade. She says her name's Wonderly.
What is she, Effie, a customer?
I guess so. You'll want to see her anyway, Mr. Spade. She's a knockout.
Well, sure in, Effie, darling.
Will you come in, Miss Wonderly? Thank you.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah, that's right. Now, what can I do for you, Miss Wonderly?
Well, I don't know where to start. I asked at the hotel for the name of a reliable private detective, and they mentioned yours.
I see. Well, I suppose you tell me about it from the very beginning.
Well, I'm from New York. I've come here to find my sister.
Uh-huh. Well, are you sure she's in San Francisco?
Well, she was 2 weeks ago. I had a letter from her. She came here with a man named Thursby, Floyd Thursby.
You mean she ran away with him?
Yes. Oh, Mr. Spade, I've got to find her. Mother and father in Honolulu, and it would kill them. I've got to get her back before they come home.
Well, what did she say in the letter?
Nothing, except that she was all right. I sent her a note begging her not to do anything foolish. I sent it to General Delivery. I told her I was coming out to get her. I shouldn't have done that, should I?
Well, it's not always easy to know what to do. You haven't found her?
No. No, I told her I'd be at the St. Mark for her to meet me there. But I've waited 3 whole days. She didn't come, didn't even send a message.
Well, go on.
Oh, it was horrible, waiting. But yesterday afternoon, I went to the post office. Corinne didn't come for her mail, but Floyd Thursby did.
Well, did you speak to him?
Yes. He wouldn't tell me where Corinne was, but he promised to bring her to the hotel this evening.
Hi, Sam. Say, Oh, excuse me.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right, Miles. Miss Wonderly, this is Mr. Archer, my partner.
Well, how do you do?
Mr. Archer.
Anything I can do, Sam?
Well, Miss Wanderley's sister ran away from New York with a fellow named Thursby. Miss Wanderley has seen Thursby and has a date with him tonight at the St. Mark. Maybe he'll bring the sister with him, but the chances are he won't. Miss Wanderley wants us to find the sister and get her away from him and back home, right?
Yes. But I want you to know that he's a dangerous man. I don't think he'd stop at anything. I don't believe he'd hesitate to kill Corinne if he thought it would save him.
But at what time is he coming to see you?
Between 8 and 10.
All right, Miss Wanderley, we'll have a man there.
Oh, no, Sam, no. This is too important for that. I'll look after it myself, Miss Wanderley.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all.
Oh, here, I've brought some money. Will $200 be enough?
Well, to begin with, yes. Oh, by the way, it would help some if you'd meet Thursby in the lobby.
Oh, I will.
You don't have to look for me, Miss Wanderley. I'll see you all right.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Wanderley. See you tonight.
Yes, goodbye.
Well, Miles, what do you think of it?
You saw her first, Sam, but I spoke first.
I wasn't talking about a figure. What about her story?
Huh? Oh, what about it?
Well, you got a great brain, Miles. Yes, you have.
So Miles went out to tail Thursby last night, huh?
Yeah.
And Thursby shot him. Is that what you think?
Well, that's what you think, Dante. I don't know.
Tom, get on the phone. Call the St. Mark and ask for a girl named Wonderly.
I thought of that myself, Lieutenant. He was never registered. The whole story was probably a fake.
Oh, was it? How about yours, Mr. Spade?
Tom, what's your boyfriend getting at?
I'll tell you what I'm getting at. Floyd Thursby was shot down in front of his hotel an hour ago.
Take your paws off me.
Easy, boss. Don't rough him up.
Where were you tonight, Spade?
I was right here all night long.
You got any proof?
No. So you think I shot Thursby, huh?
Yeah, I think you did.
Well, I know where I stand now. Did Thursby die?
Yes.
How did I kill him? I forget.
He was shot 3 times in the back with a .44.
Hotel people know anything about him?
Nothing except he'd been there a week.
Alone?
Alone.
Well, did you find out who he was, what his game was?
Nope. We thought you could tell us that.
I've never seen Thursby, dead or alive.
Now, look, Spade. If you did get Thursby, you'll get a square deal out of me and most of the breaks. I don't know that I'd blame you a lot, the man who killed your partner, but that wouldn't keep me from nailing you.
Fair enough. But I'd feel better about it if you'd have a drink with me. No?
No.
Well, good night, gentlemen. I'm tired. Hello. Yes? Oh, hello, Miss Wantley. Where are you? Where? The coroner, Department 101, huh? Well, I'll be there in a few minutes. Oh, by the way, what's your name this morning? Miss LeBlanc. Okay, Miss LeBlanc.
Mr. Spade, I have a terrible confession to make.
Yeah? Well, go ahead, Miss LeBlanc.
Well, that story I told you yesterday was all a story.
Oh, that's all right. I didn't believe your story anyhow. I believed your $200.
Oh?
You paid too much for someone who was telling the truth.
Oh, I see.
Now, let's clear up one thing first, Miss LeBlanc.
What?
Your name. Now, what is it? Not LeBlanc.
No, it's really Shaughnessy.
First name?
Bridget.
Bridget Shaughnessy. Oh, that's one I can believe.
Mr. Spade, tell me, am I to blame for last night?
Well, you warned us that Thursby was dangerous. I wouldn't say it was your fault.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Archer was so alive yesterday. So solid and hearty.
Now, stop it. He knew what he was doing. Those are the chances we take. Anyway, there's no time for worrying about that. Right now, there's a flock of cops running around with their noses to the ground.
Mr. Spade, do they know about me?
Well, so far, all they know is that there's a girl somewhere.
But must they know about me at all, Mr. Spade? Couldn't you manage to shield me from
Well,
them?
maybe, but I'll have to know what it's all about.
Well, I can't tell you now. Later I will. You'll have to trust me. Oh, I'm so alone and afraid. I've got nobody to help me if you won't. Please trust me. Help me. Be generous, Mr. Spade.
You don't need much of anybody's help. You're good. Chiefly your eyes, I think. And that throb you get into your voice when you say things like, be generous, Mr. Spade.
All right. I deserve that. But the lie was in the way I said it, and not in what I said. You can leave if you like.
No, not yet. I've got nothing against trusting you blindly, but I can't do you any good if I don't know what it's all about. For instance, I've got to have some sort of a line on your friend Thursby.
I met him in Hong Kong. We came here just last week.
Where? Not from Hong Kong.
No.
Where?
Well, I can't tell you.
Well, go on.
I needed him. I was completely dependent on him. He knew it. He took advantage of it to double-cross me.
How?
I can't tell you that either.
Well, why'd you want him shadowed?
I wanted to learn how far he'd gone, whom he was meeting.
Did he kill Archer?
Yes, certainly.
Well, Thursby had a Luger in his shoulder holster. Archer wasn't killed with a Luger.
Floyd always carried an extra revolver in his overcoat pocket.
Well, why all the guns?
He lived by them.
Picked a nice playmate. All right, let's have it. Now, how bad a spot are you in?
As bad could be.
Physical danger?
Yes, and I'm not heroic. I don't think there's anything worse than death.
No, shut up. You mean someone who might kill you?
Yes, and they'll get me unless you help. You've got to help. Do you hear? You've got to.
I said shut up. All right, I'll help you. And they'll probably give it to me, too, huh? All right, so what? I guess I won't be the first guy who let a dame make a sucker out of him.
He's back again, Mr. Spade.
Who, Effie?
The fellow was here this morning. Here's his card.
Joel Cairo. What is he, a character?
Mm-hmm. Foreign type. He smells like gardenia.
Gardenia, huh? Well, shoot him in, Effie.
Right. Will you come in, Mr. Cairo?
You're very kind. Thank you.
No, sit down now, Mr. Cairo.
Thank you.
I'm Sam Spade. Something I can do for you, Mr. Cairo?
Yes, thank you. But first, may a stranger offer condolences for your partner's unfortunate death.
Thank you.
And may I ask, Mr. Spade, if there is a certain relationship between that and the death of the man Thursby? May I ask that?
No.
I beg your pardon. Mr. Spade, I'm trying to recover an ornament that has been, shall we say, mislaid. I thought and hoped you could assist me.
Yeah?
The ornament is a statuette, the black figure of a bird.
Yeah?
And I'm prepared to pay on behalf of the figure's rightful owner the sum of $5,000 for its recovery and, what is the phrase? No questions will be asked.
Well, $5,000 is a lot of money. Come in.
Is there anything else for me, Mr. Spade?
Oh, no. Good night, Effie. And lock the door when you go, will you?
Good night.
Yes, Mr. Cairo. $5,000 is a very... What do you think you're doing?
I'm pointing a revolver at a spot directly between your eyes. You will please clasp your hands together at the back of your neck and do not move. I intend to search your office, and if you attempt to prevent me, I shall certainly shoot you.
All right, go ahead.
You will please stand. I shall make sure you are not armed.
Certainly. All right, Mr. Cairo. Drop the gun, please. Drop it. Drop it, or do I twist your arm off at the elbow?
You, here. Take it.
Yeah. Thanks. Now, sit down over there and behave yourself.
You have bruised me, Mr. Spade.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess I got a little annoyed. I don't like guys who make a phony offer of $5,000.
You are mistaken, Mr. Spade. That was and is a genuine offer.
Yeah?
And I am prepared to pay $5,000 for the figure's return. You have the figure?
No.
Then why did you risk serious injury to prevent my searching for it?
Well, I should sit around, let people come in and stick me up. So the offer still goes, huh?
Most certainly.
All right. Now, let's put the cards on the table. Your first guess was that I had the bird. Now, there's nothing to that. Now, what's your second guess?
That you know where it is, or at least that you know it is where you can get it.
Well, you're not hiring me to do any murders or burglaries for you, but simply to get it back, if possible, in an honest, lawful way.
If possible, and in any event with discretion. I'm at the Hotel Belvedere when you wish to communicate with me. Good evening, Mr. Spade.
Hold on. Oh, wait. You know a girl named Wanderley?
No, I do not.
LeBlanc?
No.
Well, how about Bridget Shaughnessy?
The Hotel Belvedere, Mr. Spade, room 655.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, may I have my revolver back, please?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'd forgotten it. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, you will please keep your hands behind your head. I still intend to search your office.
Well, I'll be... All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Spade. Do you have any news for me?
Yeah, a little.
I mean, Did you manage it so that the police won't have to know about me?
No, they won't. For a while, anyway.
Oh, and you won't get into any trouble. You won't, Mr. Spade.
Oh, I don't mind a reasonable amount of trouble.
Do sit down, please.
Do sit down, please. Now, look, you aren't exactly the sort of person you pretend to be, are you?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, schoolgirl manner, stammering, blushing, and all that. Because if you are, honey, we'll never get anyplace. Now, stop acting.
All right, I'm sorry.
Good. I saw Joel Cairo tonight.
You know him?
Only slightly.
What did he say?
About what?
About me.
Nothing.
Well, what did he talk about?
Well, he offered me $5,000 for the Blackbird.
Oh, did he? And what did you say?
Well, I said $5,000 is a lot of money.
It is. It's a lot more than I could ever offer you if I must bid for your loyalty.
Oh, that's good. Coming from you. Now, what have you given me besides $200? Have you given me any of your confidence, any of the truth?
Can't you trust me a little longer?
Well, how much is a little? What are you waiting for?
Well, I must talk to Joel Cairo.
Well, you can see him tonight.
He can't come here. I can't let him know where I am. I'm afraid.
Well, my place, then. What about it?
All right. Your place.
Good.
But wait. You'll have to let me go about this in my own way. You mustn't interfere.
Well, I'll just sit and listen while you talk over old times.
You're a strange person. I like you.
Yeah? Well, don't overdo it. Sit down, Mr. Cairo. Sit down, Miss Shaughnessy.
I might advise you, Mr. Spade. There's a boy outside who seems to be watching the house.
Yes, I know. I spotted him.
What boy? Who is he?
Oh, I don't know. A gunman, I guess. He's been telling me around town all evening.
Did he follow you to my apartment?
No, I shipped him before that. Well, let's start the meeting.
I'm delighted to see you again, Miss Shaughnessy.
I was sure you would be, Joel.
Well, I'll mix a drink. Just go ahead, Bridget.
Mr. Spade told me about your order for the Falcon. How soon can you have the money ready?
It is ready.
In cash?
Oh, yes.
You're ready to give us $5,000 if we turn over the Falcon to you.
I should be able to give you the money at, say, 10:30 in the morning.
But I haven't got the Falcon.
What?
Oh, don't worry. I'll have it in another week at the most.
Why must I wait a week?
Well, perhaps not a whole week.
And why, if I may ask, are you willing to sell it to me at all?
I'm afraid, after what happened to Floyd. I'm afraid to touch it except to turn it over to somebody else right away.
Tell me, exactly what did happen to Floyd?
He was murdered by the fat man.
Fat man? Is he here?
I don't know. I suppose so. What difference does it make?
It might make a world of difference.
Yes, you might be able to get around the fat man, Joel, as you did that one in Istanbul. What was his name? The one you did away with.
That is a lie, you dirty little... Get away, fella. Get away, do you hear?
Now, cool down.
This is the second time you've put your hands on me, Mr. Spade.
I'll try and make it the last. Now, you better get out, Cairo. I'll call you tomorrow.
You're working for her now, is that it?
I'm working for myself. If you want to withdraw your offer, just say so.
The offer still stands.
But all right, get out.
Very well. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Well, you've got some fine friends, Miss Shaughnessy. Do they always try to throttle you?
I suppose I ought to thank you.
Well, you've had your talk with Cairo, now you can talk to me.
Well, it didn't work out the way I hoped. I'll have to go now.
No, not until you've told me about it.
Am I a prisoner?
Maybe. Or maybe that kid outside hasn't gone home yet.
Do you think he's still there?
Likely.
I'll stay. For a while, anyhow.
Okay. Now, what's this bird, this falcon that everybody's all steamed up about?
It's a black figure of a bird, a hawk or a falcon, about a foot high.
Well, what makes it so important?
I don't know. They wouldn't tell me. But they promised me $5,000 if I helped them get it from the man who had it.
That was in Istanbul.
Yes.
Well, go ahead.
That's all. They promised me the money to help them, and I did. And then we found out that Joel Cairo meant to desert us, taking the Falcon with him and leaving Floyd and me nothing, so we did exactly that to Mr. Cairo. But then I wasn't any better off than before, because Floyd hadn't any intention of keeping his promise to me about sharing equally. I learned that by the time we got here.
What's the bird made of?
Porcelain or black stone, I don't know.
You're a liar.
What?
A liar.
Yes, I am. I've always been a liar.
Now, don't brag about it. Is there any truth at all in that yarn?
Some. Not very much.
All right. We've got all night before us. I'll put some coffee on and we'll try again.
Oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of lying and thinking up lies and not knowing what is the lie and what's the truth. Don't ask me. Please don't. If there's any kindness in you at all.
Now, what are you trying now? That's right. Turn on the beauty. Let your eyes get nice and starry. Put your arms around my neck and look pleadingly at me. Oh, you're great. Do you think it's going to get you anyplace?
Oh, I couldn't with you.
No? Well, don't be so sure.
We'll hear Act Two of The Maltese Falcon, starring Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Kriegar, in just a moment. Meantime, I have exciting news for you. The package of Lux you have in your home now looks just like the package you've always bought. But the flakes inside have been improved so that they can help you more than ever to save washables in wartime. Washables that may be irreplaceable. Remember, the Lux your dealer has now in the same familiar package is new improved Lux. Improved 3 ways. The first way, Mrs. Burton, how would you like to have a Lux that's even milder and safer than ever?
Why, that would be wonderful. But it's hard to see how Lux could be milder.
Well, new improved Lux is the mildest, safest ever made. To give today's precious washables the super safe care they need to make them last longer. Now, Mrs. Johnson, suppose I told you suds from new improved Lux are even richer, more cleansing than before.
Why, that's just what I need for the children's things. A soap that's really mild, but that really gets after the dirt.
And Mrs. Sutherland, how would you like a Lux made with suds that are even longer lasting?
Even longer lasting than before? Why, that would make Lux thriftier than ever.
Yes, new improved Lux is better than ever for every soap and water job you have to do. First, it's the mildest, safest Lux ever made. Second, its suds are richer, more cleansing. Third, they're longer-lasting suds that do more work. Give more of your washables this super-safe Lux care. Not only silks and woolens and rayons, but gay cottons, all your colored things. New improved Lux comes in the same familiar box. Your dealer has it now. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Maltese Falcon, starring Edward G. Robinson as Sam Spade, Gail Patrick as Bridget, and Laird Kriegar as Gutman. On the trail of the Black Falcon, Sam Spade has followed nothing but blind alleys. But now a call comes from his secretary.
He was here twice, Mr. Spade. He wouldn't leave his name, though.
No place I can reach him?
He said something about the Hotel Barclay.
Well, what did he look like, Effie? Can you describe him?
That's easy enough. A big fellow, about 270 pounds.
Yeah? The fat man.
In the lobby of the Hotel Barclay, Sam Spade watches for the fat man, but he sees only the boy who has followed him for the last 3 days.
All right, son. Where is he?
What?
Come on, where is he? You work for him, don't you?
Who?
A fat man. I want to speak to him.
What do you think you're doing, Jack? Kidding me?
I'll tell you when I am. You've been tailing around after me for 3 days, and I'm getting a little sick of it. You can tell the fat man I said so.
Shove off.
You'll have to talk to me before you're through, Sonny, so will he.
I said shove
And you
off.
can take your hand out of your pocket. Guns don't scare me much.
Keep asking for it, and you're going to get it. Plenty.
People lose their teeth talking like that. If you want to hang around, be polite. Now tell the fat man to call me and leave his name.
Hello, Mr. Spade. Mr. Gutman called. He says the boy gave him the message. Room 407, the Barclay, this afternoon at 3.
Ah, Mr. Spade. Delighted to see you, delighted.
How do you do, Mr. Gutman?
Sit down, my friend. We'll have a little drink.
Well, I can't stay long. Sorry, I've got an appointment at the district attorney's office.
So? It's interesting. Say when, Mr. Spade?
I'll leave it to you.
Excellent, excellent. I distrust a man who says when. If he's got to be careful not to drink too much, it's because he's not to be trusted when he does. You're a close-mouthed man, Mr. Spade.
No, I like the talk. I enjoy it.
Better and better. I distrust a close-mouthed man. He generally picks the wrong time to talk and says the wrong things. Well, sir, we'll talk.
That's swell. Well, we talk about the black bird.
You're the man for me, sir. No beating about the bush, but right to the point. But first, sir, answer me a question. Are you here as Miss Shaughnessy's representative or Mr. Cairo's?
No, there's nothing certain about it either way yet. It depends.
But which will you represent? It will be one or the other.
Not necessarily.
Who else is there?
Well, there's me.
Ah, that's wonderful, sir. Wonderful. I do like a man who tells you right off that he's looking out for himself.
Let's talk about the black bird.
Let's. Mr. Spade, have you any conception of how much money can be got for that black bird?
No.
Well, sir, if I told you half, you'd call me a liar.
No, not even if I thought so.
You know what the bird is, of course.
No, I don't.
You don't? They didn't tell you that?
Well, I know what it's supposed to look like, and I know the value in human life you people put on it.
But Miss Shaughnessy didn't tell you what it is. And Cairo didn't either?
Uh-uh.
They must know what it is. What do they? What is your impression, sir?
Well, there isn't much to go by. Cairo wouldn't talk. The girl said she didn't know, but I took it for granted she was lying.
Then they don't know. I am the only one in this whole wide, wonderful world who does.
Oh, that's great. When you've told me, that'll make two of us.
Mathematically, correct, sir. But I don't know for certain that I'm going to tell you.
Now, don't be foolish. You know what it is. I know where it is. That's why I'm here.
Well, sir, where is it? There, you see? I must tell things, but you refuse. That is hardly equitable, sir. No. I don't think we can do business along these lines.
You don't, huh? Well, think again and think fast. I told that gunman of yours that you'd have to talk to me before you finished. Now, I'll tell you now that you'll do your talking today or you're through. Now, what are you wasting my time for? I can get along without you. Now, talk!
Is anything wrong, boss?
Come in, Wilmer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, come in, Sonny. Keep your hand off your gun or I'll knock your ears down.
Listen, you...
Wilmer. Just stand over there, Wilmer. Excitable young man, Mr. Spade.
Well, make up your mind, Gutman. While you're doing it, keep that gunsel away from me. I'll kill him.
Mr. Spade, I must say you've a most violent temper.
Well, think it over. You've got till 5:30. Then you're either in or out for keeps.
Mr. Spade.
Well, my guess might be excellent or it might be crummy, but Mrs. Spade didn't raise any children dippy enough to make guesses in front of a district attorney and a stenographer.
Mr. Spade, I wish you wouldn't regard this as a formal inquiry, and please don't think I have any belief in those theories that police seem to form. You see, they think you killed Thursday.
Yeah? Well, what's your theory?
Simple. Tell me who Archie was shadowing Thursby for, and I'll tell you the murder.
Oh, that's where you're wrong.
Whether or not I'm wrong isn't for you to judge. I'm a sworn officer of the law, Mr. Spade. My duty
I
is...
thought this was an informal talk.
It is,
Well, then
but
listen. The police think I'm mixed up in those killings. Well, my best chance of clearing myself is to bring in the murderers all tied up. My only chance of ever tying them up is by keeping away from you and the cops, because you'd only gum up the works.
Now, just a minute,
And
Mr.
I don't
Spade,
want any more of these informal talks. If you want to see me again, pinch me or subpoena me or something, and I'll come down with my lawyer. See you at the inquest.
Hey. You.
Well, hiya, son. Didn't expect to see you until 5:25. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Keep on riding me, and they'll be picking iron out of your liver.
The cheaper the crook, the gaudier the patter. Is Gutman ready to talk?
He's waiting at the hotel. Get going.
Oh, they're on their way up now? Thank you. Oh, hello, operator. I don't want to receive any calls for about an hour. Yes, thank you.
Go on, get in, Sonny.
Mr. Spade.
Here, Gutman. Here's your gunman's six-shooter.
Well, what's this?
I took it away from him. I was afraid he might hurt himself.
I'll get you, Spade. Someday I'll let you have it right in the face.
Come on, get out of here.
Wait outside, Wilmer. By gad, sir, you're a chap worth knowing. An amazing character. Here, I've mixed a drink for you.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, I owe you an apology.
Never mind that. Never mind. Let's talk about the bird.
All right, sir, let's. Mr. Spade, this is going to be the most astounding thing you ever heard.
Yeah?
What do you know, sir, about the Knights of Rhodes?
Nothing.
Well, they were crusaders, Mr. Spade. In 1539, these crusading knights persuaded the Emperor Charles V to give them the island of Malta.
Yeah?
He made but one condition. They were to pay him each year the tribute of a falcon in acknowledgement that Malta was still under Spain. You follow me?
Yeah, so far.
Good. Well, sir, the knights were profoundly grateful to the Emperor for his generosity toward them.
Mm-hmm.
The very first year, they sent him not an insignificant live bird, but a glorious golden falcon, encrusted from head to foot with the finest jewels in their coffers. Well, sir, what do you think of that?
I don't know.
These are facts, historical facts. They sent this jeweled bird to Charles, who was then in Spain, but it never reached Spain. The famous admiral of buccaneers took the knight's galley and the bird. In 1713, it turned up in Sicily. In 1840, it appeared in Paris.
Oh.
It had, by that time, acquired a coat of black enamel so that it looked like nothing more than a fairly interesting black statuette. Then in 1922, a Greek dealer named Charaleos found it in an obscure shop. No thickness of enamel could conceal value from his eyes. Drink up, sir.
Yeah, well, go on.
Well, sir, to hold it safe, Charaleos re-enameled the bird.
Okay.
I got wind of his find, but when I arrived in Athens, I discovered that the bird was gone, and Charaleos murdered. That was over 20 years ago. Well, sir, it took me 20 years to locate that bird, but I did. I traced it to the home of a Russian general, one Kemidov, in Istanbul. I sent some agents to get it. Well, sir, they got it, and I haven't got it.
Where's Kemidov?
Oh, Kemidov? He died.
Very suddenly.
Yes. His heart.
And was there a knife in it or a bullet?
Your glass, sir? Thank you. Now, before we start to talk prices, how soon are you willing to produce the falcon?
A couple of days.
Now, that's quite satisfactory. Well, sir, here's to a fair bargain. Drink up.
Well, what's your idea of a fair bargain?
$25,000 when you deliver the falcon to me, and another $25,000 later on, or I'll give you 1/4 of what I realize on the falcon. That would amount to a vastly greater sum.
Well, how much greater?
Who knows? Shall I say 100,000? That would be the minimum.
And what's the maximum?
What would you say to $250,000?
Well, then you think the thing is worth $1 million, huh?
At least.
Well, that's a lot of dough.
A lot of dough.
Minimum, huh? And the maximum? And
What's the matter, Mr. Spade? Are you feeling ill?
I feel, what was in that drink?
The drink? Oh, I drugged it.
Yeah?
You'll be unconscious very shortly, Mr. Spade. You'd better lie down. I wouldn't want you to fall.
Well, that's very good. That's very...
Oh, dear. Oh, Joel! Joel,
Come in. Is he unconscious?
Yes. You know, he's a very interesting person, George. The kind of a man I enjoy dealing with.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Kriegar will return in the third act of The Maltese Falcon. Now, here's a question for the women in our audience.
If you could make your stockings last far longer just by doing one very easy thing, would you do it? Of course you would. Then listen to this.
Recent tests show how to cut down stocking runs over 50%.
Yes, a famous laboratory, the United States Testing Company Incorporated, repeatedly washed rayon stockings different ways, then tested them on an almost human machine, a sort of mechanical leg that strains stockings the way you do in actual wear. Here's what they found. Washing with new, improved Lux cut down runs over 50%. Yes, the Lux stockings tested on the machine didn't go into runs nearly as easily as stockings washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. They lasted ever so much longer.
You see, new improved Lux saves elasticity, so stockings can take extra strain without breaking into runs so easily. And here's what girls find in actual experience.
Why, I got over twice the wear from my Lux stockings.
Lux cut my runs almost in half.
That means a lot now that stockings are so precious. Better stick to Lux and avoid those enemies of stockings, cake soap rubbing and strong soaps. One special hint about rayons. They need 24 to 48 hours drying time. Get new improved Lux tomorrow. It's in the same familiar box, and your dealer has it right now. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
One of tonight's stars flew the Atlantic recently. We'll hear about it right after the play. Now the third act of The Maltese Falcon, starring Edward G. Robinson, Gail Patrick, and Laird Kriegar. When Sam Spade woke up, he was alone in the hotel room. Pale and still shaking from the effects of the drug, he's gone to his office, where Effie stares at him in alarm.
Mr. Spade, what happened to you?
I wouldn't know. I went visiting this afternoon with red knockout drops and came to just a little while ago, all spread out on a man's floor.
Who did it?
A fat man.
But why?
Didn't have a chance to ask. Evidently he wanted to get me out of the way for something.
But I don't get it. You... Hello? Yes? What? I can't hear you.
Who is it?
Give it to me again. Yes, I've got that. Captain who? Jacoby? Yes, Hello? Hello? She's gone.
Who's gone? Who?
It was the Shaughnessy girl. She wants you. Here's the address.
36 Ancho Street.
She's in some kind of trouble, Mr. Spade. She was telling me something about a ship captain named Jacoby. And then something happened to her.
What happened?
I don't know. Like she was being choked.
Listen, is that the outside door?
I'll see. Yes? What do you... Oh!
Mr. Spade?
Who is it, Effie?
I don't know. It's...
Mr. Spade?
Yes?
This package. For you. She told me. For you.
What's the matter with you?
For you.
Mr. Spade! Mr. Spade!
Shut up. Lock the door.
Yes. Yeah.
Give me the scissors from the desk, will you? I want to see what's in this package.
Here. Is he dead?
Got about 4 slugs in him, that's all.
Oh.
Come on, pull yourself together.
Oh, I'm all right.
Well, now we'll see. Here, this is what I think it is. Yeah? Yeah.
What is it?
You've got it, Angel. We've got it. The Maltese Falcon.
The falcon?
Look at it. The Blackbird. $1 million under a coat of enamel.
She sent him with it. That's what he tried to tell us. He must be Captain Jacoby.
Now, listen, I've got to get to her. As soon as I've done, phone the police. Tell them how it happened. Don't forget he brought a bundle. Here, get it straight now.
Yes.
I'll leave the bird in the safe. When I call you, bring it to that Ancho Street address. Got it?
Yeah.
And after you bring it to me, go out and call Dundee. Tell him to come on the round with about 6 cops. No mistakes, Effie. I may need them.
Just keep your hands up, Mr. Spade, and come in. Wilma, shut the door. Well, sir, we're all here, waiting for you. Now, let's sit down, Mr. Spade, and be comfortable.
Sure.
Sam, I tried to call you. I wanted to tell you.
Oh, it's all right, honey. Take it easy.
But they've been holding me here all last night and today.
But you've come to no harm, Miss Shaughnessy, as yet. Oh, Mr. Spade, I believe you know Mr. Cairo.
Yeah.
How'd you do?
And Wilma, of course.
You carrying a rod? Let me see.
Now, get away. You're not going to frisk me.
Stand still.
Put your paw on me, and I'm going to make you use that gun. Ask your boss if he wants me shut up before we talk.
Sit down, Wilma. Mr. Spade, you're certainly a most headstrong individual. Well, let's talk.
Yeah. You ready to make the first payment and take the Falcon off my hands?
You're sure you have it?
Sam, have you?
I didn't this afternoon, but I have now.
Then I am willing to pay. Joel, the money, please.
Yeah, wait. There's another thing to be taken care of first. We've got to have a fall guy.
I beg your pardon?
Well, the police have got to have a victim. Somebody they can stick with those 3 murders.
2. Only 2 murders, Mr. Spade. Thursby undoubtedly killed your partner.
All right, 2. The point is, I've got to come through with somebody, a victim, when the time comes. If I don't, I'll be it.
And whom do you recommend as this victim?
Oh, well, I'm not fussy. How about giving them Wilma here? He'll do.
Why, you...
Get away, punk.
By gad, Mr. Spade, you are a character.
Well, it's our best bet. If we turn him over, the cops will be happy. We'll be free as the air.
Well, what do you think of this, Wilma? Mighty funny, huh?
Yeah. Mighty funny.
Well, anyway, he killed Thursby, didn't he? He's made to order for the part.
Get up on your feet.
Go away, punk.
I've taken all the riding for you. I'm going to take it up and shoot it out.
Calm yourself, Wilma. Mr. Spade, your plan is not at all practical. Let's not say anything more about it.
All right, I've got another suggestion. Want to hear it?
Most assuredly.
I'll give them Joel Cairo.
Suppose we give them you, Mr. Spade, or Miss Shaughnessy. How about that?
Now, look, you people want the Falcon. I've got it, and the fall guy is part of the prize. As for Miss Shaughnessy, well, if you think she can be rigged for the part, I'm perfectly willing to discuss it with you.
Sam,
What's the matter?
you don't mean that you couldn't.
No, because I don't think the cops would be happy, Angel. Well, personally, I see only one guy who's really right. That's Wilma.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
Stop it! Stop it, do you hear?
Oh, let him go.
I told him to lay off me. I warned him.
I hated to do that, but the punk had it coming to him. There's your fall guy, Mr. Gutman. What do you say?
I don't like it, sir.
Well, either you'll say yes right now, or I'll turn the Falcon and the whole lot of you in.
All right. You can have Wilma. Carry him inside, Joe.
My secretary left an hour ago with the Falcon. She ought to be here in a few minutes. What about the money, Gutman?
In a few minutes. When she gets here.
Good enough. Now, let's get the details fixed. Now, why did Wilma kill Thursby, and why and where did he shoot Captain Jacoby?
Well, I shall be candid with you, sir. Thursby was Miss Shaughnessy's ally. We believed that disposing of him would frighten Miss Shaughnessy into patching up her differences with us.
That sounds all right. Now, Jacoby.
Captain Jacoby's death was entirely Miss Shaughnessy's fault.
That's a lie.
Well, tell me what happened.
Cairo saw in the newspaper that Jacoby's ship was arriving. He remembered that Jacoby and Miss Shaughnessy had been seen together in Hong Kong. Well, sir, he put two and two together and guessed the truth. She had given the bird to Jacoby to bring here.
Yes, and at that juncture, you decided to slip me the Mickey, huh?
Well, I'm sorry there was no place for you in our plans, Mr. Spade. Mr. Cairo and Wilmer and I went to the boat to call on Captain Jacoby and Miss Shaughnessy. We persuaded Miss Shaughnessy to come to terms, or so we thought. Well, sir, we mere men should have known better. En route to my hotel, Captain Jacoby and the Falcon slipped completely through our fingers. Except that Wilmer put a few bullets in him while he was running away. Oh, by the way, you said Jacoby died?
Yes, but not until after he brought me the Falcon.
Ah. Well, there's a bright side to everything, isn't there?
I'll get it. It's my secretary.
You don't mind if I go to the door with you?
All right, come on.
Mr. Spade,
Well, thanks a lot, Effie.
I wrapped it up again. Is there anything else?
No, thanks. Bye, Effie.
Goodbye, Mr. Spade.
Let me have it, Mr. Spade.
Ah, easy.
Let me see it quickly.
Here, I guess the pleasure ought to be Mr. Gutman.
After 20 years. 20 years. Yes, there it is. There you are, beauty.
Is it the Falcon, the original?
We will make sure. Your knife, Joel.
Here.
Thank you. Just a tiny cut in the enamel, and underneath we find...
Gutman, what's the matter?
It's a fake! It's lead! It's a fake!
But it can't be.
All right, Shaughnessy, you've had your little joke. Now tell us about it.
But no, Sam, no. That's the one I got from Kemidorf, I swear.
You bungled it, Gutman. You and your stupid attempt to buy it. Kemidorf caught on how valuable it was. He put a fake in its place.
Yes, that is Kemidorf's hand. There's no doubt of it. Well, Joel, what do you suggest? Shall we stand here and shed tears and call each other names? Or shall we go to Istanbul?
Istanbul? You are still going to look for the Falcon?
For 20 years I have wanted that little item and have been trying to get it. I'll go on trying.
Very well. I'll go with you.
Get Wilmer. We'll start tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. Wilmer, why, he's gone.
What?
The window is open. He's gone.
Well, swell lot of thieves.
We have little enough to boast about, sir. But the world hasn't come to an end just because we've run into a little setback. I'm sorry about your money, Mr. Spade, but of course you didn't earn it.
Well, I held up my end. You got your Falcon. Your hard luck, not mine, that it wasn't what you wanted.
My hat, Joe.
Now, wait a minute.
Mr. Spade, it will do you no good to argue. I haven't the money with me anyhow.
Well, I had an idea that was it.
Now, sir, we'll say goodbye to you. And since the shortest farewells are the best, adieu. And to you, Miss Shaughnessy, I leave the lead Falcon as a little memento. Adieu.
Sam, what are you going to do?
Nothing.
But those murders, you were mixed up in them. You said yourself the police needed a victim. Call them now. Tell them about Gutman.
I don't have to call him. Gutman will be nailed before he goes a block. But when he's nailed, he'll talk about you. Now, we're sitting on dynamite, and we've only got a couple of minutes to get all set for the cops. Now, give me all of it fast. Talk.
Well, where shall I begin?
Well, the day you first came to my office, why did you want Thursby shadowed?
I told you, Sam. I suspected him of betraying me, and I wanted to find out.
Now, that's a lie. You had Thursby hooked, and you knew it. You wanted to get him out of the way before Jacoby came with a bird. Isn't that so?
Yes.
What was your scheme?
Well, I thought that if he saw someone following him, he might be frightened into going away.
Well, then you must have told Thursby that Archie was following him.
Yes, I told him. But please believe me, Sam. I wouldn't have told him if I'd thought Thursby would kill him.
Well, if you thought he wouldn't kill Archie, you were right, Angel.
Didn't he?
No. Archie had been a cop too long to be caught like that, up a blind alley with his gun tucked away in his hip and his overcoat buttoned. But he would have gone up there with you, Angel. He was just dumb enough for that.
Sam!
And then you could have stood as close to him as you liked in the dark and put a hole through him with a gun you'd gotten from Thursby that night.
Don't talk to me like that, Sam. You know I didn't.
Oh, shut up. This isn't the spot for the schoolgirl act. Why did you shoot him?
No, I didn't mean to at first. I didn't really, but when I saw that Thursby couldn't be frightened, I... Oh, Sam, darling.
Go on. When you found that Thursby didn't mean to tackle Archie, you borrowed the gun and did it yourself, right?
Yes.
You didn't know then that Gutman was here hunting for you until you heard Thursby had been shot. And then you knew you needed another protector, so you came back to me.
Yes, but Sam, it wasn't only that. I would have come back to you sooner or later. From the very first minute I saw you, I knew that I...
Oh, you angel. Well, if you get a good break, you'll be out of San Quentin in 20 years, and you can come back to me then.
What? Oh, no, you're not going to...
I'm going to send you over.
Oh, no, don't, Sam. Don't say that.
You're taking the fall, darling.
You're doing this to me? Don't you understand, Sam? I'm in love with you.
That's great.
But you can't. You can't.
Yes, I can. You killed a man, darling, remember?
You know deep down in your heart, you know that in spite of anything I've done, I love you.
I don't care who loves who. I'm not going to play the sucker. I won't walk in Thursby's, and I don't know how many others' footsteps. You killed Miles, and you're going over for it.
Sam.
That's the cops.
Don't let them in, please.
Sit tight, honey.
Sam.
Hello, Spade.
Come in. Did you get the fat boy?
We got them. The kid, too.
Swell. Here's another one for you. She killed Miles.
Can you prove it?
Can I, Miss Shaughnessy? Can I prove it? Go on, tell them.
Yes.
All right, come on.
So long, Miss Shaughnessy.
This doesn't mean anything to you, does it?
Maybe. But you're going anyway. The chances are you'll get off for 20 years. If you do, I'll wait for you. And if they hang you, Angel, I'll always remember you.
Our stars will return to the microphone in just a moment. But now, listen a minute. Ammunition for attack. Shells for defense against the enemy. Our boys must have these things to win the war, and you may be unknowingly throwing away material needed to help them win. Waste fats and greases from your kitchen contain glycerin, one of the things that goes into the making of explosives. No amount is too small to save. Think of it this way. One man doesn't make an army, yet together, millions of individual Americans make up the finest army in the world. If every American housewife turns in 1 pound of waste household fats a month, together, that will make 540 million pounds of smokeless powder a year. Now, here's what our government asks us to do. Strain waste fats and greases into a can, any clean, smooth-edged can. Don't use glass or paper containers because they break or leak. The cans you use will be salvaged later. Keep the can in a cool place, and when it's full, take it to your local meat dealer. He'll pay you cash for each pound of fat. Try to do this early in the week when he's not so busy as weekends. Remember, only waste fats and oils are wanted, not anything you can use or reuse yourself. Every bit is precious. Save it carefully. Within 21 days of the time you turn it in to your butcher, it will be on its way to send your message to the Axis. Now, here's Mr. DeMille.
Next week's play asks a very vital question. So vital, I'm taking it to the man on the street for an answer before I introduce our stars. The question, are husbands necessary? Now, here's a man who's just come in from the street. What do you think, sir? Are husbands necessary?
My wife says yes. My draft board says no. Me, I just do what they tell me.
Now let's see what this young lady has to say. In your opinion, miss, are husbands necessary?
Are you kidding?
Well, that's the way it goes. Nobody agrees. But we'll go into that matter later, because the big news has to do with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Tonight, the Maltese Falcon had its share of thrills. But in recent weeks, Edward G. Robinson has been on the road to adventure in real life. We'll get the inside story now as he and Gail Patrick and Laird Krieger come back for a curtain call.
It must have been pretty exciting crossing the Atlantic in wartime, Eddie.
Well, we went over by plane, Gail, and as we approached the other side, it was nip and tuck there for a few minutes. I wasn't sure whether I'd make it or not.
Nazi planes go after you?
No, we were playing bridge, and I made the bid doubled and redoubled.
Did you fly back too, Eddie?
I came back on a ship, Laird. I was sure I got a chance to see a submarine, but nothing happened.
The word must have gone out that Little Caesar was aboard.
Now, don't kid about that, CB. Purely because of Little Caesar, I received a great distinction. The fellows made me an honorary member of the gun crew.
Well, seriously, Eddie, in entertaining our soldiers in England, how did you find them? Are they cheerful?
Cheerful and determined, CB. As for the English people, nothing seems to bother them. They've had rationing so long, it isn't the topic of conversation now. That great clock, Big Ben, was symbolic of the whole country to me. Every time it strikes, it seems to be saying, it's later than you think, Adolf Hitler.
I suppose you did some broadcasting yourself while you were there, Eddie.
Well, one afternoon I broadcast 6 messages to the continent in French, Spanish, Romanian, German, Danish, and Italian.
What, no Greek?
Well, I'm working on Russian at the moment, dear. I want to be able to say thank you to all the Russians I meet from now on.
Now, you've had many successes on the screen, but in years to come, I think you'll value most the success you achieved in this job for your country.
Oh, thank you, C.B. What are you doing here next week?
Well, that's when the big question comes up again, Eddie. Because next week, our play is the Paramount comedy hit, Our Husbands Necessary. And in it, we'll present those eminent thespians, George Burns and Gracie Allen. In the play, George works in a bank, and Gracie is secretly trying to help his career. So tune in next Monday night and get Gracie Allen's answer to that burning question, Are husbands necessary?
Oh, sounds like a lot of fun, C.B. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. And don't miss George and Gracie. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Burns and Gracie Allen in Are Husbands Necessary? This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edward G. Robinson will soon be seen in the Columbia picture Destroyer. Gail Patrick is starred in the Republic production Hit Parade of 1943. And Laird Kriegar's next picture is the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production Hello, Frisco, Hello. Heard in tonight's play were Charlie Lung as Cairo, B. Benedictine as Effie, Eddie Marr as Wilmer, and Warren Ash, Charles Seal, Leo Cleary, Fred Mackay, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear George Burns and Gracie Allen in Our Husbands Necessary.
Here's what Betty said.
Hasn't Jane got a lot of pep and charm?
But here's what Betty thought.
That woman gets in my hair. Where does she get all that energy?
Do you envy others because they have more pep than you? Maybe your trouble is plain vitamin deficiency. Vims may help you feel better than you ever thought you could. Vims have the 6-vitamin formula doctors endorse. 3 vital minerals also. Get that Vims feeling. It's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the exciting world of your own imagination. The lithe body, muscles rippling, seems suspended in air, twisted in its last agony. The goat legs flexed in their last spring. The beautiful boy's face transformed by a snarl of agony as the arrow bites through the back flesh to bury itself deep in the heart. This is a legendary bronze statue called the Dying Fawn. Legendary in more ways than one.
Jameson?
Miss Abbott.
Not any longer. This is my husband, David Cadelli.
How do you do, sir?
I've heard so much about you. It's my pleasure, Jameson.
Congratulations, Miss Abbott. I mean, Mrs.
Time for that afterwards. Are the others here?
Mrs. Abbott and Mr. Pierce arrived this afternoon.
Are they with him now?
No, Miss Sarah. Like you, they were too late.
Oh, no. You mean he's dead?
It was to be expected.
When?
The statue started to bleed the night before last.
Our mystery drama, The Bleeding Statue, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Patricia Elliott and Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love, But give your allergy to contact.
Allergy is our business, too. We know pollen. And we know that any of the 12,000 quarts of air you breathe each day may contain enough pollen to make your eyes itch, make you sneeze, and drip. We also know an ingredient that helps block pollen's bad effects. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists. It's an ingredient in contact.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love,
The tiny time pills in one contact keep this antihistamine working up to 12 full hours. All day, all night.
Give your allergy to contact.
Take contact only when needed, only as directed.
If you love spaghetti like I love spaghetti, I know what you're looking for. So come on, get ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store. If you want spaghetti, the best spaghetti, you don't have to look no more. Get your taste buds ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store.
Here's a riddle for you. What has 6 different kinds of spaghetti? Chicken, mushroom, meat sauce, shrimp, meatballs, or a combination of any of the above?
Oh, that's easy.
And dinner prices from $2.10 to $2.85.
Still easy.
And additional selection from ravioli to steak.
That's not a riddle, that's a cross-examination.
Come on, what's the answer?
The spaghetti store. Now, here's one for you. What has blue eyes and a craving for spaghetti?
Paul Newman's stomach.
No, me, meatball.
When you come in, bring your appetite. There's one thing you know for sure. Great spaghetti we've got, and it don't cost a lot at the spaghetti store.
2731 West Northwest Highway. Also Arlington and Fort Worth.
What is more mystical than a statue? The wounded fawn. No one is sure that it was not originally chiseled in marble, that the bronze we know today was not taken from a long-lost original. Where it comes from, no one knows. Where it was perhaps best known to the public at large was in its last appearance, or disappearance, on the stage of the Palace Theater as the climax of the farewell tour of Prior Abbott, the Merlin of the magicians.
Thank you. And now, if you ladies and gentlemen will permit, my greatest illusion, the death of the wounded fawn. Part the curtains, please. There he is for the last time on any stage. I beg your pardon, dear audience, the second last time. For if I'm to make him disappear, I would have to make him reappear, and both in front of your very eyes. Observe the dying fawn. 1,440 pounds of cast bronze. I invite any member of the audience who questions this assessment of weight to join me on the stage. I only wish to know that all of you are ready to believe that this statue does have a life and volition of its own, for it is about to disappear before your very eyes. Concentrate, observe, be aware, and beware.
That was back in 1936, David.
15 years before I was born, 18 for you. How do you know about that final performance? You weren't there.
Neither was my mother. She was about 5 then.
Strange.
What?
I can't connect your grandfather, now what do I call him? Not what you do.
The wizard.
It's kind of corny.
Not for me. It was my mother's second marriage. I was 5 years old. Mother was about 28. He was 57. Much as I loved him and as full of life as he was, I never could call him Dad, and Grandpa would have been an insult. So, because of all the marvelous tricks he did, he became the wizard. Oh, David, You never saw anyone so young as the wizard, in body as well as in mind. That's why I can't believe...
Easy does it, baby. You've done your crying for him.
Oh, it's awful to think of him lying in that coffin, dead. I can't believe it isn't just another illusion, and when we go down to dinner that he won't have escaped like Houdini and be sitting waiting for us with a big smile.
I'm afraid even the wizard can't spring himself loose from this one. Oh, I'd better get my best bib and tie on to greet your relatives.
I wouldn't worry about them.
Well, I don't want to make too bad an impression. Your stepbrother's a pretty important man in my life.
Because he's president of Abbott's Tool and Machine. Oh, Pierce is just a figurehead. Now, there's only one man who could...
Come on now, Sarah.
I just can't believe he's dead. He was... Oh, David, you just had to have known him to understand. He was indestructible.
Darling, he was going on 76.
But he didn't look or act more than 50.
Well, you hadn't seen him in more than 2 years.
Well, yes. You're right, of course, but even then, even with a heart attack and my mother dying...
You don't have to tell me, Sarah. God knows he was a giant to me. But not as a magician, as an industrialist, an inventor, an innovator. I never knew all that came from being a... Well, it sounds crazy to put it this way, but a plain magician.
Oh, he was no plain magician. I've seen blueprints of some of his illusions, and they're more complicated than splitting the atom.
Hey, it's almost 7:30. Now, look, I've got to have at least a clean shirt.
Yes?
Excuse me, madam, but dinner will be served in half an hour.
We'll be right down, Jamie. He's always so formal.
Well, he kind of gives me the shivers. What was that bit about the statue starting to bleed?
Oh, that's a silly old legend.
You want to tell your silly young husband what?
But I think the wizard probably made it up for the act.
Well, I'm persistent if nothing else. Made up what?
Well, it's a very old statue, you know. Quite priceless.
Well, since it happens to be my hobby, I know as much about it as you. It's either fired from a mold of a Greek original in marble, or else it was commissioned by Cosimo de' Medici in the early 1600s and is possibly by Benvenuto Cellini himself. Right?
Right.
But impossible to authenticate?
That's right. But it did belong at one time or another to the de' Medicis and to some later kings of France, they say.
Whoever they are. And what exactly do they say?
That whenever the head of a household to whom it belongs is marked for death, the statue starts to bleed. I don't want to be late for dinner.
No, we won't be. I just had to see this fabulous statue.
Well, there he is.
Wow. What a setting. He's magnificent, whoever the sculptor was.
He's sad. Poor wounded god.
God?
Come closer. Look at him. He's not just a faun. He has to be Pan himself.
Without the horns.
Ageless, deathless. The spirit of youth and life. Just like the wizard. I never thought he could really die.
Hush, hush, baby. It's the only thing none of us can sidestep. Hey, where's this blood supposed to come from?
From the air wound, of course.
Right here? It's between the shoulders?
Oh, I suppose. I've never seen it. It's just a story, David. What is it?
It's nothing.
Let me see your hand. You touched the statue.
Look, it's just rust, darling, that's all.
Bronze doesn't rust, David. That's blood.
Are you sure this is sherry, Pierce?
As advertised, and as always, nothing but the best.
It doesn't taste right somehow.
I doubt if anything will until we all find out just where we stand.
It's upsetting that he died so suddenly and unexpectedly. You don't suppose he could have left everything to Sarah? He couldn't do that to us.
Suppose he has.
I'll fight it tooth and nail. I'm his daughter.
Daughter-in-law, to be exact. I'm the last best hope. At least my father, your husband, was his son.
I hope he's recognized that in the will. And how do we handle this new husband Sarah has sprung upon us?
I've no idea. It's too bad the wizard didn't know about him before he kicked off. I doubt if he'd have reacted too well to some European opportunist who wanted to pick up a nice American girl with a lot of money in the family.
Well, he isn't here to react. It's up to us.
Pardon me, madam.
Yes, Jemison, what is it?
Mr. and Mrs. Cavelli have returned from the garden. Dinner is served.
Thank you, Jemison. We'll be right in.
Well, shall we start reacting? Kiss the bride and meet the groom?
Well, since we all seem to have finished dinner, shall we retire to the drawing room for coffee?
And the moment of truth.
You can clear if you wish, Jameson.
Yes, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, thank you, Jameson. I can pour the coffee, and Pierce will serve the liqueurs. And, Jameson, you can make your arrangements about the tape, whatever they are.
Very good, madam.
Will we have to come to the study to hear it?
No, madam. There are speakers in every room in the house, and I was instructed by the late Mr. Abbott that the tape would activate itself at exactly 9 o'clock this evening.
Activate itself?
Aye, Mr. Cavelli. You see, I don't know where it is.
You never knew my father, Signor Cavelli. In his later years, he was somewhat eccentric. Will you escort me to the drawing room?
Of course, Mrs. Abbott.
Nutty as a fruitcake, she means.
Don't talk about the wizard like that.
You know, Sarah, you weren't around in the past few years.
I saw him 2 years ago.
Well,
Well, that was right after his heart attack, and Mother's death right on top of that. Naturally, he was knocked out. But nothing could ever keep him down for long.
that's what you think. He buried himself alive here with Jameson. None of us saw him since the day you went back.
But he wrote me in Italy.
That's more contact than Mother and I had with him. It's a pity you went back to the art school.
Don't make me feel any worse than I already do. He made me go.
I thought you were the apple of his eye.
I also happen to be a carbon copy of my mother.
And the reminder was too poignant.
You think I'd have gone back to Italy otherwise?
There seemed to have been other attractions.
You mean David? I hadn't even met him then.
I wish you never had. I'd always hoped... I think the wizard hoped, too, that you and I...
Why, Pierce, you're my older brother.
Not quite. Not by blood, just by accident of the wizard's many marriages. Older, yes, guilty as charged. Is 16 years, or whatever it is, all that important?
Oh, come on, Pierce.
Oh, it didn't matter a hoot to the wizard and your mother. It was damn near double that with them.
It hadn't anything to do with age or family.
Just choice. Well, all right. Oh, well, let's go in, and on our way, why don't you tell me more of the man you did choose?
I suppose we really should have had espresso for you, Signor Cavelli.
No. Plain American coffee, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, really? I thought all Italians like...
Mrs. Abbott, I'm not Italian.
Oh? Sarah met you in Rome.
Florence.
Well, Florence. And your name is Cavelli?
Well, that's right, but Italian-American. My father and I were both born in this country.
How nice. But you lived in Italy.
Well, my father was an engineer with United States Motors. 2 years ago, while I was studying to be an engineer at MIT in Boston, the company moved him to their plant in Torino. When I graduated, I went over to join them and met Sarah.
You said in Florence?
Yes, at the Piazza della Signorina, looking at the statues.
You knew, of course, who Sarah's father was.
Well, I knew who Prior Abbott was, but I never guessed that Sarah was his daughter.
Stepdaughter. The wizard actually only had one child.
Your husband, which makes you Prior Abbott's daughter-in-law.
What time is it, David?
It's just about 9.
Well, people, the moment of truth is almost upon us. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think I could do with something to calm the nerves. Brandy for anyone?
I have my coffee. I don't know.
Why don't you, darling? I might join you.
Why not? Signor Cavelli, would you help...
Since we are family, may we make it David?
Very well, David. Help Pierce get the brandies. I'll pour the coffee.
As you wish.
Tell me, Sarah, did the wizard know about this hasty marriage of yours?
It wasn't all that hasty. Except at the last moment.
You haven't answered my question.
No. The answer is no.
But let me explain exactly what...
Ah, 'tis the witching hour.
Pierce.
Well, the whole thing is a bit spooky, Mother. Within seconds, all of us are going to face our futures, just where each of us is going, and all manipulated like puppets from beyond the grave. I wonder what particular trick the wizard has up his sleeve this time.
We're about to find out.
Pierce Abbott termed it the moment of truth. Are we to hear it from a disembodied voice speaking out of the past? And what will the truth mean for the four people sitting, awaiting that voice? I'll return shortly with Act Two.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say Bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say Bud, you've said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say Bud, it means you want the beer that's got a taste that's number one. When you say Bud, you tell the world you know what makes it all the way. When you say Bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other one, there's only something less, because the king of beers is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hi, I'm Matt Rayburn, left half for the Celtic. I'd like to invite you to bring the entire family out to see the Dallas Tornado play the Philadelphians on May 25th at Texas Stadium. The game is sponsored by sales and marketing executives of Dallas, and the money they raise will go to help young people like me. For ticket information, drop by the booth at Irving Mall or North Park, or call the Dallas sales executives at 747-9675. Don't forget now, Dallas Tornado soccer game at Texas Stadium, May 25th. I'll see you there.
For ticket information, call the Dallas Sales Executives at 747-9675. Soccer Spectacular, May 25th, Texas Stadium. Don't miss it.
Built in the late 20s, Abbott House is a Gothic castle perched on a promontory that juts out into the mouth of the Connecticut River. Now bathed in fitful moonlight, its flying buttresses and ornamental gables seem almost as much of an illusion as any of the great ones that made the immortal P.J. Abbott the beginnings of his fabulous fortune on the stage. An illusion of immortality fostered at this moment as his voice speaks from the grave.
Good evening, dear family. It almost seems like the good old days when I stepped out behind the footlights. Of course, in those days, I never dreamed that I would one day exercise my powers from beyond the grave. When you hear this, I shall be dead, my will signed, sealed, attested, and delivered to the hands of my attorney. It leaves everything I have completely and totally to my beloved Sarah, without let nor hindrance, now that she is 21 years of age.
Everything? How dare he?
Good God, what am I going to do?
Oh, no, I don't want it all.
Subject to these provisions, in the event that my daughter-in-law and her son will sign papers prepared by my attorneys waiving all right or claim to my estate, or legal moves to contest it, they will receive jointly an income yearly till their deaths of what I shall call 30 pieces of silver, the equivalent of $30,000. I further make it a condition that until the will is probated, that all three of you shall stay here at Abbott's house, nor shall any of you leave the grounds for any reason whatsoever.
He's crazy.
Don't ever say that about the wizard.
And just in case any of you question my sanity, my will is attested to by 3 objective psychiatrists who have found me sound of mind. And now for a few personal messages.
Let someone turn that off. I don't want to hear any more.
I've arranged there's no way for you to turn this recording off. I want you all to hear. Sarah, you and your mother were the 2 bright spots in my life. Your mother was taken from me. I don't think it was an accident. But I can't prove otherwise. So the best I can do is what I have done. But please, Sarah, whatever the others do, you stay here. For here, I promise you, you are safe. If ever you need help, run to the statue and ask for it. You will find it. A last good night from the wizard, who trusts you and loves no one but you.
Insane. Absolutely mad as a hatter.
What was all that about Sarah's mother?
He's trying to suggest that we had something to do with her death.
Oh, Sarah, I hope you don't think...
Pierce, I don't want to think at all at the moment. I've been traveling for something like 16 hours and my head is splitting.
I'm a bit cross-eyed myself. If you'll excuse us, I think we'll turn in. Yes, we're all a bit rocky. Come on, Sarah.
Yes, David.
Will you excuse us, Mrs. Abbott?
Of course.
We're both really bushed.
Good night, Aunt Rose.
Good night. I'm not going to let him get away with it, Pierce.
Take it easy, Mother.
Not on your life. For that matter, on both our lives. That's what we're going to have to fight for, baby boy.
Oh, would you please stop that?
I'm sorry, Pierce, silly habit, but you're all I've ever had.
No, let's not start down that road.
No, you're quite right. That isn't what has to concern us at the moment. That little witch, that someone from nowhere, just like her mother. She's not going to take away Abbott's house and the business and everything else from us without a fight. It's ours.
Not if the wizard left the will he said he did.
Wills can be voided.
I wouldn't count on it. I'll take odds his can't be overturned. He's sure to have covered every angle.
Except one.
What's that?
The heir has got to be alive to succeed to the estate.
I think I'm too tired to get ready for bed. David?
What?
What are you staring at out the window?
That damn statue? It haunts me.
Why?
Oh, a lot of reasons. Sarah, I don't like this. I don't like any part of it.
What, David?
It's all so crazy. Statues that bleed and disembodied voices on hidden tape recorders. Your stepsister, or whatever relation she is to you, and Pierce. The suggestion that your mother's death was... How did she die, darling?
Well, I was away, so I only know what I was told. The wizard had had a heart attack, and she'd been nursing him. She came downstairs and told them that she wanted a breath of air, and she went out...
Wait a minute. Who is them?
Them... Pierce and Rose and Jameson.
Where were they?
Rose and Pierce were in the drawing room. Jameson was in the pantry.
And none of them followed your mother?
Followed her?
How did she die?
I guess she had a sort of fainting spell. And she fell and hit her head somewhere on the statue. And while she was unconscious, she drowned in that little pool behind the statue.
You're sure of that?
Well, what else could have happened? There was a coroner's inquest, and a lot of newspaper stories, of course.
Then what do you make of your father's obvious accusation that they were responsible?
I don't know. Maybe they're right. That the wizard was never really himself again. Oh, David, I wish you could have known him. He was marvelous. The most marvelous person I ever knew. Before you.
Holy smoke.
What is it?
The statue, it isn't there anymore. It's gone.
What What do you mean? Where?
Wait a minute. Cloud just drifted across the moon. As soon as it clears, you'll see.
But it couldn't just disappear.
But it did. There's nothing there but the empty pedestal. And the grotto and that little pool rippling in the moonlight. Wait a minute. That cloud's just about to clear and we're... I don't believe it.
Well, you'll have to. There it is, large as life.
But it wasn't there a moment ago.
Oh, darling, there must have been a tree branch in the way. How could it disappear? Oh, David, I'm just wrung out. I've got to go to bed. I just want to sleep away today. Do you mind if I use the bathroom first, dear?
Of course, darling. I want to run downstairs for a moment anyway.
Where are you going?
I won't be a minute. I left something in the car. I want to get it.
Oh, thank you for bringing me upstairs, Pierce.
That's all right.
What are we going to do about Sarah?
What do you mean?
Oh, now, don't play games with me. Are we just going to sit still for her taking over everything?
What else can we do?
We didn't when we thought it was going to be her mother.
Look, we got away with it once. We're not going to get away with it again.
We're going to have to. And within the next few days if we're going to.
Not here.
We don't have any chance anywhere else. The girl has got to die.
What good would that do us? The estate would go to her husband.
Her husband? Oh, now that's very interesting, Pierce. This young upstart, ambitious, carefully marrying a young girl without her family's knowledge, obviously anxious to make profit out of it.
What do you have in mind, Mother?
Why wouldn't he be just as anxious to get rid of Sarah as we are, Pierce?
I would never be able to get away with convincing anyone of that. No, there's only one way.
How?
Now that Grandfather's dead, and we know the secret of the statue, I can fix it so it will seem to kill them.
Both of them? Was that necessary?
It's the only way. There's nothing there now. Heaven knows it seems solid enough. I wonder... Who is that?
It's Jameson, sir. Miss Sarah was asking for you.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll be right in. Jameson.
Yes, sir?
You've been with the family a long time.
With Mr. Abbott, I was, sir. Nearly 55 years. I started out with him as an assistant in his magic days.
He was about the grand illusionist of all time, I guess.
No one better, sir. He was beyond peer.
And this statue was one of his better ones, huh?
Before it got cemented into place here at Abbott House, that's nearly 40 years ago.
But he used to make it disappear right on stage, didn't he?
Well, in a manner of speaking.
Well, what does that mean?
An illusion, don't you see? It never moved. It took 11 tons of mirrors and 14 helpers to make it happen. That was the old days. They won't come again. Magic's all gone.
Well, what about the rigmarole of the statue bleeding?
That's something else again, sir. That's way out of the past.
Well, I don't know. I thought I found blood by the arrow wound earlier tonight. It's dry now. It's been wiped off.
I don't know by whom, sir. What shall I tell Miss Sarah, sir?
You don't have to tell her anything. I'll go in with you.
When you're tired, fancy plays strange tricks, Mr. Cavelli. I was thinking of making a toddy for Miss Sarah, if she'd like it. There's nothing better for putting you off to sleep.
I'm sure I don't have to ask her. She'd love it.
And yourself, sir?
No, I'll skip the hot drink.
Maybe you'd like to join me in a nightcap, David.
Where did you spring from? The wall?
No, as a matter of fact, I was headed for the pantry here to ask Jameson to make one of his famous toddies for Mother.
And for you, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm a cigar freak. Oh, Jameson, when you've made the drinks, I'll take them up.
Oh, that's all right, sir. I'm happy to be of service. I'll bring them up when they're ready.
Want to join me in a nightcap while we're waiting, David?
Okay. Just a quickie, though. Then I'll walk you upstairs.
Come on, Mother. I took the rest of the powder out of the sleeping pills for Jane.
It's right here, Pierce, but how are you going...
Sheer luck. Jameson is making a hot toddy for both of you girls. With this, I can fix Sarah's so she'll never wake up.
We can't get away with it.
Leave it to me. David and I just had a good night drink. I only had some chloral hydrate to slip in that. But he's going to wake up with a large headache tomorrow.
Dare we risk it?
We have no choice, Mother. We've got to go for broke. If we don't, I'm dead. And as you well know, I'm just selfish enough to make sure that everyone else goes before me.
David? Oh, thank the Lord it's you. Come here, darling. Quickly.
Sarah. Sorry. I don't know. I gotta get to bed. Where is it?
I just looked out the window again, and you're right. The statue just isn't there. It's completely disappeared.
Statue? Something about statue. Darling, I'm sorry.
What's the matter, David?
I'm down one drink. I guess I've one drink too many. I'm blind drunk.
Oh, I was the one who was sleeping before. Now I'm wide awake, and you're...
Jameson, bring you a nice hot toddy. Put you to sleep, like me.
David? No, David. Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. David, I don't know what I'm scared of, but I'm scared.
And well, she should be scared. For with David's collapse, the forces of evil, real and unreal, swarm about Sarah, threatening her very life. Perhaps most terrifying of all is the absence of the statue. For with it gone, and David drugged in sleep, where can she run to for sanctuary? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BB. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural. Sugar-free diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Where the roads unwind with travelers, with friends, with family, with people going places, seeing all there is to see. Where the ride is always sure and smooth, you'll find a trusted friend you've always known. It's Firestone. Firestone, Firestone, Firestone.
It's a super sale on a super tire, the Strato Streak Super Belt. Your Firestone sale headquarters has the Strato Streak Super Belt for as little as $20.95. Yes, $20.95 plus $1.88 federal excise tax exchange for the B78 13 size black wall. What a sale! Money stretching prices on a mileage stretching tire. Low sale prices on other sizes and white walls too. This sale won't last forever, so hurry into Firestone. Convenient terms available. Firestone for great prices on great tires.
Those scudding clouds that alternately mask and unmask the moon play a ghostly light across the long, curving staircase as Pierce Abbott descends it. The phial of lethal powder spilled from the sleeping pills hidden in his hand. Silently, he crosses to the swinging door of the pantry, edging it open slowly, disappointed to find Jamie facing him.
Yes, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, just wondering if the drinks were ready to take up.
We'll just have to add the hot water.
Anything I can do for you, sir?
Oh, yes.
Excuse my back, sir.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Just getting the kettle?
That's fine. What did you say before?
I wondered what brought you down again, sir.
Oh, yes.
Anything I can help you with?
No, I thought perhaps I might have left my lighter down.
Ah, indeed you did. I put it right here on the tray with a glass for your mother.
Yes, thanks. Jameson, it's all right. I might as well take this tray up with me,
If you wish, sir.
All set, Mother. Here you are.
What is it?
One of Jameson's nice, uncomplicated toddies mixed by his own hand. As of this moment, he's delivering the same to Sarah.
The same?
He couldn't testify otherwise. His back was turned when I salted it.
With my barbiturate?
Enough to kill a gorilla.
We can't get away with drowning them the way we did her mother.
We won't even try to. No, they'll die quite differently.
How?
I've been experimenting with the statue, and I've made a discovery. It moves on hinges and counterweights and escapes into the pool. Take those hinge pins out, reduce the counterweights, and it will collapse and crush anything in the way of its fall.
The secret room would be exposed.
No. There's a false base which slides into place. The whole thing will seem nothing but a tragic accident. Another chapter to add to its legend.
When will you get them there?
Tonight, when everyone's asleep. Sarah may be dead already. David is dead weight, but I can drag them through the secret tunnel. It's mostly downhill. Come on, drink your toddy, go to sleep, and leave this to me.
I won't draw an easy breath all night.
By tomorrow, you'll be able to. We both will.
Oh, it's you, Jamie.
I thought you might like a little toddy before you turn in, Miss Sarah.
The Scottish panacea?
Not exactly, but it does make for a long, peaceful sleep.
I could use that tonight.
Your new husband didn't want any.
No, he's sound asleep already. Well, see you tomorrow, Jamie.
You'd better, or the old wizard would never forgive me.
I only wish he were here.
So do I, Miss Sarah. But don't you worry. Wherever he is, he's looking out for you. Turn the key in the door after I leave. You'll sleep sounder.
Maybe I'll do that. Good night, Jamie.
Good night, Miss Sarah.
All locked up, Jamie.
Aye, Mr. Abbott.
And off to bed, then.
Aye. Are you off yourself?
Hardly keep my eyes open. You've given Miss Abbott her drink, all right?
Oh, yes.
Did I what?
Did you get your mother's to her?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, this is where I leave you.
Up the wooden staircase?
My nightly climb.
Sleep sound, Jamie.
Huh?
Sorry, Jamie, old boy. I just have to make sure.
Who is it?
Don't turn on that.
Pierce, what are you doing with that pillow?
What are you doing awake?
Keep away from me. Pierce, keep away. I'll scream.
Won't do you any good. There's no one to hear.
David!
You might as well try to waken the dead.
Oh, no. He's not. He's not.
Not yet, just knocked out, but he will be.
You must be crazy.
Only desperate. It's the same thing.
Keep away from me. Keep away.
Sorry, Sarah. I have to.
No! Help me. Someone. Help me. Wizard. Help me. Save me. You said to come to the statue. Help me.
There's no one to help you anymore, Sarah. No one.
It's moving. Help.
You're safe, Sarah. Come quickly down into the vault.
Wizard. You're alive.
Quickly.
Damn you, grandfather. Can't you stay decently dead?
Damn you, son. Can't you stay decent?
I'll make you stay dead this time. I've gone too far to hang back.
I warn you, I won't hesitate to use the gun.
Then don't, or it will be too late.
Pierce! No,
No, I won't let you trick me again. The last trick is going to be mine.
Wizard, look out! The statue!
Too late! We all go together!
do, Sarah. I can't budge it. Oh, my head.
Are you all right, darling?
I'm still woozy and my head is splitting, but... Oh, here comes Jameson.
Jamie, did you get the police?
Hi, Miss Sarah. They're on their way on an ambulance.
How's Mrs. Abbott?
I'm afraid she's...
Oh, poor Rose.
I wouldn't spare her much sympathy. She only got the drink that was meant for you. Thanks to Jamie.
I switched them. Is Mr. Abbott?
He's alive. Pierce is dead.
Sarah.
Yes, Wizard? I'm here.
I have a lot. Apologies to make.
Don't worry about that now. Police, doctors, they're coming.
Too late.
No. Look, David, Jamie, if all three of us try, we can...
You couldn't move it an inch. I know it well, this old statue. Once I could move it with the flick of my hand. Make it appear, disappear. The magic's gone. This arrow, the wrong end, buried as deep in me as in the old wounded fawn. Things I have to tell you.
It's better not to try to talk.
Let him, Sarah. He wants to.
Jamie, will you tell the most? Jamie, tell him about the last 2 years. After your mother died, Miss Sarah, he was in a bad way. The heart mended physically, but it was still broken. And then he began to think and brood on it. And he was sure that Mr. Pierce or Mrs. Abbott had killed her.
But why would they want to...
If your father had died, honey, all the money would have gone to your mother.
But Mother, or me for that matter, we'd have been willing to share.
Well, there was no way you could prove them responsible for Sarah's mother's death?
None.
And you dreamed up this crazy masquerade just to bring them out in the open?
No, I tell them, Jamie. A few months ago, Mr. Abbott discovered he had a carcinoma. The prognosis was very bad. So, since I was scheduled to die, I decided to advance the date a little. He was worried about you, Miss Sarah, and he wanted to protect you. He was afraid of Mrs. Abbott and Mr. Pierce after what happened to your mother. In this house, from his secret vault, there's a system of reflecting mirrors that lets you see what's happening in any room, and equipment to hear. He knew he could protect you here and maybe unmask Mr. Pierce and his mother.
Oh, Wizard, I didn't need your money.
I couldn't have left it to them.
Rest, dear. Please. The ambulance will be here soon.
Too late. For me, child. This is my real farewell appearance.
Wizard, please.
Sing no sad songs for me. I had it all. I leave it all. And I'm glad that in the final grand illusion, my old partner shares it. Funny. The day before you came, I cut my hand on this arrow buried in my chest.
It was blood.
Signaling the death of the head of the house. Now, Sarah, this statue will never bleed again. We die together, he and I. Now watch. I am about to disappear before your very eyes. Concentrate. Observe. be aware. And all the rest is silence.
The statue, of course, did not disappear. Restored, it still occupies the grotto. Abbott House is a curiosity. Its periscope mirror system, its intricate sound wiring, its secret passages and subterranean vault, a mecca for tourists. And the statue doesn't bleed. Enough blood has been let, one hopes, to still the legend forever. I'll be back shortly.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. You know, for years we've been talking about the Special K breakfast, a great way to start the day if you have a weight problem. You may have seen or heard our latest commercials, which symbolize the problem of being a few pounds overweight by using this ball and chain. That's the sound effect. But so many people have come to know the Special K breakfast that can help solve weight problems, they sometimes forget that Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It has 8 essential vitamins and iron, and so delicious that lots of folks, kids as well as adults, eat Special K just for the sheer good taste of it. So we don't want you to think that you have to wear a ball and chain to eat Special K. All you need is an appreciation for the finer things of life, a 1-ounce bowl of Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, coffee, and maybe a little sugar. The Special K breakfast can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
I'd like to clear up a little misconception, and to do it, I'm going to take you through a Buick dealership. See, a lot of people are considering the purchase of a small car, but they might not consider coming to a Buick dealer to get it. That's a mistake, because right here are all kinds of small cars, imported and domestic, with 4, 6, and 8-cylinder engines, with 2, 3, or 4 doors. Here's our biggest small car, the mid-size Century. It's pretty luxurious in there, but the size makes it practical, too. This one's our next smallest, Buick Apollo. Under this hood, there's a 6. Pretty handy these days. Yet because Apollo is a Buick, it has qualities you don't often find in cars this size. And this little rascal is Opel, 4 cylinders, and the best-selling car in Germany. You'll know why when you drive it. Well, there you have it. An impressive small car variety under one roof. At your Buick Opel dealer.
On sober reflection, one can't be too sure, of course, that a legend will die. They tend to persist. But since the head of the Abbott household is now Sarah, and she has at least 50 years ahead of her, few of us will be around to find out. Still, circa 2025, if you have nothing better to do, you might visit Abbott House. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Tony Roberts, Grace Matthews, Kurt Benson, and Paul Hecht. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, View Sugar-Free Diet 7-Up, and Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's a rare person who remembers what it was to be a child. All of us can remember things from childhood. A mother's smile or frown, a father's strong arms or resonant voice, names of other children, or even their faces. But who of us can remember accurately the feelings that flooded our small bodies? Feelings of weakness and helplessness, and the countervailing ones of power and omnipotence.
I am the master of everything. I can start things and I can stop them anytime I want. I tell everybody where to go and what to do, and they have got to go there and do it because I say so, and nobody is allowed to answer me back.
Our mystery drama, The Enchanted Child, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Terry Keane and Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Each one of us is born a savage. Only little by little, through great sacrifice, by great effort, does the child abandon part of his wild and tyrannical self to become what we call a mature adult. The best of us make it only partway, and some of us never arrive at all. Our story concerns a boy who has scarcely begun this arduous journey.
Nice to see you this fine morning, Mrs. Lloyd.
Beautiful sermon, Reverend.
So glad. Ah, good morning, Mrs. Bristol, isn't it?
That's right, and this is my husband, Ed, and my mother, Mrs. Bates.
Oh, yes, indeed. Little by little, I'm getting acquainted.
I hope you're going to like it here, Dr. Everett.
I already do, Mrs. Bates.
A fine sermon, Dr. Everett.
Oh, thank you, sir. Let me see. You and your lovely wife have a small son, have you not?
Yes, that's Mark. He was in church with us, but he's gone off to Sunday school. Your wife's class, I believe.
Yes. Mrs. Everett has the 6 to 10.
Oh, now, we mustn't keep you, Reverend. Others of your flock are waiting. We have to get home and start dinner. I have to make the gravy. Maida hasn't cut the mat. Mother always makes the gravy. You coming in?
I think I'll stick around and talk to some of the fellas.
Anything to get out of helping in the kitchen. Don't forget the ice cream.
Neapolitan, is that what you want?
That's Mark's favorite. Come along, Mother.
You have to add the flour gradually and stir constantly, or it lumps.
That's what mine does. Lump.
There's a dog on your lawn.
A dog?
I can see him through the window.
Oh, must be the Hansons, Dad.
Well, I thought the Hansons are the big dogs. This is a little one.
Oh, that's their new dog.
Well, what happened to their old dog?
Oh, poor thing, he died.
What else?
Well, nobody knows. Perfectly healthy one day, next day, gone. Just as well, probably.
What do you mean, just as well?
He started taking little nips at people, not really biting, just sort of nipping at their heels. Took a nip at Mark one day.
Did?
Next morning, dead. Mark felt awful about it, cried for hours. Then he snapped out of it, forgot the whole thing.
The resilience of children.
Mother? What do you think of the new minister?
I like him. Very sound.
It's sensitive.
Very. I'm going to ask him to pay a call on your father. Maybe he can cheer him up or something. Heaven knows I've tried.
I know. It's hard.
Yes, it is. Maybe I don't like to complain. I've never been one to complain. You know that. But, it all seems so unfair. A man of his age to have a stroke. My father's only 58.
Remember Lila Conklin? Had a stroke when she was just 19.
Lila got over it. Made an effort and got over it.
What about his therapy?
Oh, that. We have therapists in and out of the house all the time. He just gets mad at them, swears at them. That's one thing he's very good at, swearing.
Does he ever swear at you?
Only one occasion. I tell you, Maida, if I didn't get out of the house once in a while, like today, coming here, I don't know what I'd do.
Well, thank the Lord for Laura Rotenberg.
Oh, that blessed woman. That angel of mercy. Waits on him hand and foot. Does everything for him, and he treats her like dirt. And that sainted woman just laughed at him. Excellent. Imagine.
I guess nurses get used to anything.
Well, I don't. Never will. Your gravy.
Turn the gas down, will you? Ed'll be along in a minute.
How are they doing this job?
Ed does well, always, you know that.
Did he get his Christmas bonus?
Oh, sure.
How much?
The usual.
Did he get a raise? Later?
In the kitchen.
No raise.
No raise.
Here's your ice cream.
Neapolitan?
The very same.
Ed, take the chicken out of the oven. Mother, here's the gravy bunch. I'll dish up the mashed potatoes.
Mark home yet?
No, but he will be. Here's the dish for the peas, Mother.
Anybody sharpen up the carving knife?
I did. Set the chicken on the table.
Isn't this a pretty dish?
Mother? There's Mark.
I'm home.
Come sit down. Well, you hungry?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Everybody had enough?
Goodness, I certainly have.
Well, they're all clear. Everybody stop, and I'll clear.
What did you think of Dr. Everett?
Oh, I like him. Like him a lot.
Mother's going to ask him to take call on Father.
How's he coming along?
He isn't.
He's not worse, is he?
And I don't see how he could be much worse than he is.
He's depressed, Mother said.
Well, he's got plenty to be depressed about. What's he got to look forward to? He can't talk. He can't walk properly. Doctor told me he had to learn the alphabet all over again. Had to learn to count like a 3-year-old. He gets his words all mixed up.
He still does.
Well, that's enough to make a man depressed. That's enough to make a man... Well, it's enough.
There's just no sense to it, Mother. You have to have faith.
Faith in what? He's never going to be any better. I know that. You know that. He knows that. What's the good of faith? It's just pretending.
We have to have faith because...
Why do we? Where does it say we have to? Oh, it would be better for everybody if he was.
Mother!
Better for him. Better for me. Better for everybody.
Oh, now, Mother, we don't know.
I know. To go on living this way.
I am going to fetch the ice cream, and you change the subject.
Maybe it tells me you're doing very well in your job, Ed.
Job's all right. Job goes right along.
You got a Christmas bonus?
Yep, the usual.
Here's the ice cream. Neapolitan lot. Ed, the dessert dishes are on the sideboard right behind you.
I got them.
Ed and I were talking about his job.
Oh, yes, well, nothing to be done about that.
Pass this to you, Mother.
What do you mean by that, Maida?
Ice cream for you, Maida?
Oh, thank you.
And ice cream for you, Mark.
I don't want any. Thank you.
You what?
You don't want any ice cream?
It's Neapolitan.
I don't care for any.
Well, I never thought I'd live to see the day.
You don't even want the chocolate?
But try some of the strawberry.
I don't want it.
You feel sick?
Kind of.
Where does it hurt?
All over, kind of.
Well, you go straight upstairs and get into bed. I'll be up in a minute and take your temperature.
Run along, son.
Okay.
If you've got a fever, we'll call the doctor.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
He ate everything right up to the ice cream.
Neapolitan's his favorite.
He can't be very sick. He went through that chicken.
Well, I'm not going to worry till I know.
It's very good ice cream.
Delicious?
Ed, Maida says they didn't give you a raise this year at the plant.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't appreciate you, Ed.
Oh, they appreciate me all right. They tell me what the job is worth. Thing is, I should be moving up.
Well, why aren't you?
No place to move except into Henry Gamp's job, and Henry's not about to move out. It's a good job. Henry's good at it. He'll probably work way past retirement if they let him. He probably will.
How old is he?
Oh, not even 60.
Oh,
Never been sick a day in his life. Not that I wish old Henry any bad luck, but, well, you know, we all have to go sometime.
Yes.
Does seem a shame.
Yes. Well, I should be getting on home. I'd like to stay and help with the dishes, Maida, but
You know I never let you do that.
It's your father. I should get home to him.
Maybe I'll do the dishes.
Laura Roden would like to get out for a few hours in the middle of the day.
It's all right, Mother.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
See you at church next Sunday.
And I'll be over during the week. Maybe we can go shopping or something.
Oh, that would be nice.
Are you sure you don't want me to drive you home?
Get the car out for 2 blocks. Certainly not. I'll walk. Bye, dear. Bye, Ed. Let me know how Mark is.
I'll call you. Think I should go up and check on Mark?
Well, let's have some coffee first.
All right.
I don't know if we ought to be discussing my job with your mother like that.
Like what?
Well, you know, all that stuff about Henry Gant.
It was you told her about Henry Gant, not me.
Well, I hope it didn't sound like I'm after Henry's job.
Well, aren't you?
Oh, in a way, maybe.
If you're not, you should be.
Put the coffee on, why don't you?
You get there.
All right. Hello?
Mr. Bristol, this is Laura Rotenberg.
Yes, Laura.
Laura Rotenberg?
Terrible news, Mr. Bristol. Mr. Bates is dead.
What?
It must have been another cerebral hemorrhage. I went into his room to take him some dinner. He was lying on his bed. I thought he was asleep. Oh, I'm so glad I got you on the phone because I thought you or your wife could tell Mrs. Bates so much better than I could.
Yes.
Mrs. Bates is there with you, isn't she?
No, she's on her way home. Look, I'll try to catch her before she gets there. Thank you for calling us, Laura.
What is it?
Your father's dead, Maida.
Oh.
I'm going to try to catch up with your mother before she gets home.
Well, come in here.
Well, what about Mom?
Yes, I suppose I should stay with her.
Yes, I think you better.
Should I tell him, do you think? About his grandfather?
I don't know.
Maybe I should wait. Till tomorrow.
I am the master of everything. I can start things and I can stop them anytime I want. I tell everybody where to go and what to do. And they have got to go there and do it because I say so. And nobody is allowed to answer me back. I am the king.
Omnipotent thinking, they call it. And it's very common in the lives of small children. It's compensation, I suppose, for the evident fact of their own lack of any power at all, of any kind. A tiny consolation, and a pathetic one, but one that may have most disastrous consequences. We shall return with Act 2. Mark Bristol is a little boy. Mark Bristol is a good little boy, regarded by all with affection and approval. Everyone wishes him well and makes plans for him to develop gradually into a good man, a good person, as no doubt he will. But while he is waiting for the plans to take effect, Mark Bristol dreams in the dark.
I'm Fairman. See you next Sunday. Oh, Mrs. Bristol, how good to see you in church. So happy you could find the strength to attend.
Where else would we go, Dr. Everett, for strength?
I never knew your father, of course. I regret that.
Maida's mother was going to ask you to call on him, but...
It was very sudden.
A great shock, I'm sure.
Laura Rotenberg called us on the phone right after Sunday dinner.
You know Laura Rotenberg, that's Everett.
Oh, Laura's helping us to organize a Bible class. Yes, I know Laura. She's a fine woman.
She took care of my father from time to time. She's staying on now with my mother, till certain adjustments can be made.
Well, it's good she has someone with her.
We do our best, but it's hard. No, it's hard.
To adjust.
Well, we'll be getting on home, Reverend. There's still Sunday dinner to get on the table.
I'll come with you, Maida.
Yes, I wish you would.
You want me to pick up some ice cream?
No, don't bother. I have a chocolate cream pie. Mark likes that.
What are you doing, Maida?
Calling Mother.
What for?
I'm going to insist on her coming over here for dinner.
It's a good idea.
Hello?
Laura, this is Maida Bristol.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Bristol.
How is my mother?
Well, she's all right, you know.
Laura, I want to get her to come over here for dinner.
Oh, I wish she would.
She didn't come to church with us.
I know.
Now she just must stir herself and come for dinner. She's always had Sunday dinner with us.
I know, but she simply won't budge, Mrs. Bristol.
You think she'd at least want to see Mark. She'll be home right after Sunday school lets out. She's very fond of Mark, and he adores his grandma.
I know.
What is she doing right now? Could I talk to her?
She's upstairs, lying on her bed with the shades drawn. Just lying there. Her friends have called. Some of them have stopped by, but she won't talk to anybody.
She talks to you, doesn't she?
A little. She did last night.
And what did she say?
Mostly that she's all alone in the world now.
She's got us.
Yes, but of course, she feels she wasn't nearly kind enough to your father while he was alive.
That's not so.
Oh, it's the way everybody feels, Mrs. Bristol, at a time like this. It's part of mourning.
I suppose.
It is, believe me.
Well, if she changes her mind, you hustle her right over here, Laura.
Oh, I will.
Tell her Ed doesn't know how to make the chicken gravy any more than I do.
I'll tell her.
Thank you, Laura.
What'd you say?
Mother won't talk to anybody. Won't budge.
Well, give her time.
You know what she's waiting for, don't you?
Your mother?
She is waiting for us to ask her to move in here.
We did ask her.
I mean permanently. Move in with us permanently.
Oh. Well...
Ed, we can't, so the house is too small.
Yeah.
I like my mother.
Well, I like your mother.
I love my mother.
Well, we need a bigger house.
We can't afford a bigger house.
I know. I wonder how Henry Gant is.
What? Who?
Henry Gant. His wife called the plant last week. Henry's coming down with something.
With what?
Well, first they thought it was the flu. Now it looks like pneumonia.
Oh, is that serious?
Well, no, not these days. Not with all the antibiotics and stuff.
Oh. Well, I certainly hope he gets better.
Yeah. I'll give his wife a call later.
Mother?
Oh, there's Mark.
I'm home.
Come sit down. You hungry?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
You want the wishbone, Mark?
Please.
There's not much meat on it.
I want to hang it up to dry. Then we can wish on it.
That's right.
Should I hang it on the radiator?
That's as good a place as any. Mark, what would you think if your grandma moved in here with us?
Grandma?
Now that your grandpa has passed on, she has to live someplace.
She could live here.
You wouldn't mind? You love your grandma, don't you, Mark?
Sure.
Now, if she came here to live with us, we have to think of where she would sleep. Now, where do you think she should sleep, Mark?
On the couch.
Oh, your grandma isn't a young woman. I don't know how she'd like sleeping on a couch in the living room. Where would she put her things?
What things?
Oh, all the things ladies have to have. Where would she put them?
She could put them in a little box.
And where would she put the little box?
Under the couch.
Why don't you just tell the boy straight out, Maida?
Okay.
Oh, stop beating about the bush. What your mother's trying to say, Mark, is that if your grandma should come here to live with us, you'd probably have to sleep in your room.
Sleep with me? In my room?
Wouldn't that be possible, Ed?
Maida, that room's 8 by 9. We couldn't even get another bed into it. No, Mark, I think your grandma would have to have that room all to herself.
Then where would I sleep?
Well, on the couch in the living room, I guess.
Where would I keep my toys?
Oh, someplace. I don't know. I made a...
Don't look at me. I don't know. Now, the whole thing's hopeless, I guess. It's just hopeless. She can't stay where she is. She can't come here.
We had a bigger house. We could work it
But
out.
we haven't got a bigger house, and we're not going to have a bigger house. So just put that out of your mind. You have Henry Gant's job. We could have a bigger house, but you haven't got it. So let's just forget the whole thing. The chocolate pie's right behind you on the sideboard.
All right, I got it.
The plate. We use the same fork.
Right. How big a piece do you want, Mark?
I don't care for any pie, thank you.
No pie?
It's chocolate.
I don't want any.
Are you sick?
Kind of.
Ed, you think he's sick?
Oh, a kid doesn't need it.
Go upstairs, dear, and you get into bed. I'll come up soon and take your temperature. If you have a fever, we'll call the doctor.
Okay.
I'll be up in a minute.
Okay.
Well, I think he's just upset about his grandpa.
He was fine till we...
Till we what?
Till we started talking about his grandma moving in here.
Yeah.
Filling up his room.
Well, that's a lot to ask from a kid.
I know, and I hated to ask him, but what could I do?
Nothing, I guess.
We just had a bigger house.
You finished with your pie?
I've had all I want.
Me too. I'm going to call and see how Henry Gap is.
Aren't you going to make the call?
Yeah, I'd better do that. Aren't you going to go up and see how Mark is?
Yes, I'd better do that.
Well, go ahead.
I'll go check on him, and you make your call.
Yeah.
Be sure and give my very best to Mrs. Bear.
Yeah, I will. Hello, Mrs. Gant. This is Ed Bristol from the plant. Well, I hope I'm not disturbing you. I just called to ask how Henry's doing. Oh? Oh. I see. Well, I'm sure you haven't got anything to worry about. Doctors have got pneumonia pretty well under control these days. Oh, is that so? Well, look, you give your husband my very best and tell him we miss him at the plant and we expect him back any day now. We miss him, we really do. Oh, and Mrs. Bristol sends her very best. No. Bye.
Well, he's sleeping like an angel. Doesn't look fleshed or anything. I think he's all right.
That's good.
How's Henry Gant?
His wife says they've got him on some new medication. They've been trying different things, trying to find one he'd respond to.
He's not responding?
Well, I think this latest one may work. Somebody's at the door.
Yes.
Want me to get it?
Oh, yes, please. I have the funniest feeling.
Well, look. It's Laura Rodenberg.
Come in, Laura. Oh, so glad you're both here. I tried to phone you, but the line was busy, so I ran over.
What's the trouble, Laura? You look all upset.
Where's Mark? Is he here? He's upstairs asleep. I have something very dreadful to tell you. Mrs. Bates. She took some pills, some sleeping pills. They were left over from when your father... She took sleeping pills?
How many?
A lot. When? When did she take them? Sometime this morning. Oh, I should have known when she wouldn't see anyone, but I never thought, I never dreamed.
Oh, did you call the doctor?
Is she in the hospital? Of course I called the doctor, but it wasn't any use. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so terribly sorry. You mean my mother? Somebody's dead? The doctor called an ambulance right away. But we both knew it wasn't any use. She must have been dead for at least an hour. No, I can't stand it. I cannot stand it.
No, honey.
I cannot stand it. You see, she should have been here. She should have been here, living with us.
Maida, we couldn't have known.
I did ask you to come for dinner, didn't I?
Of course you did.
What is happening? What is happening in this house? What is going on?
Maida, don't.
It's just like a week ago. We sit down to dinner. Everything is all right. Then all of a sudden, Mark doesn't feel well. He goes upstairs. I tell him I'll be up in a minute and check his temperature. And before I can do that, somebody dies. My father dies and my mother dies. What is happening? What is going on in this house?
I run everything. I boss everybody. If I tell them to fall down, they fall down. And I can make them get up, too. Nobody can tell me anything. And I can tell anybody anything I like. Everybody is afraid of me. And I am not afraid of anybody. Because I am God.
You must know by now that we're examining not the conscious mind of a small boy, but its dark, hidden depths and the occult desires that lie buried there. More often than not, these wild wishes remain immured, never to reach the light. Sometimes they emerge and play havoc with the life of the man that small boy is destined to become. We'll return with a final act shortly. Do you still imagine that you know your children in any but the most cursory and superficial way? Are they bright? Are they well-mannered? Are they talented? Are they good? You may know the answers to all these questions and still know nothing of importance about them. I would advise you to take to heart the words of an East Indian poet and philosopher named Rabindranath Tagore. I do not love him because he is good, but because he is my little child.
So happy to see you here. So happy. Dr. Evans. Oh, Mr. Bristol. And Mrs. Bristol.
How are you, Dr. Evans?
I should be asking you that, Mrs. Bristol. Tell me, is there anything I can do for you? Any way I can be of help? I should be only too glad, believe me, if there's anything at all.
I don't think there's anything anyone can do, Reverend.
I'd like to try if you'd let me.
There's nothing.
Reverend, there is something.
Ed, don't.
If you could find some time to talk to me.
Ed, please,
Of course. Oh, any time. When would be...
This morning.
You mean now?
Ed, I wish you wouldn't.
The sooner the better, if that's all right with you.
Well, let's see now. There's only a few more parishioners to speak to. If you could wait a minute or two.
Sure, I can do that.
Then we can step into the vestry. I can give you as much time as you need.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Mayday, you go along home. Start dinner. Oh, come on. Go on now, will you?
I hate to go home by myself.
I'll be there as soon as I talk to the Reverend.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Come on, go on home now.
There's a bench here, Mr. Bristol, if that's all right.
Oh, yes, anything, any place.
Well, now, let's sit down and you tell me, whatever it is.
Yes, thank you. It's going to sound weird, Doctor, but I want to tell you that in advance.
Whatever it is, just tell me.
I wouldn't bother you except for Mayday.
You're not bothering me. I don't want you to feel that you are.
Reverend, you know, Mayday and I have a little boy. His name is Mark.
Oh, yes. I'm hoping I'll get to know him soon. Mrs. Everett speaks so highly of him. He's such a fine little fellow, such a good boy. She thinks the world of him.
Yes, we do, too.
Of course you do. Was it Mark you wanted to talk to me about?
In a way, I might as well start at the beginning. If I know what the beginning was. Sometimes it seems...
Yes?
Well, it seems as if I don't know anything at all about anything about anyone. I don't mean to cry, Reverend.
It's all right. Really, it's all right.
Well, about a year ago, my father-in-law had a stroke, but, well, you know about that.
I wasn't here when it happened, but I know about it.
Well, he got to be quite a burden to his wife, especially. And a couple of weeks ago, she was having Sunday dinner with us at our house, and I'm afraid she was quite bitter about it all, and I'm afraid she let herself go, and she was very outspoken.
Well, that's quite understandable.
Yes, but in front of Mark, she said things, she kind of intimated that it was all too much for her, that she couldn't stand it any longer, that her husband would be better off if he didn't live. Better off dead is what I really mean. She didn't come right out and say it, but we all knew what she was feeling. And, well, I've got to tell you, Reverend, we felt it, too.
Well, people do have these feelings, Ed, but they pass.
Yes, but that's not the point of what I'm trying to tell you. Maida brought on the dessert. It was Mark's favorite ice cream, Neapolitan. He's crazy about it. But he said he didn't want any. The first time in his life, he hasn't wanted Neapolitan ice cream. We thought he might be sick, you see, and...
Yes?
I made her send him to bed, and my mother-in-law went home after we finished up the ice cream. But before she could get there, we got a phone call from Laura Rotenberg. You know Laura Rotenberg?
Yes, I know.
And Laura said my father-in-law was dead. Another cerebral hemorrhage.
Yes? But don't you get it? Get what? What am I supposed to get?
Oh, wait, wait till you hear the rest of it. Of course, my mother-in-law was very disturbed, upset.
Of course.
She wouldn't go out. She wouldn't see anybody. Wouldn't even go to church.
Oh, I remember.
Well, my wife went to see her at first. She lived right down the street from us, a couple of blocks. My wife caught on pretty soon that her mother wanted to come to live with us. Well, that's easier said than done because we've got a two-bedroom house, Reverend. There's Maida and my bedroom. There's Mark's. That's all. We had a bigger house. We'd been very glad, very happy.
Don't be afraid of tears, Ed. They can be a blessing.
Yeah. Well, we talked about it a little bit at the dinner table. Maybe I asked the boy, would he give up his room to his grandma?
He's such a good boy. What did he say?
Not much. But a couple of minutes later, he said he didn't want any chocolate pie. He went upstairs to his room. Maid and I, we finished eating, and a little later, Laura came to the house and told us, she told us my mother-in-law had taken sleeping pills and was dead. Don't you see, Reverend?
See what, Ed?
It was just like the time before. When Mark's grandpa died, it happened exactly the same way.
Well, you're not trying to say... You don't mean...
I don't know what I mean. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I just know what happened. Mark went up to his room both times. Both times somebody died. Within minutes, somebody died.
You don't mean there's a connection?
Well, couldn't there be? Maybe thinks there could be.
Do you think so?
I don't know what to think. I've read about devils that get into human beings. They can do all sorts of awful things that they wouldn't do in the ordinary course of things.
You think a devil has gotten into your son?
Is that possible? Is it?
I don't know. I simply don't know.
Oh, wait. I haven't told you everything. There's more. When Maida and I were talking about her mother coming to our house to live, we kept saying how it would be so simple if we only had a bigger house with an extra bedroom. And that's the truth, Reverend. We'd have only been too glad to have her if we'd only had one more room. But as things were, the only chance we had of getting a bigger house was if I got a promotion. A promotion I'd be sure to get when...
Yes, when?
When Henry Gamp resigned or retired. Or died.
Yes?
Well, Henry's had pneumonia, and it never occurred to me, it never occurred to anybody that he wouldn't get over it and come back to work, but the antibiotics didn't work, and this morning his wife called the house. She says, Henry's dead.
I see. I'm sorry.
Dr. Everett, we talked about Henry Gamp, about me getting his job, the promotion, in case anything happened to him. We talked about it in front of Mark. We kept saying we just had a bigger house. If I got promoted, we could have a bigger house, and that was the only way we could.
Wait, Ed, you're jumping to conclusions that you have no right to.
All those deaths, all those people dying.
Wait, Ed.
Well, what could it be if it isn't the devil's work?
But your own son, your own boy.
You don't think I want to believe the devil's got into him, do you? But the way things happen, the way those people died.
Now, Ed, I don't think we should talk about this any more this morning. I think you should go home now and be with your wife.
Oh, poor Maida. She's worse about this than I am, believe me.
Well, you tell her that I'm going to come to the house and talk to her.
All right, I will.
Probably tomorrow. Yes, definitely tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Reverend.
Are you all right now?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Come, I'll walk you outside.
You're very kind, Reverend.
Oh, not at all. If I can't minister to my flock, then what am I doing here? Huh?
Oh, right.
Oh, you see what a beautiful day it is?
It's beautiful, yeah.
Makes you believe in God, doesn't it? And His infinite kindness.
Yeah.
Watch the steps, Ed. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You want me to walk home with you, Ed?
No, I'm all right. Thank you again, Reverend.
And tell your wife I'll call her in the morning.
I'll tell her.
Watch out! Ed, watch out for the truck!
I can't go on.
Hello?
Oh, Laura. I'm so glad you're there. I thought you might have moved out.
I was just packing my things.
Laura, I'm all alone here and I'm getting dinner. Mark's in Sunday school and Ed stayed at the church to talk to Dr. Everett, and I'm all alone and I can't manage to hold myself together somehow. Laura?
What is it, Maida? What can I do for you?
Could you come over here? Maybe help me get dinner on the table and maybe stay for dinner. I I don't want anybody to know I'm falling to pieces like this. Especially Mark. And having you here would help, you see. You keep the conversation going, you know?
Of course, I could do that later.
Well, could you come over right away, Laura? I want to tell you something very privately. Ed is talking to the minister right now. Heaven knows what he's telling him, but I have an idea. It's horrible, Laura. It's horrible. And then I think, on the other hand, it may be true, and if it's true... Laura...
Maida, try and get hold of yourself.
Laura, something horrible about Mark. About our little boy.
I'm going to throw on a coat and come right over. I'll be there in a couple of minutes, so you get hold of yourself.
Yes, I will. Oh, there's the doorbell there. I better go answer it. Can't be Ed. I always leave the door open on Sundays for him and for Mark.
Well, at least you won't be alone until I get there.
That's right. And, Laura, thank you. Yes, I'm coming. Oh, Dr. Everett. Oh, please, come in. Do you mind coming back to the kitchen, Reverend? I have dinner cooking. You don't mind the kitchen, do you?
No. Whatever.
I wonder if I could ask you to stay for dinner. I was just on the phone to Laura Ruttenberg. She's coming over, and we'd love to have you. Pardon me while I check the gravy, Dr.
Mrs. Bristol, please, sit down. Please.
Oh, certainly. Hope you don't mind these old kitchen chairs.
Mrs. Bristol, I have some very bad news for you.
What? What news? What?
About your husband.
What about it? What's happened to Ed?
He and I had just finished our little talk in the vestry room. I walked him outside and down to the curb. I offered to walk home with him. I could see he didn't feel well. But he wouldn't let me. He started off by himself, and he stepped right into the path of a truck.
Oh?
He was hit.
Hit by a truck? Where is he
now? He was taken to the hospital. I went with him, but he died on the way, Mrs. Bristol.
Ed died?
Mrs. Bristol, please, sit down.
Ed died? No, I don't believe that. No, I don't.
It's true.
Not Ed.
What is it? What is it?
Oh, I can't. Oh,
Mrs. Bristol.
Ed!
Mrs. Bristol. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, dear God, please. Oh, no, please, dear God. Heavenly Father, please. Oh, please. Operator, send an ambulance. The Bristol House on Elm Street. I don't know the number. Look it up. They've lived here a long time. The Ed Bristol House. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody just came in. Maybe they know. Hold on. It's a big yellow house near the corner, tell them.
Maida? Oh, is Maida here?
What's the number of this house?
Oh, it's 32?
It's number 32 Elm. Tell them to hurry.
Oh, my God. Maida.
Tell them it may be a heart attack. How is she?
She's dead.
Oh, my God.
You were here when it happened?
I came here to tell her about her husband.
Oh.
He was run over right in front of the church.
Oh, my God.
I had to tell her. I had no idea. I've been talking to Ed in the vestry room. He told me all about her father and her mother and now Henry Gamp. Dead. All dead. And he asked me if a devil had gotten into Mark, and I said...
A devil? A devil had got into Mark? What kind of nonsense is that?
Well, the way he told us. And then he was killed. And now... Somebody just came in.
Mother?
It's not.
Mother, I'm home. Who's going to tell him?
Is it possible there's a devil in the boy?
If there is, it's the same devil that's in all of us, Reverend. Who's going to tell him? Am I or you?
I think better you.
Mother, where is everybody? Mark. Where is everybody? I'm hungry.
Is the child still alive in you? Does the desire to run the world and order people about cling to you even today? Have you never quite relinquished the conviction that you are a superior being whose every wish is paramount and can be gratified? No? You're not like that? In any secret place? In any secret way? Take a closer look. I'll be back shortly. An angry infant could destroy the world if his strength matched his fury. Be careful how you deal with him, for he is mad with rage, and he would kill you if he could. Our cast included Terry Keane, Ralph Bell, Adam Ross, Evie Juster, and Don Scardino. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever known terror? Have you ever come up against something that so threatened you, so horrified you, that it stopped your heart for a moment? If you never have, count yourself lucky. But don't count on your luck too much. After all, who's to say that terror may never touch you, huh? Consider Helen and Jim Crane. They never thought it would ever touch them.
Blood. Jim, there's blood all over. And the axe. Did you see the axe?
Come on, let's get out of here.
The blizzard. We can't
stay here either. There must have been a terrible fight in that kitchen, and I'm not waiting for the winner to come back.
You don't suppose...
What?
The murderer the police are looking for. The man who slaughtered the Grant family. They said he was holed up somewhere on the mountain. This cabin, maybe? You don't think...
All I think is that we'd better get out of here.
Our mystery drama, Blizzard of Terror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Lois Smith. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
More of the Mystery Theater on WABC.
Dare you join me now in a blizzard of terror? Not so fast, not so quick to answer yes. Are your nerves in shape for what lies ahead? Have you promised yourself a good night's sleep? A promise you want to keep? In simple brief, are you who now listen to my voice ready to cope with terror? Very well. You made the choice, not I. Come along, then. Well, come on.
That China will form no coalition with Russia in the foreseeable future. That's the world news. Now I have a special bulletin from the big Indian Sheriff's Office.
Jim, turn the radio
Sheriff
off.
Ed Ralston warns all motorists to stay off the roads on Thunder Mountain. Not only because of the blizzard, but also because the man sought for the brutal murder of the Grant family is believed to be hiding out somewhere on the mountain.
Please, shut it off.
All of them, with a kitchen carving knife. The Grant family...
Thank you, Mr. Crane.
You're welcome, Mrs. Crane.
We don't need to be told again and again that we're in a blizzard on Thunder Mountain. We know we are, thanks to you. I'm sorry.
Okay, skip it. Maybe it is my fault.
Jim!
Wow, that was a close one. I can't see the road. All I can see is snow.
What's that?
What's what?
There, just ahead, back under the trees. A cabin.
So?
We better stop.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
We're just managing to make it up this grade now. If we stop, we'll never get started
If
again.
we keep going, we're sure to get stuck. Those snowdrifts out there are getting worse.
Yeah, I know,
We'd be safer in that cabin.
we could freeze to death.
Jim, please, for once, listen to reason.
Okay. You win. You always do.
Don't stop here. The cabin's over there.
If we drive in there, we will get stuck.
You really are going to have to get new glasses. Can't you see the road?
Oh, yeah. Tire tracks. Snowed over, but tracks.
Those tire tracks, they mean somebody's there. Yes. Look. Smoke coming out of the chimney. Ah, now, are you glad we turned in?
Swooning with delight.
You're angry because I was right.
When are you wrong? When are you ever wrong?
Oh, you are something. You are. You are really Why do we quarrel like this, fly at each other every time?
Well, maybe if you weren't so darned independent. Forget it. Okay, come on.
Ooh. Oh, this is nice. It's so cool.
Yeah. All right, let's get inside. Fast. Hello? Anybody home? Hello?
Just open the door and go in.
Well, I don't like to just barge in.
Jim, under the circumstances, if you won't, I will. Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
There must be somebody here. There's a fire smoldering in the fireplace. Here, look, there's a pipe in this ashtray. The tray is full of pipe ashes.
Yeah. Oh, here's a coffee cup, half full.
Uh-huh.
There's a book open on the table. Huh. Jung's Psychology of the Unconscious. Whoever owns this place must be a brain. Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
Helen, don't do that. You've got no right to go nosing around.
Bedroom. Nobody in it. Must be the kitchen. Behind that door.
Helen!
Yes.
Let's just sit down and just wait for whoever owns this place to come back, huh?
I just want...
You've got no right, Helen. Now, the owner of this place must be the kind of person who wouldn't like people nosing around.
Oh, now,
I'm telling
really?
you. Just look at it. This isn't just a cabin. It's a kind of lodge. Here, that wall lined with books. There, a hi-fi. Stacks of records, all classical. And those paintings on the walls. Helen, please.
I want a cup of coffee, and if this door leads to the kitchen...
Just won't listen. Just won't ever listen. Well, what are you standing there for? Now that you've opened the door, go on in.
Oh. Good Lord.
What is it?
Oh. Jim. Oh, Jim.
Helen, what is it?
The
what?
kitchen. Oh, the kitchen. Ah.
Here, Helen, here. You better sit down. You look like you're going to faint. Now, you just sit there. I'll have a look. Oh, no. Oh, Helen, come on now. We better get out of here.
My God. Oh, Jim. Blood all over. And the axe. Did you see the axe?
Yeah, that's the first thing I saw. Come on.
Blizzard. We
can't stay here. There must have been some hell of a fight in that kitchen, and I'm not waiting for the winner to come back.
Oh, you don't suppose...
What?
The murderer? The murderer they're looking for, that man who slaughtered the Grant family. They said he was holed up somewhere on the mountain.
Helen, I don't know, and we're not going to hang around to find out. Now, come on, let's get out of it. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Jim Crane. This is my wife, Helen. We got caught in a blizzard, and we saw your cabin, and we just came in.
We were over at Big Mountain for a skiing weekend, and we started back too late, thanks to my husband.
Oh? Yeah, I guess it was my fault. You see, I don't ski. My wife does, but I don't, and, I got into this poker game, and I was winning, and I couldn't quit when I was ahead. You know how it is?
You don't have to make any excuses to me, friend. Maybe to her, but not to me.
Well, I was just explaining.
Like ice in here. Better get that fire going again.
You needn't bother on our account.
I'm not.
Well, what I meant was we were just leaving.
Not in that blizzard, you're not, Mrs. Crane.
It's Miss Morgan, if you don't mind.
I thought you said she's your wife.
Well, she keeps her maiden name.
You kidding?
No,
You marry a doll and give her your name and she won't use it? What's the matter, excuse me, Ms. Morgan, you said, eh? What's the matter? Your husband's name isn't good enough for you?
It isn't that.
Then what is it?
I prefer to keep my own name, that's all. A lot of women do these days.
Yeah, they call it women's lib.
Women's what?
Lib. For liberation. You know, they keep their names, their independence, their jobs, everything.
Everything, eh? That's too bad. You were my wife, doll. You wouldn't keep your name or your job or, anything. What do you do besides letting her get away with all this?
Engineer. I'm an engineer.
You drive a train?
Oh, no, not that kind of engineer. Hydraulic engineer. Water power.
Oh. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I don't smoke.
You?
I don't smoke either. And I thought you...
Huh?
Nothing.
You thought I was?
Well, I noticed the pipe in the ashtray, so...
Yes, I do smoke a pipe now and then. Cigarettes, too.
You haven't told us your name.
Jake.
Jake what?
Jake's enough. We need more wood. I'll get it.
Let's get out of here.
No, we can't.
Well, we've got to. He doesn't own this place. He doesn't live here. And from the looks of him, oh, good Lord, what a bruiser. He could be the murderer the sheriff's looking for. The blood on his clothes, it's all over his parka.
Helen, we can't be sure it's blood.
What else could it be? And what about the cigarettes? There's not one cigarette in that ashtray. There's nothing but pipe ashes.
Yeah, that's true, all right.
And he's stupid. And totally uninformed. He couldn't be the man who reads these books, listens to that music. He never heard of women's lib. He thought you drove a train.
Helen, we can't leave. We could die out there.
We can die in here. And I have a feeling we will, if we don't get...
That'll hold us for a while. And enough wood in the shed to keep us warm through the night. As though with a little lady like this to keep you warm, you wouldn't have to worry too much, would you? Well, don't look so upset, Jimmy boy, would you? I wouldn't. But then I'd see to that. Not a bad idea, come to think of it. How about a drink, sweetie? Or don't you do that either?
I could use a drink, yes.
You, Jim?
Thanks, yes. What do you do, Jake?
Right now, nothing.
Well, I mean when you do something.
Let's see, we got scotch, bourbon, vodka. What'll it be?
Helen?
Scotch.
Huh?
I said scotch.
No, please?
Excuse me, please.
Jimmy boy?
The same. Please.
One thing you gotta say for men. They got better manners than women. Well, come on. Pull up to the fire here. Let's all get, cozy. That okay with you, Helen?
It'll certainly be warmer by the fire.
That isn't what I said.
I know what you said.
What'd I say? Here you are.
Thank you.
Showing better manners. Good.
Thanks.
That's better. Easy chair, warm fire, drink. That's much better.
Nice place you've got here.
It's all right.
You must do a lot of reading, all those books.
I read some, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I see you like classical music, too.
Hmm.
Who are your favorites? Composers, I mean.
Oh,
Beethoven, maybe?
Yes, I like Beethoven.
Oh, me too. I'm especially fond of his 10th Symphony.
Oh, yes, I go for that, too. Well, I don't know about you two, but I'm getting hungry. Could use some supper. How about it?
Yeah, I could eat.
You, sweetie?
Oh, I suppose. Yes.
Good. But first, we'll have to clean up the kitchen. It's a real bloody mess out there, and I mean bloody.
What do you mean bloody?
Just said there's blood all over. All over me, too. See?
Oh, yes.
How, what happened?
I didn't want to kill him. I had to. I surprised him out there in the kitchen, and he came for me. It was an axe, and it was the handiest thing, and I used that. I sank it into his skull, deep. I couldn't help thinking of the Grant family.
The Grant?
Yes, you haven't heard about that. Whole family down in the valley. Slaughtered. Blood all over. Like out there in the kitchen. Well, we better get to it.
You mean me?
There's a lot to clean up. I can't do it by myself.
Jim will help you.
No. You will.
I'd rather not.
I didn't ask you whether you'd rather or wouldn't. I'm telling you. I'll give you 2 minutes to get out in this kitchen with me and get to work.
There is no Beethoven 10th. Oh, Jim, what have we got ourselves into?
Helen, better humor him. Go on now. You better go on out into that kitchen.
I'm scared. I just can't be in that kitchen, not alone with him. Oh, you saw the way he looks at me. The things he says.
Oh, don't worry. I'll protect you.
You?
Well, how about it, dollface? Are you coming?
Yes. Yes. I'm coming.
Helen and Jim feel the first stirrings of terror. But worse, much worse, lies ahead for them. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
On WABC.
Suppose now that you, not Jim and Helen Crane, but you had sought shelter from the blizzard in that forsaken mountain cabin. You had met this strange and quite obviously murderous man who calls himself Jake. Suppose you, not Helen, are helping him, against your will, to clean up the shambles in the kitchen. The bloody shambles.
Well, that's it, I guess.
The axe needs to be washed. There's blood all over it. Well, go on, wash it.
I can't touch it.
And not as liberated, wasn't that the word, as you thought?
I don't see what that's got to do with it.
I kind of got the impression you felt you could do anything a man could do. All right, I'll wash the axe. You start making supper. Well, what are you standing there for? Get busy.
I don't know where anything is.
Lots of canned stuff in that closet, and there's a can over on the wall. Think you know how to use it?
I'll try.
Spunky, aren't you?
Spunky.
You know there was a killer in this kitchen this afternoon, and I was the one used this axe. You know that, but you got the nerve to stand up to me. Maybe too much nerve.
Here's beans and spaghetti, stew. And that's about it. What do you want?
You decide. I figure you're good at deciding things. That's what's wrong between you and your hubby?
How do you know there's something wrong?
No sweat. 5 minutes with the two of you, and anybody could see you're too pushy. And him, he's too much the other way. Yep, like I said, you're too spunky. Somebody ought to take a little of it out of you.
Get your hands off me.
Oh, come on now.
Now let me go. Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh.
What's going on? Well, you might say I was, starting to do what you should do, Jimmy boy.
Well, don't try that again. You do.
And you won't do any more than you're doing right now.
Oh, no? Oh, no?
Oh, Jim, please. It's all right now. No harm done. I'm not hurt or anything.
What's the big deal, Jimmy boy? Little kiss between friends. What's to get psyched up about? Come on, chum. Let's you and me have a friendly drink while Helen gets supper ready.
No, I don't want to.
Come on. You know how to use that can opener, sweetie?
I'll manage.
That's my girl. Scotch, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see you tried to use the phone. Don't look so surprised. You put it back the wrong way around.
The phone's dead.
I could have told you that.
The wires are down, I guess.
No. I cut the wires.
You cut? I see.
Well, you drink, Jimmy boy. Cheers. Oh, and by the way, in case you've got any other ideas about getting help, those guns over the fireplace aren't loaded. And neither is that revolver on the mantel.
Jake.
Yeah?
I'll make a deal with you.
What gives you the idea that you're in any position to make a deal?
I'm not, but you've got aces back to back. I know that, but I'm still in the game, Jake.
You're a good poker player. You're bluffing, but I'd never be able to tell it in your face.
Are you going to listen?
All ears.
Let us go, Helen and me. Let us go, and we won't say a thing, not a thing, to anybody.
About what?
What? You know.
I don't know.
Look, I don't want to spell it out.
You got no choice. I hold aces back to back, like you said.
All right. My wife and I, we have a pretty good idea who you are. You know that, or I wouldn't be telling you.
Uh-huh.
So, what you're thinking, once these two leave here, they'll contact the sheriff and give them a lead on me. Well, all I want to say is, just give us a break and we won't say a word to anybody.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And in return,
you just let us go.
Who's holding you?
Well, you know what I mean. We can't go now, not with that blizzard out there. I mean, tomorrow or the next day. Whenever the plow comes through and clears the road, I want you to let us live.
What for? Answer me that, Jimmy boy. What for?
Well, that's a crazy question.
Yeah? Let me tell you something. Tell me. You in love with your wife? You can't answer that, huh? She in love with you? Can't answer that either, huh? Can you? How long you been married? You can answer that.
3 years.
What happened, Jimmy? What happened between the times 3 years ago you two couldn't wait to get married, I'll bet, and now, when you can't wait to get divorced? You are thinking about divorce, aren't you?
Well, we don't get along, that's for sure, but...
For what? You're at each other's throats day in and day out, right? Nothing but fights, arguments, frustrations on both sides. From the minute you get up till you go to bed, right? Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
And you want to live? For what?
Well, you keep hoping things will change.
They won't. Unless you make them change. And very few ever do. They keep hoping right into the grave, hoping. Like the Grants.
Why did you kill the Grants?
They killed themselves. They were dead long before they were put out of their misery. Like you and her. I'll make a deal with you, Jimmy.
I'm listening.
You give me a good reason why you should go on living. And it's a deal.
We want to.
No. You just don't want to die. Now, it wasn't a bad meal, sweetie. You're real talented with a can opener.
Thank you.
Storm's getting worse. Yeah, we're really snowed in now. Drips above the windowsills. Better build this fire up, and then I guess we'll hit the sack. Where do you want to sleep, sweetie? Come on now. You shouldn't have any trouble making up your mind.
Oh, I haven't. I'll sleep with my husband, as usual.
As usual?
Now, what kind of a crack is that?
Now, cool it, Jimmy boy.
Well, I won't have my wife insulted. I don't care how big you are, Jake, or how tough or cold-blooded. I won't have you insulted.
Jim, now stop it. This is no time for gallantry. You're no match for him. He'd kill you.
Besides, you took me the wrong way. All I meant was... Well, come on now, be honest. How long has it been since you two did sleep together as husband and wife?
That's no business of yours.
Long time, huh? Well, the minute I laid eyes on you, the way you acted toward each other, looked at each other, the way you talked, anybody could see you hated each other.
We don't hate each other.
You love each other? You see, that's what I mean. You two. You don't hate, you don't love. You don't nothing. And you ask me, that's a nutty way to live. So how about it, sweetie?
How about what?
There's a nice big double bed in that bedroom, and it's going to be a cold night. And me, I sure appreciate it.
I warn you, Jake.
Oh, Jim! I'll sleep out here on the couch.
Come here, sweetie.
What? Oh.
Let old Jake see if he can change your
mind.
mind.
Hey, now,
Get
what
your
are you
hands off her.
Me.
You dirty...
Jim!
Why, you little creep. Hit me, would you?
Oh.
I guess that'll hold you for a while, Jimmy boy. Now, you, dog.
Oh, no. Yeah. You can kill me if you want to. You could torture me for hours, but I would never.
Suit yourself. Now I think about it. What would I want with you? Oh, when Jimmy boy comes to, tell him not to get any ideas in the night about escaping or overpowering me. He hasn't a chance.
Jim? Jim?
Oh, I'll be okay. He sure packs a mean wallop.
You shouldn't have even thought of standing up to him.
Some things a man will take and some things he won't. And manhandling his wife is one of them.
Jim, can we get out? Do you think? Would there be any way?
No. We're snowed in. Even if we could get to the car, we wouldn't be able to drive it afoot in those drifts.
What about telephoning for help?
Well, the phone's dead. He cut the wires.
Oh.
But don't you worry. Don't you worry, Helen. There's one thing he overlooked.
What?
That revolver on the mantelpiece. This.
It's loaded?
Not yet, but it's going to be. He made a big point about those guns over the mantel and this revolver having no bullets in them. I knew that without being told. Those guns were the first thing I went for when you two were in the kitchen.
But if they're unloaded...
Well, I nosed around. I couldn't find any ammunition for the guns on the wall, but found these in that drawer.
Do they fit?
Looks as if they ought to. We'll soon find out.
They do. They fit.
Thank heavens.
What do we do now?
We'll wait till morning. But we're safe now, Helen. Safe.
Thanks to you, darling.
You know, you haven't called me Dad in I don't know when.
Jim, there's something I forgot to mention. I kind of figure you must have found the bullets for that revolver in the desk drawer. You did, didn't you?
What of it?
Don't bother loading that gun. It doesn't work. The trigger's broken. Nice.
Helpless once again, Jim and Helen can only stare at each other as fear touches them with icy fingers. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Terror's icy fingers grip Helen and Jim Crane as they face all but certain death at the hands of Jake. Curious, though, isn't it? Even strange that their fear, shared in common, brings them closer to each other than ever before in the 3 years of their marriage. Strange. Curious.
Jim?
Oh, I didn't know you were awake.
I've hardly slept.
I'm sorry. I've done the best I could with this fire through the night to keep the room warm.
I know. I watched you get up out of that chair again and again. Thank you, Jim.
What?
You did it mostly for me. For my comfort. Thank you.
Oh, nonsense. I need a little warmth, too, you know.
You don't get much, do you? From me.
Could be I don't rate much.
I think you do.
Then why do you withhold it?
I only just found out.
Found out?
It wasn't the cold that kept me awake through the night. It was thinking about Jake and us.
Yeah, well, we'll manage a way out of this. I don't know how, but we will.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about something he said last night. He said, we don't hate each other, we don't love, we don't nothing. And then he said, you ask me, that's a nutty way to live. Well, it is, isn't it?
If what he said was true about us, but it isn't.
It is.
Not for me. I did a lot of thinking, too. I love you, Helen. I always have. It's just that...
Yes?
I don't know. It seems I can't reach you anymore. Something happened to us along the way, and I can't figure out what it is.
I think I can.
Tell me.
I don't know. I think maybe it's just the times we live in. I mean, oh, well, take women's lib.
I don't see anything wrong with women's lib. The fact is, I'm all for it if it doesn't go too far.
It did with me, I think.
Oh, I don't know.
I do. I wanted to be... I still want to be my own person. Myself. Me. The last thing I wanted was to be dependent on anyone, and I guess especially on you. But last night, oh, Jim, I was scared. And when you fought for me, when you, you just went for him like a raging animal, Jim, and you did it for me. I know you wouldn't have done it for yourself, or maybe for anyone, but you did it for me. Oh, Jim, I needed you. I really did need you.
Well, maybe the truth is... The simple truth is that we need each other. I don't mean just you and me, but everybody. I mean, we're all in the same boat, aren't we? Same world. We are dependent on each other. So why do we fight it?
I'm not fighting it anymore. I made up my mind to that during the night. Jim, I love you. You are a wonderful husband, only I just never gave you the chance to be.
Oh, Helen, sweetheart.
Oh, I do love you. Oh, Jim, I do. Oh, I do.
Oh, dearest.
Well, look what's going on here. When did you two scrappers become lovebirds? Never mind. The fire needs building up. Get some wood, Jim. It's out back in the shed.
Okay.
So, you think you've fallen in love with your husband all over again, eh?
You were listening. You overheard.
Laugh myself sick.
I don't see anything funny about it.
You wouldn't. You believe it. So does he. Fact is, the two of you in the same boat, and no, you better row together or else.
Or else what?
You'll find out, sweetie.
What will you take to let us go?
Kind of putting the cart before the horse, aren't you? Go where?
The blizzard has stopped.
But those drifts out there must be 6 to 8 feet high.
They must plow that road. They have to keep it open. A plow is sure to come through, if not today, tomorrow.
Could be.
Well, then.
Well, then what?
Don't kill us. Let us go.
Why should I?
I'll give you anything you want. I'll do anything you want.
How do you know what I want? What makes you so sure you can supply it?
You've made that plain enough. Jake, I beg you, let us live. At least, let Jim live. And I'll do anything. Anything. Oh, Jim!
Oh, what happened?
Oh, I was bringing an armful of wood, and I stepped on a log. Oh, twisted my ankle.
Here, let me give you a hand. Just lean on me. Now, take it easy.
Jim, dear.
Easy now, easy. Yeah, sit right there.
Get that shoe off.
Let him get it off himself. He's no cripple. You get out in the kitchen and scare up some breakfast. You heard me.
Oh, the pain.
See if you can stand on it.
Stand?
Try it.
I can't. I'm helpless. Oh.
Yeah. Real helpless. Hey, you make a good cup of coffee, Doe.
Thank you. I'll get another cold compress for your ankle, Jim.
He's all right.
I
said he's okay. Let him worry about his ankle. You and me have some unfinished business.
What is this? Helen, what is this?
It's the only way.
What only way? What are you talking about?
Jim, I made a deal with him.
A deal?
I said I'd do anything if he'd let us go.
Are you out of your mind?
He's going to kill us. Now, you know that.
You're crazy. He'll get what he wants and then he'll kill us.
No.
Yes.
No, because I'm going to kill him with this
kitchen knife.
All I want is to get close enough to him.
No.
And then
No, you can't do that. It isn't in you to do that.
It's got to be. There isn't any other way.
What's keeping you?
I'm coming.
And leave the knife, Doll. These petitions are awful thin. You ought to know that by now. Put the knife down, I said.
Stay where you are, Helen.
She made a deal, and she's gone through with it.
Over my dead body.
No, you fool. Over your live body.
Over my live?
He said he'd spare you.
Spare me? He said us.
She lied. She made the bargain to save you.
Helen, you would...
I love you. I love you, Jim. I told you that. I love you.
And I love you, Helen, a lot too much to let you go through with anything like this.
What you figure you can do about it, huh? You can't even stand. Not on that bad ankle, you can't.
Oh, yes, I can.
Jimmy, boy, not you. Now, doll.
No. I can't. I can't go through with it.
Oh, yes, you can.
Leave her alone. Leave her alone.
Oh, please, I can't.
Stop it, you hear me? Stop it.
Oh, Jim. You... How did you?
I don't know, Helen. I somehow grabbed the poker and made it across the floor and hit him with it. I don't know how I did it. Oh, I've got to sit down and get off this.
Oh, here. Oh, lean on me. All right, now. Easy.
Yeah, thanks. Better have a look at him, Helen, see if he's breathing. I may have killed him.
He's breathing. His head's bleeding where you hit him.
I get something to tie him up with. See if there's some rope around. And snap it up. He's coming to.
Oh, yes. It's a phone.
He said he cut the wires.
He couldn't have. It was a bluff. Hello? Sheriff? It's the sheriff and Big Indian. Who? Professor Moran. No. There is a man here. I'm afraid he's hurt. Me? My name's Helen Crane. My husband and I got caught in last night's blizzard, and we managed to get to this cabin. And we found... Well, there was blood all over the kitchen, and an axe.
Helen, look out. Jake,
It's all right.
all right. The poker. Helen, the poker. Hit him again.
No, you've got it all wrong. All wrong.
Helen, hit him.
Give me that phone.
Hello, Ed. Yes, it's Jake. No, it's okay. Everything's okay. No, I'm not worried at all. I knew you'd check as soon as they got the service back on. What? Oh, man. Bobcat. Yeah, Bobcat. Surprised him in the kitchen. Killed him with a wood axe. Handiest thing. Yeah, I guess so. Prowling for food, sure. Oh, well, a nice young couple. No, I'm very much alive. I'll explain when I see you. The plow. When? Good. No, we're okay. Plenty of wood, plenty of food. Thanks, Ed. So long.
You... Professor Moran?
Yes. Why? I don't get it. We thought you were the killer they're looking for.
Yes, I know.
Why didn't you tell us who you were? Why didn't you explain about the blood in the kitchen?
Well, more important, why did you act the way you did? You acted the part of the killer.
Yes. Why did I act the part? Well, you were guinea pigs, I'm afraid.
Guinea pigs?
Yes, I'm head of the Department of Psychology at City University. I sized you two up the minute I saw you. Your marriage was headed for the rocks, and like most couples, you didn't know it.
No, I guess we didn't.
Like any other young marrieds in this day and age, you'd lost contact with each other. We're going separate ways. Well, I set out to bring you back together, and as I said before, people in the same boat have to pull together. All I did was put you both in the same boat by making you face a common danger. A danger that never existed.
Well, I'm hanged.
You carried things pretty far, Professor Moran.
Too far, my dear. Much too far. You'll find aspirin in the medicine cabinet. Bring me a couple, would you? On second thought, bring the bottle.
And so terror turns to surprise and relief. Pretty shrewd fellow, Professor Moran, wouldn't you say? I mean, realizing that Jim and Helen were headed for divorce, that took keen insight into human nature. But then, he was, after all, a trained psychologist. I'll be back in just a moment. Marriage is two people in the same boat. A cliche, of course. But the very core of every cliche is truth. All is not gold that glitters. A stitch in time saves 9, and so on. I couldn't help thinking that all humanity is in the same boat. And what an infinitely better and happier world it would be if we all learned to pull together. Our cast included Lois Smith, Larry Haynes, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program coming to you from the Plaza Theater in Palm Springs, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with the Phil Harris Concerto No. 6 for oboe and drum. If you can make a collection, ladies and gentlemen, of all the grocery orders written by American housewives during the past few months, you notice there's one item on these orders that's been appearing more and more often, and that item is Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings, those swell new members of the famous Jell-O family, are fast winning a place among America's most popular desserts, and no wonder. All three flavors, Jell-O's rich chocolate pudding, Jell-O's creamy vanilla pudding, and Jell-O's golden butterscotch pudding are luscious, mellow puddings, as smooth as cream and chock full of tempting goodness. And like Jell-O, they take only a few minutes to make and a few pennies to buy. So the next time you write Jell-O on your grocery list, write down Jell-O puddings, too. And remember, in buying either of these grand desserts, be sure to bear the name Jell-O, because Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. Always look for the name Jell-O whenever you buy Jell-O or Jell-O puddings. That was the Phil Harris Concerto No. 6 for oboe and drum, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you may remember, 3 weeks ago, a certain young man came to Palm Springs run down, anemic, and pale.
Oh, I was a wreck.
And now, after 3 weeks on the desert, I bring you that picture of health, that Greek god, that bronze Adonis, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and folks, I wish this was television. No kidding, Don. I don't want to sound vain, but isn't it marvelous the way this deep tan of mine sets off my big blue eyes? And all in 3 short weeks.
Well, you do look wonderful, Jack. Your face is as brown as a berry.
Isn't it, though?
But I meant to ask you, what are those 3 round white spots in the middle of your forehead?
Those white spots on my forehead?
Yes.
Well, I sent Rochester out for a cigar the other day, and I was asleep in the sun when he came back. So that's where he laid the change. You see?
Oh, yes, those spots look like 1 and 2 dimes.
Exactly. In other words, Don, I'm just 45 cents short of a complete tan. But, Don, isn't it a shame we have to go back home next week? You know, you're commencing to look great yourself.
I feel good, too, Jack. As a matter of fact, in the short time we've been here, I've lost 4 pounds off my stomach.
You lost 4 pounds off your stomach, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Don, if you're interested in finding out where they went, take a peek in a rear view mirror. But at that, you have lost a little. How did you do it?
Well, I go horseback riding every day, and it's wonderful exercise.
Oh, it is. It is. There's nothing in the world like horseback riding. I do it all the time.
You do what all the time?
Oh, hello, Mary. We were just talking about horses. You know, Don, I've had a lot of experience with them, and the main thing to remember...
Oh, stop, will you? All you know about horses is they don't wear high-heel shoes.
Is that so? I know plenty.
Tell Don what happened at Roger's stables the other morning.
Never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Jack wanted to get on a horse, so he tried to make it kneel like a camel.
Well, I remember a horse in vaudeville that used to do that. He got more money than I did. And he could count, too. Of course, he had to. He was working on percentage. Anyway, I was talking to Don. You see, Don, the main thing about riding a horse is rhythm.
Is that so?
Yes. Now, take, for instance, galloping. When the horse goes up, I go up. When the horse goes down, I go down.
And when the horse stops, leapfrog.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. The only time I fell off the horse is when I was trying that new trick. And you know it.
What trick was that, Mary?
Well, Jack put a handkerchief on the ground and said he'd ride by at full speed and pick it up.
Oh.
So what happened?
He picked up his handkerchief, dropped his teeth, picked up his teeth, and fell in a gopher hole.
Oh, boy, you really dream it up, sister. You didn't leave out a thing. You had to tell him everything about the horse, didn't you?
I didn't tell him where you try to put the bit.
Now, lay off, will you? Don't listen to her, Don. You know, I've been riding for... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Well, here I am.
So I see. What are you going to sing, Dennis?
Can I have some dialogue first? I got friends in the audience.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Tell me, kid, have you been having fun while we've been here in Palm Springs?
Oh, boy, have I?
Good.
I will now sing Frenesy.
Now, wait a minute. You said you wanted some dialogue, didn't you?
That was enough. I didn't want to run it into the ground.
Oh. Well, there's a kid that's easy to please. All right, go ahead with your song.
Okay. Oh, say, Mr. Benny, I meant to ask you something.
What is it, Dennis?
Can I be sent to the penitentiary for parking my car in front of a fire plug?
The penitentiary? Of course not. That's ridiculous.
Darn that, Mr. Harris.
What's Phil got to do with it?
He said I'd get 10 years, so I gave him my girl who was in the back seat.
Well, don't worry about it, Dennis. You'll never see jail or your girl either. Sing, kid.
It was fiesta down in Mexico, and so I stopped a while to see the show. I knew that Frenesy meant please love me, and I could say Frenesy. A lovely senorita caught my eye. I stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from me, I gently sighed Frenesy. She stopped and raised her eyes to mine. Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were soft as candle shine. So how was I to resist? Quiero que vivas solo para mí y que tú vayas por donde yo voy, para que mi alma sea no más de ti. Bésame con frenesí. Bésame tú a mí, bésame igual que mi boca te besó. Dame el frenesí que mi locura te dio. quien si no fui yo pudo enseñarte el camino del amor. Muerte y maltivez cuando mi orgullo rodó a tus pies. Quiero que vivas solo para mí y que tú vayas por donde yo voy, para que mi alma sea no más de ti. Bésame con frenesí. Dame la luz que tiene tu mirar y la ansiedad que entre tus labios vi. Esa locura de vivir y amar, que más que amor frenesí. Hay en el beso que te di, alma, piedad, corazón. Dime qué sabes tú sentir, lo mismo que siento yo. And now without a heart to call my own, a greater happiness I've never known, because her kisses are for me alone. Now you can say frenesí. Now I can say
Very good. That was Frenesy, sung by Dennis C. Day and accompanied by the Guadalajara Trio through the courtesy of the Dollhouse. And very good, boys. By the way, these fellas are from Mexico, aren't they, Dennis?
Yes, sir.
Well, thanks for appearing on our program, boys. It was really a pleasure listening to you.
Él nos dijo que viniéramos. ¿Será bueno cobrarle ahorita?
Él no paga nada, nunca tuvo intención.
Oh, no sean tontos. Si ustedes creen que nos van a pagar, están locos.
What did they say, Dennis?
One guy said they were going to be paid for singing here tonight, and the other two said he was crazy.
Oh, well, tell him I'll see him tomorrow.
He'll see you tomorrow, fellas.
Tell him in Spanish. I can tell him in English. Anyway, boys, you were swell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from our vocal specialty, you were swell, boys. Adios, adios. I don't know what they're waiting around for. You know, they sang and they're through, that's all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from our vocal specialty to our feature attraction of the evening, as a tribute to Palm Springs, we are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Racket Club, or Ain't His White Flannels Messy? Now, I will play the part.
By the way, Jack, speaking of the Racket Club, did you finally join it?
No, Don, I was thinking of joining, but, after all, how often do I play tennis? You know?
Well, that isn't their only attraction. They have a beautiful swimming pool, too.
I know, Don, but, how often do I swim?
But, Jack, the club is right out there on the desert. The air is wonderful for you.
Is it?
Oh, how often do you breathe?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. The only reason I didn't join the Racket Club is because they don't take in actors.
They don't take in actors?
No.
Don't tell me all that ham around there is just for sandwiches.
All right, I didn't join the club, and it's none of your business why. Now, getting back to our play, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold everything, Jackson. Here I am, folks, the Sheik of Palm Canyon Drive.
Well, he finally got here. Listen, Sheik, the next time you're late, into your tent I'll creep and hit you on the head with your option. Now, where were you?
Well, it ain't my fault, Jackson. This is what happened. I was walking over here in plenty of time for the broadcast, and I bumped into a girl I hadn't seen in years.
Oh.
In fact, I've never seen her before.
I knew that.
Well, anyway, I honked my horn and said, are you going my way, babe?
Honked your horn? I thought you said you were walking.
I was.
What?
I always carry a little horn with me. Whistling ain't polite.
Oh, you carry a horn? Well, you're the only masher I ever met with accessories. Where is this girl, Phil? I'd like to meet her.
Well, she had to go to work. She's a date picker in Indio.
A date picker?
Yeah, you ought to see her climb a tree.
I'd love to. Well, Phil, I'm glad you finally got here. I just started casting our murder mystery.
Am I going to be in it?
Yes, Phil, you've got a very important part. You're going to be the doorman at the racket club.
Well, that's life for you. Tonight, I'm the doorman there, and last night, the doorman threw me out.
You'd have gotten a bigger laugh if you'd have read that a little faster. I don't know what you were stalling around there for. Well, anyway, you're the doorman. I'm going to be the chief of police of Palm Springs. Dennis, you're going to be a sergeant. And Don, you're going to be a member of the force. All right, Don, go ahead.
Oh, Jack, you're so ridiculous.
I like it. Don, you're going to be a member of the force.
Oh, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that you don't have to use force to open a box of Jell-O.
See, that's very clever.
Oh, I hate to do the next line.
Don, that's the whole punch. Don, that's the whole punch. Don, you're a member of the police force.
Oh, all right. It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. So the next time you're in your neighborhood grocer's, police ask for Jell-O.
Now, there, that was swell.
Was that your idea, Jack?
Yes, at rehearsal, it was terrific.
Well, that's life for you. Now the doorman can throw you out.
Say, I wonder if I've had too much sun. I don't know. Anyway, Mary, in our play tonight, you're going to be a glamorous Hollywood movie star, Miss Mitzi LaRue. And you came to Palm Springs to be near your sweetheart,
Oh, boy.
who has just been murdered.
Oh, nuts.
I can't help it, that's the plot. Anyway, folks, this play will go on immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Are you ready, Phil?
All set, Jackson.
Say, Mr. Harris.
What do you want, kid?
Can I borrow your horn? I want to get another girl.
Give it him, Phil. Honk it twice, Dennis. I'm free tonight myself. Play, boys. That was Wise Old Owl, played by Phil Harris and his Palm Springs Orchestra. Palm meaning I've got the boys on my hands, and Springs meaning they ought to take a drink out of one sometime. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play, Murder at the Racket
Que nos
Club.
pague para irnos. Te dije que no nos iba a pagar nada. ¿Qué se puede esperar de un hombre como Jack Penny?
Now, wait a minute. Fellas, wait a minute. I told you I'd take care of you tomorrow. Mañana. Please,
Mañana,
fellas.
he says. Mañana.
Exactly. Now, the opening scene, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what they're waiting here for. I can't... All right, fellas, adios. Now, the opening scene is the police station in Palm Springs, California. Police Captain O'Benny is seated at his desk, attired in a sun helmet, a tin badge, and shorts. Curtain. Music.
There's the phone, Chief.
I'll take it, O'Day. Hello? Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that, miss? You're taking a sun bath and there's a peeping Tom annoying you? Don't worry, I'll take care of it immediately. O'Day, get away from that window. Donna, I forgot to ask her if she wanted some stuffed dates. Hey, Sarge.
Yes, Chief?
You arrested 2 fellas last night, and I want you to stop filling this jail with crooks.
Well, I gotta do something with them.
I don't care. During the height of the season, this jail is for tourists. I'm getting $12 a cell, American plan. We can catch crooks during the summer.
Morning, Chief.
Morning, Sarge Wilson. How are things on your beat?
Marvelous. I sold 40 pounds of dates.
Good. Keep going like that. You'll soon be a lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
But, Wilson, I wish you wouldn't push the plain dates. You know, we make our profit on the stuffed ones. O'Day, where are you going with those satin bedspreads?
I thought I'd make cell 9 and 10 into a bridal suite.
It's a good idea. Put a canopy over the bunk. You know, if business keeps up this way, it'll really be... I'll take it. Hello? Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shoppy. O'Benny speaking. What's that? What? Murder at the Racket Club?
Well, there's life for you. That's the title of our play.
Quiet, you. Yes? Yes, we'll be right over.
What's up, Chief?
Les Stoffen, the tennis pro at the Racket Club, just phoned that Kerry Carew, the well-known playboy, has been murdered. Get the squad car, Wilson.
Yes, sir.
O'Day, bring along some stuffed dates, the ones with the gold tinfoil. We ought to clean up at the Racket Club.
Okay, Chief.
Now, come on, fellas. I'm going to find the murder of Kerry Carew, or my name ain't... I'll take it. Hello? Yes? Look, fellas, I told you. Mañana! Adios. My goodness. Now, come on, fellas. I'm going to find the murder of Kerry Carew, or my name ain't...
Calling all cars. Be on lookout for newlyweds. Bridal suite now available at police station. That is all.
Forgot to tell him about the canopy. Well, boys, here's the play.
How do we get in, Chief?
Right through the door. See that sign there? Racket Club, members only. Open up! Open up, it's the police.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm chief of police, and I want to get in here.
Are you a member of the club?
No, I'm here to investigate a murder. I want to see the body.
Well, if you're not a member, you can't come in.
What?
I'll have to throw the body over the fence to you.
What are you talking about? A man has been killed on these premises, and I'm going to find out who done it.
That's who did it. No wonder you're not a member of this club.
Oh, fine. From Harris yet. Now, look, Bud, please. We got to get in here.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to speak to the owner, Charlie Farrell. Here he comes now.
Oh, hello, Mr. Farrell.
Say, what's all this racket at the Racket Club?
Thank you. Thank you. You can thank them later. Now, listen, Farrell. I'm Captain O'Benny of the Palm Springs Police Department.
Glad to know you. Remember me in Seventh Heaven with Janet Gaynor?
Yes. I remember. Now, listen. Kerry Carew has been murdered on these premises, and I'm going to find out who done it.
Who done it?
I warned him.
All right. Who did it? Who did it? Well, how about it, Farrell? Do I get in here or not?
Just as soon as you sign this membership blank. That'll be $300, please.
$300? Well, I don't take in that much at the police station all season.
Well, you ought to. You're charging more for rooms than I am.
Okay, I'll make out a check. Pay to the order of the Racket Club, $300.
Boy, our date's gonna go up.
You said it. Well, I'm a member now. All right, Wilson O'Day, follow me. Now, tell me, Farrell, was Kerry Carew alone when he was murdered?
No, there were several people with him.
I see. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is grill the suspects.
I'm sorry, the grill doesn't open till noon.
I'm ignoring that, brother. Well, here we are in the lounge. Quiet, everybody.
Dates, get your fresh dates here. Would you like a box of stuffed dates, sir?
Not him, that's the body. Now, everyone line up. I'm going to find out a few things around here. Who are you, miss?
I'm a movie star, Missy LaRue.
What studio are you with?
RKO.
Oh, yes, I saw you in Kitty Foo. Have you played any other outstanding roles lately?
Yes, I had 10 words in Western Union.
Stop. Now, Miss LaRue, I want you to tell me everything you know about this crime.
I don't know anything. I was just sitting here popping my bubble gum.
And you didn't hear a shot?
No, I really pop it, kid.
Now, don't evade the issue, Miss LaRue. You were in love with the victim, weren't you?
Pardon me, dry martini, boy. No toothpick in the olive. I like the bob for it.
Hey, wait a minute. What's your name?
Butterworth. Charles Butterworth.
Oh, Butterworth, eh?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Never mind that. Now, listen, Butterworth.
How'd you know my name?
You just told me.
Well, I better watch that.
Now, listen here, Butterworth. What do you know about Kerry Carew?
Oh, a lovely chap. I'm going to play tennis with him this afternoon.
Want to play tennis with him? Why, Kerry Carew is dead.
Too bad. Now, if he wins, he won't be able to jump over the net.
Of course not. Look, the man is dead. There he is, laying on the floor.
Well, I was laying there last night, and I'm not dead.
You can take my word for it. Carew is dead. Now, come clean, Butterworth. What do you know about this murder?
Well, I tell you, Captain, I was just sitting here bobbing for olives. That's my hobby, you know.
Yes, go on. Yeah. Miss LaRue, watch that bubble gum. Continue, Mr. Butterworth.
Oh, forgive me, Captain O'Benny. Are you looking for a murderer?
Yes, I am.
Then, would I do, Captain?
Who's that guy?
That's Peter Lorre.
Peter Lorre?
Thank you.
Now, listen, folks, will you please stop applauding these guys? One of them is a murderer. Now, Mr. Lorre, what is that gun doing in your hand?
Oh, I was just going out to shoot pheasants.
I see. Well, what's that dagger doing in your other hand?
Well, I have to pick my teeth, don't I?
Now, Lorre, I want the truth here, and no beating around the bush. Did you kill Kerry Carew?
Who?
Kerry Carew.
Kerry Carew? I don't think so. No, I'm positive I haven't killed anyone by that name.
Now, cut that out. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, and I don't want any... What's that? Somebody threw a rock through the window.
Look, Chief, there's a note on it.
Give me that.
Let me read it. I'm just standing here.
Okay. This may be vital evidence. What does it say?
We want our money. Signed the Guadalajara trio.
Well, write mañana under it and throw it back. Now, Mr. Lorre. Mr. Lorre, where did he go?
He went for a plunge in my martini.
Ah. Come on out of there, Lorre. Now, no use trying to hide. I want the truth. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Well,
Come on. Think fast, Mr. Moto.
Oh, I was exceptionally good in that, huh?
Yes, you were swell.
Say, what about me in Seventh Heaven?
You were marvelous. You were marvelous.
I wish I could think of a picture I was in.
Me too.
See, folks, remember what I said about the ham here?
Never mind that. This case is solved. Peter Lorre, I arrest you for the murder of Kerry Carew.
All right, if you insist. Tell me, shall I go voluntarily, or do you want me to struggle a bit?
What? You can't arrest him, Jack. I made him do it.
You made him do what?
Yes, Jack. It was the only way we could get you over here to join our club.
Oh, so that's it. But what about Carew, the fella you killed? Who is he?
A dummy from Bullock's window.
Oh, well, I thought he was much too pretty. Well, it was a good gag, fellas. As long as I'm hooked, I might as well enjoy myself. Say, Farrell, give me one of those Coca-Colas there, will you?
Here you are, Jack. That'll be $12.
Yike! Move over, Carew. Play, Phil.
Tomorrow night, when you're trying to think of what to have for a dessert at dinner, why not decide on Jell-O's new treat, Apple Lime Whip? For here's a tempting dessert that will make the whole family smile their approval and give you a shining example of how good lime Jell-O can be. Best of all, you can prepare this grand dessert in almost less time than it takes to tell. Simply dissolve 1 package of lime Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and chill until cold and syrupy. Next, whip as directed on the back of the package. Then fold in 1 cup of strained applesauce and mold. And there's a gay, attractive dessert that you'll agree is one of the most successful you've ever served. So enjoy a delicious treat tomorrow with this swell, creamy combination of spicy applesauce and rich emerald green lime Jell-O. Serve a luscious Jell-O dessert real soon.
We're a little late, folks, so good night.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Radio City, New York, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with For No Rhyme or Reason. From California to New York, from Maine to Texas, every home has one common problem, and that's meal planning. You want to keep the family happy. You want to keep their appetites interested. Well, there's where Jell-O is a great big help. Jell-O is one dessert the family always likes because, first of all, there are so many different ways to serve it. With fruits or nuts or whipped cream, molded in shimmering layers of 2 and 3 lovely colors, or just served perfectly plain. A grand dessert anytime. And second, and most important, Jell-O tastes so delicious. It's a new treat every time, for Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit flavor, a wonderful real fruit goodness that makes every Jell-O dish a triumph. Just be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy if you want to enjoy Jell-O's delicious extra rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to New York that little ray of California sunshine. That shivering, quivering, ice-kissed comedian, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you through a suit of long underwear. And, Don, it's sure great to be back in New York again, but, boy, this cold weather is really too much for me.
Oh, Jack, I'll admit it has been pretty cold, but it's certainly much warmer today.
I know that, Don, but I defrost very slowly. You know, coming from California, my blood happens to be thin, what there is of it. Oh. I can hardly stand it.
I know how you feel, Jack. After the sun goes down, it does get pretty frigid.
Frigid? Why, Don, the other night I slept under 6 blankets. I felt like the bottom wheat cake. But cold or no cold, it's good to be back in old Manhattan. Huh?
Well, tell me, Jack, you've been in town now since Thursday. What have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, I've had a lot of fun, Don. I saw some shows, went to a couple of nightclubs, and last night I was invited over to Fred Allen's apartment for dinner.
Oh, Fred Allen, huh?
Yeah, he and I are pretty good friends now, you know.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Has Fred got a nice apartment?
Oh, how could I tell, Don, with all that laundry hanging in the living room? But, Don, you should have seen the meal he put on. Now, you know me, Don. I mean, you know, now, I don't want to sound catty. But after all, how often do I come to New York? Maybe once a year.
Well?
Well, you think he could have had sardines some other night.
Sardines?
Yeah, I wouldn't have liked him if he'd opened them with the key to the city. Oh, really? I got even with him, though. When I left, I took 3 spoons back to the automat. Wait till he finds that out. Huh?
Gee, it doesn't seem possible that Fred would invite you to dinner and serve that kind of a meal.
Well, he did. And wait a minute. Here's the payoff. No, the only ones there were Fred, Portland, Mary, and myself. And when we got through eating, Fred asked me to get up and make an after-dinner speech.
An after-dinner speech? What was that for?
Well, he was hoping I'd say something that he could use on his program next Wednesday. You know.
Oh, I get it.
I fooled him, though. I got up and recited the Gettysburg Address in French. Let him use that. Anyway, Fred and I are friends now. I'm not going to start running him down.
Running him down? What have you been doing up till now?
Well, oh, it's you, Phil. Well, welcome to New York. That's it. Keep bowing. Flash those pearly teeth. Yes, sir. You know, Phil, I was wondering if you'd show up tonight. I haven't seen you since we got in town Thursday. Where are you living?
At the Astor Bar.
The Astor Bar? Well, for goodness sake, why didn't you take a room in the hotel upstairs?
Funny, the bartender asked me that when I was shaving this morning.
Well, I can imagine the kind of time you've been having. Say, Phil, I was just looking over the boys in the orchestra. This isn't your regular band, is it?
No, Jack. These are local boys. What do you think of them?
They're a fine bunch. They look like you picked them up at a rummage sale.
What if I did? Their instruments are new.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's something, yes. But I can't understand why you didn't bring your regular band along. I offered to pay their expenses.
Their expenses? That's rich.
Well, I did.
Sure you did. I got 14 musicians, and you wanted to put them in 7 upper berths.
Well, the berths were opposite each other. They could have slept crossways. You know, the train was crowded.
Crowded?
Yeah, I had to share my berth with an Indian that got on at Albuquerque. Kept me up all night trying to sell me a blanket. Happened to snore once or twice. He tried to scalp me. I never thought that. What a trip, huh?
Hello, Jack. Here's your little glamour girl.
Oh, hello, Mary. How are you? That's it, Mary. Keep bowing. Show your silly hat. How do you like this New York weather, Mary?
What a change. Burp, it's cold.
Burp? That's burr. Burp.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary. Have you been having a good time since we got here?
Oh, swell, Don. Gee, I love winter New York. I've been taking long walks in Central Park every day.
Walking in the park with all this snow? Are you crazy?
It's almost gone now, Jack.
Well, maybe it is, but I saw a picture of Mayor LaGuardia in front of the City Hall last week, and the snow was way up to his ears.
Oh, how high is that?
Plenty high. He was standing on Grover Whalen.
Now, that's silly. What was Grover Whalen doing under the snow?
He was keeping his gardenia fresh.
Well, thanks, Mary. I'd have never thought of that. Well, anyway, you can all have this winter weather. Every time I go out of the hotel, I just about freeze.
Well, no wonder you came from California without an overcoat. Why don't you buy one?
Oh, we're only going to be here a couple of weeks, say. Well, I spend $50 or $60, you know.
That's right. You can get a can of Sterno for a dime.
Yeah. Now, Mary, if you don't stop ribbing me, I'll tear into that hat you're wearing tonight. You ought to see this one, folks.
I think it's cute.
Yeah, it sure is. Looks like something a bride would bake.
That's what the girl in the store said.
Well, she was sure clicking. Say, Phil, we got a long show to do. How about a number? Huh?
Okay, Jackson.
Okay. Hold it a minute. Come in. Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Jack. Are you busy?
Well, miss, right now I'm... Oh, for heaven's sake, I'll be doggone. Rosie Nicholson.
That's me.
Well, gee whiz. Come in. What a surprise. Hey, fellas, this is Rosie Nicholson, a girl I used to go with when I lived here.
How do you do? Hiya, Rosie.
Mary, this is an old sweetheart of mine.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Rosie, Rosie, I haven't seen you in years.
I knew you were in town, Jack, so I just thought I'd come up and say hello.
Well, I'm glad you did. You're looking great. But, Rosie, you've gained a little weight, haven't you?
Yeah, now I go with a guy that feeds me.
Oh, boy, so same sense of humor, but you haven't changed, though, Rosie, really. You're a blonde now, and you were a blonde when I met you.
That's right.
Yeah.
A lot of peroxide has gone over the dam since then.
Miss Livingstone, please.
Ha, ha, ha.
Gosh, after all these years, it's sure good to see you again. Say, Rosie, are you married yet?
No, but I'm still in there punching.
That's the spirit, gal. Don't give up. Say, will you ever forget the fun we used to have, and how crazy I used to be about you?
Yeah. Remember the time you gave me a lock of your hair?
I'll say.
Don't you wish you had it now?
Keep still, Mary. We're reminiscing. Say, Rosie, let's sit down and talk over old times, huh?
All right, Jack.
Play, Phil. Hey, Rosie, will you ever forget the time you got fired from the delicatessen for giving me extra pickles? Pocket Full of Dreams, played by Phil Harris and his Van Steeden Orchestra. And now, folks... and now... and now, folks, Don Wilson. Don Wilson has an announcement of great importance to make. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, the scene is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Homer T. Griddle in the thriving little town of East Orange, New Jersey. They've just finished their roast beef and are now enjoying their dessert. Let us tune in and hear what they have to say about our product.
Gee, darling, this is a swell dessert. It's so appetizing. What do they call it?
I'm glad you like it, Homer. It's called...
My, it's delicious. And tempting, too. Tell me, dear, is this the only flavor it comes in?
Lordy, no, honey. This economical dessert comes in...
Well, it's simply wonderful. I hope you serve it often. Oh, sweetheart, is there any way of telling this from other similar desserts?
Yes, indeedy, precious. All you have to do is look for the...
Well, I must run along now. I have an appointment at the office.
Where is your office?
It doesn't say here. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, I venture to say that this happy couple were eating Jell-O. It is economical, easy to make, and comes in 6 delicious flavors.
And now, folks, to resume in a lighter vein, tonight as we are visiting to New York, we are going to present an original murder mystery. A play that we feel
Hiya, Jack. Am I late?
Oh, a little bit, Kenny, but it's all right. It's all right. Well, look at those rosy cheeks. Say, Kenny, how do you like this kind of weather? It's a little different from Glendale, isn't it? Huh?
I'll say it is. And you know, Jack, this is the first time I've ever seen snow.
Well, it looks beautiful, doesn't it?
It tastes good, too. Gee, but snow is funny stuff. Say, Jack, I wonder where it comes from.
Well, it's very simple, Kenny. Snow is fundamentally rain. But due to atmospheric conditions, the moisture in the clouds condenses into minute crystals. And these tiny particles fall to the earth in dainty white flakes.
Well, shut my mouth.
Well, it serves me right for even attempting an explanation.
Now, why don't you tell him about the stork?
No, keep still. He asked me a question, and I answered it.
I know, but ever since you bought that encyclopedia, you've been showing off.
I have not.
You have, too. The other day, I just asked you what time it was, and you told me how they make watches.
Oh, forget it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, we are going to present an original...
Say, Jack,
Yes?
is that Kenny Baker, your tenor singer?
Oh, yes, Rosie. Oh, Kenny, this is Miss Nicholson, the girl I used to go with.
Gee.
Yeah.
Do you live in New York, Miss Nicholson?
Yes, I do.
Are you a siren?
Kenny! You'll have to excuse him, Rosie. He's been reading the wrong kind of magazines. And now, folks, as I started to announce, Kenny, stand still and stop scratching. Tonight, we are going to present an original detective thriller entitled Murder in the Movies. Now, in this gripping drama, Phil Harris will be sergeant of police. Don Wilson will be lieutenant, and I will be the captain.
We knew that.
Phil, if you're not happy here, I can arrange a taffy pull with your contract. You see, they'd like that. Now, let's see.
Well, I think that
Stop
before...
arguing, Phil. Jack should be police captain and nobody else.
Why should he be? Just give me one reason.
I'll give you two. He's got flat feet.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. My feet are not flat.
Go on. Your
Yeah.
footprints on the beach have fooled many a duck hunter.
Well, I can't help that. Now, let's see.
Oh, Jack, is it really true that you purposely flattened your feet the day the United States entered the World War?
No, Don. The World War had nothing to do with it. It was an accident.
An accident? How could you accidentally flatten your feet?
Because I was hanging out of a window at the time, and I was so surprised at the war news that I dropped.
That's ridiculous. Why were you hanging out of a window?
Because we were a large family, and shut up. Let me ask you something, Phil. Where were you during the World War?
I was in kindergarten.
Kindergarten? What are you laughing at?
I'll bet he had a flask at his rompers.
You said it. Any guy that'll put on rompers just to avoid being shot, I have no sympathy for. Now, getting back to our play, I will be the captain, and Kenny, you work in a moving picture theater, so you're a ticket taker.
Okay. Can I wear my new galoshes?
No, Kenny, and incidentally, you're not supposed to wear galoshes indoors, so take them right off.
What, and go barefooted?
Barefooted? Kenny, you mean to tell me you haven't got shoes under those galoshes?
What do you think I am, a sissy?
Well, you got a high voice, if that's what you mean. Now, Mary, you're going to work in this same moving picture theater. You're a cashier.
That's me, Shortchange Livingston.
Well, there'll be none of that. And now, folks, our play, Murder in the Movies, will go on immediately after Kenny's song. Are you ready, Kenny?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead. And stop that scratching. Are you wearing long underwear or have you been to the flea circus?
Both.
Oh, you poor kid. Sing.
Let me hear you say it with a kiss. If you mean that look I've seen, say it with a kiss. You don't have to know the words to love's familiar tune. Say it with a kiss and say it soon. My eyes have looked at you and found you fair. My heart's been asking me if you could care. And now my heart and I are standing by. We await your reply. Let me hear you say it with a kiss. If you mean that look I've seen, say it with a kiss. There is wine and candles shine and music in your lips, magic in the touch of your fingertips. Words may not convey, say it with a kiss, and your look might speak a book that my eyes might miss. You don't have to know the words to love's familiar tune. Say it with a kiss and say it so.
That was Say It With a Kiss, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, that was simply marvelous.
Thanks, Jack. Your kindness is exceeded only by your good looks.
Well. Hey, where did that come from? And now, folks, before somebody says something, he couldn't let that line go by without making a face at me. And now, folks, we will proceed with our original dramatic thriller entitled Murder at the Movies, or Please Don't Talk About Me When I'm Gone. The scene opens at police headquarters, where we find Captain O'Benny and his assistants, Lieutenant Wilson and Sergeant Harris. Curtain. Music. Now listen, men. Things are going from bad to worse. The chief just called me up and said we better clean up the crooks in this district or else.
Oh, we're doing all right.
Doing all right. Now listen, Harris. You were on duty in Central Park last night when two men stole an elephant from the zoo. And you let them get away with it.
Well, they told me they were Barnum and Bailey.
I wouldn't care if they were Damon and Pythias. Which they probably were.
Well, I'm sorry, Chief.
Sorry. And you, Wilson, you're a fine-looking policeman. Why are you wearing your badge on the seat of your pants?
The patch fell off.
Oh. Well, listen, fellas, I want action around here. Action. I'll fill this jail if I have to serve $1 dinner. That's what. I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, Cap. This is Mamie Livingston, cashier at the Bijou Theater.
Oh, hello, Mamie. How's Trix?
Fine. She just had pups.
I don't mean that. What did you call me up for?
Better get over here right away, Cap. A fellow was just murdered right in front of my box office. Gee, was cute.
Murdered, eh? How do you know he's dead?
He doesn't wink back.
I see. Well, tell me, when did this murder happen?
3 hours ago.
3 hours? Why didn't you call me before?
I was selling a ticket to a Scotchman.
Oh. Well, hold everything, Mamie. We'll be right over.
What's up, Cap?
Plenty. There's been a murder in front of the Bijou Theater. We better get over there at once.
Right with you, Cap.
Now, this may be dangerous, so take everything you need. Oh, Harris, where's your bulletproof vest?
At the cleaners. I'm going to a party tonight.
Oh, well, it's lucky you got an excuse. Come on, man. Let's go. Gee, it's cold out tonight.
Sure, it's cold. You ought to buy an overcoat.
Oh, I can stand it. There's the police car. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Murder at the Bijou Theater. Also free dishes. That is all.
Step on it, Wilson. I've almost got a set.
Say, Cap, can we stop by Joe's pawn shop for a minute?
What for?
I want to pick up my gun.
We haven't got time for that. Come on, give her the gas, Wilson.
Okay.
Here's the place, fellas. All right, break it up, men. Now stand back, everybody.
There's the body, Cap.
Yeah. Help me lift him up, fellas. I'll take his overcoat for evidence.
Evidence?
Shut up. Now, let's see. Well, he was shot right through the little finger.
Little finger? How could that kill him?
He was scratching his head at the time. There's Mamie in the box office. I'll get the lowdown from her. Hello, Mamie.
Hello, Cap. I'm glad you got here.
Now, listen, Mamie. Now, tell me all you know about this murder.
Well, Cap, I was sitting here selling tickets when all of a sudden... How many, please?
2 on the balcony.
Thank you.
All right, Mamie, all right. What happened?
Well, anyway, I heard a shot, and all of a sudden... How many, please?
6. I want to lie down.
Now, come on, Mamie. I got to get the facts. What did the murderer look like? What was the color of his hair?
I don't know. He had a hat on.
Well, his eyes, then. His eyes. What color were his eyes?
He had dark glasses on.
Oh, well, what about his face? What did his face look like?
A veal cutlet.
You're trying to shield him. Now, where did he go?
Well, as soon as he fired the shot, he ran into the theater.
That's what I wanted to know. Come on, boys. We'll go in after him.
Where were they, Cap?
There's the doorman. Hey, buddy, did a man come in here a few minutes ago with a gun in his hand?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was the gun smoking?
Yes, so I made him sit in the loges.
You hear that? Now, let's go in, men. This is a cinch.
Oh, I'm sorry, mister, but you fellows will have to have tickets.
Tickets? We're the police, and we're after a criminal. Here, look at our badges.
They're very pretty, but you gotta have tickets.
Oh, all right. Hey, Wilson, buy 3 tickets.
Okay.
Now, see here, buddy. Did you get a good look at the murderer?
Yes. He had purple hair, yellow eyes, and light green complexion.
Now, that's ridiculous. How could he look like that?
It could have been something I ate, you know.
Oh, you're no help.
Here are the tickets, Cap.
Here you are, buddy.
Hold your steps, please.
Now, come on, man. The kid told us he went upstairs. Follow me. Okay, men. Here are the loges. Now, let's take it easy. We got them cornered now.
Stubbs, please.
Oh, here you are.
I'm sorry, sir, but these tickets are for the main floor.
Now, look here, buddy. We're the law. We're after a desperate criminal. He's sitting in the loges.
Well, if he can afford it, can't you?
Oh, all right. What do we owe you?
45 cents extra for 3 tickets.
Here you are. Make a note of that, Harris. 65 cents for expenses. Now, let's see. Here are the loges. Hey, fellas, I bet that's him there on that end seat. He looks like a killer.
Yeah.
Quiet, men. Let's sneak up on him. Oh, darn it, there's the newsreel.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Army beats Navy 14-7 in thrilling football game. The crowd is in a frenzy as Army scores its first touchdown.
Wow, look at that guy run.
Harris, you're here on business.
New York City, New York. Animal lovers mourn the loss of Oscar the elephant, which was stolen last night from Central Park Zoo. Police are baffled.
We are not.
Then where's the elephant?
Never mind, we'll find him.
Hollywood, California. Bevy of beautiful girls arrive in Hollywood to take part in beauty contests. Look at those gorgeous creatures as they step off the plane. Woo!
Well, thank heaven that's over. Now, come on, men. We got to catch that murderer before he gets away.
Hey, Cap, there's a fellow with a gun sitting over there by the door.
That's the guy we want. Come on. Oh, now what's that?
It's the feature picture. Look!
Yeah, there's the title. Jack Benny and Artists and Models.
Why, that's my old picture. We can't nab that guy now. We'll have to wait until it's over.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm not going to sit through this. Take it away. I give up. I surrender.
What?
I confess. I killed him. I'm the murderer. But I'm not going to sit through this picture. I'm not a hang, you hear me? Hang! Hang!
Slap the bracelets on the men and take them away. I'm staying for the picture. Play, Phil.
People say there are tricks to all trades. Well, here's a trick every housewife ought to know about. It's a quick and easy way to add new excitement to your dinner table tomorrow night. Serve the new Jell-O vanilla pudding with crisp toasted nut meats folded right into it. It's inviting, it's new, it's delicious. For Jell-O vanilla pudding has a marvelous flavor creamy, delicate, and smooth as satin. It's made with real vanilla. That's why it's so tempting and good. Then try the new Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's just as delicious as the vanilla, for it's rich with old-fashioned butterscotch flavor, a flavor your whole family will love. And it has a golden taffy color that makes you hungry just to look at it. And then try Jell-O chocolate pudding. Every bit as tempting as the kind that Mother used to make, but far quicker and easier. For all three new Jell-O puddings can be prepared in next to no time with just a few minutes cooking. Simple directions are in every package. So ask your grocer tomorrow for all three Jell-O puddings. Vanilla, butterscotch, and chocolate.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
From Going Places, Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Marvin Leroy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our show is still in Palm Springs, so let's go out to Jack Benny's house, where we find Jack relaxing and reading the local newspaper.
Look at all these want ads. Here's one from Bullock's store. Wanted floor walker. Must have own carnation. Wanted fry cook. Apply Chi-Chi restaurant. Wanted stable boy. Had better have own carnation. Wanted gardener's helper at Deepwell Ranch. Apply between 2 and... Oh, this is silly. I'm sure my sponsor will pick up my option. But just in case he doesn't. Well, they've got a gossip column here, too. Tyrone Power, who was visiting here last week... Imagine that. Last night, Pauline Betts, famous tennis player. Oh, these columnists sure get around. Well, here's something about me. Jack Benny. I did not. Imagine saying I went to the post office wearing a bare midriff. Just happened that the laundry shrunk my shirt. Well, that finished the newspaper. Rochester, hand me those pamphlets I got from the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce.
Here you are, boss.
Thanks. Listen to this. Palm Springs, the jewel of the desert, where the warm, radiant sun pours its golden treasure down on the happy and carefree inhabitants. Palm Springs, where the majestic peaks of the San Jacinto Mountains cast their spell of beauty for all to enjoy. Do you hear that, Rochester? And just think, Mother Nature gives us all these things free.
Yeah, it's a shame Mother ain't running the hotels, too.
Well, Mom's got enough to do. But I like Palm Springs. In fact, I'm thinking of buying a house here. I even asked a real estate man to come over this afternoon.
But, boss, property is so expensive down here.
I know it is, but if I can find just what I want, I'm willing to go up to $1,500. Yes, sir. What are you laughing at? $1,500 ain't peanuts.
I know, but down here, that's all it'll buy.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester, you're exaggerating.
No, I ain't, boss. You know that little house on the corner with the white fence around it?
Uh-huh.
That just sold for $80,000 and 2 pounds of butter.
Well, maybe it had it. There's the door. I'll get it.
Are you Jack Benny?
Yes?
Well, I'm Mr. Fulton, the real estate man.
Oh, yes. Step right in. Rochester, take his hat, coat, and empty the sand out of his shoes.
Now, Mr. Benny, just what type of house do you have in mind? Spanish, colonial, or French provincial?
Well, Mr. Fulton, I think a home should suit the individual. What kind of a house would fit me?
How about early American?
No, I don't think I'd like early American.
How about sold American?
Rochester. Gee, Mr. Fulton, I don't know what to do. Did you bring your pictures with you?
Yes, I did. Now, here's one of me when I graduated from...
I mean your house! Pictures of your houses.
Oh, yes, I always make that mistake. I guess it's because I have a head with 7 gables.
Oh.
And Garson's got every one of them.
Now, look, Mr. Fulton, let's get down to business. Show me some pictures of what you have to offer.
Gladly. Now, here we are. Here's a house that ought to interest you, and the price is $40,000.
$40,000 for a house? That's a lot of money. What about the ceiling?
And with the ceiling, it'll be $60,000.
Look at that. That's not what I mean. Anyway, it's much too expensive.
Oh, not for this house. It has a very novel innovation. A 300-foot spiral banister.
You mean a spiral staircase, don't you?
No, a spiral banister. That's for people who don't drink but want to know how it feels.
I don't think I'd like that.
That banister could save me a fortune.
Rochester, please. Show me something else, Mr. Fulton. Have you got a house with a swimming pool?
No, but that's no problem. I can build you a tile pool for only $10,000.
No, I don't want to go that high.
Well, I can build you a cement pool for only $2,500.
No, that's still too high for a swimming pool.
Why don't you just dig a hole and hire a tribe of Indians to do a rain dance?
What's so cheap about that? They're organized, you know. Anyway, Mr. Fulton, I don't think you have the kind of a house I want.
Well, let me show you one more. Here's a beautiful house, and it's only $70,000.
Well, it's a lovely place, but $70,000 is too much. Anyway, Mr. Fulton, thanks very much for dropping in. Maybe we can talk about it some other time.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Fulton.
Yes?
What? What's that yellow stuff running out of your pocket?
Oh, my goodness, it's butter. I just sold the house on the corner.
Oh, yes, I heard about it. Goodbye, Mr. Fulton.
Goodbye.
Well, Rochester, I better get down to the Plaza Theater. The broadcast will be on in a few minutes.
Say, that reminds me, boss, the manager of the theater called up yesterday.
What about?
Well, he said according to the rental contract, when you finish your program, you're supposed to leave and not hang around and watch the picture.
What's he complaining about? I stand up, don't I? Well, I got to get to the theater.
Shall I drive you, boss?
No, the wind will take me over today. Go on, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Oh, played by Klondike Harris and his sweetest music this side of the Yukon. And you can have it. I sat up all night writing that joke.
I'll bet you hated yourself in the morning.
Not any more than usual. Say, Phil, Larry Stevens sang that number 2 weeks ago. How come you repeated it as a band number?
Why don't you tend to your comedy and keep your nose out of my business?
Well, it happens to be my business, too. After all, who's the star of this show?
I don't know, but when I see my paycheck every week, I know it ain't me.
Oh, stop complaining. You're getting a good salary.
What are you talking about? Alice gets more than I do for an autograph.
Then the moral of the story is learn to write. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jack, we had to start the show without you. Where have you been?
Oh, I'm sorry I was late, Don, but you see, I'm thinking of buying a house here, and I was detained by a real estate man.
Oh, Jack, are you thinking of moving to Palm Springs?
Well, I was toying with the idea, Don. You know, I like it here. I've been having so much fun, horseback riding, playing golf every day. I played golf this morning, didn't I, Mary?
Uh-huh.
You know, Don, they got the nicest little 9-hole course here. You should have seen me this morning on that 4th hole. I put down my ball, picked up my club, and
he
then...
missed it once, he missed it twice, he missed it once again.
It's been a long... Mary! Certainly I missed it. You know, it's hard to hit a ball when it's not teed up properly.
Well, you wouldn't have that trouble if you buy some tees.
Mary, you mean to say that Jack doesn't use tees when he plays golf?
No, he waits for a gopher to stick his head out of a hole, and then he puts the ball on his nose.
Oh, Mary, I play a good game of golf, and you know it.
Oh, sure. Tell him what happened on the 5th hole.
Nothing happened. I did exactly what my golf teacher told me. I placed the ball in line with my left foot, brought the club over my right shoulder, and wham!
You broke his toe.
I did not. I killed the gopher. Now, hollered for. If he doesn't know the rules, let him keep off the court. Anyway, I play a better game of golf than anybody in this gang. I beat Phil the other day.
Sure you beat me. Every time you took a 9 on a hole, you turned the scorecard upside down before you wrote it in.
Well, I could have beat you without that if I hadn't knocked one ball out of bounds.
Yeah, what about that bad slice you made on your first drive?
Oh, that wasn't such a bad slice.
It wasn't, huh? The ball went 50 yards, made a U-turn, came back, and hit you in the stomach.
Mary.
Then you got so mad you were going to break your club against a tree.
Well, what stopped him?
When he drew his club back, he saw the price tag on the bottom, so he put it back in his bag.
You can make up more things. I still say I play a better I'll get it. Hello?
Say, boss, Mr. Fulton, the real estate man, came back and said they found a few termites in the house, so you can have it for $65,000.
Termites, huh? Well, Rochester, you tell Mr. Fulton that I'm not paying any $65,000 for a house.
If he hasn't guessed that by now, he's been out in the sun too long.
I don't care where he's been. I'm not spending that kind of dough. Would you pay $65,000 for a house in Palm Springs?
I wouldn't pay $65,000 for a cabin in the sky.
Well, tell the man. Tell the man.
I did.
All right, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, kids, it looks like I'm not going to buy a house here. Anyway, let's get on with the show, because tonight we're going to do a very important sketch. And I want to start casting it immediately.
Say, Jackson, I thought you were going to do a sketch next week.
We are, Phil. We're going to do a sketch next week, too. And you'll never guess in a million years who our guest star is going to be.
Ray Milland.
There's no use trying. Yes, that's who it is, Ray Milland. The star of Lost Weekend. And to make him feel at ease, we're having a brass rail put around the microphone. Anyway, that's next week.
Ray Milland. Gee, I think he's a wonderful actor.
I can drink him under the table.
Phil, with him, it's bread and butter. With you, it's tomato juice and black coffee. Now, let's get on with the sketch we're going to do tonight. It's a murder mystery, and I'm going to be the chief of police of Palm Springs. Phil, you're going to be my sergeant, and Don, you're also going to be a member of the force.
Well, what am I going to be, Jack?
Mary, you're going to play the part of a glamorous movie star who came to Palm Springs to be with her husband. And at the start of the play, he murders you.
Oh, Jack, if he murders me, I won't get any laughs.
All right, then you murder him.
Thanks, kid.
Now, Larry Stevens.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
You're going to be on the police force, too.
Come on, keep moving,
Not yet. Wait till it starts. And take off that Hoover button. I'll give you a badge. Now, Don, Larry, and Phil, as long as you're going to be on my police force, I'll have to swear you in. And since all you people in the audience will be witnesses, I'll have to swear you in, too. Now, come on, everybody. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. LSMFT.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So round, so firm, so fully packed.
So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Wait for me! With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
You thought you were getting in for nothing. Now, all right, kids, this play will go on immediately after a song by... Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny, I just talked to the owner, and you can have that house for $50,000.
Look, Mr. Fulton, a few minutes ago you wanted $70,000. Now it's $50,000. Why is the price coming down so fast?
Those termites are hungrier than we thought they were.
Well, in that case, I don't want the house.
Oh, don't worry about that, Mr. Benny. The termites will be out by tomorrow.
How do you know?
They're getting so fat.
They're not going to get fat off of me, so goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sorry I started looking for a place. Come on, Larry, let's have your song. That was Day by Day, sung by Larry Stevens. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to offer a mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Lone Palm, or Her Husband Asked for Some Wine, so she gave him both barrels. The scene opens at the Palm Springs police station. Police Captain O'Benny is in his office behind closed doors, grilling a suspect. Curtain. Music. Now listen, you.
You're dealing with Captain O'Benny this time, and I want to warn you, anything you say will be held against you. Now, you're accused of robbing the post office, sticking up a train, stealing the Hammerstein diamonds, and then you boldly held up the First National Bank and killed the cashier. Now, confess. You did it, didn't you?
No.
Okay, you can go. If he'd have said yes, I'd have hung him. Nobody puts anything over me.
There's the phone, Captain.
I'll get it. Hello, Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. Captain O'Benny speaking. What? Yes, we have some with the stuffing in the middle and the walnut on top. Oh, you want the walnuts in the middle and the stuffing on top? We're out of those. Try the City Hall. Goodbye. O'Hara's.
Yes, Chief.
You arrested 2 fellas last night. I want you to stop filling this jail with crooks. You understand?
Well, I got to do something with them.
During the height of the season, this jail is for tourists. I'm getting $12 a cell, American plan. You catch crooks during the summer.
Morning, Chief.
Hiya, man. How are things?
A lot of drunks on my beat.
A lot of drunks on my beat, too.
Well, what do you know? Pickle beats.
Cut it out, O'Hara's. I'll take it. Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. O'Benny speaking.
Hello, Chiefy. This is Missy LaRue at the Lone Palm.
Yes. What is it, Miss LaRue?
Oh, get a good grip on your badge. My husband has just been murdered.
Oh, he has, eh? Do you know who murdered your husband?
No.
Have you got any ideas?
Well, now that he's dead, yes.
All right, Miss LaRue, I'm coming right over.
Okay, Chiefy, and bring a half a pound of dates.
We always do. Goodbye. Come on, man. Mitzi LaRue's husband has been murdered, and I'm going to find out who did it, or my name ain't... I'll take it. Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. Captain O'Benny talking.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I'm here with the owner, and you can have the house for $40,000.
40,000, eh? Well, I might be interested. However, I'd have to...
Talk fast. The termites are spreading mayonnaise on the telephone.
Well, that settles it. I don't want it. Goodbye. Now, come on, man. Let's go. And we'll find the murderer of Mitzi LaRue's husband, or my name ain't... All right, men. Here we are at the Lone Palm. Say, this is a pretty classy place, isn't it?
It certainly is. Look at that swimming pool. How about it, Chief?
Why not? Oh, boy, that felt good. All right, come on, man. We got a mystery to solve. This is Miss LaRue's bungalow right here.
Come in.
Hello, Miss LaRue. I'm Captain O'Benny. I'm here to solve the murder of your... Wait a minute. Where's your husband's body?
In the backyard.
Wasn't he killed in this hotel room?
Yes, but checkout time is 3 o'clock.
Well, tell me everything you know about this crime.
I don't know anything. I was just sitting here popping my bubble gum.
You didn't hear a shot?
No, I really pop it, Pop.
Well, come on, O'Hara. Let's look around this room for clues.
Come on, keep moving. Keep moving.
Stevens, that's the body. Now, come on, O'Hara. Let's go.
Hey, Chief, look, there's a gun on the table and it's still smoking.
A smoking gun, eh? What do you got to say to that, Miss LaRue?
My gun's been smoking Lucky Strikes for nigh on...
That's not what I mean. Now, listen, man. She's a pretty smart dame. So let's give her the...
Hey, Chief! The doorknob's moving. There's someone in that closet.
Where?
Right there.
You're right, Wilson. Stand back, everybody. We'll get him out of there. Now, come on. Come on out of that closet or I'll shoot.
Don't shoot. It's me, Fulton.
Oh, the real estate man.
Are you the murderer? Well, what do you think I am with this knife in my hand? The man who came to dinner?
Oh, then you're the one that killed Mitzi LaRue's husband.
Yes, I did it. And I'm glad.
All right, then come clean. Tell me, why did you do it?
I'll tell you why. He was the toughest customer I ever had, that's why. I offered him a house for $70,000 and he didn't buy it. Then I came down to $60,000, he still said no. Then 50, then 40, then 30. And he kept saying no, no, no. Suddenly, something within me snapped. It was driving me mad.
Mr. Fulton?
I went crazy. So I took out my gun and let him have it. Bang, 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 bang.
Mr. Fulton!
I'm glad I did it. Glad I did it. And I'll do it again. I'll do it to anybody who refuses to buy a house.
Mr. Fulton!
I tried to sell you a house, didn't I? But you kept tormenting me. No, you kept saying, no, no. I came down from 70,000 to 60,000, to 50,000, to 40,000, but still you said no.
Mr. Fulton.
Now you're going to buy that house or I'll...
Chief, don't worry, I'm armed.
Have you got a gun?
No, a pen. Where do I sign?
Right here on the dotted line.
There is no dotted line.
There is now.
Oh, yes, it's on my chest. There you are. The house is mine.
Thank you, Mr. Benny, and goodbye. Oh, Miss LaRue.
Yes?
You can tell your husband to get up now. We've made the deal.
Well, how do you like that? He tricked me into buying that house. All right, men, I've got a house now. And I'll get those termites out of there, or my name ain't...
You know that house you just bought from me?
Yes.
Well, I can get you $200,000 for it.
$200,000? Who in the world would pay that much?
The termites. They're putting up $1 apiece.
Well, let them have it. They've got most of it anyway. Good night, folks.
Owner protection we know of.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to another hour with the great forces of the unknown. Those majestic forces that move around above and beneath us, pushing and pulling at our lives, our bodies, our brains. Forces no less powerful because we know them not. And here's a thought. How much of their power actually derives from their mystery? Were we to fathom them, explode their secrets, would they then become as comprehensible as, say, the centrifugal force in the spin dryer at the laundromat? Well, the day is far off when we can be that knowledgeable. So, in the meantime, listen.
How will you do it? A gun? Do you have a gun? No. Well, then that's no good. A knife? Could you get near him? Near enough to use a knife? Do you have the strength? No. Well, so that's no good.
But he has to die so that I can live.
He will die. He will die tomorrow morning.
How do you know?
He will die of the mass of Saint-Césaire.
Our mystery drama, The Secret Doctrine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablets?
No, sinus medicine. Sinus tablets. Helps the headache and the pressure.
Oh, you mean sign-off.
Exactly.
Headache pain is one thing. A sinus headache is something else. Sometimes your whole face can seem to throb with pain. You want relief. Take Sine-Off tablets. Sineoff, the sinus medicine that gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a sinus drainer. Sine-Off, the sinus medicine that helps relieve sinus pain while you drain. And Sine-Off doesn't stop there. Have you tried Sine-Off Sinus Spray, the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief? It works in seconds. That's Sine-Off Sinus Spray. When sinus flares up, use Sine-Off tablets and spray, only as directed.
Sineoff.
Sine-Off.
Exactly.
Sine-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box.
If you're handy, or even if you're not, you know that a good part of getting the job done right is having the proper tools. Hi, Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Store. They'd be the first to agree with that. So to help you acquire the tools you need, they keep their prices low. For instance, get an 8-inch adjustable crescent wrench for just $3.99. Men who know, professional mechanics and tradesmen, ask for the Crescent brand by name. Just $3.99 at True Value Hardware Stores. A tape measure? The Lufkin Measure-Lock tape measure locks open, glides back at the touch of a button. The 12-foot size is just $3.49. Or how about a Weller soldering iron kit? It's a handy tool for a variety of hobbies and chores. The complete kit has an iron, 3-tip soldering wire, and is just $3.49. Weller soldering iron kits, Lufkin tape measures, and Crescent wrenches, they may be just what you need to get the job done right. And they're sensibly priced at the True Value Hardware Store nearest your home.
Careful, they say, what you ask for, lest it be given to you. Who of us knows what to ask for? Who can see far enough into the future to know what gift will delight and which destroy? Better simply to accept whatever comes, with gratitude, whenever possible. Listen with me now to the somber story called The Secret Doctrine.
You can begin now, Louise.
Now, Father Giles?
The others have gone. You said your confession would take some time, so let's begin.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Go on, Louise, and speak up. Don't mumble.
In thought, word, and deed. Oh, Father, I can't find the words to tell you.
Remember, I sit in the confessional box not only as your priest, but as God's own surrogate.
Father, you know Peter Sorrell.
Sorrell?
Yes. The American movie star.
Oh, I don't know any American movie stars. Oh, you mean the actor who came here to make a film about the Saint Vincent de Paul? Yes. It caused quite a stir in the village. And then something happened. What was it?
Father, Peter Sorrell died.
Oh, did he die? I hadn't heard.
This morning.
Oh, God take his soul. What was his illness?
He was not ill, Father. He simply died. He slipped away.
But he was not an old man. What did the doctor say?
Just what I told you. That he was not ill. That he simply grew weaker and weaker until death took him. I know what he died of, Father Giles.
You know?
He died of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Do you know what you're saying? The Mass of Saint-Césaire has not been said in Gascony for hundreds of years. Most priests have never heard it. Oh, no good priest would even say it. I think you'd best tell me all about it, Louise.
Yes, Father. I was in love with Peter Sorrell.
In love? Well, you never knew him. He only came here a month ago.
I've seen all his films. Each one many times. When one of them came to Dax, I'd walk the 20 miles to see it. And if it was there for 2 days, I'd roam the streets all night to see it again and again, as many times as it was shown.
You call this being in love? How old are you, Louise?
I'm 38, Father.
Have you ever loved a boy, a man?
No, Father. I've been in love with Peter Sorrell since I was 18. I've written to him in Hollywood every week for 20 years. And once he answered me. And he sent me his picture. And when I heard that he was coming here, I saw the hand of God.
Take care you don't blaspheme, Louise.
That is how it seemed to me, Father Giles.
Go on.
The company he worked for had rented the big house on the hill for him. And the first day he was here, I took him some of my onion soup.
Well, well, well. What have we here?
I brought you some onion soup, Mr. Sorrell. If you'd care to accept it.
I'd care like crazy.
I've seen all your films, Mr. Sorrell. I love them all.
You've got a big heart.
And the next day I took him a bottle of wine. It's called sand wine, Mr. Sorrell. A local product.
Like you. You're a local product.
It's very good. Really, it is.
So are you. What's your name?
And the next day, I took him a bottle of brandy. It's Armagnac, Mr. Sorrell. It's the best brandy in France.
I'll just bet it is.
There's a dish I know how to make with this brandy. Roast capon.
And you're going to make it for me, aren't you, Louise? That is your name, isn't it? Louise?
The next day I went to his house. But this time he wasn't alone. There was a man with him. A young American gentleman.
I shouldn't have let you talk me into this picture, Gabe.
Me talk you into it?
Who cares about saints anymore?
Well, there's got to be a reaction from all that demon stuff eventually.
Pardon me, Mr. Sorrell. The capon is...
Louise, meet my agent, Gabe Hauser.
How are you, Louise?
Mr. Hauser, I'll keep the capon warm until you're ready.
Please.
Yes, when you're ready, call me.
Who is that?
A fan. One of my millions of fans.
What's for dinner tonight, Louise?
Gascony pork and cabbage in a special sauce.
Why can't we eat like that on the set, huh, Peter?
Because Louise isn't on the set.
Oh, if only I could be.
Hey, we could fix her up with a walk-on or something, couldn't we?
You could.
Hey, she could be one of the Sisters of Charity. Why not?
Louise, the star has spoken.
So then, Father, I could be with him during the day, and not just in the evenings. I was in heaven.
You have strange concepts of theological matters, Louise. But go on.
Well, the atmosphere of that place, all the fuss and the laughter and the excitement, it all went to my head. And I forgot that I only wanted to serve him. I wanted to love him, to belong to him, and to have him belong to me.
You poor woman.
I watched him every moment. My eyes were fastened on his face. My ears strained to catch every word that fell from his lips.
There is nothing so grand as a good priest. It hurts me to see God's work in unloving hands.
Cut! That's a print. Okay, let's break.
I didn't think anyone noticed how I stared at him, followed him about, waited for him after the day's work. But one day as I watched him...
And the city hospital. 2 to a bed. Some lying on the floor.
You're crying, Louise.
Poor.
He's doing the scene with the cardinal.
Oh, it's not a sad scene. It's not even a good scene.
Oh, it's a very good scene.
Terrible.
It's a wonderful scene. Everything he does is wonderful. It was Noemi, Father. You know her. The woman who came here from the Basque country last year, she got herself a job, an extra like me, and so I saw a lot of her after that.
My father. I degraded my father. I scourged my father.
Why, you want him for your very own.
Not the way you mean, Noemi.
Oh, yes. Precisely the way I mean. What other way is there?
Oh, my Savior. I need to confess. Cut. Bring it. Break for lunch.
Noemi was always there, Father. I couldn't send her away. She belonged there as much as I did, after all.
Why in the world should I lie down when those poor people are calling for me?
Why, you want him, Louise. It shows on your face.
See them lying.
It's hopeless.
Tell me, can you get your hands on some locks of his hair, cuttings from his fingernails, his toenails?
Why? Why should I?
Why, they will give you power over him.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Oh, believe it's true. His hair, his fingernails, his toenails. If you want him, get them and bring them to me.
Need me? Cut. Break that. Insertions on the set, please.
I didn't believe her, Father, not really. But my desire had become so great, I thought I should go mad. I had no trouble finding bits of his hair. I picked up all I needed from the floor of the makeup room. But the cuttings from his fingernails and his toenails, that was more difficult. Then one evening at his house.
DePaul was the first social worker in history. You know that, Gabe? I mean, he organized social services.
Would you like some more Armagnac, Mr. Sorrell?
Oh, you still here, Louise? You can go home whenever you feel like it. You don't have to stick around.
I've been listening and watching.
A great dinner, Louise.
I noticed you bite your nails, Mr. Sorrell, when you talk.
Oh, yeah. A childhood habit.
You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's what my mother always said.
If you'd let me cut your nails properly...
My mother always said that, too.
I have a scissors right here with me.
My mother also always had the scissors right there with her.
So while they talked, I cut his fingernails. And I saved them all, even the little bits of cuticle, in my kerchief. And when I had finished...
Louise, you're a saint.
Oh... If I'm a saint, Mr. Sorrell, I should wash your feet.
Wash my feet?
I say now... They get awfully dirty walking around the set in those old sandals. And all the saints, even the Pope, he washes the feet of a sinner once a year to show humility.
I'm your sinner, is that it?
Let her, Peter, if she wants to.
Well, you really want to?
And to cut your toenails.
Well, what can I say? It's the best offer I've had since I came to France.
And so I did, Father. And when I left that night, I had all the cuttings in my kerchief, and I took them to Noemi, who waited for me in the woods.
Take this, Louise.
What is that?
It's a little bag made from the skin of a toad, which my own daughter impaled at midnight in the graveyard of the old abbey. Oh, we put all your precious cuttings into it. Now, pull the drawstrings tight. That's it, and hang it around your neck, under your dress. Yes, just like that.
How do you know that it will work?
I know.
It seems so wrong. It's going against God, isn't it?
Have you ever heard of Eliphaz Levi and the secret doctrine?
No.
Well, Eliphaz Levi was his pen name. He wrote many books on the subject of magic. Magic exists. Always has existed all over the world.
But I'm afraid of it, Noemi.
Oh, give in to your fear, and you'll lose the thing you most desire. Conquer your fear, and the secret doctrine will bring you Peter Sorrell.
How do I know?
Magic is everywhere, unseen, unheard, but it is working all the time. You need only the spiritual energy to make it work for you.
But do I have energy like that? I don't think I do.
Oh, never mind. I do. Now, kneel down. No. Do not bow your head. Raise your face to the sky. Send up a prayer from your loins to Aether, god of chaos and the dark.
Well, the secret doctrine has been kept from me, I must say. All my life I have struggled from problem to problem, quandary to quandary, with only my limited intelligence to assist me. And all the time, was there a secret doctrine that might have solved things magically? If so, I'm a little late finding it out. We'll be back shortly for Act 2.
Look, let's put an end to all this gloomy-sounding stuff you've been getting so much of lately. Income tax is behind us, spring is here, Aaron's hit number 715, and there's even reason for hope with the gasoline thing. It's in this new spirit that I'd like to talk to you about buying a new car. It's a small car, one you can judge sanely, and not just in terms of how many miles per gallon it gives you. The car is a Buick Apollo. Like any self-respecting small car, it is economical. It's got a 6-cylinder engine and a 21-gallon gas tank, which combine to give Apollo good gas economy and great range. But Apollo can also seat 6 passengers, and it has the kind of smoothness, quietness, and interior comforts that you'd expect of a Buick. Okay, you're looking for a car, and you think it should be small. Well, Buick has the car, Apollo. But don't buy it because it's small. Buy it because it's a Buick.
If you love spaghetti like I love spaghetti, I know what you're looking for. So come on, get ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store. If you want spaghetti, the best spaghetti, you don't have to look no more. Get your taste buds ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store.
Here's a riddle for you. What has 6 different kinds of spaghetti? Chicken, mushroom, meat sauce, shrimp, meatballs, or a combination of any of the above?
Oh, that's easy.
And dinner prices from $2.10 to $2.85.
Still easy.
And additional selections from ravioli to steak.
That's not a riddle, that's a cross-examination.
Come on, what's the answer?
The spaghetti store. Now, here's one for you. What has blue eyes and a craving for spaghetti?
Paul Newman's stomach.
No, me, meatball.
So when you come in, bring your appetite. There's one thing you know for sure. Great spaghetti we've got, and it don't cost a lot at the spaghetti store.
2731 West Northwest Highway. Also Arlington and Fort Worth.
The only magic I have ever known was long, long ago, when I expelled a loud and angry scream, and food instantly appeared. Talk about rubbing a lamp. Talk about wearing a bag of discarded nails and hair about your neck. Well, we shall see if they can match my infant cry.
Some sort of magic was working, Father Charles, because when I got to my feet after that strange prayer to the god of chaos, there in the woods with the toadskin bag still hanging around my neck, I felt that I was a beautiful woman. Can you imagine that, Father?
Yes.
The next day was my last, so far as the film was concerned. I hated to step out of the Sister of Charity habit and get back into my own clothes, but my spirits rose to the sky when Peter stopped me and said...
This was your last day, wasn't it, Louise?
Yes, my last day.
Well, it won't be the same around here without you. We'll miss you.
Will you? Will you miss me?
I'll miss you the most. But I'll see you at the house, won't I? You're not going to desert me now, are you?
Never. I'd never do that.
Well, you better not, Louise.
I met Noemi late that night in the woods, and I told her what Peter had said and what I had said.
You see? The magic is beginning to take hold.
I couldn't go to the set the next day. What reason would I have? So I spent the day in his house cooking a shoulder of lamb for him in the Gascon style. You know how long that takes, Father.
Louise!
In the kitchen.
What smells so good?
It's something special I'm cooking for you.
Louise, what have I done to deserve you? You're the greatest thing that's happened to me since... You're the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Let's put it that way.
I told Noemi that night that time was growing short, that in 2 days Peter surely would be leaving France. And I told her I must go with him.
Now, listen, Louise. This is what you must do. When he comes home, you must be waiting for him on his bed, all naked and perfumed, and he will love you.
I had loved him, Father, for so many years, and now every dream, every desire would come true. I was lying on his bed, as Noemi had told me I should be, with my hair all freshly washed and perfumed as my body was. And I heard the front door close. And I heard his feet on the stairs.
Louise?
I couldn't answer. I waited for the bedroom door to open, and it did.
Who's... What a... Louise... Is that you? What in the name of heaven?
I've been waiting for you.
Are you crazy?
Peter, listen to me. I want you to love me. You do love me. I've seen the love growing in your eyes. I've heard it in your voice. Take me now and tell me that you love me. And that we will go to America together, to your home, where I will love you and look after you.
Louise, now listen to me.
See, look, over there I brought all my clothes. I feel that I'm reaching the end of a long, long journey. I've loved you so long.
Louise, let me talk to you.
Oh, yes. Talk to me.
Louise, if I've made you think that I'm anything more than just very fond of you, I'm sorry, Louise. I'm very, very sorry. If I've made you think I love you, well, I'm sorry. What more can I say?
But you do love me. You've loved me for 3 whole days.
3 days?
And I've loved you for years and years. But you've only loved me for 3 days, so of course it seems new to you. I understand.
Now, Louise, what 3 days are you talking about?
The last 3 days, of course. Ever since I started wearing this.
What's that?
It's a bag made from the skin of a toad. A toad impaled at midnight in the graveyard of the Abbey.
What's in that bag, Louise?
Why, part of you. Bits of your hair, bits of your fingernails, your toenails, little particles of you.
What kind of a game are you running on me, Louise?
It's no game. It's real.
Real hell. All the time you were hanging around here. You were cooking and cleaning and washing and all that. You were hanging around the set, waiting on me, telling me I'm such a great actor, begging to cut my fingernails, my toenails. You were conning me. You were running some kind of a tricky, sneaky game on me.
It was no game.
Now, look, lady, you get your clothes on fast. You hear me? You get out of here. You want some money?
No.
I'll give you money. I'll give you money. You've earned it. But if you ever try to play any of these crazy tricks on me again, I'm going to track you down. I'm going to have you put away. Now, you get out of here.
I did get out, Father Giles, but I can't remember how. The next thing I remember is running through the woods, calling for Noemi. And then I remember falling down on the ground and the blackness coming down over me.
My poor Louise.
Noemi found me a little later. I don't know how much later.
What happened, Louise?
Nothing happened, Noemi. He doesn't love me. He never did. I think you'd better take back the little toadskin bag, Noemi. It didn't work.
Did you do everything I told you?
Yes, I did. I washed my hair and perfumed my body, and I lay on his bed. But when he came home, he didn't want me. I tried to tell him about the secret doctrine, but he didn't want to listen.
You told him?
I tried to. After all, I don't know much about it, only what you've told me, and I didn't understand all of that. But he didn't want to hear about it.
Oh, the man is a monster!
Yes, he is a monster.
You poor woman.
No, don't you feel sorry for me either, Father Giles. I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me.
But don't you see? You let your desires take hold of you, Louise. You let them dictate your actions. You lost control.
Oh, yes, I did that.
You became blind to the realities of the matter.
Yes, I did that, too. I fell in love with a man when he was only a walking shadow on a screen. I hurt no one. I would never have hurt him if he hadn't come to France to make another of his foolish motion pictures.
Louise, would it make you feel better, my child, if I were to tell you that you are not the first to give your heart to an unknown man who's only making his living by performing in public?
I suppose that is true, Father.
Does it make you feel a little better?
But I don't feel badly, Father.
You don't?
Not about him. Not about trying to give myself to him and his telling me he didn't want me. I felt badly about it at the time. Very badly, I suppose.
Of course you did.
But by the time Noemi found me in the woods, I felt quite differently.
Just how did you feel?
Very calm, very clear, very right.
Right? About what? Clear about what?
About what I must do.
And what was that?
I kill him, of course.
But you have said that it was all your own doing, that no one else should be blamed.
Quite so. But I had to kill him in me. Don't you see what I mean?
I'm not sure that I do.
Father, he was part of me. He'd been part of me for many, many years. There was more of him in me than there was of myself. Oh, you must understand.
I'm trying, Louise.
I knew how wrong I'd been to love him. Yes, to lust after him. To have obscene thoughts about him there in the dark of the theater. I knew these were sins. They were bad sins. And now I was willing to take upon myself the last sin of all. To kill him. Don't you understand that?
I don't believe I do.
How strange. Noemi understood.
You say Noemi understood? What you have just told me?
Yes, Father. There, that night in the forest, I told her how I must commit this most grievous sin. How do you know?
He will die of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And all the scorned women from the beginning of time must have at least looked around to see if there was a gun or a knife nearby. Sometimes there was, and the story had an unhappy ending, and a messy one. But what if those poor scorned women had known of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, a black and malevolent ritual of which you will learn more shortly when I bring you Act 3.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Miss Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be. Once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Miss got into the biz. But Lately, it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
I was having dinner in Old Town Village last week, and as we were leaving, we noticed that the waterbed store was open. Well, we went in. You know, I'd never really looked at waterbeds because I always thought they were for the kids, and if I ever got on one, I'd probably get seasick. But it was different. The salesman there got us to lie down on a bed and told us why we'd sleep better on a hydro-rest waterbed system. He also took the time to tell us about frame construction, mattress durability, and the safety features incorporated into each of their systems. We got home and read the literature and decided that a hydro-rest system makes good sense. We're going to buy a waterbed from Dallas's oldest and largest waterbed company, Waterbed Systems International. They have 3 locations, 3323 Oak Lawn, Old Town Village, and a brand new store in Town East Mall. I tried hydro-rest. I was impressed.
We promised you further details of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, that horrid leftover from the Dark Ages. And so we shall. We always keep our word. Let us pick up our story where we left off, with Louise and Noemi talking in hushed tones beneath the moon in the dark woods of Gascony.
He has to die so that I can live.
He will die tomorrow morning. He will die of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
How can anyone die of a mass?
Oh, the Mass of Saint-Césaire is the Mass of revenge. The peasants of Gascony have known this for centuries.
I must ask Father Giles.
Oh, no, you will not breathe a word of this to Father Giles.
But if he would perform the Mass...
He wouldn't dream of it. He probably doesn't even know it. Ah, but I know a priest who knows it, and who will perform it. My daughter lives with him. Come, Louise.
We went to the deserted abbey where the priest lived. No one told me his name. I never asked.
You are the one who orders this Mass.
Yes?
For whom shall I say the Mass?
For Peter Sorel.
Who will be my clerk?
Oh, my daughter will be your clerk, Father.
Who will bring the water for the Mass?
I shall bring it, Father.
Do you know a place where the Mass can be held?
Ah, by the ruins of the church, where the gypsies live, Father.
I listened as though nothing they said had anything to do with me, Father Giles. I scarcely knew when they'd finished speaking. I only knew that after a while, Noemi took me by the hand and led me away.
Come, Louise, come. We must get the water for the Mass.
Shouldn't there be wine, Noemi?
For the Mass of Saint-Césaire, there is no wine. There is only water. And the priest does not consecrate it. He drinks it. And it must be water from a well into which the body of an unbaptized infant has been thrown. Come now, Louise, come.
Before 11 o'clock, we were at the ruined church. A dreadful place, Father, where bats lived, and toads, and owls. And through the darkness came the priest, Noemi's daughter by his side. And he stood by the ruins of the old altar.
Ever and ever, for reign and live you, and also on you, redemption shall be.
Noemi, what does he say?
It is the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
But I don't understand it.
It is the Mass for the dead. He is reciting it backwards.
O servant,
I watched in horrid fascination, Father. I confess that I was fascinated by it. I was like a bird watching a snake. What is he doing now, Noemi?
He is making the sign of the cross.
No, he's not. He's not making.
He is making the sign of the cross with his left foot.
What?
In the dirt. This is the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
I couldn't bear to look, Father Giles. I couldn't. And yet I couldn't bear not to look. The awful Mass had started at 11, and now it was drawing to a close as the hour of midnight struck. And then the Mass was suddenly over. And the priest and his clerk, Noemi's daughter, stole away into the darkness without a word to us.
It is over, Louise, and Peter Sorel has begun to die.
I'm not sure I believed her, Father Giles. I wasn't capable of belief or disbelief or of any thought at all or of any feeling whatsoever. I only felt tired. So tired I doubted I could move. But I pulled myself to my feet and I said, I must go to him, Noemi. I must go to Peter Sorel. And I went, Father. I went into town to the house on the hill, and I waited there till the sun had been up for an hour. And then I went to the door and knocked.
Oh, Louise. I suppose you want to see Peter.
Is he here?
Yes, he's here. But he's very ill. The doctor's with him. And no one knows what's the matter with him.
But I knew, Father Giles. He was dying of the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Louise.
I went to the door every hour, Father. Once, I was told that they'd sent for his doctor from the States. But if that doctor arrived, he came too late. For at 10 o'clock, when I knocked at the door...
Louise. He's dead, Louise. He died a few minutes ago. No one knows why or how or what it was he died of.
I see.
I know you were very fond of him.
I was. Very fond. Very fond. I went home. I took off my clothes, and I lay down on my bed. The little toadskin bag was still around my neck. I took it off. I kissed it. I put it under the pillow, and then I put my head on the pillow and went fast asleep. I slept soundly, with no dreams at all of any kind. And when I awoke, it was noon. Such a beautiful day. And I started to come here to make my confession. On the way, I met Peter Sorel's friend once more.
He died, Louise, of nothing at all.
Nothing at all?
He was perfectly well. Talking of going home in the morning. Then, about midnight, he said he was tired. He thought he'd go to bed. But he could hardly climb the stairs to his room. I had to help him. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. He said he felt as though he was slipping away. Wasn't that a strange thing for him to say? That he was slipping away?
I murmured something, that it was strange indeed, though of course I knew it wasn't. He died of the Mass of Saint-Césaire, Father. And now I've told you everything.
And What do you expect me to do, Louise?
Will you give me my penance, Father? I know it will be severe. I expect that. I want it to be severe. I know what a grave sin I have committed.
Do you, Louise?
To wish for a man's death, Father, to bring it about. What greater sin could there be?
To wish for a man's death, it is a sin in thought, but it can be forgiven. And you are not the first to have committed it. Your wish did not kill him. Men do not die so easily.
It was the Mass of Saint-Césaire that killed him.
God knows, and he alone. But you conspired in the performance of a gruesome Mass, a relic from the Dark Ages. You took part in it. And what is most awful, you ordered it. And for this desecration of a holy ritual, there is no penance that would suffice.
But without a penance, how can I obtain absolution? How can I obtain pardon?
I cannot pardon you, Louise. I do not know a curate who can, nor a bishop, nor an archbishop.
Father, what am I to do?
My child, it is possible. I promise you nothing you understand. But it is possible. Were you to go to Rome, if the Pope were to see fit...
To Rome? To the Holy Father?
Only he has the right to grant pardon for the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
Sir, can you tell me, sir? May I ask you?
Yes, Signora. Can I help you?
Please. Is this the Vatican?
This is Vatican City, yes.
Is this the square of St. Peter?
Yes. Straight ahead is St. Peter's Gate.
Oh, I am here.
You've never been here before?
Oh, I have come to see the Pope.
His Holiness is quite busy, Signora.
I come here to make my confession.
Let me take you to a priest.
No. It must be His Holiness. No one else.
Are your sins so great?
My sin is so great. Yes.
Well, I'm only a student here, Signora, but I'll be glad to take you to a priest.
No priest can help me. No bishop. No archbishop.
But a priest might be able to arrange things so that you could see His Holiness, and not right away, of course. It would take time.
I have time. It has already taken me a long time just to come this far.
How long has it taken you?
1,000 days.
Where did you come from?
France. A little town in Gascony.
But that could take you almost 3 years? Oh, you must have stopped off at different places.
Each night to sleep and pray.
You mean you walked all the way? An old woman like you?
Do I look like an old woman? I have just turned 40.
Oh, forgive me, but you look much older than that.
It doesn't really matter now.
Come. Let me help you to your feet.
No. I shall stay on my knees until I see the Pope. I shall end my journey as I began it.
Are you telling me that you have come 1,000 miles on your knees? But why?
It is my penance for the Mass of Saint-Césaire.
1,000 miles, 1,000 days, on her knees. What awful retribution we expect of ourselves. What endurance we can find within us to carry out our goal. And what is the priceless goal we seek? The goal that so obstinately eludes us after thousands upon thousands of miles and as many days. Why, I think it is nothing more and nothing less than peace of mind. I'll be back shortly.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. You know, for years we've been talking about the Special K breakfast, a great way to start the day if you have a weight problem. You may have seen or heard our latest commercials, which symbolize the problem of being a few pounds overweight by using this ball and chain. That's the sound effect. But so many people have come to know the Special K breakfast that can help solve weight problems, they sometimes forget that Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It has 8 essential vitamins and iron, and so delicious that lots of folks, kids as well as adults, eat Special K just for the sheer good taste of it. So we don't want you to think that you have to wear a ball and chain to eat Special K. All you need is an appreciation for the finer things of life, a 1-ounce bowl of Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, coffee, and maybe a little sugar. The Special K breakfast can help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I told you it would be a somber story, did I not? And so it was. Well, exploring the unknown is not all fun and frolic. But the unknown must be explored in the wild hope that one day it will become known. I wonder, though, when it is as familiar to us as, say, the combustion engine, will it stop being fascinating and become boring? What then will we do for fun? What will happen to this program? Merciful heavens, what will I do for a job? Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Mildred Clinton, Bill Johnston, Robert Dryden, and Nick Pryor. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, Buick Motor Division, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is the BBC Home Service,
and the British Forces Broadcasting Service. Saturday Night Theatre. We present Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mathry in Deal with Murder, a play for radio by Peter Cornish. Deal with Murder.
Oh, damn. Oh, I'd better switch this off. Cavendish, 1592.
Miss Harker? Miss Lynn Harker, the painter?
Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry to call you so late, Miss Harker. It's a matter of business.
Oh, Lord, it had to be. Look, do you think it could keep?
How's that?
I was just going to have a bath. I have a theatre date in half an hour.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess we could put the deal on ice.
Oh, bless you. Ring me tomorrow, would you? Oh, but not before 8 in the evening. I shall be out all day.
We'll say 10 o'clock?
Yes, fine. Oh, by the way, this deal, is it a portrait?
Well, no, Miss Harker. It's, well, it's really to do with life and death.
With what?
Well, I'm hoping the two of us can preserve a human life from danger.
Danger? I don't understand.
No, of course you don't, Miss Harker, but I'll explain everything at 10 tomorrow.
But didn't you just say somebody's life was in danger?
That's right.
Well, then who?
Didn't you guess, Miss Harker? Like the song says, it's you, no one but you.
Well, darling, what did you think of it? Lynn?
Oh. Sorry, Tom. What did you say?
Act 1. Did you like it?
Oh, very good.
You know, I'd prefer the truth if you don't mind.
Truth?
When my fiancée sits through 40 minutes of riotous farce with never a smile on her face, I'm bound to ask what's up.
Tom, we're not in the courtroom now, so please don't start cross-examining.
I don't have to. I know what's wrong.
But you can't.
Ah, but I do. It's Thursday, the day for Dame Hilda's sitting. You're always unbearable afterwards.
Well, thanks.
Look, why don't you chuck the Terps at her next time or crown her with a canvas or something?
Dame Hilda's an influential woman. I'm just a struggling artist.
Struggling?
I'm hardly Rembrandt.
I wouldn't marry Rembrandt.
Oh, Tom. Oh, whatever did I do to deserve you?
That sounds like an SOS. On your feet.
Oh, where are we going?
To the theatre bar for an inch of watered gin.
At 4 bob a time.
You'll smile during the second act, or I shall die in the attempt.
Drink's quite good. Still, you should save your money.
How long does it take to save £5,000?
That's rather a cryptic remark for learned counsel to me.
No, not really. I had a chat with Peter Grimston at the assizes today.
Who?
He's the senior partner of Grimston and Lucy, top legal firm. And he offered to take me in.
Oh, Tom.
Be nice, eh? But it takes 5,000 quid for premium.
Oh, darling.
Not to worry. Tough, we barristers. Still, I'd do a lot for that cash at the moment.
I thought you were getting better briefs. That case you're defending in Reading.
Oh, not bad. Oh, by the way, the assizes finish tomorrow, so we can spend the weekend together. Okay with you?
Fine.
What are you staring at?
That man by the bar.
Which?
Tall, with the permed blonde hair, rather too handsome. There, he's turning round to look at us again.
Blow me, he's a friend of mine. He lives in the flat above mine.
Oh, really?
Yes, we were at school together.
But, love, he looks so queer.
I know, but he's not. He's an actor. The hair's natural, and he's pretty good.
Then tonight, is he, what do they call it, resting?
Oh, even the big names rest from time to time.
Oh, and what is his name?
It's Flowerdew. Jason Flowerdew.
Oh, no. Oh, how awful, the poor man.
Lynn, will you shut up? He's coming over.
My dear, I'm simply ablaze with curiosity. What in the world made you pick such a catastrophe?
I take it you're referring to the show, Jason.
What else? Of course, one knows that farce should be played like tragedy, but the effect is intended to be altogether different.
Now, look, Jason...
Oh, yes, Bobbit, I know. You think I came here to prattle, whereas, in fact, I came with the most serious intention of presenting myself, Miss Harker. Of course I know who you are, and I'm simply longing to ask if I may bring my little stool and join your queue.
My cute.
It occurred to me that one day there may be a disgusting progeny who will deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented, unless, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact.
Yes, but you see...
Now, I do assure you, Miss Harker, I am quite unparalleled in the matter of sitting still. To say nothing of the help I could be in the arrangement of lights, costume, and, of course, my dashing profile. Now, what do you say?
I'm sorry, it's quite impossible.
Oh, but Miss Harker, why?
Because, Mr. Flowerdew, I don't have a canvas in my studio big enough to fit your swollen head.
Jason, do come and talk to Gordon Hoop. He's wittering about his musical. Oh, why, Tom.
Oh, hello, Lila.
Oh, everybody does look cross.
Miss Harker, may I present my friend, Miss James? Lila, this is Miss Harker.
How do you do?
Miss Harker's an artist.
So I gathered, from the other end of the bar. My dear, you have a remarkably clear voice. It would be an asset to the profession.
Thank you. Now, let me guess, Miss James, what would your profession be?
She's loosely known as an actress.
Loosely?
Oh, darling, what were you saying about Gordon Hoop?
Well, he's found out about the you-know-what.
Oh, honestly, my dears, Lila means that madly secretive orgy we've planned for tonight. Somehow the word is out. We shall be stuffed with third-rate little monsters like Gordon.
You must invite Miss Harker, Jason.
Well, of course, Oh, no, not the bell. Not back-to-back agony.
Now, come along, Jason. Gordon's waving his limp little paw.
Oh, revolting little man. Look, sweeties, if you would care to come, it'll be any time after 10, my place. Now, do try. Oh, God, sweetie, lovely to see you.
All right, then. Let's have the answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. That kind of
I
man...
said the answer. It wasn't Jason that made you this way tonight, any more than Dame Hilda. I want to know what's really wrong.
Then damn well what.
Oh, for goodness sake, Lynn, we're going to be married one day. Haven't you ever learned to cry on my shoulder?
Oh, that's the second bell. There isn't
Well,
time.
we'll cut the show.
Oh, no, Tom.
Well, you do want to tell me, don't you?
Well...
Well, then I know an Italian restaurant which has gorgeous food. Now, come on, let's go.
But, Tom, a phone call like that is not made by a harmless crank.
Look, if he's some kind of crook extorting money with menaces, wouldn't he check on your resources first? And wouldn't he discover you haven't the cash?
He might think I could find it.
Where?
My family.
Oh, come off it, Lynn. I distinctly remember you said your only living relative was some tatty old aunt who reared you down in Sussex.
Aunt Nina, yes.
Well, if she died 5 years ago, like you said...
Yes, but she didn't.
What?
Tom, I lied to you. Aunt Nina's not dead, and no one could call her poor.
Oh, that's nice.
Tom, did you ever hear of the Seton shipping line?
I should hope I did.
Yes, well, Aunt Nina holds 2/3 of the stock.
What?
Her father, my grandfather, founded the firm.
Look, I don't get this. If your only relative's filthy rich, why keep it dark?
Because we had a terrible quarrel 5 years ago over my wanting to be a painter. And when I walked out, she cut me off.
Over a thing like that?
Oh, Nina's always been very much her father's daughter.
Oh, that's the chap who founded the firm?
Diagoras Seton, yes.
Ooh, wow, what a name.
Half Scot, half Greek. His brain and his will came from cold Caledonia. His passions out of Sophocles.
Oh, how his family must have loved him.
His wife died after the third child. Nina was the eldest, and then my Uncle Ralph, and lastly my mother. Diagoras ran their lives like he ran his business. In fact, he married Nina off to the boss of a rival firm, an elderly baronet.
Didn't she kick?
No. I told you she was like her father, thought the marriage her duty. Besides, being rather plain and almost 30, I think she quite fancied becoming Lady Mathry. It was the other two children who came to grief.
Your Uncle Ralph and your mother?
Yes. Poor Ralph was much too wild to become a tycoon. In the end, he ran off to marry an actress. That was in 1932.
What did Diagoras do?
He disinherited him, and then he set out quite coldly to ruin him. Ralph died in 1934.
Oh, boy. I pity your mother.
In fact, she was rather bright. She just waited for her 21st birthday, and 2 days after she married a penniless author in a registry office.
Did Diagoras go into the usual routine?
Yes, he cut them off. Luckily, he died of a stroke almost at once. Rage, I suppose.
So that left Nina with all the cash?
Yes, and in 1940, when my parents were killed, she took me in.
Ah, now I get the picture. She just acted like Diagoras when you said you meant to leave the nest.
Yes, or... Well, that's what I thought.
Huh?
I've had a letter from her inviting me down to Frimley tomorrow.
No, not a reconciliation.
I don't know. Look, it's in my bag. You'd better read it. Here.
Typewritten.
She always uses a typewriter. Arthritis in her hands.
I see. Now, my dear Lynette, I cannot suppose this letter will be welcome.
Believe me, it is no pleasure to write. However, since certain business matters have arisen which must urgently be discussed, it is vital you should be at Frimley tomorrow. The 3 o'clock train from Waterloo arrives in Fulham by 4. Billy will meet you. I have nothing to say until we do meet, so do not phone the house. You may confirm this arrangement through Mr. Thrale, your affectionate Aunt Nina.
Well, Tom?
I don't know. Who's Billy, for a start?
The chauffeur handyman, been with Aunt Nina since he was a stable boy.
Yeah. And Thrale?
The family solicitor.
Well, when you confirmed with him, did he tell you anything?
No, he was carefully vague.
Urgent business matters could mean anything. Lynn, there's only one way to find out, and that's to go.
So you don't think that call I had was a clue? I mean, that someone's found out that I may be patching it up with Nina?
Oh, it's wildly unlikely. And what's more, if that joker really means to ring you tomorrow at 10, you could have the police listening in to trace the call.
I never thought of that.
The trouble with you is you let yourself get morbid. Now, I have a cure for this.
Everyone, sparkling lemonade, that scintillating yellow Lucius.
Jason, can it be Lila needs you? She's jumping up and down.
Oh, my dear, I'll think she does. Gordon, take the bottle, darling. Passport to popularity. Excuse me. Oh, sorry, Poppy. Don't get up, sweetie. I'll get over you. I love you, Lila, but is it important?
We need one of gin, one of whiskey, and a vermouth for the cup, and I dare not leave the bar.
Right. Talk to Gordon while I get it, will you?
Oh, no.
Well.
Oh, hello, Jason. Hope you don't mind us in here.
Not if you don't mind me getting under the bed.
What?
For the emergency supply, we invited about 18 and there's good 50 outside.
Oh, boo.
Yes. We keep it under the bed. Amazing how people miss the more obvious places.
Mr. Flowerdew.
Oh, do call me Jason.
I'm sorry I snapped at you tonight.
Oh, not at all my fault entirely.
Jason, why do you behave like a chorus boy?
Well, camouflage. With a name like Flowerdew, people expect an idiot. Haven't you noticed when folk meet someone they take to be a fool, they always relax and become themselves? Awfully handy for me to know what they're really like.
So tonight I showed you my frightful temper.
Yes. And a bit more than that.
Oh, what?
I think you were scared.
You know, I think you rather scare me.
Really? Oh, well, I suppose we are rather a terrifying profession. Much too observant, vain, ruthless. We lie superbly. There's hardly a move we make without we plan the effect. Yes, I'd hate to think of a really good actor planning a crime.
Would he do so well?
He knows people. He could use them like a director planning a production. See all the moves in advance. The props, the disguises.
Disguises?
Well, a disguised voice, perhaps. Say, the sinister Mr. X on the telephone. Of course, my hypothetical actor would also make a splendid detective, for just the same reason.
Thank you, Jason. If we ever need one, we'll come to you.
But how will you know I'm on the side of good?
Tom, I really think we should be going.
Oh, surely not.
Well, I'm sorry, Jason. You see, Lynn has to meet these people tomorrow.
Well, Billy, how do I look?
Cityfied, that's what. Still, bar else, I reckon you're about the same.
Bless you, Billy. So are you. Even this terrible car. Billy, tell me, how is Aunt Nina?
Not so bobbish, if you want the truth.
Is the arthritis worse?
Worse? When she hadn't sat a horse 2 years and heard a gun for 3. Why else do you think she shut off all them upstairs rooms? If it wasn't beyond her to get there.
Then where does she sleep?
Bed's down next library now.
Well, if it suits her.
It's not a suit her gal. It's a suit Miss Terry.
Who?
Miss Terry. New housekeeper, companion, dunno what all. Been here ever since Mrs. Young took off 3 years ago.
Sounds as if you don't like her.
Well, I just reckon she's a bit of a mystery, that's all.
In what way?
Well, you tell me why Young goes round old-fashioned clothes, rare scrag back in a bun, never looks a man in the face. Could be a looker, should she try.
She's young, then.
I'm on 30. And I see a bit of passion still in them brown eyes of hers. Know what I reckon? Crossed in love, she were. She come to Frimley for to lick her wound.
Well, that's not a crime, Billy.
Well, then you should see the way she rules the roost. Trained nurse, we've told she is. So, the old devil mustn't do that, mustn't do this. The new ideas, you have to have a new telephone.
Well, there always was a telephone.
Nah, I mean an external one.
What?
For the library, me in the harness room.
Oh?
To save me unnecessary journeys, says she. Keep me out of the house, says I. There's no use talking. Your aunt's that fond of her, you'd think she was under a spell.
I can hardly wait to meet Miss Terry.
Oh, you'll have to, though. It's her afternoon off.
Oh, Billy.
No, don't go jogging me arm. You'll have me off on the road.
They've widened it, haven't they?
6 mile now without them loops. You do the run in 15 minutes.
It's unbelievable. Frimley. And it's just the same.
I reckon that's kept the grounds amazing well. Help's hard to find.
Then who's that working over there by the lake on the tractor?
Well, that's Bob Hazelrig, new home farm tenant.
But the tenant shouldn't work in the park.
Bob has to. The old girl made it condition of the lease. He do so many hours a week heavy work here.
Oh, that's hard.
Bob hates the very sight of her, he do.
Oh, Billy, look, the house.
Oh,
the sun reflected in all its windows. Like a welcome. Do you think I'll find one, Billy?
Here you are, then. Home again.
Billy?
Yeah, Mr. Frail on the steps. Coming for to take you in. Best hurry, not keep him waiting.
Yes. I'll see you again, Billy.
6:15 sharp. I'm to drive you to Prodham. Catch the 6:5.
Miss Harker, there you are. Come along in. Your aunt is waiting in the library.
How are you, Mr. Thrale?
Oh, a bit bronchial, you know. Step in.
Thank you. In the library, did you say?
Miss Harker, wait.
Yes?
There's something I have to tell you.
Well?
I scarcely know how to begin.
Lynette?
Oh, dear.
My aunt's waited 5 years to see me, Mr. Thrale. She can surely wait another minute.
Mr. Thrale, send that girl in.
Yes, Lady Maitre. Please go to her. I'll speak to you later.
But aren't you coming?
No, I'm to wait here till I'm called.
Lynette!
Here, Nina!
Good luck, my dear.
Oh, thanks.
Come in and close the door. There's a draft through this room like a tornado. What was it talking about out there?
Thrale? Oh, bronchitis.
Oh. Well, come from the gloom, girl. Let me see you.
You need more light in here.
Thank you. I need no light. Sit over there. Or did you plan a dutiful embrace? Oh, shivering, I see. Nervous, are you?
No. But it's cold in here.
It will remain so. I don't care for a roaring fire. Do you know why I wanted to see you? You and Thrale?
No.
The question of my will never crossed your mind, eh?
Nina, certain things were said 5 years ago.
Oh, they can cancel the fact that your mother was my sister, or you my only blood relation.
I suppose they wouldn't.
Perhaps you're sorry to be back here.
I still prefer my own way of life.
Oh, that dream of independence. Just like your mother. And your Uncle Ralph with his little actress. All of you so sure that money only stifles. Well, how's it been to have none?
Not always easy.
5 years ago, you wouldn't have told me that. But then, perhaps I shouldn't have shown you this.
What is it? I can't quite see.
Oh, take it then. Look at it. Well, go on.
It's a revolver.
A week ago, I intended to use it upon myself.
You?
Impossible to imagine, isn't it? That I might come bitterly to regret driving you from here. That I actually might want you back again to end my solitude.
You never told me so.
No, because the very thing that parted us was the family pride, deceit and temper. Don't you see? Its power took me to the point where I was prepared to lay that cold barrel against my temple, rather than admit I was wrong.
Oh, Nina.
Ridiculous, wasn't it? To be afraid to tell you I was wrong. Sorry that I needed you. Even when I longed to hear you say you needed me.
Oh, Nina, if you only knew how many times
No, don't commit yourself. First, hear my terms. I ask only that you should come here sometimes.
Of course.
And sometimes, perhaps, let me help you just a little with money.
But, Nina...
Now, please, let me prove myself. Let me show how generous I can be. Any reasonable sum, it is yours, I promise. What do you say?
Then, Nina, there's someone I love. He has a wonderful opportunity if he can only raise £5,000.
You know, my niece, you've made me very happy. Now, give me back that gun. And call in Mr. Thrale. I have an amusing plan in mind. No, go on. Call him in.
Very well. Will you come in, Mr. Thrale?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Thrale, I have explained certain facts to my niece. Now it is your turn. Kindly proceed.
Lady Maitre, I'm still most uncertain that your course is a wise
Perhaps
one.
you prefer me to find another lawyer.
Please go on, Mr. Thrale.
Well, Miss Harker, entirely against my advice, your Aunt Lady Maitre feels that the time has come for certain obligations to be...
get on with it, man.
That her obligations should be focused elsewhere.
I don't understand.
Don't you? Don't you, my dear niece? What he's telling you is perfectly simple. You are not going to get my money. I am leaving it to Edith Terry, not to you.
It's a trick. Oh, a stupid, spiteful trick.
Stupid, you think? At least I've seen beneath that proud pose of independence. I know you doubt yourself, that you need my money.
I hope it pleases you.
One thing pleases me, that the will's drafted and will be signed tomorrow. All my money to Edith.
Oh, Nina. Poor Nina.
Poor? Not I. I've found someone at last who knows the meaning of unselfish devotion.
Unselfish? You really think your Miss Terry hasn't worked to get your money?
Get out of my house.
That will be a pleasure.
Let us hope it is a pleasure to walk to Frodham, for Billy shan't drive you, I tell you that.
Good.
Miss Harker, I should be happy to offer you a lift.
You will remain, Mr. Thrale. We have further business.
Don't worry, Mr. Thrale. I'm quite accustomed to making my own way.
Hey, you want a lift?
Are you going to Frodham?
Sure. Climb aboard.
Oh, thanks.
That's that. Well, you didn't figure to run the 6 miles, did you?
Why, I'd hoped for a lift. I have to catch a train.
What time's it leave?
5:05.
Well, it's a 4:45 right now. With the new road and all, we should make it. So, anchors away.
Look out! That bend!
You damn jerk! Did you see that guy? You might have run us down.
You pulled out without signal.
No. Oh, well, maybe. I guess I'm a little high tonight. Last night in England kind of celebration. I'd be okay stateside, but here they drive the wrong way around, you know.
I'm sure.
That'd be just my crummy luck to crash my last day. This is a hire car. Taking it back to town before I leave. You want to know something? I've been looking for an English date for a week. And my last evening she shows. It's my crummy luck.
Mind that car.
Whoops, okay. You're kind of nervy, ain't you? I'm a real cool boy behind the wheel.
That was Station Road. You've passed it.
Oh, Station Road.
Will you please stop the car? I want to get out.
Stop it. We were just getting acquainted.
My train. I shall miss it.
Oh, yeah. Look, I could drive you all the way. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, damn. Oh, wait, please.
In here, be sharp.
Oh, thanks. I thought I'd lost it.
So you're running. So open door. They'll never start if there's a door open.
Shut that door!
There. You all right?
Yes, I think so.
Then we can say mission accomplished, eh? There, we're off. Non-stop for Waterloo.
Yes.
Oh, here. I say, I never thought.
What?
Well, you don't mind, do you? I mean, us being alone like this. 2 strangers in the same compartment. I've enjoyed our talk. Well, it passed the time light, didn't it?
It certainly did. We're almost at Waterloo, Mr.
Mike. Call me Mike.
I'm Lynn Harker.
Well, I will say you look a bit more cheerful now.
Oh?
Well, when you got in at Frodham, I reckon you hadn't had a bit of a barney with boyfriend or something.
It was an aunt, to be exact.
Oh, relations. Best off we out, I might say.
My aunt would agree with you. She's cut me out of her will.
Get away. Still, it could be for best. You know, for 23 years, everyone in my mum's family went in fear and trembling my great Auntie Mabel would change her will. And when it come to it, you know what she left?
A moth-eaten three-piece suite, one of them black marble clocks, and £31.10 in a cocoa tea.
Good evening, George.
Good evening, miss.
Lift working yet?
You're all right now, miss. Oh, by the way, you're Mr. Swain coming at 7:15.
Huh?
I took the liberty to let him in the studio. I knew you wouldn't be long.
Oh, thank you, George. I'm glad you did.
Word, it's a bit chilly down here in the fire. Only had this friend with him, you see.
A friend? Do you know who?
No, miss. Can't say I do.
Tom?
In here, Lynn.
Sorry I'm late, darling. Did you give your friend a drink? Well, did you?
Lynn, he's not... I mean, we've only just met.
I'm a police officer, Miss Harker. Detective Sergeant Harvey, North Sussex CID.
What do you want?
I'm afraid I have bad news for you, miss. It's Lady Mathry, your aunt.
Lynn, she's dead.
Dead? Nina, but I was with her.
We understood so, miss. It was very sudden.
You mean a stroke, like her father?
No, miss. At 5:15 this afternoon, your aunt, Lady Mathry, was murdered.
Oh, Miss Harker, Mr. Swain. I'm Inspector Davis.
How do you do?
Now, Miss Harker, you know everyone but Miss Terry, I understand?
Yes, she was out when I was here this afternoon.
How do you do, Miss Harker?
How do you do?
Oh, and this gentleman here is Mr. Hazelrig, the home farm tenant.
Pleased to meet you, miss.
Good. Then shall we sit down? I've brought you together to make it easier to reconstruct the tragic event of this afternoon. Group questioning is a great time saver. Well, of course, each of you has the right to refuse to be questioned before the others, should he or she so wish. No one? Good. Then the facts are these. Lady Mathry was shot through the back of the head as she sat here by the fire at precisely 5:15 this afternoon. You'll see the reason for my precision as we continue. We've good reason to suppose that the assailant escaped through one of those French doors, which were found open immediately after the crime. Well, how he entered the house, we have no idea. But afterwards, amongst the trees and in this mist, he'd have good cover. I shall want to ask each one of you what your movements were up to and immediately after the killing. Not because anyone is necessarily suspect, but simply to clear the ground. I hope that's understood.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Thrale, when we spoke informally, I believe you told me you arrived at Frimley Hall somewhere before 4 o'clock.
I think about 20 to 4, Inspector.
Dead on, sir. I was waiting for you to come so that I could leave to meet Miss Lynette.
Well, why should you wait for Mr. Thrale to arrive?
Well, sir, I couldn't leave her ladyship on her own.
So, as Mr. Thrale arrived at 20 to 4, you left to meet Miss Harker.
That I did, sir.
Now, the run to Frodham's about a quarter of an hour. If you met Miss Harker at 4, you must have been back here by, say, 4:20?
No, I was, sir.
Mr. Thrale, that means you were here alone with Lady Mathry for 40 minutes.
Yes, until Miss Harker arrived.
And during that time, what business was discussed?
Lady Mathry told me she wished to change her will.
In what respect?
Her desire was to revoke the previous will entirely and bequeath all she had to Miss Terry.
Oh,
Miss Terry, were you aware of this?
no. I'm astonished to hear it.
Was it news to you, Mr. Thrale?
Not altogether. I think I sensed an important decision when Lady Mathry rang me 2 days ago to fix the appointment.
In what way?
There was a certain mystery. Miss Harker was to come, but she was to confirm the appointment with me, not at the house. Indeed, I was not to ring the house either, and I was to give Miss Harker no information.
You were in the dark, then, till this afternoon?
Yes. We had begun merely by discussing certain matters of investment. Then, without warning, she produced a typewritten sheet on which she had made a complete redraft of her will. She ordered me to have it drawn up as soon as possible, as she wished it to be witnessed tomorrow.
What was her reason for this change of heart?
That Miss Terry had proved loyal and deserving, whereas Miss Harker had not.
And what did you think of this?
I disapproved most strongly. Oh, I had nothing against Miss Terry, but the action, when it concerned so very large a sum of money, seemed to be quite irresponsible. However, there was no time to argue, as just then Billy arrived back.
What happened then?
Lady Mathry stated she wished to interview her niece alone, so I waited in the hall.
For how long?
Possibly 10 minutes.
And then?
Then I was called in, and Lady Mathry told me to repeat the terms of the will to her niece, which understandably made her very angry. I attempted to ameliorate the situation, but without success.
I believe you said earlier that Miss Harker was ordered from the house and denied even a car to take her to Frodham.
Yes, Lady Mathry also detained me so that I, too, could not assist Miss Harker.
What was the time she left?
I think roughly 20 to 5.
Oh, yes, it must have been, because I arrived at Frodham in time to catch the 5:05 to Waterloo.
We'll return to that later. Now, Mr. Thrale, when did you leave Lady Mathry?
About 5 to 5.
Are you positive of the time?
All I know is that I was back in my office by 5:15 to keep an appointment.
Well, I knows Mr. Thrale left at 5 to 5, because I seen his tail lamps going off down a drive, and I looks out me harness room window.
Ah, it was then, I think you said, Billy, that Lady Mathry rang you on the internal telephone.
Ah, she rang me that very minute to say Miss Lynette had already left, and I wouldn't be needed. So then I asked her, does she want me to sit with her, same as always, till Miss Terry get back at 6?
But she refused.
That she did. Said she on no can't be disturbed.
So we know she was alive just before 5 o'clock. Now, I want you to tell me again exactly what happened during the next 20 minutes.
Wow, first few minutes Bob and me was brewing up, having a little chat.
Friday's Inspector comes out to Billy special for here the cereal. What I'm used to call children's I doesn't listen at home, see, because me wife to laugh.
All right. You came to hear the serial at 5:15, and then?
You tell him, Billy.
Why, sir? I'm just turning on the wireless about a minute to 4, quarter past, when the telephone rings. Well, Bob weren't none too pleased, I'll tell you.
Oh, why she had to pick this time?
Blowed if I know. Yes, milady?
Billy,
Yes, milady?
get your rifle, Billy.
My... Get what?
Get your rifle and come over at once. Hurry, man. There's someone outside. Quickly, Billy. Ah!
So you actually heard the shot?
I did, sir. Bob and all. And we legs it all to the house. But we was too late.
Did you ring the police at once?
Bob done that, sir. I goes to get out the killer through them Frenchy doors.
Well, what hope had you of seeing anyone in the dark and with a thickening mist?
Well, I knows the ground, don't I?
Yes, but there are 3 ways at least he could have gone. Down the drive, back round the house, or up the track to the home farm.
Aye, sir. But then when I thinks, I reckoned he'd make for main road. Especially if he come by car.
So you went that way?
I did, sir. But there weren't nothing to see.
Well, at least we know where you, Mr. Hazelrig, and Mr. Thrale were at 5:15. So, Miss Terry, let's turn to you.
Yes.
At 5:15, where were you?
In the Pantheon Cinema at Frodham.
You left the hall at 2 o'clock, I believe.
Yes. I caught a bus outside the gates.
So you'd be in Frodham by about 2:20.
I suppose so. I was in good time for the film at 2:30.
I thought the cinema opened at 1.
It does. But the second feature's often bad, so I usually go into the main film first, and then if I don't like the second feature, I can come out early.
But in this case, you saw the whole program.
Yes.
Now, the program today ran 3 hours, so you must have left the Pantheon at, say, 5:30.
Well, I easily caught the 5:45 bus back.
And found us here when you returned at 6:05. Well, I expect it won't be hard to check with the bus conductors both ways. But I wonder if you were seen in the cinema.
Well, I imagine so. It's not a big place, and being afternoon, it wasn't crowded.
That leaves us with you then, Miss Harker, doesn't it? First, from the time of your arrival here at 4:20, is there anything you'd like to add that we haven't heard?
I'd like to say one thing.
Yes?
When Mr. Thrale said I was angry, it wasn't about losing the money. I was angry because of the trick my aunt had played.
Trick?
She had pretended she wanted a reconciliation. When I admitted I'd be glad of one, she told me the truth about the will.
That seems unusually vindictive.
I think her illness had made her so.
No doubt. Now, Miss Harker, will you tell me in your own words what you did from the moment you left here up to the moment you arrived in your flat at Regent's Park?
It was 20 to 5 when I left.
By the front door or that French door?
The front. I went down the drive.
I suppose in the dark you'd not notice anyone.
Oh, apart from that, I was too angry. In fact, I'd got to the gates before I remembered that I hadn't said goodbye to Billy.
But you didn't turn back?
Well, I nearly did, and then I glanced at my watch and saw that if I hurried, I'd a chance to catch the 5:05 back to Waterloo.
Just 1 hour earlier than had been intended?
Yes.
Weren't you rather optimistic in hoping to make the 6 miles to Frodham in 20 minutes?
Well, there was a lot of traffic on the road. I got a lift almost at once from an American.
Can you identify this American?
Not by name.
Well, then can you describe him?
He was about 26, blonde, square-faced, and he was rather drunk.
Yet you accepted a lift from him?
It didn't show till we moved off.
He drove badly?
Well, the first thing he did was just miss a big blue and white van that was overtaking. In fact, the whole journey was pretty awful.
Do you remember what sort of car he had?
Yes, I'm good at cars. It was a Pontiac, pale green. I remember he said it was hired. He was driving it back to town because
Well?
Because it was his last day in England.
I see. So even if this man was sober enough to recall the precise time he gave you a lift, he may well be out of the country by now. All right, Miss Harker. Tell me about the rest of the journey.
Well, he dropped me at the bottom of Station Road in Frodham. I ran into the station and found the Waterloo train just about to leave.
Would a ticket collector or porter remember you?
He might do, but with the rush hour, the station was pretty crowded.
Quite. Now, when did you arrive at Waterloo?
6:05. It was dead on time.
Miss Harker, do you remember my sergeant phoned me from your flat?
I do.
He told me you'd returned a moment or so after 7:30.
That's right.
Now, your flat's in Regent's Park. From Waterloo on the tube to Regent's Park is only a matter of minutes, but you, it seems, took an hour and a half.
I was talking to a friend.
I see. Where was this?
In the bar on Waterloo Station.
Perhaps I might have the friend's name and address?
I'm afraid you can't.
Why not?
He was just a man I'd met on the train. I knew nothing about him except his name was Mike.
Yet you sat in this bar with him for over an hour.
Oh, look, I know it sounds silly, but somehow we got talking on the train. And just before we arrived, I started to tell him about my row with Aunt Nina. I think he sensed I wanted to finish the story, so on the platform he suggested a drink.
Can you give me any definite point of information about this man?
He was about 30, dark-haired, a northern accent, brown eyes and a small moustache. He was wearing a gabardine mackintosh and he had a suitcase.
At what point on the line did he get into your compartment?
He was already there at Frodham. He'd held the door open for me to delay the train.
Was anyone else in the compartment?
No, the train was almost empty.
Did this Mike tell you where he was going?
Well, he may have said up north. I'm not sure.
And there's nothing else about him you can tell me after a total of 2 hours' conversation?
I'm sorry, no.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss Harker.
Is that all?
For the moment. In fact, everyone's free to go. We'll notify time of inquest.
Thank you, Inspector. I shall be in my room, should you want me.
Lynn, how do you feel?
I'm all right.
Oh, give me, Mr. Swain. Miss Harker, I forgot to ask. Are you returning to town tonight?
No, not tonight. In fact, I may have to stay on here for several days.
Oh, family matters, yes, of course. We can reach you here at the hall, then?
No, not at the house. I couldn't.
We'll be putting up locally, Inspector.
Well, if you want a good hotel, sir, I could recommend the Raven at Frodham.
I'd already decided that would be a good place. Thanks, Inspector.
How did you manage, Tom?
Oh, charm prevailed. We've 2 single rooms, one with bath, both with box spring.
Do you think we'll sleep?
Oh, poor darling. It's been a terrible day for you.
Oddly enough, it isn't the murder that counts. I haven't yet taken that in.
Then what?
It's a feeling I have that Inspector Davis didn't believe a word I said.
Oh, the famous official manner, my love. Why shouldn't he?
But what happens if they don't find that American or the Northerner I met on the train?
If they find the real murderer, they may never have to.
And if not?
You're tired, and we both need a drink. Waiter.
Yes, sir?
2 gins and tonic.
Right away, sir.
Tom, if you were Davis, would you think I was lying?
Not for a moment. You weren't smooth enough, for one thing. No, if I were Davis, I'd take a long, hard look at Miss Terry.
Oh, but, Tom, she had no motive. Besides, she was miles away.
Well, maybe. But what I mean is, she was altogether too self-possessed. Wasn't she supposed to adore your aunt?
Well, so Billy said. We don't know.
But how would you feel if you were told you'd nearly been left a fortune and then had lost it again?
I imagine her kind is born to suffering and endurance.
Oh, don't you believe it? Did you notice her eyes?
Billy said there was passion still in them. Is that what you saw?
No, Lynn. What I saw was hatred.
Hatred? But who for?
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thanks. How much?
5 shillings, sir, if you please.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Well, here's how.
Cheers.
You know, I'm absolutely starving.
Oh, Tom. Oh, you are wonderful. All right. Get some sandwiches.
Oh, I can do better than that.
Oh, you won't at 10 o'clock at night at Frodham.
Have you forgotten the fish and chip shop down the road?
Oh, no, Tom, I couldn't walk a step.
Oh, that's all right. I'll nip out and smuggle the stuff back in the briefcase. Illicit fish and chips in the bedroom.
Sounds wonderful.
Well, you stay here and tipple then. Don't get yourself picked up.
Miss Harker?
Yes?
Phone call for you, miss.
For me?
Box 2, miss. Down the hall by reception.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Good evening, Miss Harker.
You?
Well, you seem surprised. After all, we did arrange for 10 o'clock.
How did you know I was here?
Oh, now, Miss Harker, from the moment you received your aunt's letter, a certain mechanism was set in motion. It's quite inevitable you should be there, just as it was for me to be in the library at Frimley this afternoon at 5:15.
Oh, no, that's too horrible.
You are too I killed with kindness. In the words of that poem of Browning, no pain felt she.
The man in that poem was insane.
I, on the other hand, have a most definite aim in view.
Aim? What aim?
That you should take the blame.
What are you talking about?
The deal I mentioned, Miss Harker. I'm telling you now that unless certain conditions are fulfilled, you will never see those two witnesses, the blonde American and the talkative northerner.
What?
It is my intention that sooner or later you will pay for those witnesses whom I have, detained.
You really think I shan't tell the police about this?
You must do as you please. In the meantime, I shall be glad if you'll tell Mr. Swain I propose to call him at his flat tomorrow evening.
Well, why should you call Tom?
Because, Miss Harker, to put it tactfully, by then you won't be available.
Now, let's take it calmly, Miss Harker. About what time was this call?
Just after 10 last night.
I'd like to lay my hands on him. Lynette was almost hysterical when I got back.
But you both left reporting the matter till this morning.
Well, I tell you, she was at breaking point. Besides, we knew by then the call couldn't be traced.
You say this call was the second you'd received?
Yes, the first was at my flat on Thursday.
Why didn't you tell me about it at Frimley last night?
It seemed to have no connection with the murder then. The call had been threatening but obscure. We decided to ignore it unless it was repeated.
And why did this caller threaten you on the first occasion, but claim he'd murdered your aunt on the second?
Both times he mentioned a deal. At first, obscurely. It was only last night he told me that the murder had been done to implicate me.
How?
Unless I paid, he said he would withhold the two witnesses who could prove I wasn't at Frimley at 5:15.
Withhold? By kidnapping?
We both think it's a conspiracy.
Ah, so we're to suppose the blonde American was actually waiting for you outside the hall last night.
Well, he could have been, Inspector.
Yes, and then you think, having driven Miss Harker to Frodham, he, as it were, handed her over to accomplice number 2 on the train, who in his turn later delayed her at Waterloo.
Well, he might have done.
No, sir, he might not. For the simple reason, Miss Harker was to have left the hall in the car with Billy at 5:45. Now, who could possibly know there would be a quarrel with the result that she left over an hour earlier and on foot?
All I know is he had said he had planned to trap me.
Very well. How would this caller, call him X, know about your planned visit?
Well, that's easier, Inspector. We're certain X, as you call him, was tipped off by one of the 4 people involved.
I assume by those you mean either Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
Yes, no one else could possibly know.
Didn't you, for one?
Well, that's ridiculous. In any case, I was in ready.
It's no more ridiculous than to accuse one of these 4 people, none of whom has a motive.
Who says they haven't?
Well, take Miss Terry. If Lady Mathery hadn't been killed, the will was to have been changed in her favour. So by the murder, she lost.
She said she didn't know about the change.
She must have suspected something was up with Thrale and yourself invited, in which case she would have waited. But besides, how could Miss Terry conspire with anyone? She never went outside the hall, bar the odd half-day, and scarcely looked at a man.
All right, Inspector. She's unlikely, but what about Thrale? He knew Lynn was coming.
Again, no motive.
Well, he might have been embezzling the old woman's money. It's happened with lawyers before.
Then the moment she died, he'd be exposed when the will was probated. And I assure you, he's no spender. He's a quiet, modestly living bachelor who's lived in the district for years.
There's still Bob Hazelrig. Billy told me he hated my aunt.
A man who listens to children's hour. Besides, he was with Billy when the shot was fired. Or do you suspect Billy as well?
Oh, no, it couldn't be Billy. He adored Nina.
So, we've exhausted the 4 suspects. But by no means the questions. Well, apparently Mr. X wants money. But why should he think you can pay him? The will won't be settled for 6 months.
Perhaps it was done for spite, not money.
Then why mention a deal? Or do you imagine 3 people work together for no payment? The informant, the American, and the northerner.
Well, we'll know soon enough. Mr. X is phoning me tonight. Surely that will convince you.
A voice on the end of a line would convince me of nothing, sir. A voice cannot produce a missing witness.
If only I knew why you wouldn't believe me.
I'll tell you. I think we've agreed that neither Miss Terry, Mr. Thrale, Billy, nor Bob has a motive. It's also certain none of them could have done the murder. Mr. Thrale was in his office at 5:15. Miss Terry was in her cinema. We checked the cinema cashier and the buses both ways. Billy's story tallies with Bob's in every detail. But your story, Miss Harker, is another matter.
Well, of course.
Not merely because of the missing witnesses, but because no one on the station remembers you running for the 5-5, not even the guard. Nor does anyone recall you in the bar at Waterloo.
I told you last night it was crowded.
Then let's come to hard facts. Early this morning, we found the revolver that killed your aunt. It was hidden in undergrowth about 50 yards from that French window. 2 shots had been fired from it, and ballistics confirmed that one of them unquestionably killed Lady Mathery. On the weapon was only 1 set of fingerprints. Yours.
That's utterly fantastic.
Do you deny having seen this revolver before?
It's my aunt's. Yesterday, when we were alone together, she handed it to me for a moment.
One more fact you didn't mention.
I never connected the two weapons.
Why aren't her fingerprints on it, too?
She was wearing cotton gloves. She had arthritis in her hands.
She wore no such gloves when her body was found, nor was there any sign of them in either the library or the adjoining bedroom. And there's one more fact. Miss Terry has told us Lady Mathery never owned a revolver.
Do you believe her?
It seems easier than to believe your story.
Inspector!
Now listen, you're intelligent people. See the facts from my point of view. Miss Harker, you're known to have a bad temper. There was a quarrel. From 5:15 until 7:30, you can't account for your movements. The revolver bears your fingerprints. And what is your defense? An incredible story of a planned extortion which must have involved 3 or possibly 4 people. I ask you, does it seem likely?
Of course not. He didn't want it to seem likely.
Miss Harker, don't you think it would be easier for us all if you admitted these calls are a fabrication?
But they're not.
Won't you admit that when you left at 5:15, you hid in the trees until Mr. Thrale had left?
No.
And then, overhearing Lady Mathery tell Billy she wanted to be alone, you entered the house and killed her?
How could I? The house was locked.
Had you no key? You'd lived at the Hall for many years.
I had none. Even if I had, how would I get back to Frodham after the murder?
As you said, you got a lift, but at about 5:20, and you banked on the driver not remembering the exact time.
No.
You arrived at Frodham around 20 to 6, caught the 6:05 back to Waterloo, arrived there at 7:05, and were consequently home in your flat by 7:30.
But I didn't. I swear to you it's not true. Why won't you believe me?
But my dear old Tom, murder? They can't.
It's a prima facie case. She was charged and brought before the magistrate this afternoon. Oh, it's a nightmare, Jason.
Oh, but, Tom, they're sure to find the truth soon.
Why, Lila? The really important evidence Davis discounts. He practically said Mr. X is a gimmick Lynn devised to get her out of a tight spot.
She's been splendidly framed, I will say. Means, motive, and opportunity for Lynn, who didn't do it, and apparently no means, motive, or opportunity for anyone else. No wonder Mr. X is so sure of himself.
Jason, it's because of that I've asked you down here. You remember X said he'd ring me tonight?
Yeah.
Well, 20 minutes ago he did, and I've recorded the call. Now, Jason, it's a long shot, but you're an actor. I'm asking you to listen and tell me if you can deduce anything from the voice.
Lovey, you don't mean you took all that stuff I handed you about an actor making a superb detective seriously?
No, I don't say that, but an actor has a different angle. You might just spot something.
Well, let's hear it then.
Right. Here goes.
Mrs. Swain?
Speaking.
I won't waste your time. The deal is as follows. In return for a certain sum of money, I will provide the witnesses who traveled with Miss Harker on the train and spoke with her at the station bar.
How much?
Well, my terms in cash are £50,000.
Are you out of your mind?
I'm aware you think Miss Harker can raise such a sum. But if you see Mr. Thrale on Monday and explain everything, I guarantee he'll indicate a way.
And what sort of guarantee do we get that this witness will appear?
There's only one guarantee, Mr. Swain. That unless you do as I say, he will not.
Hello?
Or do you propose to send your future wife to the gallows?
I may tell you that at the moment she doesn't believe you hold a witness.
Oh, well, then ask her if she remembers the 3-piece suite and the black marble clock.
The what?
She'll know. I'll ring again on Monday evening to instruct you how the money is to be handed
Yes, they
over.
did.
Good night.
Well, Jason.
Well, Tom, we've both spotted a sweet smell of grease paint. It's an act, of course. Mr. X is no American.
Now, I noticed he said ring for call myself.
Besides which, the accent wobbles from a curious deep south to an even curiouser Chicago. But, I'm not concerned with the accent, but the effect he wants to produce.
Meaning?
It's a sort of magician's act, where to think he's all-powerful, yet quite invisible.
Oh, he's not doing badly. Davis doesn't even believe X exists.
But then Davis isn't rooting for Lynn, as we are. Even so, he's behaved in a very unpolicemanlike way.
Huh.
You remember you suggested that X could only have found out about Lynn's visit from Miss Terry, Thrale, Billy, or Bob?
Yeah.
All right. What did Davis say?
He said it was impossible. None of them had a motive.
You see? He'd forgotten that in crime, as in a conjuring trick, you don't first ask why, you ask how. How, for example, since it wasn't a break-in, did the murderer enter Frimley Hall? Answer, with a key. Now, who could give him a key but one of the 4?
Well, clever old Sherlock.
But the real pointer to inside information is when X is so sure Thrale will cooperate in raising the cash.
So Thrale might have informed X, given him the key, and let him do the murder.
I'll admit he could be the informant, could even have provided a key, or possibly left the front door on the latch when he left, but X is not the murderer.
Oh, really, Jason?
Listen, there are only 2 reasons for using a faked voice. To evade future recognition, or because Lynn has already heard his real voice.
Well?
Well, deep under that bogus accent, I detect North Country vowels, and I remember Mike.
But you can't think Mike and X are one and the same.
I don't know. But if Mike equals X, He couldn't be the murderer because at 5:15 he was speeding towards Waterloo.
Oh, but you can't assume that because of the voice, Jason.
Exactly. We'd have to have some definite proof Mike's not a completely innocent witness.
If Mike's completely innocent, why is X so sure he'll do what he says? And don't tell me Mike's been kidnapped.
Why not?
Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he was too... Because, poor fool, an innocent Mike must have been going somewhere and would by now be missed. Besides, X couldn't kidnap Mike unless he too was on the train. No, as soon as you analyze Mike's actions, it's obvious his purpose was to isolate Lynn. Why else did he open the compartment door for her? Why else did he delay her in the bar at Waterloo? And think how little he said of himself in an hour and a half's conversation.
All right. Assume Mike's an accomplice and possibly X himself. If he's not the murderer, and if it wasn't any of the four obvious suspects, who was it?
I know. The American and the Pontiac.
My dear, I dismissed him ages back. He's got absolutely nothing to do with any of this.
Well, prove it.
Look, he dropped Lynn at Frodham 2 minutes after 5, right?
Right.
He then had to turn his car, make the 6 miles back to the hall, park his car, proceed through the grounds on foot, and reach the library in just 13 minutes. Simply couldn't be done.
But he could still have been an accomplice.
No, Davis spotted the flaw in that. No one could possibly know Lynn would quarrel with her aunt and leave on foot.
I've just thought of something. If no one could know when Lynn would leave Frimley Hall, how could Mike know which train Lynn would catch?
Oh, that's easy. He was early at the station, hung about till he saw her, and then nipped to the train just ahead.
Wrong again. If he were over an hour early, as Lady Bracknell says, he'd expose himself to comment on the platform.
Oh, all right. You tell us how.
Isn't it obvious the real murderer at Frimley tipped Mike the wink Lynn was on her way?
How, Jason?
By phone, presumably.
There's no phone box anywhere near the hall.
Then from inside.
Yes, and Thrale was there at the time.
But the phone stood right beside Lady Mathery in the library.
Well, he could easily have used some innocent code word as a warning. It certainly looks like Thrale's your man.
Yes, I'm sure of it. Miss Teddy would have lost by the murder. Bob could never have organized it, and Billy's the last one on earth to have tried.
Thrale, then, assisted by 2 outsiders. Yes. I'd give a lot to know what he's been up to during the past few weeks.
Isn't it Friday night we're concerned with?
No, Tom. The conjurer did his act very nicely and convinced his audience. But a conjurer has to prepare his act and clear up afterwards. Before or after, that's where we'd nail him.
Would you be interested to try, Jason?
Huh?
We found out more in half an hour with you than in 2 days with Davis.
Aha, but the big rule in detective fiction is don't cross the police. If I go round questioning people, Davis will clap me an eye.
But a little discreet investigation into the background of those concerned, surely that would do no harm.
Well, you know, it's intriguing. A detection where none of the direct participants would be questioned.
You'll do it, then?
Provided you go straight to Thrale tomorrow and tell him with tears in your eyes how you intend to cooperate with X up to the hilt.
And while I'm lulling him into a sense of security...
I shall be lurking in the background asking subtle questions. Beginning, I think, with Billy, who, from what I hear, seems to be a man of strong opinions.
But, Jason, why on earth in the middle of Frimley Woods?
The morning's fine, the walrus said. Do you admire the view?
Well, if you mean the view of the hall through these binoculars, then no.
I suppose you'd approach the front door and announce to Miss Terry you'd come to investigate a murder.
Well, I certainly wouldn't expect Billy to appear out of a bush in Frimley Woods.
Does it occur to you that at any minute Billy will have his lunch?
Oh, I see now. You think he'll come up this track through the woods?
By golly, yes.
Well, what is it?
Here he comes now.
Hmm?
Now, it all depends on whether he makes off down the drive or turns up here towards us.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, he's coming towards us. And the dog.
Dog?
He's got an Alsatian with him.
Quiet, you know. Quiet, damn ya.
Good morning. That's a fine dog.
She don't like trespassers, nor yet getting reporters. If I was you, I'd make back for Main Road.
But we're not reporters.
Yeah?
Billy.
How'd you know my name, eh?
Billy, we're friends of Miss Harker's.
If that's it, why's you lurking about up here, eh?
There's something we have to discuss with you in private about the murder.
Yes.
You mean away from Miss Terry?
Yes.
So you reckon it was her, do you? Like me and Bob?
Well, we're not quite certain.
Oh, of course she did it. What she did was go in a picture house bit of front and slip out the side. Bob read where a woman done that in a thriller.
It's in every thriller, I believe.
Only thing is, how'd she get out here and back again? Too dangerous to beg a lift. She can't drive.
You're sure?
Well, why's she been catching buses, Elsie, 3 years past? She can. Besides, where'd she get a car from? She'd been out in Frodham.
Yes. Then why do you suspect her?
'Cause the inspector said whoever 'twas had a key.
Yes, but it's possible an outsider could have got one.
Now, just you wait. They reckons the killer got in just after Mr. Frail left, doesn't he?
Between 5 to 5 and 15:15.
Well, now, I'll swear during that time, Juno here never barked. So it was someone what she knew.
Where's the dog kept, Billy?
Outside the back door on a chain. Used to run wild, but then she got a bit savage, see?
Could you be sure she'd hear someone creeping up to the house from the front?
Oh, remarkable fine ears, that has. And if she don't know someone's step, she barks. That's why I told that Davis 'twas Miss Harker. See, Juno didn't know her.
Ah, very good point, Billy. Unless possibly someone entered the house earlier that afternoon.
How could they? Right in the front driver cleaning the car till Mr. Frail come.
Can you be sure Miss Terry didn't leave a door or a window open somewhere on the far side?
I can. See, when she left at 5 to 2 for the bus, I remember her stopping me to ask I should fix a nail on the cellar door where she'd scratched her hand.
Yes, but that doesn't...
Now, let me finish. Last Friday was my old woman's day for cleaning at the hall. And it was her went round the place, locking up. And that didn't leave till 1:30.
I see. So you're certain no one might have slipped in when you didn't notice?
I was right there, slap before the house, I tell you. What's more, every few minutes I go across the library window, take a peep at her ladyship.
Why was that?
Well, she always had a nap from 2 to 3:30, and I'd keep watch like.
Oh.
In fact, I had to wake her at 3:30 by tapping on the glass.
I suppose you could see Bob Hazelrig all the time, too?
He was down by the lake from start to finish. Bar a minute, round 3:25 when he come up to borrow a match.
So you were at the front of the house, the dog at the back, the place locked, and there were no visitors?
Right, sir. Less than you counts the laundry, in course.
Huh?
But he don't even get out the van. He's that scared the dog.
How can a laundryman deliver if he doesn't get out of the van?
Well, he drives round the back, see? Slings out the clean stuff on the kitchen porch. Carries on round the yard till he gets to the wall where we leaves the dirty. And then picks that off the top as he goes by.
Oh. Just for interest, when did he come?
3 o'clock, near enough.
I suppose you know the driver?
Oh, I does. He's been a driving for Frodham Laundry best part 3 years.
So there it is, Tom. Even more of a tangle. All I can suggest now is that Thrale let somebody into the house while Billy was meeting Lynn. The dog has dished us.
Well, there wasn't much hope anyway.
You haven't told us yet how Thrale took the story of X and the 50,000.
Precisely like a lawyer. Insisted we should go to the police. For a time, that is.
Oh, then it could have been an act. How did he end up?
After a lot of humming and hawing, he conceded it was an emergency.
Nice of him.
It seems that Diagoras Seaton invested the sum of £20,000 back in 1918 as a kind of emergency fund for any member of the family in need, to be drawn upon at the discretion of the trustees. Now, those originally were Diagoras himself, his daughter Nina, her husband, and Thrale.
Of whom now only Thrale remains.
Yes, with absolute power to withdraw the sum for Lynn.
Oh, some coincidence.
Except that it's less than half what Mr. X wants.
Oh, no. At compound interest over 40 years, the sum is now just over 50,000.
Then we really are getting somewhere.
Jason, that's not evidence, and what's more, I don't want it to be.
I'm not with you.
I want us to give up, Jason. Well, do you remember, X told me to mention a marble clock and a 3-piece suite? Well, that did it. Lynn says that something Mike said to her on the train...
So it's even more likely that X is Mike. You fix it with the police and nab him when the handover is made.
No, Jason. I'm going back to town tonight, and I'm going to agree to whatever X says, and I'm going to tell no one what that is. I promised Lynn, and that's what I'm going to do. There's no other way, and it's no use arguing.
He was really scared, wasn't he?
Scared. And determined. I know that look from school days. It's no use trying to persuade him.
So, what do we do now?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm making back for town.
Oh, but Jason...
Well, let's argue about it when we cross the road, shall we?
Oh! Oh, did you see that idiot in the big white van? He missed me by an inch.
No, Lila. It wasn't just white, it was blue and white.
Well, be damned to the decor. I was nearly butchered.
Oh, I wonder. A blue and white van with the legend Frodham Laundry.
Sometimes I wonder if you're all there.
Lila, do you remember Billy said the laundry delivered on Friday afternoon?
And what about it?
Well, do you remember that it was also on Friday afternoon that a big blue and white van nearly crashed into that Pontiac? So the laundryman might just conceivably remember a girl getting a lift, mightn't he?
And he could provide an alibi.
Why not? If you were to inquire at the laundry which chap it was...
Me? Did you say me?
Yes, dear. I feel that here is an A1 chance for you to practice your sultry sirens act.
The secretary says you wish to see me, Miss James.
So very kind of you to spare the time, Mr.
Frisbee, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, you are the manager?
I am, yes.
Oh, you see, it's such a big laundry that I didn't expect anyone so young or so...
Oh, well, we're pretty progressive, you know. Yes, pretty progressive.
I'm sure you have a hand in quite a lot of things, eh?
Oh, well...
For example, the colour scheme of those delightful vans of yours.
Van?
Yes, it's because one of them that I'm here, Mr. Frisbee.
Oh, not a collision, I hope.
Oh, no. You see, last Friday at about 3 o'clock, I was going along the Frimley Road when I saw one of your vans turn out at Frimley Hall. And as it did, this sort of fell from the back.
Fell? What is it?
Well, I don't know. Naturally, I wouldn't dream of opening laundry property.
Oh, but it's not. It must be the private property of the driver.
Oh, then perhaps you could return it to him, if you know who he is, of course.
Oh, indeed. There could only have been one van in the Frimley area on Friday. Potter's.
Oh, I think it's marvellous how you know.
Yes, but you see, Potter left our employment last Friday.
Oh, how irritating.
It certainly was, in more ways than one. Oh, but you wouldn't be interested in that.
Oh, but, Mr. Frisbee, you've no idea how interested I'd be.
Oh, well, you see, he let me down.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he gave notice in the usual way. But because he'd always been such a respectable chap, worked here almost 3 years, you know, I made an exception in his case, stamped his cards up to date, gave him his money at lunchtime.
Yes?
He told me he had a train to catch right after work. But then when I went into the transport section at 5, I found his van returned. Left half an hour early. Well, Mike Potter needn't apply for references to me.
Mike Potter?
Is anything the matter, Miss James?
No, I mean, what a pity we've no way of tracing him. I don't suppose you know where he was going?
Only somewhere up north. But of course he had lodgings here. No doubt his landlady has a forwarding address.
Mr. Frisbee, I don't suppose you could find her address for me?
Yes, I think I have it here in the file.
It's tempting, Lila. It's terribly tempting.
So you agree that Mike, alias Mr. X, could also be this laundryman?
Well, the facts fit. Say Mike was waiting on the lay-by for Lynn to emerge, as he thought, in a car.
Yes.
And then saw her on foot, getting a lift from the American. He then overtook the Pontiac, hurtled onto his depot, and dashed for the station.
So there was no need for any phone call from Thrale?
I'm beginning to wonder if Thrale had any connection with this. In fact, I have the beginning of a superb idea. The way the murderer got into Frimley Hall.
Well, come on, then.
You remember, Billy said the van went round the back of the house but didn't stop.
Yes.
Well, what if, during the split second the van was out of sight, a passenger had jumped from the back? A passenger who not only knew the dog, but who also had a key. A passenger whom we now know couldn't have been Thrale, Billy, or Bob.
But Miss Terry, driven there from Frodham. Yes, Jason, it fits.
Let's try it for time. Miss Terry entered the cinema at 2:30. Say she left at 2:45 and met the van in Frodham. She could be at the hall by 3 and inside the place before Thrale arrived. Then she hears Lady Mathry announce, when Thrale has gone, that she wishes to be alone, and nips in to kill her.
Dashes out of the French door, chucks away the revolver, and... Oh.
What's up?
Well, how did she get back to Frodham in time to catch the 6:15 bus?
She had, say, 25 minutes plus. How about if she'd hidden a push-bike among the trees? In the dark, she'd not be recognized on the road.
I suppose she could have done, though I can't really see her on one. Or for that matter, it seems awfully hard to connect that genteel lady's companion with a North Country van man, doesn't it?
They've both been in the district 3 years. That's something.
And there's still not a vestige of motive.
Well, that may come if we can once prove a link between her and Mike. And obviously the place to begin is the chap's digs.
Oh, no, he didn't leave no forwarding address, not Mr. Potter. He didn't have to, if you follow.
I'm afraid I don't, Mrs. Beasley.
I mean, he'll be back, see?
Back? When?
Well, I couldn't say, I'm sure, but it stands to reason he'll come back for his scooter, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, I noticed it in the lane beside the house.
Besides, he'd never go off and forget old friends, not Mr. Potter. Ever such a nice lodger he was, never no nasty drinking or noise. Happy as a standboy, just watching the telly or going to the local rep.
He liked the theatre?
Oh, crazy for it he was. Collected all them old programmes and theatrical pictures. I used to tell him, you could be an actor yourself, Mr. Potter, with your looks, but he just smiled. Shy, you know, not even a girlfriend.
Perhaps if I leave this parcel with you, Mrs. Beasley, you could return it to him when he comes.
Well, of course I will. I'm glad you caught me in. I'm usually down the factory till 6.
Goodbye.
Oh, yes. Ta-ta, then.
Come on.
I wonder what he'll think of that parcel if he ever opens it. 3 packets of potato crisps.
Well, at least the connection between Potter and Miss Terry is getting clearer. 10 to 1, he wasn't really a vanman at all, but an actor. I always said there was a smell of grease paint about this.
Both of them apparently shy and never meeting the other sex.
Oh, by the way, what about the motor scooter? Miss Terry could have used it to get back to Frodham with.
Mike just unloaded it from his van, you mean?
Yeah. It was dark by then. Mrs. Beasley probably at her factory, too. So if Terry wore a snowdrop helmet or those plastic slacks, she'd pass for a man at a distance.
But we've still no real evidence to prove the connection. How do we do that?
Find out about Miss Terry's early life. Possibly that's where their paths first crossed.
Oh, that won't be easy.
Well, I imagine Lady Mathry would only have employed someone through a really good agency. So tomorrow we'll start on a whole lot of phoning. Lila! I've done it. I phoned this place in High Holborn, Pamela Agencies Limited, and they know her.
Well, after 23 phone calls, I should hope someone did.
They weren't very keen to give her back history, but I spun them a tall story about locating her for a legacy.
Well, come on, then give.
Right. Terry, Edith. Born Watford, 1932. Attended Linwood School, Bushy, 43-48. Trained as a nurse in Bridget's Hospital, Penge, 48-51. First post with a Mrs. Yarrow of Edinburgh, who died in 55. Then employed by the Bellinger Clinic, Sloane Square, until July 59. Left for private reasons. 3 months later, in late September, she took up her post with Lady Mathry.
Well, it sounds singularly unsensational, doesn't it?
One thing's a bit odd. Why did she leave the Bellinger Clinic, which is wildly opulent, for Lady Mathry? And why the 3-month gap in between?
Are we to ask at the clinic?
Sooner or later, we're going to work right through her career. I suggest we start at each end. I'll tackle Linwood School and her background at Watford. You interview the head of the clinic.
All right.
I believe he's a very handsome doctor who resembles Herbert Long.
Handsome? He was divine. I tell you, Jason, the moment I'm rich, I shall live at the Bellinger Clinic.
Never mind that. Did you find out why Terry left?
Yes, to nurse a sister up in Northampton.
Then it must be true.
What?
The headmistress of Linwood School told me the same thing.
Well, how did she know, for heaven's sake?
It seems she was quite a friend of Edith's, ever since she left school 14 years back.
I could just imagine Miss Terry writing letters to her teachers. Some people never leave school.
It's thanks to those letters I got an admirable sketch of her career, at least up to 3 years ago.
What then?
Then the letters stopped.
That 3 years keeps cropping up, doesn't it?
Yes. Anyway, till then our Edith was a paragon of virtue. Popular and clever, the joy and support of her widowed mum, who died in 49, and the inspiration of St. Bridget's, where she trained as a nurse.
How did she inspire men?
Meaning anyone called Potter. It seems she preferred the ideal of service. However, there is one extremely interesting fact about her.
Which is?
Her sister.
Oh, the one she went off to nurse in Northampton?
The same, Violetta. In 1947, the year before Edith took her school cert, Violetta disappeared.
Don't tell me. Into white slavery.
Worse, onto the stage. She found some disreputable fellow in Godalming, of all places, who signed her for a fit-up tour in a sort of third-rate dancing troupe. From then on, she went from strength to strength, ending up at about 100% proof.
So she'd taken to the demon drink.
Like others before her in this harsh profession. However, in 1956, she found the Torcliffe Repertory Company and romance.
Romance in rep?
Well, not quite in rep. In the Variety Theatre opposite. The gentleman in question was known as Marvo, the Man of Mystery. They married.
Don't tell me they lived happily ever after.
Not quite. By 1959, Violetta was back on the old bottle, and it was then Edith was called in to nurse her. And, my Lila, Edith fell for Violetta's husband.
Did the schoolmistress tell you that?
No, but I can't see any other reason why he should leave Northampton and take up work as a laundryman in Sussex.
You mean...
Yes, my love. Violetta's husband, alias Marvo, the Man of Mystery, was christened Michael Potter.
Jason! We've actually done it. We've made contact.
Yes. Yeah, we've quite a case against Miss Terry, given just one really malicious witness to demonstrate they did fall in love during those 3 months.
Violetta.
If we can trace her. After the desertion, she'd hardly go on living at the same address. Still, there may be neighbours.
But we don't know the address.
Oh, yes, we do. Edith wrote to her mentor twice from there. At Elm Cottage, Rinham, near Northampton. And tomorrow, my love, that is where we shall be.
Oh, well, no need to ask if Violetta left. The place is just about a ruin.
Don't suppose it was much, even before the roof caved in. Oh, what a place to choose. A mile outside the village. Only the one house opposite.
It's not just a house. It's one of those country shops. Couldn't we ask them if they knew her? Oh, well, the only thing is, how does one inquire if a passionate love affair took place there 3 years back?
I'm not sure yet. We'll play it by ear. Come on, in we go.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I wonder if you can help me. I represent a firm of solicitors who wish to trace a Mrs. Violetta Potter. I believe at one time she lived opposite.
Well, yes, sir, but...
Yes?
Well, sir, Mrs. Potter's been dead these 3 years.
Oh, dear. Most unforeseen.
Why, the papers was full of it at the time. Proper local drama it was, especially for us. You see, it was my hubby saw the car plunge over. Oh, shocking.
One moment, Mrs.
Cooper, sir, Mrs. Cooper.
Do I understand the lady died in some kind of car accident?
Well, I suppose you could call it an accident, but I always said one of these days the drink would get the better of her.
You say your husband witnessed the accident?
Oh, more than that. You see, her sister, her name was Miss Terry. Well, she'd gone into Northampton for the afternoon while Potter stayed with his wife. Couldn't leave her alone, you see. Right. Well, about 7 in the evening, me and hubby hears the most shocking screaming, and when we looks out, there she was, right in the front garden, threatening him with a bottle while he pleaded with her to go back indoors. Well, the next thing, crash! She brings the bottle down on his poor head, that heavy she fell him to the ground. And then away off she went round the house to the garage, and before he could even pick himself up, she was backing the car down the drive like a mad woman. Well, he just got to his feet when she was off up the Wickham Road, the car plunging from side to side.
Good Lord. What did you do?
Well, of course, hubby and me rushed over to Potter, and I'll tell you, his head was bleeding like a fountain. Sobbing he was. Follow my wife, he says. Well, hubby's van being parked outside, they was off like a flash, and at the top of Wickham Ridge, looking down, they see her taillights, and hubby puts on speed. Yeah, well, that did it.
Did it?
Yeah, I reckon she saw him and put her foot down, too. Anyway, suddenly, about a mile ahead, they see the lights swerve right across the road, and the car go crashing through the fence above the gravel pit. Well, by this time, hubby and Potter was down the slope after her, but by then the car was aflame. Oh, mind, they pulled her clear, but her neck was broken.
I suppose in one way you could call it a happy release.
That's just what Miss Terry said when she got back from Northampton.
There was no chance, of course, that the car was at fault.
Oh, Lord bless you, no, sir. The police checked that.
Oh, just one thing. It must have been dark by 7 on a late September evening. How did you manage to see the quarrel so clearly?
Well, with the porch light on and light streaming out of the lounge, the garden was lit up like,
like a stage?
That's the very word.
Thank you, Mrs. Cooper. Now, I wonder if you could give me the name of the local paper in which the crash was reported.
Oh, well, if it's any help to you, I've still got the cuttings myself. Pictures of all 3 of them. You're welcome to them if you like.
I don't like it, Lila. Not one little bit.
Are you thinking what I think? That Edith Terry and Potter decided to do poor Violetta in?
Could be. Yet something seems wrong. If they were in love, why live apart for 3 years? Or plot to do Lady Mathry in?
It seems so out of character for the saintly Edith.
In any case, how could they have murdered Violetta? Edith Terry was in Northampton and Potter himself in someone else's van. Yet I'll swear something in that woman's story seemed wrong.
For instance?
Well, the lights, for one thing. A porch light on when no one was expected. And on a cold September evening, the lounge curtains still not drawn.
I see nothing in that.
Then the garage. I mean, look at it. Well, what's left. Can you see there's a door inside there connecting with the house?
Of course I can.
Then why didn't Violetta use the inside door? Why did she come all round the outside, the long way?
She was drunk.
Yes. Theatrically drunk in full view of the neighbours in a brightly lit front garden. The melodramatic blow of the bottle, the blood, the furious chase, and the blazing wreck. That damn smell of grease paint again.
I suppose it sometimes happens in real life. The victim makes a scene before she pops off and...
Lila, that's it.
It?
The victim. The obliging victim. Here, let me see those photographs again.
Yes.
Now, look at this one of Violetta. We'll try to forget the makeup and the peroxide. Who does she remind you of?
Well, she's not unlike her sister, except for the hair.
Yes, that's obvious. But look again. Doesn't her picture remind you of someone else? Someone we know?
No, not a bit.
Well, it does me. And if what I think is right, it explains a whole lot of things. It explains a pair of cotton gloves, a rifle...
A rifle? What rifle?
Billy's, of course. And it shows me a magnificent motive for Lady Mathry's death, as well as why Potter was at Frimley. We've been up the creek, Lila. Lady Mathery wasn't killed by Edith Terry at all.
Well, Mr. Flowerdew, you're a lucky man. I've just been on the line to Somerset House, and they confirmed the existence of the certificate you spoke of.
So my theory holds water after all?
Yes, sir, it does.
So what will you do, Inspector?
Well, for one thing, I shall put Mr. Swain under surveillance right away. What's more, if we can get a permit, we'll have his line tapped. Now, let's see, it's Thursday today. Swain was supposed to have been hearing from Mr. X on Monday evening.
That's right.
Then by now he should be well on the way towards getting the money out of Thrale. In fact, the supposed handover will be at any moment. I was wondering, would you like to be in at the kill?
Oh, Inspector.
Would? Good. Then if you'll hold yourselves in readiness, as they say, I'll be giving you a ring.
Hello, Inspector. Here we are.
So you caught your train, all right. Hop in the back, then.
Yes. Now, what we can't fathom is why we're meeting at Arundel.
Sorry, I couldn't tell you more on the phone. The reason is that the handover is to be at Littlehampton, 3 miles from here.
So you know?
X rang Mr. Swain with his final instructions this afternoon. There's a 5th of November show at Littlehampton tonight, and that's where we're to meet. Clever idea to choose a time when there'll be crowds, and when in the uncertain light and with all the noise, no one will really notice.
Do you know what time the handover is to be, Inspector?
No, sir. Mr. Swain was instructed to mingle with the crowd, keeping the package under his arm. Someone will come behind him and take it, but he won't know when or who. If he raises any kind of alarm, the deal is off.
Just a moment. How can you carry 50,000 in a package?
Well, it seems Mr. Swain was instructed to convert the money into jewellery. After we started tailing him, we found he twice visited a well-known firm in Hatton Garden. They told us he'd require them to supply a number of stones to the value of 50,000. He called for the box this morning.
But, Inspector, if there are these crowds and the light's uncertain, how will your men follow Tom?
Ah. Well, there, we've used a bit of science. Sid, to be exact.
Sid?
Switch on, Harvey. There. That's Sid.
Sounds like a Sputnik.
Well, in a way, it is. SID is short for Sonic Informatory Device, a very simple transmitting signal.
Sorry, I'm no wiser.
Now, wait a bit. Once we'd explained to the Hatton Garden firm what was up, they collaborated with us in placing SID in the lining of the jewel box. It's a tiny transistorized complex, rather like a jam pot cover. From now on, wherever that box goes, it's sending out a short-wave signal, which is being picked up by my patrol cars.
So the sound is coming from under Tom's arm at this very moment?
Exactly, miss. Of course, Mr. Swain can't hear it. Only we can do that. But the moment the box moves, we shall be able to tell.
You mean the signal will change its pitch or something?
Yes. So we shall be able to tell whether the box is going north, south, east, or west. And also, by the volume, we can estimate the distance.
But it won't be a lot of use in a crowd, though, will it?
Sooner or later, miss, the person who is collecting will come out of the crowd. And it's 100 to 1 he'll leave Littlehampton. I have a car stationed on each exit route. The moment he passes whichever car it is, we shall follow.
It's getting louder.
Now, that's because we're just outside the town. At this moment, Mr. Swain is waiting on the green, where the bonfire will be.
It seems eerie, somehow.
Switch off, Harvey. Now, I must ask you not to leave the car when we come to a halt. We're making for a side turning opposite the green, where we shall wait until the signal announces movement.
But what if we see Tom after the handover?
Well, it's rather unlikely, but if we do, we shall take him in. He may provide just the information we need. What time is it, Harvey?
Just after 8:30, sir. They should be coming in a minute now.
Wind down the window.
Yes, I can hear the band.
Harvey, you better check positions.
Sir. Control B Bravo 2020 over.
B Bravo 20 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 21 over.
B Bravo 21 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 22 over.
B Bravo 22 to control. Standing by, over.
Control B Bravo 23 over.
B Bravo 23 to control. Standing by, over.
All cars in position, sir.
Switch on the signal, then. Now we have to wait.
That's the bonfire light. Just look at the flames.
High wind tonight.
I say, I'm rather carefully, Rocky.
Inspector, signal change, sir.
Which way?
Eastwards, going towards Rustington.
121.
Control B Bravo 21. Suspect moving eastwards. Stand by to report maximum signal.
B Bravo 21 to control. Roger and out.
Right, Harvey. Turn into the main road and make your way slowly along the front towards Rustington.
Sir.
Jason, look, it's Tom. Coming out of the crowd over there. And he hasn't got the parcel.
Well, Inspector, what do we do?
Follow him slowly, Harvey. When I say out, Mr. Flowerdew, we'll jump from the car and rush him. All right?
Right.
Out!
He's seen us. He's dodging down that turning. What's wrong with him? Tom, come back, you fool! Tom! Don't waste your breath. Get after him. Don't worry, Inspector. He was never very fast on the rugger fields.
Keep away, Jason. I'm warning you.
Don't be a fool. Get him, Flowerdew. All right, Tom, you asked for it.
Damn you, Jason. Damn you to hell.
Where are we, Harvey?
880, sir. North of the Worthing Road. He's making for the Downs.
B Bravo 22 to control. Suspect passing checkpoint 312, riding blue scooter, wearing leather jacket, snowdrop helmet, registration number obscured.
All cars to follow. Now, Mr. Swade, let's have a bit of an explanation.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I panicked. I didn't want this chap to see you get me. If he thought I'd...
Hold on a moment. Listen. My God, he stopped. We've got him. Right, Constable, where is he?
I'm sorry, sir.
What do you mean, sorry? The signal was at peak pitch.
He must have guessed how we were following, sir. We just found the empty box thrown out in the road.
On the... Well, top me. What a pack of fools not to have thought of that.
Mrs. America's old, sir. They've been trying to contact us for 2 hours. Seems someone rang Miss Terry at Frimley Hall just before 6. Immediately afterwards, Miss Terry ordered a taxi into Frodham. We had 2 men tail her and lose her.
That's all I needed. No indication of a meeting place, of course.
No, sir. I have the full message here, sir.
I pray you fail me not. Obviously prearranged, so we lose the pair of them.
I wouldn't be too sure, Inspector.
What?
That's a quotation from A Midsummer Night's Dream. Rude Mechanicals, planning a meeting. Let me see. Peter Quince says, I pray you fail me not. Then Bottom says something about rehearsing, and Quince replies, at the Duke's Oak, we meet.
The Duke's Oak? That's the name of a roadhouse on the main Horsham Road.
Well done. There may still be a chance. Come on, back to the cars.
I tell you, Lynn, you never saw anything like it. The 2 of them were sitting at this table in the cocktail lounge. Then the inspector walked across. The moment she saw him, she stood up and she began to scream. I don't know if it was rage or fear, but it took 3 men to get her outside.
Oh, how horrible.
I'd say she was one of the few entirely evil women I've ever arrested. It's obvious Potter was afraid of her, as well he might be, of a murderess twice over.
Twice, did you say?
Oh, yes, Mr. Flowerdew discovered the earlier one when he was investigating the family background. It's really the clue to this whole affair.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
I see, Lynn. I discovered that Edith Terry had a sister called Violetta, who'd been killed in a car crash. And what put me on the scent was that Violetta's photograph bore a strong resemblance to you.
Me?
Yes. So I did a bit of research at Somerset House, and I found out something which at last gave me the motive for the whole affair. I found that Edith and Violetta were your cousins.
What?
Don't you remember your Uncle Ralph who married that actress?
What?
His widow was left with 2 daughters, Edith and Violetta. The mother, with a love of the stage and a hatred for the Seatons, changed her name to Terry. She knew about the trust fund, you see, and deeply resented the fact that the family wouldn't help her.
My cousins?
Now, the one daughter, Edith, harbored no thoughts of revenge. It was Violetta who for years kept tabs on Lady Mathry and schemed out how a murder might get her the £50,000. Then, in 1959, came her chance. Lady Mathry advertised for a companion. Well, plainly, Violetta couldn't apply for the job, but Edith could. What's more, when the police investigation came, she would appear to have a completely blameless background.
So she somehow bullied Edith into taking the post?
No, I'm afraid something went wrong. Edith either refused to be a party to the conspiracy, or even said she'd expose the plot. So what happens? Violetta and her husband rent a deserted cottage, lure Edith there with a tale that she's needed to nurse her sister, and then murder her.
But what did that solve?
It meant, my love, that Violetta could take Edith's place.
But they didn't even look alike.
No, Violetta was a peroxide blonde and Edith was a plain little mouse. But essentially their bones and build were the same. It's easy enough to dye one's hair brown, wipe off makeup and don sensible tweeds. The rest would be acting, and Violetta was a good actress. She became her sister. Except, of course, she couldn't write to old friends.
But, Jason, how did they manage to make it seem that Violetta had driven off and crashed the car?
I think it went like this. On the morning Edith was due to go into Northampton, in fact, she was drugged. While she was unconscious, Violetta and Mike bleached her hair, applied a heavy makeup, and put her into some tarty clothes. Meanwhile, Violetta dyed her hair brown, removed her makeup, and donned Edith's clothes. Then, as Edith, she took the bus into Northampton. I think she must have had a push bike waiting there in the public stand. As darkness fell, she cycled back by some secondary road, hid the bike near the gravel pit, and got to the cottage over the fields. No one saw her. Meanwhile, Potter had placed the unconscious sister in the front seat of the car, hunched up below the level of the window. When it was dark, he opened the garage doors. Now, all Violetta had to do was slip on a flashy topcoat and a blonde wig, and she was ready to stage that loud, melodramatic scene in the front garden.
So that was why the lights were on, for the neighbours to see.
Right. She crowns her husband with a bottle and drives off. Potter follows with the neighbour. Violetta steers for the gravel pit. At the last moment, she jumps clear while the sister crashes to her death. All she now has to do is remove the blonde wig and the topcoat, grab the hidden push-bike, cycle back into Northampton. There, as Edith once more, she catches the outward bus and arrives to find her supposedly wicked sister dead.
And so she was free to take the job with Aunt Nina.
Yes, but remember, it wasn't going to be enough just to kill your aunt. You had to appear to be the killer. Now, that could only arise as the result of a row over the changed will. Also, you had to be invited down to Frimley, and Thrale informed of the fact.
Yes, but how could Violetta be sure that would happen?
She wasn't. Your aunt never wrote that letter, or phoned Thrale. And on that afternoon, you didn't interview your aunt at all. But Violetta, giving the performance of her life.
But that's impossible.
Don't you remember the room was rather dim, and that somehow you sensed your aunt was different? Add to that the fact that Violetta had 3 years to study your aunt, and that to some extent she had the family features. Wasn't at all impossible.
But where was Aunt Nina at that time?
In the adjoining bedroom, I imagine. You see, she'd been given some kind of sedative by Violetta just before she left at 2 that afternoon. As she sat in her chair by the window, Billy would merely assume the old woman was napping as usual.
But later he saw her wake.
Now, think. Violetta caught the bus at 2. She entered the cinema at past:30, left shortly after by a side door, met Potter. They drove back to Frimley together, and she was in the house at 3. She then assumed the makeup and clothes of your aunt. While Billy was chatting to Bob at 3:25, she lifted the old woman from her chair and placed her on the bed in the room next door. She then took Lady Mathry's place in the chair and was duly woken 5 minutes later. At 4:20, she received Thrale. Next, she staged the quarrel. I suppose you see now why she wore gloves.
So that only my fingerprints were on the gun.
Also, hands are the one thing you can't really disguise. Violetta's hands were not arthritic.
Yes, of course.
Well, now, the moment you and Thrale had gone, she rang Billy to say she wasn't to be disturbed. That left her 20 minutes to put on her own clothes and cover them with a motor scooter outfit. Next, she lifted Lady Mathry back into her chair and, still wearing the cotton gloves, shot her. That would be, say, at 14 minutes past 5. She then opened the French doors and rang Billy to announce a supposed intruder. But the shot he actually heard was a second one she fired out of the window. Then she was off into the shelter of the trees and onto her scooter.
It was certainly clever.
In point of fact, she'd made 2 mistakes. The first was to tell Billy to bring his rifle. A sportswoman like your aunt would certainly have said gun. And the second thing was to shoot Lady Mathry from behind. If she'd really heard an intruder, she would have turned to face him.
You know, sir, I hate to steal your thunder, but you've made one serious mistake I'd have thought a theatrical man would have avoided.
How do you mean, Inspector?
Well, you suggested the victim in each case was first drugged and then killed. Of course, I can't be sure about the first murder, but in the second, I can assure you the autopsy found no trace of a drug in Lady Mathry's body. So how was she kept asleep?
Well, no, I give up.
You should have inquired a little more about Marvo, the man of mystery, sir. He was a hypnotist, and Violetta had been his assistant. Miss Harker, when that bullet finished your aunt, she was in a hypnotic sleep.
So that's why Potter said she felt no pain, and why Billy spoke of her as being under a spell. Oh, honestly, Jason, I've no idea how even to begin to thank you.
No? Well, I have. You can begin by letting me bring my tiny stool and join your queue. You see, it occurred to me that one day there may be disgusting progeny who deny that their grandsire was ever beautiful or talented. Yes, of course, there's a really gorgeous portrait by you to prove the fact. Well, now, I do assure you I'm quite unparalleled in that.
That was Jane Wenham as Lynn Harker, Frank Duncan as Jason Flowerdew, John Pullen as Tom Swain, and Marjorie Westbury as Lady Mathry and Edith Terry in Deal with Murder by Peter Cornish, with Dennis Graham as Inspector Davis, Nicolette Bernard as Lila James, Stephen Thorne as the American telephone caller and the North Country traveller, William Fox as Billy, John Ruddock as Mr. Thrale, Frederick Treves as Detective Sergeant Harvey, Mary Wimbush as Mrs. Cooper, Hamlin Benson as Mr. Frisbee, Eva Stewart as Mrs. Beasley, Geoffrey Matthews as Bob Hazelrig, Gerard Green as George, Andrew Sachs as the American motorist, Peter Bartlett as the waiter at the Raven. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Audrey Cameron.
And now, Mystery Theater, brought to you in part by True Value Hardware, your store of first choice.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. The subject of the story you're about to hear is murder. But the subject is also time. We've all heard of killing time. But have you heard about using time to kill? You will in the next few minutes when Mr. Owen Layton himself tells you his most ingenious scheme for getting rich quick by means of sudden death.
Owen, for heaven's sake, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in Paris.
Nice choice, Harriet. And I seem to have done exactly that. By the way, I met your charming dancer. Although I'm quite sure he didn't see me.
But I don't understand. How could you possibly have returned home so soon?
I was in a terrible hurry to see you, darling. I simply couldn't wait to see you. And do this.
Our mystery drama, Sea of Troubles, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Stotts Cotsworth. Our spine tingler begins across the sea, in the delightful city of Paris. They say that you can sit at a sidewalk cafe in one of these streets and sooner or later meet everyone you've ever known. Well, now we're going to introduce you to someone who you don't know, but whose acquaintance you'll enjoy making. His name is Owen Layton, and he prefers to tell you his unusual story in his own words.
I arrived in Paris at 10 o'clock that morning, but I didn't leave my hotel room until well after 4. I knew my brother Gerald's habits only too well. He'd probably be sleeping until noon. So I knew where he would be at 4 p.m., of course, at Patrick's Cafe on the Rue de Montparnasse. Everyone loved Gerald at Patrick's because he was famous for always paying his bills. With my money, of course. Bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour. I chose a table well to the side, but my appearance still attracted considerable attention. And why not? With my rumpled English tweeds, a long gray beard in the style of Ulysses S. Grant, a pair of crutches to keep my monstrously bandaged foot off the Parisian asphalt. Well, I must have been quite a sight. Garçon, a pound or s'il vous plaît. Très bien, monsieur. Well, what do you know, Owen, for the love of... Hello, Gerald. I'm glad you were able to recognize me under all this hair and bandages. Well, how are you? What's the matter with your foot? Oh, never mind about that. Give me a look at you. I haven't seen my kid brother in over a year. You know something? You look more French than ever. Yeah, come on now. Let's hear about that foot, Owen. And the beard. When did you grow all that shrubbery, huh? Well, I got the idea from you. The last time I was in Paris. This thing? Yeah. This is nothing compared to you. Now, listen, the last time I saw a beard like that, it was on a $50 bill. Yes. I guess it got a little out of hand. I'm thinking of trimming it, as a matter of fact. More like your style. Well, I'll introduce you to my barber. Hey, do me a favor, Gerald. Finish this Pernod for me. I shouldn't be drinking with my foot. Well, what's your foot got to do with it? It's the gout. You remember, I wrote you about it a few months ago. I had an attack just before I sailed for Europe. Well, how's your painting coming along? You sold anything yet? The only thing I sold is my watch. As if you didn't know. Yes, I know. You came to Paris to starve in a garret. But you look pretty well fed to me. Speaking of that, how was Harriet, huh? Well, speaking of which, The money I sent you, or being well fed?
God, you know what I mean, Owen. How is she? Still the same?
No. She's more of the same. She's richer than ever. She's fatter than ever. She's also meaner than ever.
Well, she couldn't be too mean. Now she let you grow that beard.
I still don't see why you wanted to grow it.
You always made such fun of mine.
Well, I had my reasons, Gerald. It was part of my plan.
Plan? What plan?
Why, to kill my mean, fat wife, of course. So, this is your garret, is it? Pretty luxurious for a starving artist, isn't it?
It's not bad.
Yeah, and all those canvases. Some even have paint on them. Well, don't tell me you're really working.
Owen, I know you're no saint, but I don't think you're wicked enough to do what you said.
Strangle Harriet? No, Gerald, I'm wicked enough, just not foolish enough. My wife's money will be precious little good to me in prison.
Now, don't tell me you got some kind of a foolproof scheme, Owen, because there is no such thing.
Sit down.
And no matter how clever you are, there's always someone cleverer.
In the detective novels, perhaps? Now, sit down before I kick you with my gouty foot. I've got 5 pounds of bandage there. It makes quite a weapon.
I don't understand what you meant about gout.
It's the very cornerstone of my plan. I have established a medical history of the disease if questions arise later.
Questions?
Yes, about the bandages.
Owen, I have never seen you like this. You're really talking wildly. Now, those crutches, the beard, all this crazy talk about killing people.
It's not crazy at all. It's a beautiful, rational scheme. And one that you will be eager to see succeed.
Owen, what's happened between you and Harriet, huh?
Well, nothing sudden. It's been a gradual change. Perhaps the inevitable result of advancing years. You know, I was considerably younger than Harriet when we married. Now it seems I'm not young enough.
Now, wait a minute. Are you cutting me off? Are you going to stop sending me money?
Nothing of the kind. As long as my income can support it, you can continue to develop your artistic talent. The question is, how long will my income continue? It's been 10 years since I married Harriet. The difference between our ages is suddenly not so great. Harriet is discovering that there are younger men in the world. In fact, there's one particular one she's fond of.
You're joking.
Yeah, he's a dancing instructor, as a matter of fact. She met him when I had my first attack of gout. I couldn't move for a month while Harriet indulged herself in non-domestic pleasures like dancing.
But to talk about killing her...
Killing her carefully, Gerald, with due regard to the risks involved. Actually, I thought of the answer when I was flat on my back. I had plenty of time to think then.
About what?
A unique phenomenon of the modern age. The magnificent paradox of transoceanic travel.
Travel?
Yes. A ship makes its journey in some 5 days. A jet plane takes only a few hours.
But you hate planes. You've never been on a plane in your life.
Yes, that's right. They terrify me.
Well, what does all this have to do with killing Harriet?
Everything. For you and I, brother, are going to put that transatlantic paradox to use. We're going to prove that the difference between a ship and a plane is a lovely way to commit murder. It was almost 2 weeks later that Gerald and I stood on the dock at Le Havre and looked at the trim lines of the SS Empress. She wasn't exactly the largest vessel lying at anchor, but on that particular Saturday, she was certainly the busiest. That was fine with me. The more excitement on the pier, the less noticeable Gerald and I were as we made our way toward A deck. Our progress was slow, since I never really managed to use those crutches. Finally, we made our way to stateroom G, and as the door finally shut behind us, I collapsed on the bunk. I looked at my younger brother's face and felt considerably better. Poor Gerald. His complexion was so pale white against his reddish beard, now fuller by 2 barbarous weeks. Relax, Gerald.
I had your confidence, Owen.
So let's take care of the passports first. and then we can call the steward.
All right. Here they are.
Ah, good. Now, we have to do... With infinite patience, I set about the delicate task of removing the small photographs from both passports. I was as precise as a jeweler. Then I squeezed glue from a tiny tube and replaced them. One bearded face substituted for the other one. Yes, my brother and I look quite a bit alike, despite the 6-year difference in our age.
Owen, are you sure nobody will notice? Now, you're not supposed to tamper with these passports.
Yes, that's true. And I understand it's also a crime to kill someone. Nevertheless, that's exactly what I plan to do. Now, let's ring for the steward.
All right.
The man who answered our ring was a perfect delight. An aging cockney with a thin crest of white hair, the mouth of a pixie, and the squinty eyes of a myopic. The latter, of course, was going to be a blessing.
Everything all right, Mr. Layton?
Yes, everything's just fine. Your name, Mr. Pawkins?
Yes, sir, that's me. Sir Pawkins, at your service.
Well, Mr. Pawkins, I'm afraid I'm going to be something of a burden to you on this voyage. As you see, I'm an invalid.
Oh, yes, sir, your poor foot, sir.
Exactly, my poor foot. As a result, I'm going to be forced to take all my meals in here. So you'll have to arrange matters with the dining steward. I trust that can be arranged.
Oh, yes, sir. Don't you worry none about that, sir.
Ah, good. Nor will I be spending any time on deck. The least bit of roll is extremely painful for me. So I'll remain in my stateroom until we reach port.
Oh, what a pity, sir.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I've got a great deal of business to take care of between here and New York. I'll have enough paperwork to keep me busy. So if you'll just bring me my meals and keep me from being disturbed, you'll be doing your job handsomely. All right? Understood?
Oh, yes. Understood, Mr. Layton.
See you later then, Mr. Pawkins.
Oh, yes, sir.
We were lucky. He seems like a cooperative old geezer.
Yes, but be careful. Always keep your door locked, so he can never enter without knocking. And every time he brings you that tray, make sure that you're either dozing or buried in papers. Understand?
Understood.
Yeah.
Well, when I think about what you're going to do in New York while I'm on board the ship,
What I'm going to do in New York is going to be a pleasure.
But you're so cold-blooded about it, Owen. You are going to kill a human being.
No, I never said that. I said I was going to kill Harriet.
Poor Harriet. There she is in her lavish New York townhouse, thinking about nothing but her dancing lessons, while aboard the SS Empress, 2 men are plotting her demise. Of course, we're not yet certain how Owen Layton plans to get away with murder. Even if he does fly to New York and his brother sails in his place, we'll simply have to wait until I continue shortly with Act 2. Now let's return to Stateroom G on A deck of the SS Empress. It's almost sailing time. The first all visitors ashore warning has been sounded on all levels of the great ship. But in Stateroom G, of course, the warning has a special significance, because now the visitor has become the passenger, and the passenger has become the visitor. But let Mr. Owen Layton speak for himself.
Listen to me, Gerald. And listen very carefully.
For Pete's sake, Owen, we've been over this 100 times.
Now I'm saying it for the last time. You must do exactly what I've said. Exactly. The smallest variation can cause total disaster.
Oh, I promise you. I won't move from the stateroom. I'll be a good little rabbit in my cage.
Yes, that's exactly what worries me. Your rabbit-like tendencies.
Don't expect me to enjoy it. When I think of all those cute little bunnies strolling around on the deck.
No, just forget they're there, understand? Let me get this bandage off my foot.
Oh, 5 days. And don't forget the 6th night.
You'll manage, all right.
Won't be any fun, Owen.
Yes. Neither would it be any fun to fill gas tanks in Hoboken. Not as much fun as living on the left bank with those Parisian beauties of yours.
All right, I know.
And don't forget who's really doing the hard work, Junior. Including that plane trip tonight. Oh, for me, that's the worst part of it all. Listen, how high do those bloody things fly?
Oh, 30,000 feet, I think.
Oh, it's preposterous. There, the bandage is off now. Now, let's get them on you. By the time the next all ashore sounded, the transformation had been made. The bandages were on my brother's foot, and the crutches were lying snugly beside his bunk. And I was all set to leave. With Gerald's gray tweed coat belted around me, with Gerald's hat on my head, I strolled to the visitor's gangplank and left the SS Empress to its business. In a way, it was fortunate that I dreaded air travel so much. The thought of being carried aloft some 30,000 feet inside the monstrous machine parked at the Gate 7 on Orly Field was completely engrossing. For this reason, I overcame any nervousness I might have had upon confronting the immigration authority. The official merely glanced at the photograph in my passport book, snapped it shut briskly, and handed it back. Mr. Gerald Robin Layton was on his way back home. I don't recall much about the flight. I remember about 10 minutes of sheer terror when we took off on what seemed like a ridiculously short runway. I know there were several more hours of alternating fright, numbness, and drowsiness, helped by liberal amounts of alcohol. And then there was that agonizing half hour following the captain's announcement of our approach into Kennedy International Airport. And wonder of wonders, I was safe. The only one in danger was my wife. It was midnight in New York when I climbed into a taxi and gave the driver on destination, Grand Central Station. In the terminal, I deposited my single piece of luggage in a public locker and took still another taxi to the street where Harriet and I had spent the last 4 years of our marriage. The brownstone was an imposing building from the exterior, but Harriet's money had made it possible to scoop out the interior and transform it into a duplex of cunningly modern design. I had spent several happy hours in this house, about 7 or 8, I think. It was 1:20 in the morning by the time I arrived, and the traffic had gone from the quiet streets of Sutton Place. The street was empty. The shades of the buildings opposite had all been drawn against the night. I felt certain that no one saw me quietly insert the key into the lock of the front door. I went quietly upstairs to the bedroom. It was empty. But that was no surprise. It was Saturday night. Presumably, I was in Paris. Therefore, Harriet was on the town, probably in the company of her dance instructor friend. In a way, I was glad that she was running true to form. It helped me feel justified in taking the drastic course that I was about to take. About 20 minutes later, I heard the front door opening again.
Oh, my feet. My feet. You danced my little tootsies off tonight. You fled a stare, you...
Well, that's what you're paying me for, Mrs. Layton.
Oh, that's what you think, lover.
Well, speaking of love...
Oh, stop it now, Douglas. No, stop it, brute.
You mean I don't even get a kiss goodnight?
Oh, tomorrow night, maybe. Right now, I just want to go to sleep.
I thought you looked a bit preoccupied tonight. Is anything wrong?
No. Unless you count a cable from my husband.
Well, he's still in Paris, isn't he?
He sailed on the Empress. He'll be here in another 5 days.
Well, that's too bad.
Isn't it? He can stay tomorrow, all right?
I'll count the hours. Good night, my princess.
Good night.
And then Harriet started up the stairs. I picked up the pretty blue vase that adorned her dressing table and placed it behind my back. Hello, Harriet.
Owen, for heaven's sake, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in Paris.
I thought I'd surprise you, darling. I seem to have done exactly that.
But your cable, you said you were taking the Empress. She won't arrive for days.
Well, actually, I changed my mind about taking the ship. I flew instead.
You were never inside a plane in your life.
No, there's always a first time, isn't there? For everything.
But why? When you're so terrified of flying.
Because I was in a hurry, darling. I simply couldn't wait to see you and do this. It was a shame about the vase. It cost a small fortune. The really distasteful part came now. As you may have gathered, I'm a man of fastidious taste. But when you have 5 days to lose, you can't afford the niceties. I knew it would be easier to lose myself in a region of the city where the lower depths are at their lowest. Started my British suit, my Italian loafers, and my continental manners. In an old pair of slacks and heavy wool shirt, I made my way to the Bowery. My first act was to join a shambling, silent line of vagrants outside the clothing relief agency. And I emerged with a costume superior to anything I could have invented. A moth-eaten sweater, a double-breasted jacket with a shredded lining, and 1,000 unironable creases. And then I bought a bottle of Sauterne for 98 cents and rented a bed in a hotel called Miller's for 75 cents a night. And then, the next day, in a steam-filled diner where the coffee tasted like antiseptic, I picked up a mud-stained newspaper from the dirty tile floor. There on the second page was an item which gave me an appetite even in that place. It said, "Woman found murdered in East Side brownstone." But the smaller headline beneath it was even more delicious. It read, "Dancing teacher held as suspect." It wasn't something I planned or expected, but, well, why not? Why not? Say, I think I'll have some more of that coffee. And then the 5 days were over. It wasn't very far from the Miller Hotel to the docks. The first glimpse I had of the Empress' beautiful bow on the horizon thrilled me in a way I had never known before. But I couldn't stand about and admire it. I had things to do. I made my way as unobtrusively as possible back to Grand Central Terminal. I removed my luggage from the locker, and then in the washroom I shaved and changed into clean clothes. Then I went down to Pier 16 to greet the arriving Empress. I knew that Gerald would be among the last of the passengers to appear. But then there he was, wearing my green plaid topcoat with a collar pulled around his throat, wearing my Homburg hanging low over his eyes. He was using my crutches, too, and not very well. But with his foot so heavily bandaged, he still made a convincing cripple. Owen, over here.
You know, for a minute I didn't think you'd make it.
Well, how was it? How did everything go?
Fine. Look, when can I get rid of these crutches? They are killing.
Never mind the crutches. What about the steward, Mr. Pawkins? Did you see him before you left the ship?
No, I managed to avoid him. I didn't even tip him either, just as you said.
Good. Now get into that car.
This isn't your car, is it?
It's a rental car. Now get inside so we can switch clothes.
A rental car? Well, weren't you taking the chance?
I rented it in your name, Junior. Don't worry about it.
You really thought of everything. Owen, I have to give you credit.
Now, just give me my clothes and that bandage. And fast. And so we made the switch, as before. By the time I stepped out of the rented automobile, I was dressed in the Homburg and the green plaid coat. And the bandages were back where they had originated. In fact, the crutches seemed like old friends as I hobbled back to the entrance of Pier 16. I spotted the ship's petty officer emerging from the passenger exit. Pardon me, sir.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, it's rather embarrassing. You see, there's a steward that I meant to take care of before I left my stateroom. He was very kind to me.
What's his name?
Pawkins. He's an old fellow. Very nice. I hated to miss him when I left, but somehow I did in all the excitement. Old Mr. Hawkins was more than pleased when I handed him the two $50 bills. There were actually tears in his eyes.
Oh, this is most generous of you, sir. Most generous.
Well, you took very good care of me, Hawkins. I know I was a nuisance.
Oh, no, sir, you were never. Why, I hardly even saw you, sir.
Well, still, you brought me all my meals and so forth, didn't you?
Well, I was glad to do it, sir. Glad to be of service. And I hope you'll be back on the Empress with us soon again.
I intend to be, Hawkins. Yes, you can be sure of that. As soon as I knew that Mr. Hawkins was remembered properly, and that he remembered me properly, I knew that everything was going to be just fine. I told my younger brother to drive his new car to the village, find himself a small apartment, and lay low. And I took a taxi to my home. I knew there would be company waiting for me.
Mr. Layton?
Yes, I'm Owen Layton. Who are you?
Name is Lieutenant Farley, Mr. Layton, New York Police Department.
Police? What's the matter? My house been robbed or something?
I'm sorry we couldn't meet you at the ship. We knew you were coming back today, but we thought it would be easier to meet you here and break the news to you.
What news? What are you talking about?
Bad news, I'm afraid. Maybe we better go inside.
Yes, come in. Of course, I knew exactly what the bad news was going to be. Now all I had to do was to keep from laughing out loud.
We seem to have been witness to the perfect murder. Owen Layton can't be blamed for the murder of his wife, and for the most natural reason in the world. Owen Layton wasn't in New York when his wife was murdered. Owen was on the high seas. Just ask Mr. Pawkins or anyone else aboard the SS Empress. But before we congratulate Mr. Layton on his cleverness, Owen Layton is a happy man today, despite the fact that he is all alone in the reconverted brownstone on Sutton Place. The smile never seems to leave his face. Even as he hobbles towards the front door to answer the insistent chimes, his bandaged foot and crutches don't seem to bother him in the least. In fact, one has the impression that despite the tragic loss of his wife, Mr. Layton...
Evening, Mr. Layton.
Oh, hey.
Oh, it's all right, I hope.
Yes, of course.
You were a bit too broken up about that terrible thing that happened to your wife.
Well, I'm sure you don't blame me, Lieutenant. It was a great shock. Here, let me take your raincoat. Raining outside, is it?
Yeah. Well, look. Frankly, it was my decision not to send a radiogram to the ship. About your wife's death, I mean. It didn't seem right to break the news to you that way.
Well, that was very considerate of you, Lieutenant.
We knew you were aboard the Empress because of your cable.
Yes. But you were right not to tell me when I was aboard. It would have been very helpless feeling, knowing that there was nothing I could do about it.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. At any rate, I suppose you've had some time to, think about what may have happened.
No, Lieutenant. The truth is, I still don't understand. That man who killed her, what was his name again?
Douglas Denton.
Oh, yes.
It's not his real name. He called himself that at the dancing school, but he was born Bernard Eubank. I take it you didn't know Mr. Denton.
No, I never met the man before in my life. And why would he want to kill my poor Harriet?
Well, actually, he's still denying that he did.
Well, how can he? From what I read in the newspaper, well, you seem to have caught him red-handed.
Well, no, not quite that good. We knew that he'd been, he and your wife had been seeing each other during your visit abroad, and that they'd seen each other that Saturday night she was killed. In fact, he was seen in the vicinity of your house by several witnesses, not more than 10 minutes from the time when we estimated she was bludgeoned to death. I'm sorry, that's a little too graphic, I know.
It's all right, Lieutenant. I want to know the details. I really do.
Well, the one detail we don't know is why he would have done such a thing. I mean, frankly, we have Mr. Denton pegged as a rather small-time, gigolo. I'm sorry to tell you that, too.
Well, it's all right. I'm sure Harriet wasn't to blame. I'm sure that's That man just did whatever gigolos did and made a fool of her.
Well, does your wife do that sort of thing often?
I don't know. I suppose she's made a few mistakes. Which of us hasn't?
Well, now, if you could be more specific...
No, Lieutenant. I'm sorry. I want Harriet's killer punished, Lieutenant Farley, but not at the expense of scandalizing my wife.
I'm afraid that scandal won't be easy to avoid. We know she was having an affair with Mr. Denton. He's admitted that himself. But that don't give him any reason to break a vase over her head.
Yes. Unless she had decided to end the affair, of course.
Well, it's one possible theory, of course.
Didn't you say you found my cable to her about coming home on the Empress?
Yeah, that's right.
Harriet didn't know I expected to return from Europe so soon. And perhaps when she informed her friend, Mr. Denton, he got angry.
Yeah, that's possible, too.
He might have just acted impulsively. Yes, Lieutenant. I'm sure it happened just that way. They quarreled.
In your bedroom?
Very well, in our bedroom, yes. They quarreled. And he picked up the vase. He struck her. Somehow, I can't believe it was cold-blooded or premeditated. No matter what the man is, Lieutenant, I hope the law isn't too harsh with him. I'll tell you what wasn't easy. It was the waiting. I had to wait for the outcome of two legal actions, the verdicts of both the criminal and the probate courts. But I had every confidence that human and fiscal justice would be done. And then, one night, a little more than 2 weeks after my return... Hello?
Owen, it's Sheila.
I beg your pardon?
It's Sheila. God, I feel terrible not calling you before this, but I just found out what happened. I read the whole thing in the paper, back issue. Oh, and you poor thing, you must be in a state.
Are you sure you're calling the right number?
Of course I am. At least that's the number in the telephone book. 815-5555.
Well, you certainly have the right number, miss, but I believe you have the wrong party.
Oh, come on. Stop it. You're the only Owen Layton in the directory.
Well, that doesn't mean very much.
Hey, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Well, I'm simply trying to find out who you are and why you think you know me.
Wait a minute. Is there someone there with you? Is that what all the double talk's about?
No, I'm alone.
Well, then why the big act? Well, now listen, Owen. I told you not to try any of that shipboard romance stuff on me. I won't stand for it.
Did you say shipboard romance?
You heard me. I warned you that I wasn't interested in the friendly little kiss at the gangplank kind of stuff.
Listen. You're not talking about the ship you mean isn't the Empress.
Of course it's the Empress.
Gerald, you idiot.
Huh? Oh, what did you say?
I said, forgive me, I'm just so mixed up about things right now.
Well, you can't be so upset that you forget about me. Besides, from the way you talked about your wife, she didn't mean a thing to you.
Look, Sheila, I can't talk anymore right now.
You're not brushing me off that easily. Oh, and I warn you.
I'm not trying to brush you off. It's just that I'm having visitors, Sheila. Important people, business.
All right, tomorrow then. Early tomorrow.
I'm not sure I can make it tomorrow either. I may have to go out of town. There are things to settle regarding my wife's estate.
Well, there are things to settle, all right. Between us, lover.
Oh, God. Dear God, he's ruined everything. Everything. Pick it up. Pick up the phone, you miserable...
Hello?
Gerald, it's your brother.
Oh, hi, Owen. How are you?
Never better. Never better.
What's the matter? You don't sound well.
Well, why shouldn't I be well? I just had a lovely chat with a no doubt charming young lady.
What?
Her name is Sheila. Isn't that a lovely name, Sheila?
Uh-oh.
Is that name familiar to you?
Oh, before you say anything else, will you listen to me?
Yes, that's why I'm calling, to listen to you. To see if there's anything you can say, anything at all, that will mitigate my intention of coming right over there and strangling you.
Now, you've got to understand how it was, Owen. I was a prisoner in that stateroom, a virtual prisoner.
Yes. And that was the idea. I told you never to leave that room. Never to so much as poke your ugly head out of the door.
Well, it was easy enough for the first day, Gerald, but after almost 24 hours of that,
How many other women did you take up with?
Oh, and she was the only one, absolutely the only one I had anything to do with.
And if I know you, you had plenty to do with her.
Well, I couldn't live like a hermit, for Pete's sakes.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't. You knew how important it was to convince everyone that you were me.
But I did that, and I told her I was you.
Aye, that was clever.
No, she thinks I am you, Owen. Now, look, the fact that she telephoned you tonight, doesn't that prove it?
Oh, yes, that proves it completely.
Owen, I was really going crazy in that tiny room, so I took just one little stroll on deck one night.
Yes, and met Sheila.
I swear that I never knew she'd try to get in touch with me.
Your girlfriend Sheila is in New York right now. She's demanding to see me. You. Me. What I mean is she's read about Harriet's death. She knows that you... she knows that she knows that Owen Layton is free and unencumbered and will soon be very, very rich.
Gee, I'm glad to hear that, Owen.
Shut up. Your friend Sheila isn't going to give up that easily. She's going to track me down. She's going to try to renew our little shipboard romance. And do you know what will happen when she does?
What?
Think about it, Gerald. She's going to take one look at me, and I'll be cooked, roasted, fried. She'll know I wasn't aboard the Empress. She'll know that she spent all that glorious week with another man. And how long do you suppose it'll take for her to put two and two together?
Owen, couldn't you put her off? Couldn't you keep her from seeing you?
How?
Well, if you could leave town, if you could get away.
Yes, it's the only thing that's occurred to me, too. If I left at once...
You could always go back to Paris. You always said it's your favorite city. And guess what? I saw in the papers that the Empress is sailing again tomorrow for Le Havre.
For the first time in my life, I wasn't looking forward to a sea voyage. And I knew that my idiotic younger brother had left me no other choice. The minute I was off the phone with him, I was on again, this time to my very obliging travel agent, who told me that passage aboard the Empress was indeed possible. But for the first time in my shipboard travels, I couldn't get a stateroom. Couldn't even do better than B-deck. But it was an indignity I was forced to accept. This time, my cabin steward wasn't an amiable gentleman like Mr. Pawkins, but a gruff, uncommunicative type who made no promises of devoted service. But then I wouldn't require much service. For one thing, I no longer needed my bandages and crutches. As far as the world is concerned, my troublesome gout was healed.
Oh, pardon me, sir.
Yes?
Aren't you the gentleman who sailed with us a couple of weeks ago? That Pawkins chap?
Oh, yes, that's right. You were the officer who helped me find the steward.
Yes, everything worked out all right there?
Yes, everything went fine. Unfortunately, I couldn't get such good accommodations this trip.
Well, that's a shame, sir. But then I don't think we'll have as easy a crossing of it this time.
Why not?
Oh, a bit of rough weather ahead, they say.
Oh, fine. That's all I need. But rough weather ahead or not, at 4 that afternoon, the Empress pulled slowly away from the pier, and I admit that I breathed a heavy sigh of relief. That evening, I was taking a nap before dinner when someone knocked on my door. Oh, who is it? It must be an unfriendly neighborhood steward. Yeah?
Hello. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, was there something you wanted, miss?
Well, I've made a mistake. I thought this was Mr. Layton's cabin.
Well, it is. I'm Mr. Layton.
Oh, but you're not Mr. Owen Layton. That's the party I was looking for.
But I am Owen Layton.
Well, that's an interesting coincidence. I mean, two people would have the same names and even look a little bit alike. Although, well, the Owen Layton, I mean, is quite a bit younger.
I don't know what in the world you're talking about.
I saw your name on the passenger list, but the man I mean, well, he's about your height, and he has a beard like yours, but he's not you.
Well, and who are you?
My name's Sheila. Sheila Ross.
Sheila.
I met Owen Layton 2 weeks ago, right on this ship. And now suddenly there's another Owen Layton going the other way. Oh, there's something very fishy going on here.
You're mistaken. I swear you're mistaken.
Listen, Mr. Whatever your name is, I don't know what this is all about. I don't know why there are two Owen Laytons going back and forth on this ship.
Well, what's so strange about that? I mean, but why are you going back and forth?
Me? Because I have to. Because it's my job. I'm a social director.
You mean you work on the Empress?
That's right. And right now, I'm going to work on finding out what this is all about.
I stood rooted to the cabin floor, listening to the melancholy sound of the ship's whistle, warning the seas ahead that we were on our way, heading straight for troubled waters.
As you have heard, Owen Layton's perfect murder had the customary imperfection. But at least he'll be able to enjoy one last ocean voyage before the authorities send him up the river. Isn't it nice to see justice triumph? Oh, beg your pardon, to hear justice triumph. We hope you enjoyed tonight's voyage. We hope you'll be aboard next time the CBS Radio Mystery Theater takes you on a trip to all points mysterious. As you know, we have every means of transport available to us, from ships to trains to planes. And isn't it wonderful to realize that we did drop of gas? Our captain, Dan Arco, and Ian Martin. Our production was under the direction of Hyman. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to Mystery Theater for adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
In all my life, I've only seen a dozen real killers. But I've seen 10,000 people who will sit back and let murder happen. Which is the greater evil?
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Paladin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stanford. Pardon me.
Yes.
You dropped these by the desk.
Oh, thank you very much.
The glove that holds a lady's hand holds a world of prettiness.
Really?
Yes. My name is...
I am not interested in your name. I don't wish to know it. I don't wish to know you. And if I did, this would not be the day, the hour, nor the place.
I quite understand.
Then if you'll kindly release my hand.
Oh, of course.
Again, thank you very much.
Oh, pretty lady, not too impressed with Mr. Paladin.
We are all entitled to mistakes, hey boy.
Oh, yes, but how often?
Seldom, the time, the place, and the loved one all together.
And husband make three. Telegram come for you.
Oh?
Answer?
Yes. Wire back. Have gun. Will travel.
Crime, delinquency, threats of war. These are the subjects that dominate our news headlines these days. Not very pleasant subjects, are they? You may say that somebody ought to do something about cutting down on crime and delinquency and in promoting peace among nations, but that there's nothing you personally can do about it. That's where you're wrong. You can wage your own fight against crime and delinquency in your own family by taking the family to the church or synagogue of your faith this week. The inspiration and guidance you and they will receive from spiritual contact will strengthen moral background and faith. Regular attendance at religious services will help your family to work out its own problems and give them comfort in facing the tensions of our present-day life. Worshipping together brings your family closer together, too, and supporting your own religious institution provides funds to help those individuals and families who, unlike you, are unable to help themselves. Find the strength for your life. Worship together this week.
In a way, I was sorry to leave San Francisco just as Christmas was coming on. The shop windows, already frosted, were filled with all those wonderful surprises, which seemed to appear only at the Christmas season. And there was an excitement in the eyes of passers-by, young and old alike. In the air, there was the smell of cookies and cakes and candies. It was a good time to be in San Francisco. And yet the telegram from Colorado Territory left me little choice. It was a long trip and a cold one. And as I got closer to my destination, I heard more about the man named Beecher, the man who had hired me. And I didn't like what I heard. Matt Beecher was a hard man, and he ran his cattle empire with an iron fist. It was the day before Christmas when I arrived at the Beecher Ranch.
You got business here, cowboy?
I was told I'd find Matthew Beecher here.
You found him. I pay you $25 a month if I like your work. This is my foreman, Tater. He'll sign you on. Howdy.
No, I didn't come here to hire on as a hand, Mr. Beecher.
No? What did you come for, then?
My name is Paladin. You may remember this.
Have gun will travel. So?
Well, you sent me a wire asking my help, something about your boy. As I understand it, he was carried off during the Sioux War 6 years ago.
Well, you're too late, mister. I got him back.
Just a few days ago, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, well, I'm glad everything worked out.
It has. Tater, ride him out to the stage trail. He's going to start back now.
And Mr. Beecher, it's a long trip from San Francisco. I'll take travel expenses for my trouble.
You'll get nothing. Put him off the ranch, Tater.
Mr. Beecher?
What?
Does the boy speak any English?
No, he don't. Why?
You speak any Indian dialect?
No.
Well, don't you want to talk to your son?
You speak the Pawnee dialect?
Some.
All right, Tater. Take him up to the main house. We'll talk about them expenses later.
Yes, sir. Come on, Mr. Paladin. Maybe I better set you straight about something.
What's that?
Well, we ain't too sure the boy is Matt Beecher's son.
Well, he seems sure enough.
Yeah, well, Matt's sure of everything. He found the boy riding off from a small band of Pawnees 3-4 days ago. Matt just says, "That's my boy," and takes him.
Huh. What do you think, Tater?
Well, he looks Indian to me. Of course, Robbie was only 2 when the Indians took him. That was when they killed Mrs. Beecher, too. And that nearly finished Matt off when they killed his wife.
Tater, is that you?
Yep. Mr. Paladin, this here's my wife, Maudie.
Maudie?
Mr. Paladin?
How's the boy today, Maudie?
Same as yesterday and the day before.
Is he sick?
Well, not hardly. It's just we got to keep an eye on him every minute or he'll squirt away. Boy! Hey, boy! There he is, Mr. Paladin. About as wild as any animal that I've ever seen.
Poor little thing.
Well, what do you think?
Well, about 8 years old, I should think.
Be about right.
He could be white. If some of that grime were scraped off him, it's hard to say.
Hard to scrape it off, too.
Well, what's he say?
I haven't talked to him yet, Mr. Beecher.
Well, talk to him. I'm paying you.
Kono la teshi. Shishoni, shoni kiburi, kiman.
Siwa, kalate shishona kio, tegate.
His name is Chiwa. His father is Kalate, chief of the Pawnees.
You listen to me, boy. I'm your daddy. I'd sell my own soul. I'd give it away before I'd lose you again.
He don't understand you, Mr. Beecher.
Well, he's got to feel something this strong, lingo or no lingo. Now, boy, you listen to me.
Tika.
What's the matter with him?
He's afraid of you.
Miss Beecher? Mr. Beecher?
What do you want?
It's Indians, Mr. Beecher.
Indians.
Ponies.
Well, what about them?
Well, they're setting up camp.
Where?
They're over on the East Range.
So they finally come for the boy. All right, Tater.
Yes, sir.
Turn the men out. Make sure they all have rifles.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute.
What?
Before you start shooting, why don't you find out for sure if this really is your boy?
I told you before, I know he's my boy.
You want to believe that, but you aren't sure.
All right, Paladin, say it out. What are you asking for?
Time to talk with those Pawnees.
Well, you go talk then, but I'll tell you one thing for sure. No matter what lies they give you, that boy's mine. And if they try to come after him, there'll be the bloodiest massacre you ever seen.
Of all leading filtered cigarettes, Kent filters best. Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Kent filters best. Of all of the brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best. Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest. Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent filters best.
I rode out to the Pawnee camp knowing I had little time and less chance to stop a needless killing. There were squaws, braves, sitting, wandering. There were a hungry people and a lost people. At a tattered teepee, I found Kalete, chief of the Pawnees.
Kalete was once man who greeted white man like brother. Now he wanders, hungry, forgotten like the gray wolf.
I'm sorry. I wondered why Kalate was on this trail.
White man steal children.
Kalate will agree. A man may claim his own son.
She was my son.
Is he white?
She was my son.
I ask again, is he white?
Skin is leather bag God made to hold the soul. Color of bag no matter. He was traded from the Sioux. Our blood has mixed.
But his is white.
He is my son. I take him back.
Kalate, if you take the boy, there'll be killing. This white man has many rifles.
Can rifles kill what has been killed already? Look at my camp. When there is no game, my people starve. We are driven from land, and winter is here. But we move no more. We stay here. Soon we take my son.
Hello, Monty.
Hello, Mr. Paladin.
Wow, what's going on inside there?
Oh, everyone's shining up clean. We're going to celebrate Christmas, Mr. Beecher, too.
Mr. Beecher.
Well, I know you won't believe it, but Tater did the trick. Says to Mr. Beecher, maybe the boy will remember Christmas. Ain't that a good one? Indian boy bringing us Christmas. First time since Mr. Beecher lost his wife. Oh, gotta find some more mesquite for decorating. We're going to have singing and eating and everything.
Sounds fine, Monty.
Well, Paladin, you see the chief?
I talked to him.
What'd he say?
He's your son.
I told you he was. You tell them Injuns to get their squaws and their tents off my property?
No.
Why not? You want them all killed?
I want you to understand that Chief Kalate feels that the boy is his son, too, and he feels it very strongly. If you talk to him, I'd be glad to act as interpreter.
The only way I'll talk to him and his flea-bitten braves is with rifle fire.
Listen, Beecher. Chief Kalate is the only father the boy has ever known. You kill him. How are you going to explain that to the boy?
You speak Pawnee. You can explain it.
You're wrong, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah?
I couldn't explain that in any language.
Tater, I said rations, not all these fancy victuals.
Well, it's Christmas, Mr. Beecher.
Now, look. Listen to me, all of you. Listen. If one calf wanders off tonight, we work double tomorrow, even if it is Christmas Day.
All right, boys. The cider's sitting over there just a-waiting. You can't get no stouter, so get to it. Morty, what is it?
The boy's gone.
Gone?
They come and took him.
Was it the Pawnees took him?
Yes, sir.
You knew about this, Paladin.
I thought they'd try, but not so soon.
Get your rifles.
Now, just wait a minute. You're always reaching for a rifle. There's no need for rifles. No hurry. The Pawnees aren't going anywhere. They're tired of running.
Preaching from a gunslinger. You just been aching to speak a piece. Well, speak it, Paladin. Talk don't mean nothing. Say anything you want. I'll still have the last say.
Well, I'm far from being a preacher. But I do know something about killing. Now, these Indians, rightly or wrongly, believe the boy is theirs. And few people love children like the Pawnees. Now, the Chief Kalate might have given up the boy. He knows a wealthy rancher could give the boy more than a starving Indian could, and they're starving. Properly treated, he still might give up the boy. On the other hand, these Pawnees can't run anymore. They're tired. But they would rather die here tonight than give up the child to force. It won't be hard to massacre them. They have no guns. All you have to do is stay out of arrow range. And those you only wound, well, someone will have to press a muzzle against their heads and pull a trigger. Now, this is no Christmas message. I haven't even suggested that to a starving man, food may carry more weight than rifles. As Mr. Beecher can tell you, sentiments like peace, like goodwill, and love, and brotherhood, they're just words. Unless you already know what they mean. And if you don't, even if this were a chapel and I were a preacher, such words would do no good.
Well, I ain't got much to say. We're going out to kill some Injuns. One Injun in particular. Anybody that wants can stay here and draw his time, if you think you can find another job. And those who ain't going with me, speak up. Right now. Well, that's the story since the beginning, Mr. Paladin. The belly always wins out.
My dear Watson, with all due respect to Sherlock Holmes, let us establish one fact clearly. There is nothing elementary about the shrewd deductions Eric Severide makes as he analyzes world affairs on CBS Radio. As chief Washington correspondent for CBS News, Mr. Severide has open to him almost every possible source of information. Experience has sharpened his perspective and given him an extraordinary working knowledge of the forces that make history. It's taught him to view each new development in terms of cause and effect. Each Monday through Friday night, as you join Eric Severide on most of these same stations, you'll find his news analysis remarkably free of snap judgments and predetermined conclusions. You'll discover, too, that his carefully considered appraisals of the news not only contain real clues as to what is going on in the world, but also they make the news as exciting as any Arthur Conan Doyle story.
As Beecher's men spilled out of the doorway of the main house to change clothes and get their rifles, I slipped out the back way and, taking the first horse I saw, headed for the Indian camp. Somehow I had to keep Matt Beecher from starting a bloodbath he might not be able to stop. Even as Kalati and I talked, I knew there were horses moving in the darkness beyond the Indians' fires. Beecher's horses.
You are a wise man, my son. But we stay.
A man without a gun still might run.
No place to run. I have forgotten how to kill, but not how to die.
But what good does this do the boy?
Could he take another father after this?
We got the camp surrounded. You want to explain that to the chief, Paladin?
He knows it.
You going to stand with them instead of with your own people? I asked you a question.
I heard you.
Tater? Hold up, Tater!
Women.
Hold your fire, boys. That's Morty.
Women, what are they doing here?
Mr. Paladin!
Over here, Morty.
We got food and things for them Indians. There's 15 or 20 of us. Is it all right to come in there?
It's the most all right thing in the world, Morty. Come on.
All right, ladies. Get your baskets and get it.
What is?
Call your squaws, Chief. Call your children. Call the boy. They're bringing food and gifts for your people.
Shiva, Holonge, Honemo.
Well, they don't look very friendly, Mr. Paladin.
I guess you don't look very friendly to them.
What do we say?
Oh. I'd suggest you try Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas?
Christmas.
Morty, this is Kalate. He's the chief of the Pawnees.
How do you do?
Oh.
Well, I only got one pair of hands. Here, you take this basket.
Hold on there, Morty. I'm with you.
Hello, Tater.
Hello, Mr. Paladin.
I come in too, Mr. Paladin.
Well, Pete.
Now, what Beecher's doing is wrong, and I don't care if I do get fired.
Well, look, Mr. Paladin, all the men are coming in.
Why, Morty, you ain't rightly dressed for riding.
Well, ladies, none of us have time to change, but you sure don't have to look.
Well, Chief, there'll be no bloodletting tonight.
Christmas?
That's right. They call it Christmas. It's a time of the year when people pretend there is no evil in the world.
I like.
Everybody likes. What about the boy, Chief? His name is Robbie Beecher. His skin is white. Chief?
My boy.
His boy, Chief. You can return the seed to the plant that bore it. He can't take it, nor can I, nor can anyone.
I talk to boy.
I'll talk to his father.
Hold it, Paladin. Right there.
He'll give you the boy, Beecher.
What?
You can take him home tonight. The chief is talking to him now, telling him that you're his father.
I'll kill you, Paladin, if this is some kind of way of getting back at me. When do I get my boy?
I haven't been paid yet. $1,000 cash.
Well, I haven't got it with me.
Well, when can you have it?
Tomorrow?
Then give it to the chief so he can buy some land for himself and his people.
I'll do better than that. I'll give him some land. I feel like I should give something.
It's a good feeling, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, it is.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Beecher.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Paladin.
Paladin.
Good afternoon, hey boy.
When you come back?
Last night, late. Excuse me.
Oh, no. Wait, not her. You met her once, remember?
I remember. She's always dropping her glove.
Oh, too bad. I trouble. Oh.
I beg your pardon. You dropped your glove.
Oh, sir, I did.
May I pick it up?
You may.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce myself.
Well, please do.
My name is Paladin.
My name is Eugenie Meyer, Mr. Paladin.
Oh. There's a princess named Eugenie.
I'd rather hear about that glove that holds a lady's hand.
Holds a world of prettiness?
Yes. I like that beginning better. Is there more?
Oh, there's a great deal more, I assure you. But one question. Why the change of heart?
Well, it's more a change of mind. The change of heart can come later.
But why? You were very confident in your rejection the last time we met.
Well, you were very confident of yourself, Mr. Paladin. Christmas seems to have humbled you. And me.
Then we're both very fortunate. Now we can meet.
Yes.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Roddenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Jess Kirkpatrick, Roy Woods, Richard Beals, Ann Morrison, and Virginia Christine. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
There are no solid facts, only hearsay and conjecture about Henry VIII's second wife, Anne Boleyn. Was she a scheming Cyrus, a witch, a wanton who intrigued her way to Henry's side? Or a much-maligned, courageous woman whose inability to produce a male heir for England was the sole cause of her destruction?
King Henry, would you look at this list of names?
Norris, Brereton, Weston. Where are they more? Where did you get this list, Norfolk?
From Lord Cromwell.
And what do they signify?
It is with horror that I answer you, Your Majesty. These are men who have intimately known Anne Boleyn.
Oh, when she was Anne Boleyn, or when she was my wife, the Queen?
When she was the Queen, Your Majesty.
Our mystery drama, Murder by Decree, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Marion Selby. We have changed some historical names and kept others to protect both the guilty and the innocent. I shall return shortly with that one. Take you to a time when primogeniture was on the mind of most sovereigns. The custom was that the eldest son shall inherit the crown or in exceptional cases, the eldest daughter. And when he wasn't in the tilt yard, jousting, it certainly was on the mind of Henry VIII. It is January 1536, and his second wife, Anne Boleyn, is about to give birth, she hopes, to a son. Her old and valued lady-in-waiting, Lady Rosalind, enters the royal bedchamber.
Good morning, Your Majesty. It is cold without, but the sun is shining. You are up and fully dressed.
Good day to you, Rosalind. Perhaps my child will be born on a sunny day. I hope.
Oh, I hope. It was a difficult night, Your Majesty. All of England prays for the child of Anne Boleyn. It will have much meaning for the court.
And for me? To endure so many miscarriages. If I fail again, what will Henry say? What will he feel?
Disappointed, but no more than you.
Oh, Rosalind, you accept so much. But how can I explain my fears? Henry becomes more and more anxious with each passing day. That's why I arose early this morning. I wanted to talk to him, to assure him that all was well. But he had already left for the jousting. Men tilting one another from their horses. Oh, it worries me. I wish he wouldn't.
Men are like children when they put on armor and climb on horses.
But he's jousting with men half his age, who've trained for long hours. It's really much too dangerous for a king. He's 45. How long may he expect to live?
He acts like 20.
But he's not. At the most, he'll live to 55. His father, Henry VII, died at 52. Henry VI, 50. Why hasten death with that silly sport? Oh, and Henry V died at 35.
It was the battle against the French that killed him.
And it will be the battle against swordsmen quicker than Henry. Half his weight.
Your Majesty shows much concern.
Oh, I love that man. I love him dearly with all my heart. And I regard those tournaments of men on horseback with lances as all stupid sport, proving nothing, risking everything. You know those lances can catch you anywhere, and one can take a terrible fall and be crushed inside one's armor.
My dear, the king does not believe the Lord will permit any harm to come to him.
Yes, but supposing at the moment Henry is charging his adversary, but the Lord happens to be looking the other way.
And that's not possible.
The impossible happens always in England. The Pope excommunicating Henry for divorcing Catherine. Why, in the eyes of Rome, I'm not even married to Henry. Do you think our Lord approves of such goings-on? What I'm saying is, if Henry is killed before my child is born...
And you are a widow without having become a wife.
Or at least a mother. If Henry dies first, I'd be set aside. And his daughter by Catherine would inherit the throne. Not I. But she...
A woman has never been king in our history.
Well, there's always a first time. I can see England ruled by a queen in the future. Why not? Oh,
my lady, I think it is time.
No, it's just a twinge. But could it be the start of labor? Pray for me. Pray for me and my child, Rosalind. And pray he's a boy.
I'll go to the chapel this afternoon.
Perhaps I should go with you and say prayers for Henry's safety.
Is enough. You've run 8 courses and unseated every opponent.
No, Norfolk, not yet. One more course. That will make it an even 9. And 9 is my lucky number. Oh, that's us. I see my man. He's about to charge.
Henry, your highness, I beg you. I know the man. It's the Black Knight.
Oh, is he? Oh, good. Let go of my reins, Norfolk. Let go, I say.
Help me! The king has been thrown from his horse. He's not moving.
He's had this thing knocked off.
He's staying alive.
Squire, I'm lifting him by the shoulders. You follow me, and we'll have him out of the court.
I have him.
Slowly now, slowly. There. Why did I let him run this course one more time?
Why did you, Your Grace?
Henry insisted. He said 9 was his lucky number. Lady Rosalind?
Oh, Your Grace. You startled me.
I am sorry. I learned you and the Queen were at afternoon prayer. Where is she?
Inside the chapel, still at prayer. I've just come out to make certain the carriage was ready to take us back to the palace.
How is she? Yes. How is she?
Sometimes in great pain because of the coming baby. But she's been very careful to avoid any strain that might have, as in the past, produced the other miscarriages.
I cannot decide what would be the best place to give her the news.
Oh, the king.
Yes. Certainly I cannot tell her as we stand here on the steps of the chapel. Perhaps I should wait until she has returned to her chambers. May I ride back to Hampton with you?
Oh, no. She would suspect something immediately. The king has been hurt.
Indeed.
Oh, my lord. Mortally?
Seriously.
You cannot tell her here. You simply cannot. Anne is in such a nervous state. She could not cope with the distressing news. She's been like that since her last miscarriage. She won't weep. She won't cry. She bursts into uncontrollable laughter. The news of Henry's accident had better wait.
I cannot. I must tell her. I've been ordered to. And I must return to him. He's still flat on his back. Henry needs...
Norfolk, is that you? What did you just say?
Your Majesty.
Oh, Thomas Norfolk. Get up off your knees. It makes me feel ridiculous. What is it? What were you just saying about Henry? Why are you here? Oh, it's not true. No, it's not. Tell me it's not so. He's been hurt. Rosalind, help me. Please.
Your Majesty. Today he ran 8 courses. Won them all. But you see, during the night, he was tilted from his horse. He is all right now. Please believe me. The doctors have all looked at him and he's resting comfortably.
Oh, Your Grace, support her. Let's see if we can bring her over to the bench behind the hedge. Come along, lady, come along. Hold on to me.
I knew I should have waited. It was cruel to tell her so much at this time. Why did I?
Oh, I'm better now. I can disregard these pains if I can know the truth. The moment you said Henry been hurt, Thomas, I just felt a wrench in my body that I never felt before.
Henry sent me here especially, Anne, to reassure you.
How badly is he hurt?
My lady, I told you he is all right now.
But what happened? I want the truth and all of it.
His Majesty had completed 8 jousts, and one each tilted his adversaries to the ground and sprawled. But in the 9th, he himself was unseated, and he fell heavily to the ground. We carried him to the royal tent, removed his armor. Need I continue?
Oh, yes, please go on.
I had all the doctors at Henry's side within moments, and it took them some 2 hours before he could be brought back to consciousness.
Your Majesty, please, Anne, please stop that. Now, stop that this minute.
She's hysterical. Shall I fetch some more?
No, it does no good, Your Grace. When she's in this state, nothing can be done to bring her out of it until finally the shock wears off. Anne, my dearest Anne, it's all right. Henry is not in danger anymore. He is resting and well.
Rosalind speaks the truth. I must leave you now and return to him.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Oh, Rosalind, may we go home? I feel very, very ill.
Rosalind, grieve not. Tis the Lord's will.
Your Grace, how could he be so cruel to her?
When did labor begin?
Yesterday, after you left us at the chapel.
Was the infant actually born?
Yes. born dead.
The fourth try. It is cruel. I hope she will have the courage to try again.
If she is permitted to.
Permitted? What does that mean?
Aren't you aware of the youngest lady-in-waiting here?
Oh, Jane Seymour. The king isn't serious about her, is he? I thought it was a mild flirtation during Anne's pregnancy.
No, it's more than that.
Has she been told yet about the boy?
The midwives have just gone to a chamber to tell her. I must go in to be with her.
Please, give her my deepest regrets.
Of course I shall, Your Grace.
Norfolk! Norfolk, are you in the Queen's antechamber?
Yes, Your Majesty.
What is this screaming all about?
The Queen, Your Majesty.
Not again.
The midwives are with her now.
It's over with, is it?
A son, Your Majesty. Born dead.
Dead, eh? Useless. Useless.
I know how deeply you feel this loss.
Yes, well, you're quite mistaken. I don't feel a thing.
Are you going in to see her?
Yes, when it suits me. Not before.
May I venture a suggestion, Henry?
Yes, venture away, Thomas. There's nothing gained whether we venture or not.
I was talking to the French doctor at the court of Francis I.
Yes, indeed.
He's been aware, of course, of the Queen's many miscarriages, and it is his learned opinion that if your Royal Highness could,
Well, could what?
Well, this is a little difficult to put into words.
Oh, Thomas rubbish. But Thomas Norfolk, the highest voice in Britain, the greatest admiral, well, a man who defied Wolsey and spoke up for my divorce from Catherine? Oh, no. Nothing is too difficult for you to say.
Henry, if you could refrain from exerting your marital rights with the Queen for 6 months after a miscarriage or a deceased baby, the next child would be born and live.
Yes, well, now, the weeping and wailing seems to have subsided in there, so I shall enter the Queen's bedchamber.
Will you be kind to her, Henry?
I will be patient. I will not remonstrate. But as for kindness, may I suggest when next you attend chapel, ask the Lord himself, is he being kind to me?
The kingdom from father to son was as crucial to all of Europe as it was to England. So long as men believe in the divine right of kings, the end of a royal line was the greatest tragedy that could befall any country. I shall return shortly with Act 2. The saddest day in the life of Anne Boleyn. Once again, she has been unable to give birth to a child that lives. See her face, tear-stained upon the pillow, embroidered with the crest of the falcon, a bird whose wings are clipped even as those of Anne, the second, but not the last wife of Henry VIII.
You may leave us, Lady Rosalind. The King and I wish to be alone.
Yes, indeed. The Queen and I seem fated to remain alone. Somewhere in this castle, someone is giving birth. I hear the cry of delivery as I mount the stairs. One of the ladies in waiting, perhaps, or the wife of a groom, a scullery maid. But not the wife of a king. Lady Rosalind, you may leave us all alone.
If there is anything you desire, I am outside the door, my lady.
Then please do not listen.
I have no need to listen, Your Majesty. I understand your grief and would not intrude upon it. Henry, I haven't seen you since the tournament. You suffered a terrible fall, I was told.
I ordered Norfolk to tell you it was nothing. My leg caught in a stirrup and I became unbalanced.
But, my love, I was so worried. You have no idea.
Well, I'm sorry if the news troubled you. Norfolk told me immediately he left you went into labor.
I suffered a great deal. For how long, I don't know, a day, a week.
I don't know why the baby was so hard to deliver.
Yes, indeed.
I had lucid moments, then I'd fall asleep, and then the baby and you all came together in my thoughts. I'd see you lying on the jousting field or in the tilt yard with no one to help you.
Oh, come now. It was not that bad.
2 hours, unconscious. Not that bad. What would I have done if it had been your last breath?
Return to what you were. Anne Boleyn, daughter of Sir Thomas, gentleman of the bedchamber. Well, not every woman can remain a queen.
But I am a queen.
While I live.
Your voice is so peevish, Henry.
No, it is indeed. I waited years for a son. Is it too much to ask that the Tudors be allowed to reign?
And is that all I am? A breeder of Tudors?
And an unsuccessful one, yes.
What happened to us, Henry? What happened to the love we shared?
Well, we still share, my dear. We still do.
No, I don't mean at public functions. I hear about you and others.
Well, I like women. I have never denied it.
Oh, it's hard for me to talk to you when you're like this. But a child, a boy, that would bring our love to life.
That's soothsaying, and the soothsayers have been wrong 6 times.
But I'm as sorry as you
well,
are.
I am sorry, too, yes. I am disappointed, yes. And I am angry, yes. All about me, other kings are preparing their sons to do battle against the day when England has no male heir. I swear to you, Anne, that day will never come. If I have to wed and beg every woman in this land.
I am told you have already begun.
And I have never stopped, you she-devil. Well,
I hear in shame and disillusion, unrealized hope, and my heart breaks, knowing that you love another.
I have no more to say.
But I shall get well soon, and the next time there will be a boy.
And how many next times is a king supposed to endure?
Well, it was not all my fault.
Oh, indeed, yes, indeed. Well, whose fault was it then this time?
When Thomas Norfolk came to tell me of your accident that you lay hardly breathing for 2 hours, it turned my insides upside down, and my little boy with it.
Oh, yes, I see. So that's the fault of my justice.
I couldn't bear the thought of you injured. I ached with pain. I cried out. I had to be restrained. It could not have been the easiest of times for our son within me.
Well, I'll grant you that. But it is the last time a son of mine will occupy that space. You shall have no more boys by me.
Are you going away again?
Yes, to Westminster. I will speak to you again when you have recovered. Women talk. You know what Anne had the nerve to say to me?
Henry, calm yourself.
Oh, to put it mildly, les majesté, huh? I made that woman, and I can break her. I was forced to marry her.
You'd have me believe that.
Yes, her sorcery bewitched me, but it's all over and done with.
It's because of young Jane Seymour, isn't it?
Well, might be. She's a charming creature. I won't be punished if I marry her, I can assure you of that.
Your Majesty, who has punished you? Who would dare?
For a wise man, you talk like a fool. A man is denied a son. Is that not the Lord's displeasure and anger? Well, I shall marry a 3rd time and please him and myself.
To be realistic, Henry, do you think a second divorce is possible?
It had better be. I shall consult Cromwell. He did very well the first time. I've got responsibilities. I must marry a woman who can produce a son.
Oh, Rosalind, I feel 1,000 times stronger. How long has it been since we began these morning walks? A month. 6 weeks. Well, I've regained my strength. And thanks to you, I've stopped feeling sorry for myself. What's that? Shining up there in the car? Oh,
Oh, it's only a locket.
Then put it away. Let me see it.
Well, it belongs to the Duchess of Norfolk, I'm certain.
Thomas's wife? Oh, this is beautifully made. But I've never seen her wear it. Oh, it's completely covered in these seed pearls. It's exquisite.
I'll see she gets it back, Your Majesty.
I'm dying to see what's inside. Now, got it open. Rosalind, this locket does not belong to the Duchess. Whose is it?
Please don't ask me.
You have seen it on the neck of one of my ladies-in-waiting.
No, I haven't.
Who? Tell me.
I don't know, Your Majesty.
Have you noticed, Rosalind, that when you wish to keep something from me, you call me Your Majesty? And all other times, I'm just plain Anne. This locket belongs to Jane Seymour, doesn't it?
Jane Seymour?
You heard me well. Jane Seymour, my youngest lady-in-waiting.
Anne, I beg you, don't let it upset you.
It doesn't. Not in the slightest. I have known for some time that Henry's roving eye has settled upon little Miss Seymour. Oh, it's rich, isn't it?
My dear.
Rich, really rich?
My dear, please.
Oh, he sees her wherever I am. Oh, yes. Hampton Court, St. James, Westminster. And there's nothing I can do about it. At least when she's in my service, I know her whereabouts. If I let her go, Henry will see her in secret elsewhere. Oh, what a laughing stock I must be for the court. Well, take the bauble. Give it to the girl. I wish her every unhappiness with it.
Anne, I shall speak to Thomas Norfolk about this. He has great influence with Henry. Perhaps he can make him realize how unhappy these events are making you. I hope I haven't come here, Your Grace, at an inopportune time.
Rosalind, you're too old a friend for it to be inopportune. Maybe our conversation will have to be brief. I'm expecting Thomas Cromwell momentarily.
This locket, it was picked up in the gardens at Greenwich. It belongs to Jane Seymour. It was found by Her Majesty, and it is a gift to Jane Seymour from the King.
What do you wish me to do?
Could you call this overt indelicacy to his attention?
What? Remonstrate with His Majesty because he chooses to give a gift to the Seymour woman? What in heaven's name could I say?
That it distresses the Queen.
Oh, no. He'd regard that as lèse majesté. High impertinence. In fact, were I you, I would caution her not to press Henry too far. He's already asked me to consult Cromwell to find grounds for an annulment.
I will tell her so, and warn her to be wise and hold her peace. Here's the locket. Will you return it to Jane Seymour?
What do you say, Cromwell?
It is very serious.
Then you agree?
The problem is, Norfolk, that had Anne Boleyn given birth to a son, there would have been no problem. What is that bauble in your hand, Norfolk?
A locket belonging to Lady Jane.
Well, she was waiting outside when I came in. Why don't we have her in? No. She may give us an inkling how to approach this ticklish subject.
Jameson, have Miss Seymour come into the tower room.
No, Norfolk. There is no way for Henry to obtain another divorce. After all, this is England.
You bid me enter, Your Grace?
Yes, Lady Jane, I did. Lord Cromwell, Lady Jane. You care to put a few questions to her?
No, not at all. Why don't you dispense with the locket?
I believe this belongs to you.
Why, yes. Oh, where is it found?
In one of the gardens. I would like to caution you to be more careful in the future. The Queen found it.
Rosalind? Jane? Where's everybody?
Oh, she's followed me here. What shall I do?
I do not wish to see the Queen or be seen by her. Norfolk, get word to me so that we can meet elsewhere. His Majesty is concerned and anxious.
Rosalind, are you in the tower room?
I shall leave by the back stairs.
Why don't anyone answer me? What is all this secrecy?
Nothing secret at all. I was just having a conversation with one of your ladies-in-waiting.
But didn't I just see Thomas Cromwell disappearing down the back stairs? Cromwell? Norfolk? And Seymour? What are you three plotting?
Nothing, Your Majesty.
You keep quiet. I'll deal with you in a moment.
Your Majesty, there is no plotting whatsoever. Cromwell asked to see me. At the same time, I asked Lady Jane Seymour to come in so I could...
Return that filthy trinket I see on a gold chain about her neck. How dare you wear that in my presence? Take it off or I shall pull it off.
I will not. It's mine.
Sorry I broke the chain and not your neck.
You give that back to me.
Look. I want you to have a look at this locket. Open it up. Go on, please do. Now tell me, whose face is that staring out at you?
I don't know.
But you know, well, I know. And Jane knows.
You give it back to me. I had it made. You have no right.
I am the Queen. And I have no right. Did you hear that, Norfolk? So, you had what is inside this locket made, did you, Lady Jane? You employed the court painter, did you? To paint the miniature for you? Norfolk, wouldn't you say it is quite an accurate representation of my husband? And the artist, none other than the great Holbein himself, wouldn't you say? You had Holbein paint the king's miniature for you, Lady Jane? Oh, you liar, you hussy.
It's not my fault. The king gave it to me.
Oh, did he now? And what did you give him in return?
Oh, please, none of you.
Norfolk, what the devil is going on here?
Something, you husband stealer!
Your Majesty, please, I beg of you. Anne, take your hands from that girl. Stop it, I say. Well, that's better. Jane, go on. Go to your quarters.
He's right. Oh, yes. As usual, Henry is right. It is not my job to choke the vixen to death. I'll have her snuffed out by experts. Henry, I want Jane Seymour taken to the Tower of London immediately.
I am sorry, my dear, but that is impossible. There is someone else who will have to be placed in the tower first.
Is there? Well, who might that be?
You, my dear Anne. But for the present, I ask that you be at peace. Norfolk, where's Cromwell? Find him and fetch him. I want the both of you in my private chambers within the hour. We have a great deal to talk about.
Henry and Cromwell did have much to talk about. For it was Cromwell who circumvented the Pope by establishing the royal supremacy over the Church and advancing the Reformation. But on the way to help Henry, heads will have to roll. Lives forfeited to the whims of the times. More when we return with Act 3. It is unthinkable that the Tudor line should stop because no male heir exists. You are Henry VIII, King of England. What do? You set the problem before the most powerful man in the country, who for reasons of honor and state spins a web of lies, so that legally your fruitless wife can be murdered. The Duke of Norfolk and Thomas Cromwell start hatching a plot.
Cromwell, what options do we have so that Henry can divorce Anne and find himself a woman who will bear him a son?
We have none. Not one alternative, Thomas. Divorce or annulment are out of the question. Only one plan remains. Anne must be discredited, found treasonable, and die under the axe. Then Henry, a widower, can marry whom he pleases.
Which means Jane Seymour, for she is the only woman who pleases him. And when?
As quickly as possible, so that Henry appears as the injured party.
Henry dishonored? But that would mean...
Yes, it does. Anne Boleyn must be proven adulteress. Once proved, the battle is won. Not because adultery is ground for divorce, but illicit intrigue against the king is treason.
How will you find witnesses? Or traitors?
Well, those who cannot be frightened with threats will be bought.
Do you really think Henry will believe that of his wife?
If I believe it, he will. I shall be shocked, amazed, and grieved. The rest will follow.
And where to begin?
I think with the person closest to the Queen, Lady Rosalind.
She will not falsify evidence against Anne.
She will. I shall wager on it.
Knowingly?
Oh, no, I didn't say that. But she will talk, nevertheless. Lady Rosalind, it has come to my attention that the Queen has not always been as circumspect about her behavior as propriety would demand.
That's untrue. She has always been meticulous in her treatment of those at court, carefully avoiding those who would make overtures.
Well, have you been present when such overtures were made?
Sometimes.
They may be the same names offered to me, the ones you speak of. Harmless overtures, of course. Which ones would you single out?
I don't think it's my place to name for you those who the Queen may find troublesome.
Yes, true. But still...
It seems to me, Lord Cromwell, you would do better by asking Her Majesty directly if anyone has given her offense.
Well, if indeed the intentions were as harmless as you would have me believe. I find it strange you refuse to give me their names. Why are you being secretive, Lady Rosalind? Whom are you protecting?
If this were not so ridiculous, I should be angry. Who, indeed? Do you wish me to name every foreign ambassador who has ever complimented Her Majesty?
Only those of our court, if you please.
Sir Henry Norris is an admirer, and has said so quite openly. The King encouraged him. Norris is the King's favorite. Sir William Brereton, Sir Francis Weston. Shall I go on? All admirers of the Queen openly expressed.
Norris, Brereton, Weston, and what of those who are perhaps not peers?
I simply do not understand the purpose of all this.
Lady Rosalind, may I have the answer to my last question? Nobleman or not so noble? Who else?
Oh, yes. One day when we had returned from exercising the dogs in the park, there was Mark Smeaton standing in the Queen's presence chamber.
Smeaton? The musician?
Yes. He has always complimented Anne. I rather think he's in love with her.
Ah? Why do you say that?
Poor boy. You know he has an excellent voice, and he would compose ballads which she would have him sing to her. I think a bit of his heart went into them.
Smeaton, eh? And anyone else?
Lord Cromwell, I should be most embarrassed if any word of our conversation happened to reach the ears of the Queen. It's all so innocent, and I'm not even sure she is aware she's being complimented. You won't say anything to her, will you?
You have my word, milady.
I see those names on that fool's cap in your own hand, Cromwell. But I still cannot believe it.
The list speaks for itself.
My heart is broken.
The next move is yours, Norfolk. The King must be told.
Yes, I know. I'll do it now. Speak to you later. Jameson. Yes, Sir Bruce? We're going to the royal chamber. Hold your taper high and open the doors.
Thomas, is that you?
Yes, Henry.
Norfolk. What is that list you're holding?
Another cross, I'm afraid, Henry. One so very heavy, I wish I were not the bearer.
You sound disturbed, Thomas.
Would you please look at these names, Your Majesty?
Norris, Brereton, Weston. Where did you get this list?
From Lord Cromwell.
Cromwell? And why has he written down these names?
It is with horror that I answer you. These are the names of those who have intimately known Anne Boleyn.
When she was Anne Boleyn, or when she was the Queen?
When she was Queen.
Oh, I can't bear it. I can't bear the thought. Oh, that woman. You knew of this.
No. I never dreamed such a thing, Henry.
Never. Yes, of course. The days, the weeks when I was away adjusting, or at the hunt. She had all the opportunity.
How learned Cromwell of this? Inquiries through a personal maid and ladies-in-waiting, I believe.
Oh, the lies, the cheating. What does Cromwell advise?
To have these men arrested.
Oh, yes, of course, naturally, quickly, and without ado. Arrest them! Torture them! I'll have them drawn and quartered. Oh, how could she? And when she would say, oh, be careful, Henry. You are 45 years old. Do not risk yourself in jousts. She would have me believe it was her concern, her love for me. Yes, I see it all now. It wasn't that she feared danger to my life. Oh, how easily I was taken in.
I'm a broken man, Thomas. Who is my friend anymore? They all deny it. But they are now in the tower, thinking it over.
Yes, all of them, every single one of that list, huh? What of them?
She has not yet been told.
Not a whisper, not a rumor. She knows nothing, huh? It's the talk of all London.
What the Queen may have overheard, I couldn't say.
Yes, well, you and Cromwell will break the news to her today. Charge her with adultery and have her taken to the Tower.
Today.
This minute.
I don't know how to answer these charges. Are these words, have you brought them to me from Henry himself?
His orders were you were to be told this morning.
There is a puzzle here, a nightmare of sorts from which I shall presently awaken. When Henry sent you both to me with these accusations, how did he say it? With hatred? With sorrow?
With both hatred and sorrow. Hatred for the treachery and sorrow for the loss of you.
But it's some kind of a trick to test me. Henry doesn't believe this, and I shall be vindicated. I know he doesn't believe it. We've been through too much together, side by side, against the church, against Catherine of Aragon, against false courtiers. Oh, Cromwell, I beg you, carry this message back to my husband. No. Carry nothing back. Take me to him. Take me now. I'll go to the Tower as soon as I have talked to him.
Your Majesty, that is not possible.
But he's my husband. I am the Queen.
Dearest lady, you are the Queen. But we are faced with English law. We must bow to it.
But there is no law more powerful than the King and Queen. They are the law.
Let me explain, Anne. Those accused of high treason cannot be received by the king until their innocence is proved. I will speak to your ladies-in-waiting, and at 2 o'clock you will board the barge to take you to the Tower.
Oh, Lord. Dear Thomas. And you, too, Lord Cromwell. Will I be placed in a dungeon?
No, madam. You will go to your lodging in the Tower. The same you waited in before your coronation.
Oh, no. The same rooms. The same for coronation and beheading. Oh, good friend. I drop to my knees. My old friends. God help me, as I am not guilty. I pray, I beseech you, to beseech the king to be good to me. I was ever the king's truly wedded wife. With her were led to the scaffold and died at the hands of a headman and his axe. To the end,
and protested her innocence, as did all the accused but one. He had been tortured until he swore away his honor. I shall return shortly. Today has been based on available histories, word of mouth, handed down with hearsay. Actual proof, documents, confessions, names of supposed lovers, dates, facts, were all destroyed during the reign of Queen Elizabeth. However, if one pieces together the existing knowledge, Anne Boleyn is vindicated. We are left with the inescapable conclusion that for reasons of state, the second wife of Henry VIII was murdered by decree. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Earl Hammond, Carol Teitel, and Bernard Grant. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
If he will still look death in the face with such indifference on the eve of marriage as he did eating cherries at dawn.
So, that is why you're leaving Kampala.
The man said he was at my service, didn't he? I don't like to keep anyone waiting.
Why are you so determined to fire that last shot, Sergio? Because he slapped you? Or because when he shot you believed he missed killing you deliberately?
Nicholson, it's getting late. I've one more bag to pack. And I don't want to miss the 6 o'clock coach.
Suppose you find George in Madras. Suppose you arrange to fire that shot, and you miss. Then what?
It is again his turn to fire at me.
And if this time he does not miss, remember it is the eve of his wedding. He risks more than breakfast. Sergio, forget the duel.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Dan Daly and Deborah Paget in Deadline USA. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's play, Deadline USA, we will tell you the dynamic story of a managing editor whose newspaper was his whole life, even to the neglect of his lovely young wife. And as our stars of this exciting drama from the studios of 20th Century Fox, we have Dan Daly in the type of role which first brought him motion picture fame, and one of the most talented young actresses in Hollywood, Deborah Paget. Now, Deadline USA, starring Dan Daly as Ed Hutchison and Deborah Paget as Nora. It's early afternoon, a typical afternoon in the busy editorial offices of a daily newspaper. This newspaper is called The Day. Ed Hutchison, managing editor.
Here it is, Ed. The new tax program is coming in now on all the wire services.
Where did this come from?
Moffat in Washington. The story will be on page 1 of every newspaper in the country.
That's right, including the Day, after it's rewritten.
Rewritten?
Moffat knows better than this. All this talk about OPS, NAM, ECA. What's all that mean to our readers? What does billions mean to the average man or woman? That's an impossible figure. Break it down so they'll know what we're talking about.
Okay, sure.
What's it going to mean to the housewife for groceries? How much more for a car? Television set, $50, $100. Get a new leaf for the second edition.
Right.
Tell Holcomb I want pictures and casualties in the UP flood story. Leads, page, second section. Now, what's the city desk on that girl he fished out of the river?
Well, have you got a minute, Ed?
What about her? Is it murder?
It looks like
Looks like it. Who is she?
We don't know yet. Got some pictures of her, though, from the morgue, and that fur coat she was wearing
Stay with
with
the
me.
Barbara, play it down. No pictures.
Good.
I said no
Good-looking
pictures.
girl.
No pictures. Let the standard run the pictures.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hutchinson, but they've called again from upstairs. They want you at that meeting.
I'll be up in a minute.
Meeting?
Mrs. Garrison, the two charming daughters, and the lawyer. Why isn't the paper making more money? What else could they want me for? Now, where's Burroughs?
Coming, Ed.
The Rienzi story's fine. Tie it off. You can leave tonight to handle that strike upstate.
Well, I'd just as soon stay with the Rienzi story.
You're wasting your time, baby.
Or not, if we can prove he's guilty.
It's not our job to prove he's guilty. We're not detectives.
Oh, give me a week.
Forget it. Don't you read what you write? The State Crime Commission couldn't prove a thing.
All right, I know they couldn't. Rienzi made a monkey out of him.
We've had a nice circus, that's all. Television's had a field day. All the papers raised their circulation. Rienzi's lawyers got richer.
All I want is a week, Ed. 3 days, huh? Please, I think I gotta leave.
All right, Burroughs. But stay out of trouble. Rienzi's plenty tough, and don't you forget it.
Okay.
Bradley,
Yes, sir?
hold the calls. I'll be upstairs at the meeting.
We know you're busy, Mr. Hutchison. We won't detain you for long. As you can see, this is a most informal little meeting, just you and the ladies.
You mean you're leaving, Mr. Crane?
Well, no, not exactly. As the family lawyer...
Let's tell him and get it over with.
Tell me? What?
Well, as we all know, Mr. Garrison drew up a will just prior to his death 11 years ago. In it, he designated as his heirs his 2 daughters and his wife. Inasmuch as Catherine attained her majority last week and became entitled to a full vote, it has been decided to sell the newspaper.
Sell? Sell the day?
The decision was unanimous.
Any objections?
Would it make any difference?
None.
Then I have no objections.
The reason it was decided to
Must we go into details? I have a headache.
My staff is going to feel the same way.
Oh, Ed, take that hurt look off your face as if you couldn't see it coming. Now, what do we want with a newspaper? What do Kitty and I know about publishing?
You like money? The day gives you all a pretty fair income, doesn't it?
We never even come down here except twice a year for meetings.
You're invited every day.
Mrs. Courtney's husband feels the money could be invested more wisely elsewhere, Mr. Atchison.
John Garrison founded this newspaper, not Mrs. Courtney's husband.
We're taking care of you.
You're to get 1% of the sale price, slightly more than $50,000.
Thank you.
You'll notify all personnel. They'll receive 3 weeks' pay. Now, meantime...
Wait a minute. Who's buying the day? Well, who's buying it? Are you ashamed to tell me?
Lawrence White, the buyer.
White? They're being sold to the Standard?
Mr. White's paper is very successful. He'll undoubtedly make this one more profitable, too.
It won't be this paper anymore. It'll be lost in the Standard.
As far as we're concerned, he's made a very satisfactory offer.
He's eliminating his competition, that's all. Mrs. Garrison, you've got to stop him. Your husband had created a new kind of journalism. You helped him. Why, you even...
Ed, please.
It's there on the wall. Page 1 of the first paper you ever printed. Quote, "This paper will fight for progress and reform. We'll never be satisfied merely with printing the news. We'll never be afraid to attack wrong, whether by predatory wealth or predatory poverty."
Thanks, Ed, but we know all about that.
You're not selling the day, you're killing it.
I still don't know why we have to go to court to sell it. Perhaps because your father never intended it to be sold. Oh, Mother, please. We've been over this 100 times.
The hearing to approve the sale will take place in Surrogate's Court the day after tomorrow. You'll be there, of course?
I never go to funerals. Excuse me, we still got a paper to get out.
I like that man. I always have. I'm afraid he's too excitable, Mrs. Garrison. Might be advisable to replace him until the sale is consummated.
Mr. Crane.
Yes?
Shut up, please.
And I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. They're selling out. The paper's closing. You've got 3 weeks' pay coming to you. You can quit now, today, and start looking for other jobs, or you can wait for the decision of the court on Thursday. It's up to you. Well, I guess that's all.
We'll get the paper on the street. Some of them will quit, but we'll get it out.
They've got a right to quit. They all ought to quit.
Yeah, maybe. So they're selling out to the Standard, huh?
Don't knock it. The Standard's got twice our circulation and 3 times our advertising. It's wild and it's yellow. It's not exactly a newspaper, but it keeps people working. You were with the old New York World, weren't you?
Under Pulitzer, Cobb, and Barrett.
What did you do when it folded?
Let's see now. I think I got myself a drink. Yep, I'm sure of it.
Then what did you do?
Came over here, went to work for old man Garrison. He was a great newspaper man.
Yeah, but no good as a father. 2 daughters who hate the paper the same as they hated the old man. They couldn't get at him while he was alive, so now they're kicking him when he's dead.
Everybody in this racket gets kicked sooner or later, dead or alive.
People just don't want a newspaper anymore. It's not enough just to give them the news. They want comics and puzzles. They want horoscopes and tips on the horse races, how to interpret their dreams. If they accidentally stumble on the first page, maybe they'll read what's going on. Maybe they'll even care. But I doubt it.
20 minutes to press time, Ed.
Like you said, we'll get the paper out.
There'll be a nice, lively wake tonight in O'Brien's bar. Ever been to one?
Not for a dead newspaper.
Why don't you stop by? Before you know it, lad, you won't be feeling a thing. Not a thing.
Thanks, Porter. Yeah, I better stop by. Oh, the paper's dead, Nora. We buried it tonight in O'Brien's saloon. The day is done. A fine alcoholic funeral. And then I decided to come here and see you.
Ed, why don't you go home, please?
I had to see you. You're my wife.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not for some time.
I have decided to rededicate my life to you.
Yes, dear.
Yes, dear. And that's why I'm going to give you the best years of my life.
Here, drink this.
White beer.
Homogenized from cows.
I love you. Let's get married again. Tonight. It's the milk that could bring out my second childhood.
It already has, coming here this hour. Why, Ed, it's...
Nora, I'm free. Fired. Can't. No more paper. Nothing to keep us apart anymore. The paper has been sold.
So you've said several times.
Did I? Divorce is a very evil thing, Laura. Down from my Olympian heights, I come humbly...
Yes, dear.
We're going a second honeymoon.
We never had a first.
No, I'm leveling, baby. Europe, South America, everywhere. Don't worry about expenses. I'm loaded.
So I noticed.
I mean money. More than we ever had in our lives. I was paid off by the Garrison family for being a good boy.
Ed, listen, you shouldn't have come here. It won't
What's
work
this
out.
stuff?
It's... Oh, just some office work I brought home.
How's the advertising business, Nora? You know you were right to quit the paper. Now you got something you can depend on, something legitimate. I went to a wake tonight. I saw the light, sister. Hallelujah.
Ed, please.
Why should I fight? For what? Publishers don't care about the paper. The paper doesn't care about me, and I don't care about anybody except you. Hey, haven't I met him somewhere before?
The photograph? Well, there's another picture of him in the hall.
Oh, yeah, fight, huh? What with? I'm an employee, not a stockholder. What are you doing? Hey, where'd you go?
I'm fixing the sofa in the living room. I'm getting a blanket, a sheet, and a pillow. Now come in and lie down.
Lie down. Yeah, lie down and quit. I don't have to think about anybody but us.
Yes, dear. Now take your shoes off.
Nora, when you went to Reno, what was that you charged me with?
Incompatibility. Here, put your head on the pillow.
Incompatibility. That was a lie.
Ed, will they know where to reach you?
Doesn't matter. Hey, that guy's picture on the table. Who is he? I don't like him.
Sorry, I do. I like him very much.
I don't like him. I'll think of a reason later.
Now go to sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up.
Good night, Nora, dear.
Good night, Ed.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Burroughs, when did this happen? What time is it now? 6 what? 6:20. What hospital? Oh, okay, no, I'll go myself.
Ed?
Oh, good morning, darling.
I thought no one knew you were here.
Well, where else would I go when I'm in trouble? Slept in my clothes, huh?
Ed, now look, it's time we had a talk.
Now, baby, I'm in a hurry. That call was urgent.
Dinner tonight?
Well, why not every night?
Alberto's place okay, 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock, fine. Kiss me goodbye.
I was hoping you'd ask me to. I thought you were in a hurry.
Hmm? Oh, yeah. Did I have a pleasant time last night?
Yes, dear.
I did? Well, what do you know?
Hi, Ed. Well, you warned me, didn't you?
Rienzi do this, Burroughs?
Who else?
The doctor says I can only stay a minute. Now, what can you tell me?
They started banging me around when they got me in the car.
How many were there?
3.
Maybe 4.
Well, what was it, 3 or 4?
I don't know.
What did they use, kid?
Fists. One of them hit me in the face with something harder. Club, I guess.
What did they say?
Nothing. Not after they got me in the car.
Before?
Yeah. Outside the Hall of Records, I went there to check on Rienzi. Man I talked to must have tipped him off.
What makes you think so?
Left his office for a few minutes. He probably phoned Rienzi.
But you're not sure?
No.
That I wouldn't stand up in court?
Well, how else were they waiting for me when I came out?
Who was waiting?
Rienzi's men.
Could you identify him?
One, maybe. Used to be a boxer.
You know his name?
Whitey, I'm not sure, Whitey, something.
If I brought him in, could you identify him?
Yeah. He asked me if I was bars, if I worked for the day.
What make of car was it?
I don't know.
Well, sedan, blue, black, what?
Well, what are you trying to do? Protect Rienzi?
I want facts that won't bounce. Facts that'll stand up against Rienzi's lawyers and libel suits. Facts that'll tear Rienzi's syndicate wide open. There just can't be any mistakes.
What are you worried about, Ed? Paper will be out of business, won't it?
Anytime we print the facts. Now, mind the doctor, Burroughs. You're a good reporter. Who knows? Maybe I'm going to need you. You heard me, Porter. Put every man you can spare in the Rienzi story. Picture layout, the works. Where does he get his money? His tie-ups, dates, facts, more facts.
The tough thing is to prove them, man.
Prove them later. Save anything that save this newspaper. This is it. Miss Barndollar.
Yes, sir.
You heard it? You ever hear Rienzi?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, go through the research department of yours and give me a...
I've got it right here, Mr. Hutchison. Rienzi Thomas, 51, born Palermo, Sicily, emigrated here 1914, attended public school 47, has 2 children by legal wife Gertrude.
We're not proposing him for the Chamber of Commerce. We want to convict him of every known crime in the books, all of which he's committed. I want everything.
Yes, sir.
Where's Mac?
Mac!
Get your camera. I want pictures of Rienzi, his wife, home, cars, everything.
Now, what are these smashes, my camera? He's done it before,
Then get pictures of him doing it.
You sent for me, Ed?
Yes, I want a cartoon on Rienzi. I want it hard, tough, below the belt. A vulture sucking the life out of a city. You got it?
Oh, you can draw anything you want, but a vulture only preys on the dead or dying.
Praise, huh? Okay, here's your captain. Let us pray. P-R-E-Y.
Hey, Ed, look about those pictures you want. Now, why should I stick my neck out?
I want them for the first edition.
I get in the jam with Rienzi. Tomorrow the paper falls. Where's that leave me?
You're fired.
Now, wait a minute.
Pay him off, Porter. Get him out of here.
Look, why all the excitement? Everybody knows we're washed up.
That's your mistake.
But I've worked here for 3 years.
That's my mistake. Get your voucher. All right, Bentley, get your stenotype and come into my office.
Yes, sir. Oh, Dr. Emmanuel's on the phone.
I'll be right there. Draw $500 out of my bank and send it over to Burroughs' wife.
Dr. Emmanuel's on, too.
Hello? No. I'm fine, Doc. I need a favor. Personal friend of mine needs some help. He's at City Hospital. Name is Burroughs. George Burroughs. What? Well, which is more important, Doctor, delivering a lecture in Chicago or saving a man's eyesight? That's right. He may lose his eye. So cancel the lecture. Delay it. We weren't too busy to raise funds for your clinic. Well, certainly I'm putting on a personal basis. What's a friend for if not for a favor? Thank you. A real humanitarian.
I'm ready with the stenotype.
Huh? Oh, page 1 editorial. 10-point type, double column. Byline set off in bold face will be John Garrison.
John Garrison?
You heard me. Quote, I am dead. I've been dead 11 years. By tomorrow, this newspaper may also be dead. But as long as it lives, the day will continue to report the facts and the meaning of those facts without fear and without distortion. Wait a minute. Cut out and without distortion. Somebody might not know what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what are the facts? Thomas Rienzi, who likes to be thought of as a hard-working and industrious building contractor.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Deadline USA, starring Dan Daly as Ed Hutchison and Deborah Paget as Nora. It's a few hours later. In Alberto's restaurant, Ed Hutchison and the pretty girl who was once his wife have just sat down for dinner.
I read the paper while I was waiting for you, Ed. That's the best-looking front page in town.
As usual.
That editorial under the name of Garrison, yours?
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
As usual. And how are we? Are we as usual?
Stop it. Any repercussions from Rienzi?
Not yet, but there will be.
How's your reporter, Burroughs?
Well, he'll get better. He may not have an eye, but he'll get better.
Well, maybe now the Garrisonaires won't sell the paper after all. I mean, to sell it now in the middle of a fight like this, well, it would be like endorsing Rienzi.
That's a wonderful dress you're wearing. How do I look?
Better than you did last night. How do you feel?
Amorous?
Excuse me, Miss Doctor, some telephones.
Tell him I'm feeding.
Well, they said it was important.
Urgent, dear, as usual. You'd better answer it.
I'll be right back. Alberto.
Yes, sir?
Bring her some champagne. Oh, and keep calling her Mrs. Hutchison.
Yes.
Hello, Ed.
Yeah?
This is Willebrand. I'm at the city morgue. About the girl with the fur coat, the one they pulled out of the river.
Well?
Well, her mother showed up here to identify her. A Mrs. Schmidt. That's the girl's name, Bessie Schmidt. But she also used the name of Sally Gardner.
Why bother me? Write your story.
I have. Porter said I should check with you. It's a cinch Mrs. Schmidt knows a lot more than she's telling. We thought that maybe if you
Tell
talked...
Porter I'm busy.
Okay, fine.
It wasn't urgent after all. I can see it in your face.
What else can you see in my face?
Plenty, so I'd better tell it to you fast and straight. I'm getting married.
Don't make jokes, Nora.
You don't even know him, Ed. He's my boss at the advertising agent.
First me, and now another boss. Getting to be a habit with you, isn't it?
I'd like you to meet him, Ed.
Compare notes, you mean? Thanks. I know enough people already.
His name's Louis Schaefer.
I don't want to know anything about him.
I told him all about you.
Everything? Look, I'm not one of your modern husbands. Stiff upper lip and all that stuff. But I'm ready to discuss anything this sensibly.
There isn't anything to discuss. I don't need your consent, Ed. We're divorced for 2 years.
I don't recognize the divorce.
You agreed to it.
Well, I was wrong. You're my wife. Not only because somebody said a few words over us, but because of what we meant to each other. You can't change that with a piece of paper, legal or otherwise.
Another call, Miss Hutchison.
Go away. You want me to quit the paper? Sure, the day's as good as finished, but I'll quit the whole business. I'll get a job doing something else.
I don't want you to quit, Ed. It's your whole life, and for you it's right, but, well, I've got a right to a life, too, and you can't give it to me.
Can he? Mr. Louis Schaefer?
Yes, I think you can.
Can you be the same with him as you were with me? Is it that easy? Do you love him?
Ed, please.
No. No, you don't love him. Not the same way.
Maybe love isn't enough to make a marriage work. All I know is that we're...
I'm sorry, Miss Hutchison. It's Mr. Porter. He says if you won't come to the phone, then to come back to the office, sir.
You'd better talk to him.
Yeah.
Willebrand's story at Sally Gardner.
But I told her...
The story's been pulled by our advertising department. Seems that Sally was once a very good friend of Mr. Andrew Wharton.
Wharton's department store?
Right.
Switch me to advertising. Give me Fenway.
I'm in Fenway's office now. Here, talk to him.
This is Fenway, Mr. Hutchison. I'm sorry, but it just seemed to me that this was libelous material. I was trying to protect us.
Us or you? Or Mr. Wharton? And for how much?
Mr. Wharton denies...
I don't care what he denies. The girl was murdered.
But as a matter of policy, Mr. Hutchison...
Policy? Since when has the advertising department dictated our news policy?
I didn't do this just on my own.
I believe that. You went to Wharton.
I talked to Kitty Garrison. It was on her authority.
Kitty Garrison hasn't got the authority. Not until I'm off the paper. Or have you arranged for that, too?
No, sir.
You're slipping, Fenway.
Mr. Wharton is here in the office. If you can't
I'll talk to Porter. Put him back on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Run the story.
Wharton wants you to hear his side of it, Ed.
But I told... All right. All right, I'll be there in 15 minutes.
About Mrs. Atchison, sir.
Well?
She's gone, sir. She said to tell you that she won't be back.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Wharton, now what's your side of all this?
I'm asking you, please, not to publish that story.
Why? Isn't it true?
It can't do you much good. It'll ruin me. I've been doing business with this newspaper for years.
And we need your business, Mr. Wharton, but not on these terms.
All right, I made a mistake with Sally, and I've paid for it in blackmail ever since.
That's a matter for the police.
You're interested in facts, aren't you? Well, one day Sally phoned me. She was letting me off the hook. Said there was another man.
There always is.
In this case, the other man was Thomas Rienzi.
Rienzi?
Sally said she loved him. She'd never bother me again. She said she was set for life.
What did she mean?
I don't know. She didn't say. Surely you don't think I killed Sally. I haven't even seen her in 2 years. Mr. Hutchison, I'm about to be married. My fiancée here is
Okay, we'll hold the story.
Thank you.
But if your yarn about Rienzi doesn't gel...
It will.
It better, for both our sakes.
Good night, Mr. Hutchison. Thank you again. Well?
What have we got on Sally Gardner? We'll need proof that Rienzi...
Since when are we going in for gossip?
Since now.
Okay.
Tell Barndowler to go through the files. I want anything she can find. Anything at all. Send Thompson in from the sports desk. I want to see him.
This is real interesting, Ed. Sully and Ramsey, huh?
That's right, Thompson.
Hey, from this, a fella could catch a hole in the head.
Yeah, he could. That bother you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, Brand told me that Sally's got a brother. A fellow named Herman Schmidt. Small-time stuff. He had some kind of a job as a political boxing judge or something.
That's right. Her brother, huh?
Yeah, get hold of Schmidt, Thompson. Sweat him. We're short on facts and we're awful short on time. Now find Schmidt.
Barndoller's waiting to see you. I'll send her in.
Thanks.
You're next, sweetheart.
Read what you got, Miss Barndollar. Make it fast.
Sally Gardner and her brother were born here. Mother came from Germany. Father dead. No known criminal record for Sally. No recorded marriages.
Yes?
Mr. Lewis Schaefer to see you.
Send him in when Barndollar leaves. You come in too, Bentley. That's all for now, Miss Barndollar.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Schaefer, come on in.
Well, thank you. Happy to meet you, Mr. Hutchison.
Coffee, Mr. Schaefer? Sandwich?
No, thanks. I know you're busy.
How's my wife?
That's what I came to see you about.
Nora asked you to come here?
No, of course not. I thought that we could... Well, look, you're making her very unhappy. Why don't you let her alone, Mr. Hutchison? Her responsibility to you is over.
Then what are you doing here?
I'm only trying to do what's best for Nora.
That's not only ridiculous, but insulting. You're not that much of a prize.
Ed, here's it. Oh, excuse me.
Well, what is it?
Sally bought some government bonds 5 months ago.
Sally or Rienzi?
They're in her name. $40,000 worth. It took some doing, but we've got a checkup working in every bank. Clary dug up some pictures of it, too. Bring them in, Clary.
Well, maybe we're getting somewhere. Here, take a look, Ed. Sally is a high school girl. Sally is a model. Sally is a showgirl. Sally when she worked at Wharton.
Sally in the city morgue. Thanks, Cleary.
Now, if we can plug up this hole between Wharton's department store and the river...
And fill it full of Rienzi. Goodbye, Mr. Schaefer. I can't wish you luck, but you know how it is.
There's something that you ought to know.
Webster's calling you on 32, Mr. Hutchison.
Put him on.
Nora and I are getting married tomorrow night.
Yeah, Bill?
I thought it best not to delay any longer. You know how it is. Good night, Mr.
Can you hear me? I'm backstage at the burlesque house.
Go ahead.
Rienzi's your boy, all right. Sally was a showgirl here 3 years ago in a musical produced by Al Murray. The show was backed by Rienzi.
Who says so?
Murray, I'm with him now.
I'll switch for rewrite. Bentley, put Webster on rewrite.
Yes, sir.
All right, Porter, we'll use the Willowbrand story, but kill all reference about Wharton. Throw in a picture of Sally, just a face, no art studies.
Right.
Tell Barndollar I want a complete check on Lewis Schaefer. He runs the United Advertising Agency. Anything from Thompson yet?
Nothing.
Switch him over as soon as he calls in. Bentley!
Yes, sir?
Send something to Boris at the hospital. Get him some books, flowers, a bottle of whiskey. I don't know. Find out what he likes.
Yes, sir.
And bring me some hot coffee.
Mr. Smith? I know you're in there, Mr. Smith. I just saw the light go out from under the door, so you might as well open...
Don't move, mister. Sit down at the table. Put your hands on the table.
Hey, what's with the gun, Herman? I'm only here to help you. My name's Thompson, sports reporter for the day.
Sports, huh? What'd you write today?
Well, a constant reader. That's fine.
I got the paper right here, so what'd you write?
The question of televising next season's baseball games was discussed at a heated session of the Hot Stove League yesterday afternoon.
Okay. What do you want?
Do you mind putting that thing away?
How'd you find me?
I know a lot of people in the fight game. They owe me favors. I collected a few.
All right. Get to it.
Why did Rienzi kill your sister?
Did he?
Then who are you afraid of, Herman? Why this hideout? One room in a crummy tenement.
Get out.
Well, first, I'd better mention that I've phoned your address to the paper. They know where I am. By next edition, Rienzi will know where you are, too.
Maybe so, maybe not.
We're your only chance, Herman. Let me take you back to the office. You'll be safe there. If you don't, Rienzi's going to find you. You'll wind up in the morgue next to Sally.
You think you know something, huh?
I know that as long as Rienzi is free, you're a dead pigeon. But take your time. He won't get his copy of the day with your address until morning. I'll wait while you think it over.
Ed, it's past midnight. No word yet from Thompson?
Nothing.
You know what day this is? It's Thursday.
9 o'clock in the Surrogate's Court.
You're going to be there?
All this for what? The obituary of a newspaper. Yeah, I'll be there.
This court has been petitioned to approve the sale of the publication enterprises known as The Day. I have carefully read the last will and testament of the deceased, John Garrison, and I find nothing therein to prevent such a sale.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mrs. Garrison?
Your Honor, I object to the sale of this newspaper to Mr. White.
No, but how can you object? Absolutely.
But this request for sale was signed by you, Mrs. Garrison.
I've changed my mind.
Your Honor, We are completely unprepared for this most embarrassing change of heart. I assure you I had no idea.
What about Mrs. Garrison's two daughters?
They want to sell, Your Honor, and they constitute a majority.
My husband would not have wished this paper to be sold to Mr. White.
But you knew all along that Mr. White was the purchaser.
I did not know that the day was going to be rubbed out of existence, which it will be if this contract is approved. I have priority of purchase, Mr. Crane. I'll buy the day myself. I'll raise Mr. White's offer.
But you don't seem to realize...
I don't see why you should object to my daughters receiving more money, Mr. Crane. That's what they're selling for, isn't it?
You can't do this, Mother.
I can, I want to, and I'm going to.
What good will it do? You're making us sound like fools.
You'll be happy to know that stupidity is not hereditary. You acquired it all by yourselves.
What changed your mind about selling?
Have you seen today's paper and yesterday's? Loyalty. Loyalty's changed my mind.
You haven't got the money to buy the paper.
I'll get it.
You're crazy.
No. Just ashamed. Ashamed of you and ashamed of myself. Now, if you'll keep quiet, I think the judge wants to say something.
I shall require time to consider Mrs. Garrison's request. You'll all be notified when this court will reconvene. It now stands adjourned.
Mr. Hutchison?
Well?
My name's Hanson. I'm an attorney. Didn't I see you just now at the Garrison hearing?
It was a real nice hearing. You're representing Mr. White?
No, I work for Mr. Rienzi. He's waiting to see you in his car.
Why?
It's personal business. The car's right here, Mr. Hutchison.
Mr. Atchison, can I give you a lift someplace?
Why?
I'm the sociable type.
They're expecting me at the office.
We'd be glad to take you. Okay, Frank?
I wondered when and how you'd get around to this.
Yeah?
Yeah, I expected something a little more poetic. There's no poetry in an armored car.
I think I like you, Atchison. A man with imagination. They tell me you're a good newspaper man.
You're not bad at your trade either.
But they say you're a hothead.
Who's they?
Friends. I got friends everywhere. I like for you to be my friend.
Thanks. You're not my type.
You ever meet me before? Do business with me? Maybe you got the wrong impression, huh? Now, here's a newspaper, The Day. My family reads the paper. It's not nice what you print. I got a nice family, Mr. Hutchison. Sometime I'd like for you to meet them.
There's no point in that unless they're the ones that almost killed Burroughs.
Burroughs?
Never beat up a reporter, they say. It's like killing a cop, they say. Never drop girls in the river, they say. Not even with fur coats, they say.
What have I got to do with reporters or girls? I'm in the contracting business.
Capone was in the insurance business.
You got a sense of humor, friend.
Then why don't you laugh?
Very funny.
Tomorrow's paper will be even funnier. There. That's a Rienzi I like to see. This way you start shooting, friend?
What are you supposed to be, a little demigod? You gonna save the world? A hero or something? Know about what you print in the paper. My lawyer says I could sue you for this.
Well?
What you're doing's been tried before. Nobody could ever make it stick.
Then you got nothing to worry about. Oh, that's the office. Just down the block.
They're on the right, Frank. The gentleman's office. Cops, tax collectors, politicians, they all got an angle. What's yours? Come on, name it. What do you want?
I want to see you in prison. Thanks for the lift.
Well, I just met the man. Sometimes these things take time. Only maybe Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
They're going to the newspaper building, those two guys.
Schmidt. That's Schmidt. We've been looking all over for him.
Who's with him?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
Sally's brother walking into a newspaper office, huh? Drive around the block. I gotta make a phone call fast.
We pause now for station identification.
curtain rises on Act 3 of Deadline USA, starring Dan Daly as Ed Hutchison and Deborah Paget as Nora. The door of Ed Hutchison's office is closed. With Potter, the city editor, he's entertaining a guest, Herman Schmidt, brother of the murdered girl.
All right, Schmidt, from the beginning. How much? I told you before. $1,000 after you testify against Rienzi. Yes or no?
Where do you want me to start?
Sally and Rienzi.
Well, they liked each other.
A few weeks ago, Sally bought $40,000 worth of government bonds. Rienzi pay for them?
Yeah, I guess so.
You're a liar.
Sally used part of the $200,000 that Rienzi gave her to hold for him.
What $200,000? Why would a guy part with that kind of scratch?
The city bank says your sister rented a safety deposit box. She gave it up a month ago, on the same day that she moved out of her apartment. Why?
Okay, it's true. He gave her the money to hold for him. When he wanted it back, she got scared he'd make a break. She said as long as she kept the cash, he'd stick. It didn't work out that way.
Hey, Ed, Mrs. Garrison wants to see you. She's waiting upstairs.
Call her. When did you find out Sally was dead?
Oh, I read about it in the paper.
She was dead 3 days before the paper got it.
Your mother says you left the house last Saturday and didn't come back.
My mother?
We've got some good reporters, Smith. They get around.
Sally was killed that same Saturday night.
Well, so what? I leave the house lots of times. Well, for weeks sometimes.
To hide out? You were afraid of Rienzi. Why?
Maybe you knew he was going there, huh? To Sally's place?
I didn't even know where she lived.
The Leroy Hotel. She registered under the name of Bessie Schmidt and never left the room. She had only 2 visitors, Herman. Your mother and you. You were there Saturday night.
Well, I don't remember. But, maybe I was. Yeah, she phoned me.
The desk clerk says you phoned her from the lobby at 1:20 a.m. Now, either tell the truth or we turn you loose. No money, no protection. Rienzi will kill you.
Okay, Rienzi wanted his money. They couldn't find out where Sally was living.
So you showed them?
Why? What did Rienzi promise you?
He got me my job. I owed him money. I couldn't pay. He said the favor would square us.
All you had to do was put the finger on your own sister.
Well, I didn't know what they were going to do. I swear I didn't know.
Who's they? Rienzi and who else?
No, not Rienzi. He sent men, 3 men. I got scared. I ran out. That's all I know, honest. The next day, I hear Rienzi's looking for me. He was afraid I was going to talk. I found a room, and I've been there ever since.
Type up a statement, Porter. Have him sign it. Get the names of those 3 men. I'll go upstairs and see Mrs. Garrison.
About Louis Schaefer, that information you requested.
Walk with me to the elevator.
Yes, sir. Louis Schaefer, age 42, only child of John and Harriet Schaefer of the Chemical Fortune.
Ever married?
No, sir.
Any arrests?
None on the record, sir.
Alcoholic, swindler? Maybe he's a fiend. You know, he looked like one. You check his Army record, maybe he's a spy.
He got the Silver Star and the Purple Heart.
Oh, that's a rotten report, Miss Bondollar. Thanks anyway.
You've been keeping me waiting.
I know.
2 things, Ed. First, Rienzi started his libel suit. We were served with papers half an hour ago.
Second?
Judge McKay is going to hand down his decision tonight at 9.
Tonight? How come so soon?
Because of the libel suit. Oh, one thing more. That 1% you were promised. Alice and Kitty changed their minds.
What took them so long?
I've been to the bank, Ed. They're willing to loan me the money if we cut expenses 4%. Think you can do it?
I'll do better than that. Yes, go ahead, Porter. He what? What are you talking about? Yes, I'll be right down.
No, what?
A man was just shot to death in the press room. A man named Herman Schmidt.
We were working on his written statement when they walked in. 3 men in police uniforms. They said they had a warrant for Schmidt.
And you let them take him?
They looked and acted like policemen. I tried to stop them.
Go ahead. What happened?
Schmidt made a break. He ran down to the press room. He almost got away, but then they started shooting. The plates are there now.
You better get down there.
What about Schmidt's confession? Do we run it anyway?
Without a signed statement, we're dead, Porter. We're as cold as Herman Schmidt. I'll get Mrs. Garrison, take her home.
Hello? Yeah. For you, Mr. Rienzi. It's Whitey.
Now, give it in. Yeah. What?
I told you I didn't want anything like that.
This is stupid. Stupid! Well, get on here now, all three of you. And find Sally's old lady. Bring in Mrs. Schmidt. I want to talk to her.
Sit down, Ed. I'll get you a drink.
You know, Mrs. Garrison, no paper ever did a better, faster, more thorough job. All we needed was that one bit of evidence, and we had it. We had it as long as Schmidt was alive. I figured if we could get an indictment against Rienzi, they'd let the day stay in business.
We're licked, Ed. But we showed them how a real newspaper can function.
You're quite a girl. They must have made them different in your day.
Yeah.
More durable.
More pliable. Girls these days have stuff, but they're brittle. They break more easily.
Plenty of stuff, but no heart.
Meaning Nora?
Meaning Nora.
There will now be a respectable silence while we feel sorry for ourselves.
Well, she had no right to walk out on me. She's my wife.
You wouldn't have a wife if a newspaper had beautiful legs.
Sure. But you never walked out on John Garrison.
Who said so?
You must have had a pretty good reason.
The best. A bride always likes to think she's indispensable. But I woke up one morning and he was gone. Back to the paper to do the Lusitania story. I walked out.
Yeah, but you came back.
2 days later. He didn't even know I'd been gone.
But he loved you.
Exceedingly. Between editions. Oh, but don't blame Nora. Unless she wants to come back, it won't work. If she stays away...
I can look for a newspaper with nice legs.
Well, court convenes in exactly 1/2 hour. You going to be there?
Maybe. Will you marry me, Mrs. Garrison?
Go away, Ed. You're much too old.
Sorry, Mr. Rienzi. Nothing yet on Mrs. Schmidt. They're still looking for her.
They'll find her. An old lady like that. Where can she go?
She's got to be silenced, you understand? Buy her off. Send her back to Europe.
Now, you're getting panicky, Hanson. She's my business. I'll handle Mrs. Schmidt.
There'll be another investigation. I hope you realize that.
Maybe a trial, even. Sure. But I'm not worried, see? We've been through this sort of thing before. We're still in business. The story's printed in the newspaper. So what? Tomorrow it's old news. They take the paper and wrap garbage in it. In a week, the people forget.
But if they keep on printing
They won't.
stories, if they keep us in the news until a trial, if they heat up the public...
You take care of your end. I'll handle the papers.
Atchison won't handle easily.
He's got nothing. What's he got with Schmidt out of the way?
That won't stop him.
And he won't stop us. Tomorrow he won't even have a paper. The court will take it away from him. And if they don't, we'll take him away from the paper. Maybe they all need an example.
You're crazy.
Am I? Now, we'll wait and see.
And so the court has arrived at a decision. I can see no reason why the day should not be sold to Mr. White. I will, however, listen to any further evidence or argument. Mrs. Garrison?
There's nothing to say, Judge McKay.
May I say something, Your Honor?
If Your Honor, please.
Well, Mr. Crane?
Since Mr. Hutchison is not one of the heirs, and since I'm sure he's not here in the interests of Mr. White, whom does he presume then to represent?
I represent the paper.
Which is not yours in the first place.
That's true. But the day is a lot more than a building and furniture and presses. It's people. 1,500 men and women whose skill and experience make a great newspaper possible. We don't own one share of stock, but we, along with the 300,000 people who read this paper, have a vital interest in whether it lives or dies.
I suggest this is most irregular, Your
So is
Honor.
the murder of a newspaper. So is some unfinished business called Rienzi. If you read the day, you'd know what I mean.
I don't care to discuss Rienzi.
This newspaper does.
I don't question your good intentions, Mr. Hutchison, but they hardly concern us here tonight.
They concern the public tonight, and tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow.
The day isn't the only good newspaper